I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck. I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Six Invitational. Day 2 of groups begins, and we continue with the action live from actually quite beautiful Montreal. We really miss the city, and we're very happy to be back and really get things started with our matches. Again, it's the beginning of Day 2, as I was mentioning. I'm Elsh Domenic, your host, but I'm not alone here on the desk. I'm joined by two fine lads, as they would say. Hello, Demo, Exarturka. It's been a while. I'm a big fan. Very happy for you to be here.
Thank you very much.
It's been too long.
It's not been that long.
It's been too long.
Look.
It's not been as long as it could have been.
Yeah.
It's not been as long as it has been previously.
I really don't miss working with them. They're so pedantic.
Whoa. Back it up the English.
Sorry, Irish people.
Whoa.
Anyways,
Back it up the Irish.
Let's move on. Hello. It's very good to see you in here. And I want to ask you, because you're also, going through things, watching the games, guessing all of that for day one. Who do you think was really like the biggest winner of day one in your mind?
I know that Demo's got a very strong opinion on this one.
What?
Yeah.
Demo and strong opinions?
Would you imagine?
I hate it here, by the way, just let everyone. I hate these two because it's always me. I'd probably say Sonics. I think Sonics were probably the best team that we had yesterday. I know that M&M probably put up bigger score lines against their opponents, but I think overall Sonics against Liquid as well, of all teams, to go in and beat the runners-up of the last major like that, you have to give credit to them. They just look like a revitalized squad. Obviously, we know the transfer situation with them, the player that they brought in, which I know Ollie will touch upon that later on, what he's been able to do. But yeah, I've been really impressed with that Sonic side, and I think contenders. I know it's early. I know day one you can say that, but I've seen enough for me. I've seen enough.
Hold your horses. Hold the wagon for a moment there. It's day one. Ollie, do you agree?
I would agree, yeah. I think I could throw Cyclops into that mixture as well.
Oh,
I would like to throw Kag in there. I know that's gonna ruffle a few feathers, and it isn't.
Aren't you a big Cyclops fan?
The most Demo was a big Cyclops fan.
No, right. We'll get into
it 3 months ago.
We'll get into this later.
Anyways, that's foreshadowing. If you've never heard of the technique, but here we are. We're going to talk about our groups one by one, and for that, we'll show you the graphic for each group and also a bit of the action that happened. And quick recap of the action in the group as I turn to my analysts for this and ask on the command center, the official desk of it all. Group A, what happened? Well, first of all, let's introduce to you the teams that are in Group A: W7M, G2, Koi, SpaceStation Gaming, and Elevate. And to preface, SpaceStation Gaming did not play yesterday. There's 5 teams in the group, and it's kind of difficult to fit, enough games to have 5 teams to play because math. So let's just leave it at that. If you want more details on how math works, I think both Mandy and our good friend Gio would be able to help you with that, but that's kind of out of our I guess, workload, right? Fair enough. But to talk about details, here it is. W7M is at the top, G2 right under, and Koi with 1 point. You might be thinking, how the hell does W7M have 4 points? Come on, man. Like, we watch online. This is not supposed to work like that. Well, actually, here at the Invitational, if you win 2-0, then you get 4 points, which is exactly what W7M did against Elevate, and that's how they have all 4 points. G2 played Koi, but they beat them 2-1, which means G2 gets 3 points and Koi gets 1 because they were able to score 1 map on the board. That's the scoring system that we have here at SI. But, Demo, what happened and how do we end up with this scoreline in Group A?
Oh, well, I think it was, a shock to some. For me, not so much. I think you could honestly pitch G2 would come out swinging. I think that's the way they had to approach. I think G2 going in as the underdogs. G2 a side that a lot of people didn't really have a lot of high hopes for. I know the whole roster move happened for them, but people still hang on to the whole, we've seen this before with the super teams. It's kind of lost its magic. Nobody really backs it anymore, but there's still the potential in that team. The players that they still have, you can't doubt that in that team. So I think G2 came out swinging. I think they needed to get off of that first win. I think for G2 it was a necessity for them to get off this tournament with a win, because I feel as though for that team, if they'd take the loss yesterday, heads would have dipped and there would have been issues.
Would you agree?
I think so, yeah.
Why are you agreeing with him today?
Well, no, but you look at G2 and they're going up against a familiar opponent in Koi, obviously previously Rogue, so it's a team that they play week in, week out. They're going to be very knowledgeable about how they play. And I think it was probably a very good matchup for them to come in and just to play some aggressive siege, which is what we saw them do. Obviously, Doki had a bit of a life day yesterday. And if that continues or not is going to be a big reason as to, are G2 going to continue to keep doing well.
Well, we get to see SpaceStation today for the first time. I'm very excited to have them finally on the board. They make it through the open qualifiers, knock out TSM. When does Bolo play? Well, he doesn't anymore. There you go. On that somber note, let's move on to Group B. See, mixed bag of emotions is what we're bringing here at SI. Group B is, well, as such, M&M and Sonics just win straight up 2-0, get all 4 points that are possible in that time, and well, they're at the top. Liquid and Wolves unable to defeat their opponents. Of course, Liquid playing the Sonics and M&M going through Wolves Esports. Now, Dire Wolves, we haven't seen playing, of course, our team from Taiwan, from the APAC region. We'll get to see them later on today, and I'm very excited for their debut at SI. It's going to be a big moment for the squad. But Ollie, can you explain to me, how did we get here in Group B?
Well, Group B is the only group where we saw 2 clean wins yesterday. So it is already a group that is different to the rest, and there's potential for teams to streak a little bit here and really get quite a decent lead. Obviously, the game that we're seeing on the screen right now, Wolves versus M&M, again, familiar opponents. One of the things that we always say about Wolves is they do well domestically. They played against a domestic opponent yesterday and they didn't do very well. So maybe a bit of an alarm bell there, because there is always a question mark over Wolves at international events and how they do perform at events. So for me, I would be a little bit worried, because M&M made that look relatively straightforward. Moving on to the second game that we saw, Liquid versus the Sonics. Broke my heart a little bit, obviously being a bit of a Liquid fanboy. But of course, Sonics, you can't fault them. They played some incredible siege yesterday. And to get two clean wins, 2 clean maps and 4 points. Very commendable.
Very commendable indeed. Do you think we'll see Dire Wolves today in full form? Demo, what do you expect from the squad?
I think there's a good opportunity, considering Liquid didn't play to the best that they can. I think Wolves did certainly not play the best that they can as well. So I think there's an opportunity here for Dire Wolves to slip in here, and why not? Why not? What do Dire Wolves have to lose at the end of the day? I think they're one of the teams that in this group most people have put 5th. I know I have, but that doesn't mean it can't change. We say the same about CAG. Look what they did yesterday.
Yep. You never know until you're actually at SI, and day one doesn't even really matter when it comes to opening the tournament or how the rest of your tournament is going to go. And just a reminder, you saw the 5 teams. One of them is going to go away to go into the second phase of group stage, so it's actually not as complicated to pull in comebacks, but we will say goodbye to 4 out of the 20 teams here at the Invitational by the end of the first stage of the groups. Moving on to Group C, we'll put that on the board for everybody to see. As always, 5 teams, and here's the scoreline. OXG with 3 points. Play at Astralis is a big, I guess, home game. There's a lot on the line between the 2 squads that know each other well. But then CYCLOPS was a massive upset, 3-1 points, at least 2-1 in the scores against BDS. It's a bit of a surprise, is it not?
Surprise. Yes. What can you say?
Aren't you a CAG fan, Demo?
Look, I don't know how to sum it up what CAG have done. I hate to take the win out of them. I think it was a poor BDS, more so than a CAG excellent performance. I think it was BDS just not living up to where they should be. Disappointed with BDS. I think that's the best way for me to put them. They should be coming in here, topping that group. Because I think in terms of Group C, I think BDS should be running over that group. 16 points in and out, job done. But they haven't done that. I don't know what it is about this side. Is it, again, that whole curse of if you're at the top, you don't stay there for long?
Oh, that's true. That's was something we can finally say about BDS after winning their first trophy, a real big international league trophy in Jönköping.
Exactly, and you know, you do look at the common trend that we see in teams that win majors and then start to fall off a little bit, which is of course something that we don't want to see. We want to see a back-to-back, or do we? Do we like to keep seeing teams swapping and changing who wins? But obviously, looking a bit further deeper into the group, the Australis Oxygen game, big local derby as it were, big NAL battle. But I think this group's been blown wide open because a lot of people had BDS pitted to just take the whole thing. Now that they've already dropped points, you start looking toward the fixture today. You're like, oh, it's going up against Oxygen. Oxygen played really well yesterday. All of a sudden, things aren't as straightforward as maybe they first seemed.
We haven't seen Lost One yet.
We haven't.
So that'll be their debut today, of course, formerly known as Team One. They got merged in with Lost. That's how you get the name, Lost Plus One, but you don't actually say the full thing. But another name that I really like to say exists in Group D, MAT. And you're coming into the ecosystem from Brazil. I like to call them Matey, because, you know, ahoy and all that.
the check?
Shout out to all the friends from Hamburg that know exactly how this goes with the ahoy. And Matey, M80, are at the top of their group, tied 3 points with Dark Zero. Now, any surprises that you see in here, at least in your opinion?
Probably the heroic for me, Ollie. I think
You can pick your one. You can pick your heroic, or you can pick your phase demo.
I'm not surprised by FaZe because I still think, you know, the change. I personally wouldn't have removed Cameraman. That's just me. I think he was a
You're
real...
a purist, though.
I agree.
I think Cameraman.
I think a lot of people
was a
Cameraman without, like, face without Cameraman is like...
It's a big risk they've went for, and again, I think I still need to see another game today from FaZe for me to be really 100% certain. I need to see how they do today, especially against DZ. I think that game's gonna be good because I think both teams haven't really played. I know DZ won, but I think DZ should be going in there 2-0. Heroic, they should be, considering the standards that Heroic are at. And honestly, I think Heroic were actually unlucky not to win 2-0 yesterday.
There is a world where Heroic win. And I think we really weren't too far away from that being a reality. Bit of an alarm bell for DZ. I think they dodged a bullet there. Obviously, they did drop a point, so they've still lost out a little bit. But are we going to put that down to first day nerves? They've got a rookie on the team now. There's a lot of things going on over there. So for me, give them a pass, see how they perform today. But you've got to keep your eye on it.
Group D, we need another day. I think 100%.
Day one is always this is the pass. Like, give it a shot, and then we'll really be able to talk about it come day 2 and 3, really, is when, okay, now you've had a couple days to warm up. You can't, you know, use that as an excuse. Of course, all of our teams actually made it to Montreal on February 3rd or something like that. So they've had some time to kind of relax in the meantime, kill off any jet lag that they might have, but also be able to practice regularly in their rooms with everybody in here and beyond. So that's a very cool thing to go through. But those are our groups. If you have any questions, well, don't worry about it. You can just, you know, tweet at us or type it in the chat or whatever. Let us know, because we'd love to answer what you have on your mind. However, our schedule for today, what does it look like? We'll be split between our 2 streams, A and B, as we did yesterday, and it will look like so. Wolves or Sonics will kick off our day, but with a 15-minute offset on stream B will be Dire Wolves versus M&M. So look forward to that. You can put both streams on and kind of watch them in that way if you'd like. W7M go up against G2. And then after that, if I can actually see SpaceStation, there, that logo always confuses me with the gold and with the white background. Elevate, Dark Zero versus FaZe, Secret versus Heroic. We'll finally get to see Secret playing today, who I think are a massive dark horse in this tournament.
Yes.
But you know what? Who coined it? Twister can lead a gold team to
He's a miracle worker, Twister. That's all you need to know.
100%. BDS versus OXG, and finally Lost One. They'll be playing for their first time here, and they'll go up against CAG at the end of the day on the B stream. Simple as. Any favorite games for you guys? Like, hey, you know what? I'm really excited for this one, or this one could have a massive impact on the groups.
I'm not sure if anything can have a massive impact on the groups at this point. I would love to see W7M and G2. And I really want to see Secret and Heroic.
I want to see Secret. That's the thing that I want to see, because I think the way that they played in the quals, and me and you, what we've seen, if they can play like that, I think they've got a good shot. I generally think they could go on a decent run. Not saying win-wise or even top 6, you get main stage, but I think a good couple of rounds, I think, goes their way. They could make a good deep run, 100%.
You could see the investment in the team to have them, you know, boot camping and playing during the qualifiers in Warsaw. That was pretty cool, to be honest. But that is it for our pre-show. That just means that we get started with our games in just a couple of minutes. So we'll be back. We'll talk about things on stream A and then kick it off to B. We'll see you in a moment.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, and we're about to begin our first game of the day. Makes it all giddy here, and welcome back to the Command Center. I'm Mr. Medic, your host. With me are Demo and Exor Troika. Will be helping us and guiding us through our first matchup of the day. Very excited for this one here, the Wolves v Sonics. And let's get started with Wolves and they would have to offer, because yesterday was a bit of a letdown. I'll be very honest. Currently, after day one, which usually doesn't really amount for much, it's a bit of a one-sided game, but this is why we're here to break things down. Now, Demo, I turn to you for Wolves, our first team in this introduction. They got top decked and wrecked. No two ways around it. But was that more M&M playing well or them having issues and stress in day one?
I would say Wolves. I feel as though me personally, I think other people as well, I think we've seen this would happen to Wolves from a mile off. I think the signs have been there throughout the year. Stage 1, really good and best of 1s, get to the best of 3, nope. Again, stage 2, best of 3, nope. Stage 3 again, best of 3, nope. The team just struggles with the map pool. They can't play in best of 3s. For me, if you want to win Invite, you need to have the map pool. You need to have the depth. You need to have the legs. You know, it's like Doki in a swimming pool. He's going to be out of his depth eventually, isn't he? That's when he's going to get to it.
Pretty quickly.
Quite quickly.
Indeed. Would you echo that?
The sentiment remains. There's no argument, really. You know, you can't debate the fact that Wolves have a shallow map pool. It is just a fact. They've basically got 3 permabans, and when you start talking about a 9 map pool and best of 3s, you can't have such a limited sort of option available to yourselves. And of course, then you can throw in the style of Siege that they play. I think the style of Siege that they play is quite an old and outdated style of Siege.
Yeah, it's Russian style, and it doesn't work anymore.
They like to play quite slowly. They like to go through the motions. They like to do the same thing again and again, and have very sort of fixed and set patterns. So it's not a recipe.
Well, let's talk about Sonics on the other side that are ever reinventing themselves. They've had a fantastic 2022 and an amazing day 1 against Team Liquid. Honestly, that series is really, really good, especially if you're an NA fan. But Ollie, there's definitely a couple outliers on Sonics that really push them beyond the edge.
Well, I mean, we could say that EU have gone over to save NA. I mean, is that a storyline we can start to peddle already?
Yeah, we always do that, though.
We can't.
It's not the first time they import players.
It's absolutely not. Sonics played really well yesterday. It was great to see. We actually got to go and stand by them in the player area for a little bit as they were playing. And the energy and the way that they were talking and the communication. I've not seen Citizen that hyped up in a very long time. It seems like he's gotten himself into a really good ecosystem there. And of course, you've got the rest of the team around him. I think Rexon had a particularly very good day yesterday. So I'm going to be looking for more out of those guys.
Rexer did incredibly well. Do we have graphics for this? Did you guys plan on something?
We have a little Citizen graphic.
Really?
Yeah, I wanted to just give him a little bit of a moment in the sun for his first debut on the Sonics. And we really wanted to focus on one thing and one thing only, and that was the entries. Citizen can be a deadly entry player, and he was just that yesterday. He ended up going +5 on that entry kill statistic. We can see there, +5 on the entry. KD went positive, only played 2 maps, so we're not going to break any kill records here, but 82% cost as well. Fantastic debut from Citizen. I'd love to see more of it. I think the ecosystem that he's gone into, it looks like he's being really well supported by the rest of the team as well.
He's back to his best. He's back to his best, and it's great to see. I think for a long time, he didn't look as if he was happy. And I think as soon as the morale hits you, I think as soon as the head starts to dip, problems arise. I think you need to be in that good environment, because if he was in G2 and he wasn't happy where he was, you're never going to get the best out of him. That's a fact. It's like anything in life. If you're not happy, you're not going to be at your best. And I can speak from personal experience. I haven't seen him this happy in months.
That's true.
Just as a person, not in terms of him in the game, just as a guy. He just seems to be just living his best.
And it's a very good thing for the team morale, which Grixer has been keeping up yesterday, according to Ann and Fresh, who spent quite a bit of time around the player booth, and they were hearing Grixer kind of hyping up the entire team every time they did something well. Seems like this combination is working out for the Sonics. We'll see how they do here in day 2. But since we're here, I would love to talk about the map bans for the series, because, you know, good vibes and all, very good for Sonics. Not as great vibes for looking at yesterday from Wolves. And as Anna would say, they don't pass the vibe check. That's the usual thing we go up for. But I'm really curious if there has been any kind of oddities in our map bans, because you both mentioned the map pool for the Wolves.
Yeah.
It's the map pool plus the morale that really... it doesn't allow them to pull out of BO3 as well.
Another thing as well, I think that, obviously we can touch upon they can't play a lot of maps. I think yesterday against M&M, what were they thinking going to Chalet against M&M? That's like, you don't need to be an expert and behind the scenes of Wolves to know that you don't do that. I don't understand it from World's perspective, what the thought process was yesterday. Like Ollie said, I think the style of stage, you have to come back to that.
Yep.
I think that they've got 3 really strong players. I think P4, Shinka, and Mowgli. They can play that aggressive rat playstyle. I think G2 has adopted very well already after the first day.
Let them loose.
I think that Wolves should be playing through their strengths, and I think the strengths is let Mowgli do what he wants, let P4 do what he wants, let Shinka do what he wants. This structured playstyle, get out the window.
They are 2 steps away from being the W7M of Europe. It's just because the way that the team is structured is very similar, but let them loose. Don't rely too much on the strat book. You have to react in the game.
Exactly.
That's old school.
Adaptability. That's why Brazil was dominant for the past 2021. It's
27
because of
years,
that.
yes.
I thought you were going to say 20 years.
21 years.
20 years.
To be fair, it's pretty close to that. So you see Wolves huddling together here, making some French jokes. I wonder what sort of French jokes do they make?
I mean, you speak a bit of French, Miloš. You must know French.
Miloš speaks French.
He's always surprised when he sees me speaking a language. And he's like, oh my God, I can't believe
I
it.
speak like 3 languages.
Learning a 4th.
I speak Spanish.
No, we're not going down that rabbit hole.
Una mesa para 4, por favor. A table for 4, please.
Thank you, production, for saving us. Or Vito is ready. Please, for the love of God, get us out of here. Everything that is holy, please help us out. So, map bans will just show up on the screen in just a second. And what is that? Cafe, Wolfpick, they start on the attack. Skyscraper for the Sonics, and they start attack. And then our decider is Oregon, and the last ban was on the Sonics. So that's a bit of an oddity, I have to say. We have to spend some time talking about this, but just a reminder, it's 9-map pool, 4 bans, pick, ban, and then decider. That's how it will be for the entire tournament until we hit our BO5 final. What is this map ban?
It's a very strange one, Miloš. We aren't really seeing top choice preferences for either of the 2 teams in the first 2 picks. I struggled to find the last time that Sonics actually played Cafe.
But is it because the map ban system at SI this year is 4 bans and then 2 picks?
Potentially, but this speaks to me that someone's saving something, because Sonics haven't played Cafe since 2021. You've got to dig back into the archives on Liquipedia to find any sort of record of that. You throw a Skyscraper in there as a Sonics pick. It isn't a map that they absolutely love.
It's a map that Ben played a lot though in G2.
But well, that, and it's a map that Wolves really don't play. It's a permaban for Wolves, as are a couple of other of the maps. And then you come on to the good old equalizer of Oregon. So, I mean, the Oregon's, it is what it is. It's just sort of there. But those first 2 maps, for me, they're the ones that we really need to keep a close eye on. Sonics very rarely play Cafe. Are they hiding it? Difficult one.
After watching Wolves yesterday, it seems like they really need to get on the right foot, or else it's disaster.
I'm massively shocked that Wolves actually allowed Chalet to be let through in the opening phase as well. I thought that after what I seen from Wolves yesterday in Chalet, you get rid of that. You just want to forget about that map for the rest of the tournament, but they were happy enough to leave it open. So that kind of leads me that maybe Wolves, they're going to try some new stuff today, and I want to see them again loosen up like we mentioned before, Miloš. They need to just get rid of the strat book and go in and just play to your strengths. Let your rat players do what they want, and I bet you any money it'll get them rounds, it'll get them cheese rounds, and it'll get them map wins.
After watching Sonics yesterday, seems like they can get in your head very quickly. And with someone like Grixer on the squad that also will be screaming out in his own way, you gotta account for that in some way here if you're the Wolves. But for looking at it from the, I guess, more micro map point of view, Cafe, surprise, yes, but what is kind of the saving grace for Wolves in this?
It's a good rat map. If you have it, like I mentioned before, it's Cafe. You can do your jump outs. You can obviously play that ranked play style. That again, I think it's something that Wolves certainly could explore, and I think it's something that'll help them a lot. Sonics going into Cafe, like Ollie said, it's unknown to see how they're really going to cope on this map. But I think just the way the team played yesterday, if they can play the same comms, the coordination, being able to see opportunities and jump at it, they'll have no issues.
Well, because we're not coming back in between maps as we were usually doing in the past, Skyscraper is still a big surprise. Do you see that going one way or the other, Ollie?
Skyscraper is a shock, and something that we always come down to criticising on Skyscraper is teams' attacks, and something that we criticised yesterday from the Wolves was their attack. So I will be a little bit concerned going into that one for Wolves on the attacking side. Obviously, with bringing Citizen into the Sonics, he's brought a lot with him.
Yeah,
he's brought a lot of knowledge and a lot of the sort of tendencies that EU players have. And
he
knows
Wolves.
He knows Wolves. He knows how to play against this team. So for me, I think that Skyscraper, a lot of it will come down to those executes. We've seen some quite nice bans recently on Skyscraper as well that can really sculpt the way that the map is played. So top black stairs can be a very difficult position and a very difficult place to navigate with a couple of choice bans in there. So for me, that's what I'll be keeping a close eye on when we look at.
Who wins it? Give me name and number. Game's ready.
Number. I'm going to go Sonics. I don't think there's too much of a question mark there for me, and I do believe it will be a 2-0.
Demolat.
Sonics. 2-0.
Cool. Thank you very much. Anyways, friends, thank you for joining us here on the Command Center. We will head over to our casters. It's Emmy and Demo who's going to run over to the caster desks for that. So very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much. And for those on the other stream, we'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, friends, to the Command Center. Again, live in wonderful and quite snowy Montreal, Canada. We don't get this sort of snow anymore in Europe, I'm not going to lie, and we'll see if we can warm it up here in the MTL. Hello, I'm Ostomatic, and with me on the desk, we swapped them out, but they're still equally as beautiful as Demo and Extra Turca in their own way. Mandy, good morning.
Good morning.
James, good morning.
It is a very good morning. I feel great today.
You know what makes it an even better morning? It's
What?
Mandy's birthday.
It's actually
Mandy's birthday.
I didn't know this.
So, chat, please, can you join me in singing Mandy a happy birthday?
Like this.
Happy birthday
Oh
to
my
you.
gosh.
We'll do it how the Germans. You know how the Germans say it?
I don't know.
No. Happy birthday to you, marmelade in shoe. It's like you have marmalade in your shoe, aprikose in the hose, you have apricots in your pants.
So is it birthdays in Germany just a way to troll people? Is that how it works?
Everything is a reason to troll people.
Well, I'm feeling trolled right now. Mandy, you didn't tell me it was your birthday.
I didn't tell anybody. I forgot it was my birthday.
She forgot until her
I forgot
mom
it was
called
my,
it.
and my mom called.
You know what's really bad for me? Like, I'm your duo, and I went and I checked all of the players to see if any players had birthdays during SI, and I didn't check any of the talent. I didn't check my own duo.
Everybody asks, where's Mandy? Nobody asks, how's Mandy?
And whether it's her birthday.
Yes, that's another
That's
question.
tragic.
Anyways,
Oh, well.
that aside,
much.
we're going to introduce our team's happy birthday. Very happy to join us, our youngest member of the talent team. Take that demo and Hap. By the way, Hap, we hope you feel better in this moment. But here's our team face-off. Direwolves versus MNM Gaming. We're going to spend a bit more time on Direwolves because they did not get to play yesterday because, again, we have 5 teams in each group. And, well, that makes it a bit difficult math-wise to make it work for everybody to play in the same day. So let's introduce the squad. We have a video for that, even just like we did yesterday. So it's a good thing that for Direwolves, them being here, we have the APAC South commentators kind of fill us out this team and what they actually really can offer here at Invitational. It's the first Invitational. It's a pretty massive deal, is it not?
Yeah, it is. It's very exciting. I'm very keen for them to be back at the Invitational. They've had a pretty tough last few months as well, but I think for Direwolves, it's really the story of hope that I'm going with them. It's been rough with all their roster changes, with Edie going and doing his national service as well, but here they are, and it's miraculous. We're so proud of them.
Yeah, Direwolves have had a great year overall. Despite Elevate taking a lot of the limelight with their performances at SI and Berlin, Direwolves were the undisputed kings of APAC South. You know, they won that league, and they made it to 2 majors, which is more than Elevate can say. It was huge.
Pretty good, still making it through. And now, how is it like highlight players if you're just someone that has never watched APAC South, which you're making a big mistake if you don't. But there's something to look at for the players. And just to introduce them before we talk about them individually, I have a video just so you know who's who.
Gone after you.
There it is, the Dire Wolves. We got 2 of them in this group. It's very easy to get confused. But let's see if they will be in a dire situation here. The spot, a lot of people are, pegging them as the 5th team, the one that would be eliminated from the group. But I want to understand more about this squad. So fill us in, Mandy.
So filling you in, they've had some big roster changes. They had Edie, who was their captain and their IGL, end up leaving the team to his national service in Taiwan. And they've decided to put in Harambe, who was previously a player. Then he became a coach, and now he's back to being a player again. And now he plays on that hard reach role for them. But he's not the sole IGL of the roster now because their leadership has changed. They've said that they make the calling between all 5 of them rather than relying on just one point of leadership. And I think it's a really interesting point for them. Not only that, but they've lost their star player in Reaps as well. So they've really had to build up their new front line and fragging power as well.
To fill us in on some of the happenings in Direwolves, sat down with them and asked them a few questions. Here's what they had to say.
好，我是郝狼狈，我在 Direwolves 中担任辅助位的位置。我们在 Group B 里面对上的是 M&M、Sonics、Wolves 跟 Team Liquid。我认为我们应该是全部的小组里面的死亡之组。他们在 Stage 3里面的成绩都非常的好。我们还蛮希望能对上 Wolves 的，因为我们在 Stage 3的 Major 里面被他们击落过2次。我们想要 revenge。这次 SI 我们能准备的时间其实不多，加上 qualifier 前面的1个月的话，总共也不到2个月的时间让我们练习。对于这次的 SI， 我希望我们队能杀进季后赛里。 那不管之后成果如何，我觉得以季后赛为目标，应该是对我们来说最重要的。我知道很多人不看好我们能进 SI， 但我明天给他们点难受。
Dire Wolves, a very underrated team here at the Invitational. They look to prove themselves against international competition, Mandy.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They've had a pretty turbulent last 2 months with the roster changes that have come through. Harambe just said in the interview they've really had only about 2 months, maybe less to prepare, even with the qualifiers coming through. And so they've really had to pull together their team to create this new leadership dynamic, this new set of comms that they've made. And I think it's made them into a really dynamic team since we last saw them at the Yeonchping Major.
Yeah, and the big player that has joined more recently, obviously Harambe, that was a more planned change with ED leaving for national service. But bringing in Ray, it was not planned. It was quite a surprise. Reaps was the star player, the best player in APAC South, one of the best players in APAC. But he left the team very suddenly. They had to go get Ray, who was their sub way back in the day. And it's not an ideal situation for Dire Wolves. As Harambe said, only had 2 months to work with this new roster.
How deep is their map pool?
Mandy, I know this is something you had a lot of opinion on.
Well, I think for the Dire Wolves, their map pool is pretty limited at the moment, right? They haven't had a whole lot of time to prepare, especially considering what they've gone through. And not only that, they're very vulnerable to counterpicking because not only were they at the last major, but they're also one of the teams that pushed through the last chance qualifier as well. So we've got a lot of BO3 data on this team. In fact, we've got at least 2 BO3s already on this roster. And that means that M&M have already gotten a pretty good look into what their map pool is.
And that was our Taiwanese team, Dire Wolves. On the other side, you mentioned M&M Gaming. Let's see what this team has on offer today, because let's be honest, they had a great opener to Invitational yesterday. They smashed through one set of Wolves. They're looking for the whole pack today.
Yeah, they beat Wolves. Now things get a bit dire. Okay, that one, yeah, don't mind me.
That was for free.
These guys have had a pretty cool year. They've made it to a couple of majors. They've failed to break out, though. They've been consistently there, but not consistently able to take that next step. However, the last couple of months have been a real uplift for them. They came into the EUL finals as, I would say, the underdogs, and they took down Wolves 2-0. They did the same yesterday within their group, and I think they're now looking primed and ready with the return of Nathan. It has been a hell of a long time since Nathan was on this team. He's been on Na'Vi for a bit. He comes back, and he's bringing a lot to this team. He's helping them become a bit more well-rounded. He brings a lot of expertise, a lot of knowledge, a lot of strategy, and I think M&M are absolutely on the up, and this could be a breakout tournament for them.
So our map Vito is ready. Let's bring it up on the screen for everybody to see. Again, a 9-map pool. It's 4 bans first, then the picks, then bans, then Reciter. First up is M&M, and they start on the attacking side of Cafe. Then Wolves pick Border. They start on the attack also, which leaves us with Oregon as a decider. Another Oregon for today. Mandy, thoughts?
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting to me. I think that generally both these teams have banned out their weaknesses once, and then they've also banned out the strongest map of the opposing team. So I think for M&M, banning out Skyscraper makes sense. That's Dire Wolves' probably strongest, most iconic map. For the Dire Wolves, taking out Chalet makes sense against M&M. I know that Dev as well, you've got a little bit more insight with your statistics and stuff.
Yeah, well, the interesting one for me is letting Border through from M&M and Dire Wolves picking it straight out of the gate. It is M&M's second most banned map in the last 5 months and of all time. They haven't played it in 5 months, and the last time they played it, it was a 7-1 against them in Berlin to Furia. So I really hope that M&M have been working on Border. They were expecting to go here. Dire Wolves, with the new roster, have only played it that one time in the SI qualifiers, but that should be, I think, a good map for Dire Wolves. If M&M are prepped for it, though, I wouldn't count them out. M&M going to Cafe as well might not be their favorite map, but it's certainly a good one for them. And Dire Wolves have absolutely we have no information. They haven't played it in 5 months.
Final thoughts. Who wins? What score? All I need.
Who wins? What score? And that's all you need.
Yes.
I think that recency bias, M&M should win. They have looked pretty good internationally across the year. They've got the new edition of Nave, so we're expecting some innovation in the serve that would come out today. Not only that, but we're playing maps that we haven't seen them play in a little while as well. So I think Dire Wolves would be pretty surprised by what M&M bring into the lobby.
M&M should win, and it should be 2-0, but I'm prepared for an upset from Direwolves.
All right, our game is ready. You see the players have set themselves up. Now on to our casters. Nicholas Moritzen, you know him better as Pengu. Maybe you can ask Parker what it takes to call him next. See you in game.
I don't even get a last name. I'm like Madonna. I'm just Parker, and you're Nicholas Moritzen Pengu. You get 3 names. I get 1. Just a single name.
Well, what does it take to call next? That is the question, right? And you have the answer, supposedly, to that question.
No, I was asking the questions. The people on the show... you know what? Never mind. We're getting underway with our very first matchup here on Stream B, Group B. And the team that had yesterday off, Direwolves, they said it could be in somewhat dire circumstances if you listen to the folks on the desk, might have their hands full against an M&M team that absolutely demolished Wolves yesterday.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think anyone is gonna, think all the teams are weak at this event in particular. I think this is like one of the highest levels of competition we've ever seen. I don't think that M&M will disrespect Direwolves, so to speak, or not show up in full force, because every single game matters here.
I mean, yesterday M&M played their game against Wolves, and it worked out very effectively for them. I don't want to be an APAC hater, but I think that in terms of international competition, Wolves are the more storied teams at these events, more storied team at this event, versus Direwolves, who just simply don't have the same experience level, and they don't have that roster that they want either. There's been a bit of a turbulent couple months for Direwolves, and the hope and salvation of this team seem to be Reaps, not on the squad anymore. You lose arguably one of your best players, and you get some subs to have to stand in at the last minute. That's an unfavorable spot for you to be in against any opponent, let alone a team that right now seems like world beaters in this group.
I think it's going to boil down to map 2, honestly, which is going to be Border, right? It's a map which the desk spoke about M&M. They don't play it in the last 5 months. Last time they did, they lost against Furia. So if there is a place for Direwolves to really show up and prove what they can do, it would have to be in Border, but it's a best of 3. You need to win 2 out of 3 maps. It's going to be Cafe, then into Border, and finally we're going to Oregon. So not to be shown here, and the poll says 71% in favor of M&M to take it.
I'm actually kind of surprised with how much higher Direwolves is. I mean, yesterday in the matchup of DZ versus Heroic, it was about the same, which was surprising in and of itself. I'm not sure if people are aware of the recent roster struggles of Direwolves, but I mean, we haven't actually seen them in action. There are times where teams will run players or subs, or somebody will step off as a coach, and you'll have an extraordinary start to an event. It's entirely possible. These matches aren't played in theory. These matches aren't played in our heads. These matches are played in the actual matchup. Operator bans are rolling in on Cafe. This is M&M Gaming's map. So far, Jackal and Ying removed from action. Azami will follow, and one final defender will be taken out in just a matter of moments. Is this a suitable landscape in terms of bans for these teams, Nicholas?
I would like to see Direwolves take it with the Solace just because of how M&M played it so successfully against Wolves on Clubhouse yesterday. If not, there it is. Then I would say they haven't really done their full research here, because M&M, as far as I gather from day 1 of Invite, is that they are one of the most pro-efficient teams at playing this new Operator of Solace. So very happy to see them kind of pay their respects and recognizing that as well. And I would say the only kind of odd one out right now on the Operator ban table is going to be the Jackal. Cafe is not a roam-heavy map. You're not really going to be hunting around for prey around the map at all, typically at least. So Jackal is a bit of an odd one, but it can be argued, because if you are Direwolves and you want to play Post Below, for example, you will often find yourself quite isolated. A Jackal could be a thorn in your side if that was the scenario, but this also leaves Nuke open for the attacking side, which can do a similar job of hunting down those single roamers with the gadgetry, avoiding camera information, etc. The only real counter on the table right now is, of course, Harambe on the pools.
If you consider that operator bans are in many ways counter bans designed to flummox and confuse your opponents, well, Direwolves banned out the Jackal, presumably because they're worried about M&M Gaming bringing out the Jackal. But I mean, yesterday I don't even think M&M played a Jackal.
I don't believe so, no.
I can recall.
No.
Wolves banned 2 operators on attack yesterday because they only played 2 maps against M&M. In the very first game, Wolves didn't want to deal with a Nook on Chalet, And then on Clubhouse, Wolves didn't want to deal with Dokkaebi. And Dokkaebi was an operator that showed up a bunch on Chalet. So if you're Direwolves, why the Jackal pick? Are you just really worried that you're going to play, you know, maybe a very aggressive, very quick defense and a Jackal will thwart you perfectly? I mean, if you're looking at the way that Direwolves have to play this, I think unpredictability would be the name of the game against M&M, and Jackal definitely does hard counter that.
Speaking of unpredictability, I was informed by James from the desk that we just saw saying that Direwolves have not played Cathay in 9 months' time, so there is a lot of uncertainty for M&M, and I mean...
That's a disrespectful play by Solotov, by the way. Or sorry, by Pecan. Sorry.
Yeah, just walking out the door like that?
That was a disrespectful play by Pecan. I mean, I get it. I get it. I said unpredictability to be the name of the game. Okay, fine, but the door gets shot out and you're playing up against good international competition. Maybe don't dry peek the door with limited intel.
It's certainly risky, and I like this setup here from M&M. They got such a stable core foundation of information here, right? Dokkaebi, Knave on those calls, can hack the camera now with that opening kill. Solotov on this 0 to further ground a foundation of information on the map, similar to like Nomad for the staircases. You can kind of lock down areas, execute with the capital fire and the grenades. They can attack both from the window side that we see right now in the east, or go for regular hatch take. Nillo, he finds the second kill in the round onto Souffle.
Now, for those of you that haven't followed along, Harambe and Ray are relatively new, quote-unquote, additions. Harambe obviously was a former player at one point, as was Ray, but neither have been on this squad for a while. Reaps and ED were the two players that you got to see. Oh, most commonly, no longer with the squad. First kill for Direwolves comes out. It's Jackie Wu. Going for the swing on the Solotov, 0 down for the counter. Those Argus cams out, because if so, then 0 will still be providing tons of value. A second for Jackie Wu, as Nello, who'd gotten the kill before, is removed from action. Both players who got on the scoreboard for M&M are no more, but Uzis, will he meet the same fate as he's picked up a kill of his own? Pulse of Harambe down below as you hear that Dokkaebi absolutely pulverize Ray. Harambe doing some scouting work with the pulse sensor. Nice shot on the Tyrant. 2 more to be found. It's a nitro cell in his pocket. Nafe goes for the plant, gets off, and that should be it. But no, oh, he does get him. I was curious as to whether or not he was up top on the bar. Uzis just missing out on an opportunity here, but Sledge is only a 1 armor or a 1 speed. He's in the hunt right now and will engage, and it's an easy win for Harambe. He might not be a regular player on the team, but it doesn't matter. Well played by Direwolves to take the very first round.
It's a very scrappy round for both teams, and it really boils down to there was so many individual 1 versus 1s. I don't think we saw any kind of team-coordinated play, right? Opening div was Pecan peeking the door, Solotov wins that gunfight. Then you see 2, individual 1v1s from Jackie Wu, he wins those out. And the 1 versus 3 from M&M has to be cushioned, and Jack, also known as Fresh Analyst here, he has this like bingo card on his Twitter where he's like, M&M lose a 1vx, and then you can like check that off. And they did lose a 1vx yesterday as well, despite having a great performance with a 2-0 victory. But in the opening round against Direwolves, and top 4 attack of Cathay, they blunder at 1v3. They start plant, or rather, the first member goes downstairs into reading door before the plant starts getting started. He falls, then it's a 1v2. Then you know that's a post below with a C4. You plant on a desk that you can get C4'd from below, leaving you in a 1 versus 1, and then things fall apart. We gotta expect more from not just M&M in that circumstance, but frankly, any team that finds themselves in a 1v3 like that one should know what the right thing to do in that scenario, and that was not it. Direwolves capitalizes greatly off of it, and now can build themselves a bit of momentum here.
Setup still going on now as M&M will plot their way to attack this second floor.
Attackers have recovered their defusers.
The one thing that happens when you're playing up against a team that you walk into thinking for sure you're going to beat is you end up with that confidence being a bit misplaced. Yep. I mean, BDS, I'm sure, against CAG yesterday went in thinking they were the favorites, and I imagine most of the community would probably agree. But again, these matches aren't played in theory, they're played in the flesh, in these servers. And anything can happen. CAG obviously upsetting BDS yesterday, the defending major champions from Yanshiping.
Yep. And you can never underestimate your opponents in these scenarios, ever. So Eminem, make it slow down here. Just kind of reset. Direwolves have changed up their approach from a more flexible multi-floor setup with information to the mirror windows on Harambe instead. So in the first 2 rounds, Harambe is the player to look at in terms of flexibility for the side of the Wolves, or the Direwolves rather. Key member in both rounds.
Nade goes out and it'll open up one of those castle barricades. I don't know what Nathan is waiting for, particularly just to possibly play off of himself. As he shoots out the castle barricade on the landing of White Stairs. There goes the window next to it too. 2 separate players from Direwolves in close position. Ray collecting the kill onto Nafe. Not droning this out. Not getting good intel on that top floor. Allows Direwolves to punish this M&M squad. Mute Jammer will stop the Black Mirror on Cocktail Wall from being taken care of. Jackie Wu guarding over it. Jackie Wu was phenomenal in terms of shooting at the start of the round, and his run out from Ray after getting a kill ended by a Claymore. Suddenly M&M finding their mark with 2 big kills.
Yeah, I mean, the double kill from Ray is massive, but then the overextension there, trying to get that 3rd kill in the round, a bit unnecessary. The setup strategically from Direwolves is great so far. They got the jammers in the right spots, the mirror windows, and they're playing passive off those strong positions. But when you're in the 3v3, things can get a bit dicey all of a sudden. The 3 flashbangs on Nello's back, or in his pocket rather, is the only piece of utility the attackers have to get any sort of way into this map. And Solotov spin that last soft breach charge on Ash. It's all down to 15 seconds of gunplay.
15 seconds to go.
Solotov close to the bomb site. Hunting them down. Logic bomb's going off. He just misses an opportunity. It's Jackie Wu to collect. Jackie Wu picks up yet another. And M&M are too slow to the punch. Direwolves block them at the onset. And as the diffuser goes down, well, it's a 1v1. Harambe gets the final kill yet again. Direwolves up 2-0.
It's a very close call again, right? If we see the timing work out differently between Solotov and Jackie when the top White Stairs, then, you know, Jackie doesn't get this initial kill, nor does he get the second. And all of a sudden, it means M&M, they're in a 3 versus 1, which they can then win because the last member of Harambe is up above with no real way to contest the bomb site and where they would be planting. Another one of those very small details that goes the wrong way for M&M and gives the round to Direwolves instead. 2-0 now for them. They're gonna work their way through the bomb side. Starting up top, going main floor, now going to the first floor. Not the basement, as I will keep preaching and learning about. Frost being brought out.
You speak American when you're in America, okay?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Even though we're not.
We're not, yeah.
We're not in America. You know what I mean.
I see.
You know what I mean.
Harambe bring out the Frost. I spoke of how he's bringing out like the most amount of like flexibility and like round-defining operators. This one I'm a little bit like, is this round-defining question mark? Because we don't see Frost being played in the first floor bomb site pretty much ever on Cafe. Now you do bring the bubble shield. You can, as you see here, on the coat window, the big window jump in as well, deny the entries from the attackers. But it's not typically where the attack will be coming from. Typically, at least from European North American teams, we go for a roam clear, right? You go up top, you clear all the floors down, you do a bit of verticality, then you hit the bomb site. And looking at M&M, they have both the Bug and the Sledge and the Gridlock. This heavily kind of signals that they want to go for roam clear, get map control, do vertical damage control, and then hit the bomb site itself. That might make Harambe's Frost pick entirely useless in terms of gadgetry. But of course, you still have the Toilet Shield, secondary shotgun, etc. You still get value in the setup phase.
Oh, immediate engagement, and down goes Jackie Wu. Solotov enters through red stairs and starts off the killing. Jackie Wu has been a thorn in the side, but there's Souffle to pick up 2. Again, M&M not expecting these unpredictable roams from Direwolves. Souffle could have had a 3rd over towards Reading Door. No way he goes for the run out here.
You can't get out, you gotta fight your way out, I guess.
Harambe comes in for backup. M&M are just getting beaten to the punch every single time they try to get into this building. Nathan Tyrant off the board. Not the start M&M wanted.
Drone ready.
Oh, they're gonna slow things down now instead. You figure out the whereabouts of Souffle, if he's still active on the roam or not. And I mean, I hate to say, but like maybe the Jackal ban actually is genius in hindsight, because with how aggressive you're playing and like hiding in corners right now, Eminem gotta spend so much time and resources droning out every inch of the map to comfortably walk through. And that's all thanks to the Jackal ban. No Dookie being played on I either, so can't do the phone call rings as well.
Nitro Cell goes off. Pecan still roaming from above. There's another Nitro Cell tossed out for good measure. Uses beheads Pecan. At least that's a bit for Eminem. And now at close range, the Skeleton Key does the rest of the job. But Direwolves just roaming effortlessly, leaving Nello in a 1v2. Just under a minute to go. A flash onto White Stairs, but no drones, no intel. No wherewithal as to where either of these players from Direwolves are. Ray is playing very sheltered minutes at the moment. If Nello decides to go for a vault in towards Freezer, there's a frost mat underneath him. I don't think that's something that you quite expect. Instead, he'll open up a small part of this soft wall. Diffuser in hand, but at this point, with 15 seconds to go,
15 seconds left.
not able to get the plant down. Returning back to the bomb site, he knows there's one there. Nello will need to test his reflexes. There's one, a second lined up inside of Freezer, but he just runs away, and Nello can't make it work. He has no idea where he is, so he'll keep the clock running. But Souffle has all the time in the world to get back and seal the deal. Direwolves, 3-0, and a perfect rotation to start off defense.
It's a good look for them, really. And Eminem now, I mean, yeah, there it is. Tactical timeout request here, because we gotta turn this ship around. Things are not really working out for them at all. The aggressive roam not getting punished, third time in a row. And yeah, sure, Direwolves building a massive lead in the first minute of the round. It's still close, right? We're talking 1v1s, 1v2s, etc. It can really turn extremely quickly, but so far that early momentum is carrying Direwolves through these rounds effortlessly.
Now, the Jackal ban begins to make an awful lot more sense.
It does.
Now, how do you counter this if you're Eminem? Well, you've got Lion at your disposal. You've got a Nook who can get into an area, drone it out very quickly, get the Nook inside. If there's nobody from Direwolves nearby, you're probably not going to get spotted. Dokkaebi has been a staple. That can help as well.
I would actually go as far as to say there is, instead of like a micro, like a macro, like there's two ways to typically break it apart, right? There's the structured version. Let's say you play Monty. You pick it out of the map, you just walk through it. Monty will get the information, you have guns behind him, pew pew pow, you clear the map. We've seen that at 28 Invitationals against EG, Penta EG, right? They pick Monty, you walk through the map, you clear it all out. Then there's the more chaotic approach, and that's what you mentioned, the Nook, right? You just start sneaking in your own players on the attacking side into the map, and you just battle the opponent in chaos. Like, I think Dokkaebi here could be fantastic to pick apart Direwolves, but I also think Monty, Flores, Nomad, for example, like Nilo's showing here as well, can also in a more stable version just kind of lock them out of their place, pick things apart slower, and then have more guns in the same area of the map, because what's happening is Direwolves, they will swing into a 1v2 and win it. What happens if Eminem puts 3 guns in the same spot? Will they win the 1v3, or will they trade it out for a 1v1 instead? That's where I'm curious. But Direwolves, they're showing their own depths right now, right? They're doing Valkyrie, they're doing Pulse, they're doing Mirror, now they're doing Castle and the Maestro. So they're also playing aggressive some rounds, more intel heavy the next one. And even the Melusi being brought out, no one can sneak up staircases. So the Nook, perhaps in this case, might have been considered for them as a possible counter pick coming out from Eminem. It's not the case, but it's a good thought to have.
Look at Direwolves' lineup right now, and you've got tons of information at your disposal. You've got Pulse, who will likely be the single most important operator in calling where this advance of Eminem comes from. You've also got the Maestro cams of Jackie Wu. Those two will last long enough. There's no Twitch on the board for Eminem. You've got explosives, I suppose. Both Naif and Solotov have explosives in their kits as Zofia and Ash, respectively. You've also got intel from Frostmats. I know a lot of people don't think that, but as much as it might be uncommon that somebody jumps into a Frostmat, unless you happen to be a LATAM team yesterday where they all were just Frostmat magnets. I don't know what was going on with that region. But there's still intel there, because somebody almost always will try to recover the player in that Frostmat. And then you've got Lucy Banshees as well. Every single gadget for Direwolves will give information as to the whereabouts of where M&M are or where they are coming from. And, oh no, just missed opportunity from Harambe. They did a tiny point of damage to Solotov, but certainly not enough to kill. Solotov now has free roam upstairs in Cigar.
It's also a matter of frustration right now. I mean, these gadgets they take time to deal with. The Cancer Barricades, the Maestro Evil Eyes, etc. And I mean, 2 minutes have not been burned. M&M, they've made progress into one room. Oh, there they go. Nave picks up a kill Pecan. A little bit of too much of a movement there from Direwolves. But again, if you sit still in the corner, these nades, they might just hit their marks and become free kills for them. Ray goes for a retake, gets the kill. Claymore trades it back from Nave, but it's a 3v3.
They're just trading out so frequently and so quickly with 50 seconds to go. At least half the server still upright. And Jackie will lose some of cover over top of him. This is the 4th bomb site on Cafe to get played. Direwolves are just burning through them. Cocktail is still open. There's a Nitro cell, by the way, and it's good enough to take out Solotov. M&M don't know what lies beneath. This Direwolves team so electric at the moment. 20 seconds to go for M&M to get into the building. That's the struggle right now. Grenade goes out on the brown stairs, but M&M still have no information. A Banshee starts to make noise. Direwolves the opposite. They now know, and they find Tyrant because of it. But Nello's inside of the site. He has had these last dying moments to make things work. They know exactly where he is. It's a mad dash to get to him, and Harambe gets it done yet again. Good Lord, what is happening in this match? DW up 4-0.
In the last 3 rounds in a row, we've had someone from M&M, typically Nello, plant with 0 seconds left, and then the opposition just running in and taking him out. Sure, this time the diffuser actually went down, so you get a point for that, I suppose, in terms of like the statistics of planting, but the round for the 4th time in a row goes to Direwolves, and it's the same fashion every single time. Nothing's really truly changing in that scenario. They hold on early, and this time in M, they took all the time they needed. They kept all 5 members alive. They even got the opening pick, and then it falls apart again. They fall flat, and Direwolves, again, beautifully placed around the post below with the C4, gets a kill, 2 for 2 now. Then they play past the total bomb site. They drag down the timer to as far as they can, right? It hits 10 seconds in a 2v2. Chaos unfolds. Then you plant on 0 seconds. It's a free win for the defenders if you can make it back to the bomb site in time, which they did. Full bomb site rotation. Starting top, going reading, going kitchen, going mining. Back to the top floor bomb site again.
Well, you've got the site rotation being Cocktail, Reading, Bakery, and then Mining. And now Cocktail emerges yet again, but really, when it comes to these bomb sites, there's an embarrassment of riches for Direwolves. They can go anywhere. Because the issues that M&M are having right now don't change no matter what bomb site you go on. You'd think that attacking Bakery on that first floor would be the easiest. It's a relatively linear bomb site for some teams. You can pull off and execute without clearing out the top 2 floors. We've seen it happen time and time again. But M&M are trying to play into what Direwolves are doing now, and it's just not working.
No.
APAC are at their best when they are unpredictable and they are aggressive. They have extremely talented players and great mechanics, and that is showing off. And I think M&M might have come in thinking that Direwolves were going to roll over. It's not how it works. Don't ever sleep on an APAC team that has nothing to lose.
And I mean, I'm sure that a small factor to this as well is that Direwolves have not shown Cafe for 9 months. There's no real prep work that is relevant for M&M to really say, okay, what are we expecting from this? Like, I mean, sure, unpredictability, aggression, mechanical skill, whatever, classic APAC stuff, but they have no actual concrete visual information to kind of look at, be like, this is how Direwolves typically plays Cafe. That's not a thing. So you go in completely blind, Jackalbang comes out, and now you're in this position where you're playing on their turf and you are unable to break it, and you're not forcing them to play under your rules instead. That's how you find yourself down 0-4. Now, it is Cafe attack. Things can quickly change on the side swap in 2 rounds from now, but if you go, let's say, 6-0 up for Direwolves, I'm not sure it's gonna matter all that much.
This is also M&M's map pick.
That is true.
So, while it might be 4-2 on one side, and we always say, it's predictable, that's exactly what we're looking for. when you factor in a team that might not be the most experienced on Cafe, and you look at a team that's playing with effectively 2 subs at an international event, a 4-2 for them on any half on any map is well below what I'm sure the expectations are for their opponents. I don't think M&M suspected that Direwolves were going to get 4 rounds on either of these maps, and yet here we are. Direwolves, currently under pressure with just under a minute to go, find themselves losing some of the floor, losing their black mirror, hearing a drone go off, and right into the waiting arms of Yuzus. Harambe does die.
That feels bad, man. Moment if you're Harambe. I mean, you're under fire, grenades, for terror drones, crossfire, rappel angles, etc. He's dead for sure. But again, the time, the clock, 25 seconds. Nave on the sky with diffuser had to flashbang and just drop and pray for the best.
There's another drop, and that'll be sound that's heard by Direwolves. Nitro Cell goes off. It's not enough to shake Nafe off his position. Direwolves fighting back. There's Nafe down. The diffuser gets planted all the same. Jackie Wu, 2 kills. A 7th unobtainable. Solotov finds 2 of his own, leaving Pecan into a 1v3. Nice shot from Pecan onto the skylight. Absolutely obliterates Yuzus, but his luck runs out as he gets into a matchup head first against Solotov inside of Cigar. And M&M finally get on the board.
I mean, if Direwolves had a little bit more information there to know where the plant was going down, that could have been a round in their favor again once more, because they did have a C4 player. I believe it was Pecan on the Valkyrie actually before he came up white stairs, downstairs, and it did toss out his C4, but it missed the mark. It didn't know exactly where the plant was going down. Nave, he chose to plant not just right below the skylight, but along that long desk instead. And the reasoning for that is because you can see the post-plant position, so the diffuser case itself, from the skylight. That means that you are in the, like 100% the best location possible to kill anybody trying to defuse if there's a member on skylight, which they had, before Pecan took him out. Last members of M&M, they played post-plant from Cigar, and we saw what happened there. Great crossfire, Pecan swings, he loses the gunfight. M&M takes their first round on the board. And with all the options at their disposal, pretty much Direwolves, they say, we're gonna go downstairs to that kitchen bomb site instead. I mean, it worked out so greatly for them last time. And they're bringing out the mirror, the frost again. Pecan on the Goyo, because the time is running down every single time from M&M's side. Now, to suspect that these mirror, there's one of them at least, on side. The second one, I'm curious if it's gonna be upstairs or if they're both down here. I only see one so far. I am curious.
I feel like you're salivating over this matchup. You're fascinated by it.
He has one in his pocket, right? But I'm like, where are you going? Because he's still down. Maybe he's just waiting. I respect it. You could technically...
You know, they say that patience is a virtue.
It is, but sometimes you just want it right now.
Good things come to those who wait, my friend.
Waiting we shall. And so Ray, because he's still yet to put that down. M&M go for the same roam clear, but they're going to be much more cautious, I imagine, right? Drone out every inch. And Souffle in the same position. He's going to fall back early on. Not going to find the double kill this time around.
Almost all of these players on Direwolves have been formidable in 1v1s.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even Pecan. Yeah, it was ultimately impactless, but still the performance at the tail end of the last round was as close to an act of heroics as you're going to find. Coincidentally, the other team that we'll be casting later today.
True, yeah.
Team Secret versus Heroic coming up. That's you and I. I mean, there's going to be an abundance of matches on this channel. So tune in. Halfway through this round, there's been a Nitro Cell that's already gone off. One player inside of Train is that Solotov just missing out. Souffle gets away and escapes back down to the main floor.
I mean, I might go as far as that. M&M, they look scared right now. No one is swinging, holding offensive angles. I mean, they're like, there's a guy in Train. Let's all not peek the guy and just hold passive angles. He escapes, he gets away. But the benefit here is for M&M, they have Bok and the sledge. So the vertical floor here will get broken apart so quickly. The 1 minute 20 timer that they're working with actually is fine for them because of that fact.
Oh, absolutely. The defenders are going to lose whatever protection they may have above them. Direwolves usually very good with their Nitro Cells, almost gaining a kill per round with those explosive devices, have been wholly unsuccessful. Nave has been down on red stairs. There's a retrieval mission. Solotov watching, holding court. He'll go on to drones as anti-flank in the track stingers that go up. Souffle will be the one under fire at the bottom of red, escapes over towards Small Bakery. M&M need to be very wary of this. All the while that they're destroying this floor on the second floor, the time is going down. Pecan decides to look upwards, maybe an engagement, maybe not. Ultimately loses to the newly reanimated Knave. Still sledging going on from above. The drop will need to happen. Nello holds on to the diffuser. Solotov taking down Ray, but Solotov's now been downed as he goes through the hatch. Harambe firing hopelessly through the smoke. There goes Jackie Wu. M&M though, not able to play it. Wait, Nello gets it at the last second, but you have to ensure Dire Wolves stop it. Good Lord, that was close, and they pull it off as it's a flawless round in the end. Nobody from M&M dies. They get downed, but not secured. That must have been a nanosecond between that diffuser getting planted.
Yeah. I am very positive that was like a 0 point something. I didn't think they were going to have it. I mean, Nello, at the very last fraction of a second, starts that 7-second plant timer. And thank God for that, because otherwise that would have been like a 1v5 clutch on time. You heard the player comes there, M&M, spirits are high, saying let's get this comeback. They believe in it. They got the 2 rounds that they quote-unquote really desperately needed to have some room for mistakes now on the defensive side. And I'm curious to see how Dire Wolves are intending to pull apart these rounds, because I would say that they looked very well prepared for how they expected M&M to, approach an attack. They might have a similar good read on them on how they're going to do their defensives.
Now let's do the first half recap for all of you. The scoreline is 4-2 for Dire Wolves. That one is immediately evident. Both teams on streaks to get to that point. Dire Wolves winning the first 4 rounds. After the 3rd round, M&M called their timeout. They're only allowed 1 per map, so that's it. M&M do not have a safety net underneath them. M&M ended up finding a bit of a recovery as the first half went on. Rounds 5 and 6 went into the column of marshmallows and Molotovs. They get the diffuser down. They get the opening pick. They do it on Cocktail and Bakery. M&M actually leading the way in terms of opening duels. They got it in either all 5 rounds, or technically 4 rounds if you consider that one of those rounds was a trade. Dire Wolves only 1 uncontested first blood so far. This might be a quick one from Dire Wolves. So they aim to clear out the defenders that are playing over by reading. Logic bombs go off. There's a Lion on the board as well for good measure. But a clash emerges from M&M. And this one will be fascinating to watch.
I was gonna say, Knave's clash is... It's kind of iconic. He's one of the few players that are, as an IGL as well, who's happy to bring this particular operator. And it's hard to play Clash, not just as an individual player, but as a team, right? Because Clash, as an operator, doesn't do a whole lot without somebody behind her to assist and do damage with a gun. So the entire team now, or members of the team, had to play around this together. Oh.
An explosion goes off, but doesn't claim its intended target. Jackie Wu down below, hunting this Maestro. Nell's making some music with that LMG, that's for sure.
Sitting tight so far. No one's really taken any gunfights directly with one another. The Zero here bringing good information game, although almost jammed out to the floor. Stays alive for now. 1 minute 15 seconds left. Nello's gonna hold down below and train. I mean, I don't think he knows that he's actually safe right now. He thinks he's under fire. He's gonna stick around there for a while.
There's an Argus cam that goes off, gaining information. The unpredictability the Dire Wolves had on defense, much harder to do on attack. I don't know if Ray was looking for a jump in with the Dokkaebi or not, but he meets his death at the hands of Solotov, still from above. Putting the shield on his back, Knave pulls out the sidearm, down goes Jackie Wu, shield comes right back out, it's back to work. There's the flash, says Pecan, decides to repel on in. M&M sweeping through this Dire Wolves offense so far. 3 players from Dire Wolves all finding the end. Harambe's next one to go. Pecan guarantees that it won't be another flawless round for M&M, but he's got a tall task ahead of him. 4 separate players, and he'll be slowed down as well by the clash. Look at that, just almost fully immobilized. dropped through Laundry Hatch and pulverized by Usis. M&M 3 in a row, and they look far more confident on their very first defense than they did on most of their attacking rounds.
I agree, but I also say that Direwolves, they look less comfortable on their starting attacking round. I mean, the way they're playing on defense is everyone's kind of running around, doing their own thing in the roam, and that succeeded pretty much every single round but one. And now when you're the attacking side, the things are flipped. You don't have any freedom to move anywhere because as an attacker, you start with 0 map control, you spawn outside the building, you go to the roof of the cafe, then you work your way through and down, or down and through rather. So I'm curious to see if Direwolves can find like a stable way of approaching these rounds. Say this is our starting point, this is our end goal, and then work from A to B. Because in that previous round, they were everywhere and nowhere at the same time and never got any comfortable ground. And the moment they, kind of inched just a little bit forward, they lost 2 members immediately with no trades, no refrags or anything. And then you're playing 5 versus 3 against a clash. That's not going to bode well for you. They were hovering the Monty in the very first round. I think it was Ray on that particular operator, but they went off it with the attacker repick option 20 seconds or so later. I was curious if that was because of the clash that they saw. Maybe this round is the Echo because there's a counter picks to the Monty. I'm not sure, but not seeing the Monty, I'm happy to see a different GIGN operator in Twitch here try and combat some of these pieces of utility from M&M.
Yeah, I mean, look at the operator lineup for M&M. If you can get within range of it, and not have to, maneuver around a tight door frame, etc., you got mute jammers. That will be the primary target for this Twitch. You've got 3 ADSs to deal with. You've got the Goyo canisters, which can get blown up by the Twitch drone. Yokais as well.
Dirty.
At least it wasn't the Twitch that died. A Nitro Cell gets ripped from Usis, and down goes Jackie Wu. Jackie Wu, dare I say it, has been the most consistent player across the board for the team. But don't sleep on Harambe. Harambe's 7 kills, mostly coming in clutches at the tail end of rounds. Call him the trash man because he's always cleaning up.
Yep.
If you're a fan of basketball, you know what trash minutes are.
See, I don't watch enough sports for this. I'm very sorry. But I did appreciate the reference, even as a non-sports person.
You're very welcome.
Did he actually hit the drone? I didn't think he did.
It looked like he missed.
Yeah, I thought so too. Oh, he got it. Okay, no mind. We're just old. I was gonna say, I mean, he had a yokai during the spot like this. No way he missed, but you never know. This opening death from Direwolves really slowed things down, and Jackie Wu being the entry player, playing Iana, etc., it is gonna have this effect on the round, right? Souffle as a Twitch doesn't want to risk dying. Ray on Dokkaebi doesn't want to risk dying. And then you have 2 vertical players, both of which are very much needed, so we're just gonna take the cost of time due to this opening death and just have less time for the execute itself on this basement, or sorry, this kitchen attack rather.
Thank you for correcting yourself.
And I'm trying very hard. It's difficult.
These 4 rounds that Direwolves have put up against M&M is better than any single map that Wolves did against M&M over the last 3-4 months. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Certainly not me. And that's more so an indictment of Wolves, not necessarily Direwolves. I would have figured that Direwolves would have put up more than 3 rounds against M&M. Either way, Direwolves getting into the dying minutes, dying moments, I suppose I should say. There's only 40 seconds left. It's Harambe watching from above. That buck in a very familiar spot. Nafe will engage with 1, but there's a nade that's going to come out, and he needs to be much more proficient with his shooting than what we saw Usis. Finding a kill onto Souffle. Solotov taking out Ray. Direwolves barely able to get into the building. Pecan again denies a flawless round, but it's Harambe as last man standing. Direwolves in these last 3 rounds have only been able to muster 2 kills. Can they get a 3rd? No, they can't. Solotov seals the deal. Flawless round, and then it's a 4v0 and a 4v0 for M&M. Those are dominant holds and dominant results. And the last 3 rounds in particular have been mighty fine and more along the lines of what we come to expect from this M&M squad against almost any opponent. It's a tie game now, for what it's worth. And it's a timeout from Direwolves, maybe to try to settle the team down, as both teams winning 4 rounds in a row. 4 to start off the match for Direwolves, and now 4 for M&M to catch up.
Yeah, I think Direwolves with this timeout has to talk about changes needed in these rounds, whether it's operators, playstyle, or the approach to the individual rounds, right? And especially losing members early and also progressing fast enough to have time to work with. What we just saw in the kitchen attack, they made what I would call like a classical mistake where they opt for a bakery attack instead of going for a hatch drop with only 20, 30 or so seconds left. It's not enough time to clear out bakery, waiting next to it, and then go through prep, then get the bomb down, maybe reach the wall. It doesn't work. And we saw M&M, and we see most regions and most teams from all these regions just go for the hatch instead of what's called dining. Just drop the hatch, go for kitchen execute. It's way faster, it's arguably easier, and you don't need to clear as many things on your checklist to achieve the same goal. And it just looks like Direwolves don't have like a very precise or coordinated plan of what they want to do. It looks a little bit like there are 2 or 3 voices with 2 or 3 different ideas, and then it's kind of like, I guess we're gonna do this one. And then there's just not enough time to get it done correctly. And in the desk second that we just heard before this map started, Mandy and James spoke about how they used to have a 1-person IGL system, Direwolves that is, which is, you know, every team has been through this before. But now with these changes, they got like a 5-man IGL system. So all 5 members essentially are calling out what they see, ideas, and what they want to do in the round. And I'm sure that even though all 5 members are doing so, there's gonna be like one final voice who says this is going to be the plan. But I'm not seeing that these attacking rounds. I'm seeing a lot of, let's try this, see if it works, it does, what do we do now? Not quite sure. So get on the same page, one singular plan, follow that straight line, see where that takes you. Operator lineup-wise, we only see one change, no sledge on the board. We see Souffle on the Lion instead, trying to keep M&M stuck in their corners or stuck in their places. And seeing as they have both a pulse, a mirror, and a castle, this might actually work quite well for Direwolves because these are operators that all like to stand still in strong areas of the map, and the Lion charge can help capitalize if you have information and a way to act upon that information.
There goes the Lion on the run out from Solitov, but it's not caught, and he manages to get back in safely. Down goes Pecan. Uses under fire. Trapped over towards Laundry, and a nade will follow up from Jackie Wu, but M&M are long gone from that position.
Sensor deployed.
Nice gamble from M&M, and
Yeah.
it immediately starts off the round on much better footing than they could have hoped for.
And you can tell that M&M had that like telegraphed down to the T, because the moment Pulse jumped out, a member of M&M ran towards the basement, I think it was Usis on the Valkyrie, opened up the Garrett's door with him so he could get back in safety quickly. This wasn't a solo play from a Solotov just going for that crazy aggressive offensive play. No, this is him saying there's a guy repelling here, when a Lion charge comes out, I'm gonna jump out, someone please go basement and help escort me back. That means it's a 5 versus 4 instead of a 4 versus 4, and M&M, they keep the man count in their favor. That can be the difference maker in these kinds of rounds. And again, Direwolves fighting from behind, losing early man advantage again. Tyrant downstairs does not have a C4.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
He does have some vertical angles available to his disposal and a secondary shotgun if he needs it.
Bit of a calm before the storm.
Heartbeat sensor deployed.
Rambe will creep in towards White.
Oh.
Check for proximity sensors. And there's one there anyway. So he looked in the wrong part of the map. What more can you do?
It's tough.
Usis just continues to lose HP in these altercations, but not enough to get him into a grave. Jackie Wu, the drop on in, but swung by Tyrant, and now it's Nave from above. Souffle to stop another flawless round. Boy, oh boy, Direwolves have just completely fallen apart from what we saw out of them at the beginning of this map. Softening up Tyrants, and can't do anything else beyond that. M&M, 5 rounds in a row. A flawless, then they lose one, then they lose one, and then they lose none, and that's another flawless. Direwolves only able to get 2 kills in the last 4 rounds. That's not where you want to be, and I think this might have been what we expected of the M&M Direwolves matchup all along.
I mean, it speaks to Cafe and the nature of attack versus defense. Same goes for like Theme Park Villa, where there are just such a thing as you are either an attacker team or a defending team, and you will struggle on the side that you're not good at. And then, of course, when we talk about the best teams, like the absolute best teams in the world, they're strong, or neutral at least, on both sides. And that's how you start seeing matchups, you know, not just kind of flop on its head. We see Direwolves get 4 really impressive rounds of defense, and then they cannot buy a round on their attack. And M&M, they're not playing perfect Siege either. They're playing really good Siege, but there are gaps that Direwolves can expose, but they're not even getting into those positions because they keep losing that early member, and then they don't know where to go from there. It almost feels as if they need all 5 people alive to achieve their goal, and the moment that doesn't go their way, they're just kind of wandering around. I mean, we just saw a 4 versus 5. They're walking on basement, no drones, walks up white stairs single-handedly, no trade, no nothing. And if you win the gunfight, great, you just dies. If you lose the gunfight, however, then you're playing 3 versus 5. Do that 2 or 3 times in a round, and then you're gonna start seeing these kind of flawless 1v5s happening for the defenders, because it's your job as an attacker to create the openings, not just find them, but if they're not given or represented to you, make them happen yourself. I like this aggression from Pecan. There's a drone at his feet as well. But are we hunting blindly or with an objective in mind? We're chasing ghosts.
They absolutely are. Pecan being guided up white stairs. The E1D goes off, but no targets are found. Watching the open hatch. M&M, as stoic as ever. Who blinks first? That's the real question. There's nobody really near the hatch, though. So Direwolves, again, as you said, hunting ghosts, apparitions, floating around the map.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good, and now we're just kind of stopping again. Now, there are members on soft floor that is the struggle from below with grenades from M&M. Pecan could punish with the nades below.
Nade ready for Pecan. Ray getting the lead-off kill for Direwolves. That's what they need. And they need to start stitching these together. You've taken out one of the 2 top players for M&M. Down goes Ray, Nello follows. Jackie Wu, 2 of his own before Tyrant ends that rain. A flash will go in from Tyrant as he escapes towards the back of bar storage. Pecan running up, but it's Harambe to meet his fate at the hand of Nafe. Another EE1D goes out, all expended at this point. Souffle and Pecan to work together against Tyrant and Nafe. Still about half, just under half of the round to go.
Yeah.
Very quick, very early action right now. Direwolves did so well on defense when they played their game. M&M were not able to lay into them the way that they wanted. But now playing this slower game that M&M can often flourish in, even though they are a quick team more often than not, they catch Pecan sleeping. And now it's all down to Souffle. On Repel will swing in towards White, and it's all done from Tyrant. 3 kills for Direwolves in that round, significantly better than the last 5 rounds that we've witnessed, but still just not good enough. And after a 4-0 start to this matchup for Direwolves, M&M have won 6 in a row, and they sit on match point.
I was honestly really loving what I was seeing from Direwolves in the first minute and 20 or so seconds. I mean, once they're when they're moving, when they're actively doing something, it looks really good. But the moment they start either slowing down or standing still entirely, a lot of flaws represent themselves, right? I mean, in that 2 versus 2, why is Lion jumping out the white stairs window and walking outside the building doing nothing, and then Anna goes on a drone next to 2 enemies and dies while on drone? That is puzzling to me, but previously, with the pick apart the 5v5, they built the meta advantage, white window holo repel, Nate comes out, soft destruction from below, they get a trade going, and even a numbers advantage. That all looked fantastic for them, and then it just didn't any longer. It's a very small part of Direwolves' play they need to improve upon, but it's massively affecting them essentially in all of these rounds on their attacking side. And at this point, I worry if they just run out of juice for this one. Jackie Wu now gonna go into Nuke. That's gonna be an operator change rather for them. First time so far. But it's very late. It's match point. And now we're gonna just try and go off more individual play, lingering around, looking for kills. M&M, they're gonna play that team style, just like Direwolves did in their defense, right? The Mira, the Maestro, the Goyo, information game across the board. Jackie would almost have to make a miracle happen this round to really justify the Nuke pick with how things have been going so far.
There are the logic bombs. Direwolves again very quickly into the building to clear out this top floor. Map on the line. Not to overuse the pun, but this isn't exactly dire for Direwolves. This is M&M's map pick. DW gave M&M quite a scare to start things off, but then it was business as usual for this European squad. Being able to claw it back. No amount of changing things up on operators, changing things up on entry, and a timeout could really stem the tides against DW.
Nello, he's like, this right stairs hold is mine. He's got a jammer, a beat boop, and like he's got everything locked there. Nello just seems on Cafe he picks a spot with Maisho, and he'll just play there with the LMG and just like stick around for the entirety of the round. And he mostly goes unpunished. Like Nello is a very stable anchor player in the UL.
Oh, Solotov on the run out yet again, and does it while the EE1D is active. Jackie, woo, slaughtered by Solotov down below.
Good night.
15-5, and Solotov is just continuing onward from what we saw yesterday. It's a bold move by Pecan to just charge headfirst into a black mirror. It does not work out. Direwolves with just 2 players left. Not a single player from M&M in the grave. Harambe on rappel. Oh, he'll actually take down Nello and secure at the last second. Again, denying a flawless round. M&M have come so close to it. And Souffle sees Solotov, and down he goes at the hatch. But Souffle will need to win a 1v4 that is now a 1v3 in order to propel his team towards round 12. If not, M&M Gaming wins 7 rounds in a row and take their map. There's another E1D used. DMR packs quite a punch, so Souffle can get 2 shots onto his opponents. That's more than enough. But they watch him from above, and he gets taken out from multiple angles. Business as usual, indeed. M&M, what a triumphant second half of this matchup. Direwolves mustering just 7 kills over the final 6 rounds. That's not exactly the end of a map you want, but M&M are clearly awake.
Yep. I mean, and it's the first game of the day, right? Like, normally the issue for M&M is that the early game doesn't work for them. They fixed that problem, seemingly so. But Cafe, kind of going to this, but like Cafe is going to be a given. Border is the real question mark, in my opinion at least, as to how far can Direwolves take it, because this, of course, was the map pick of M&M. So I'm curious how that's going to fold out in a second.
Well, we have to recap this matchup, and then we want to get into Border, but we have commercials for you first. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
For Direwolves, that was an exciting start, but then that was pretty much it. And I mean, we can try to sugarcoat it as best as we want, but ultimately those final 7 rounds, let's be charitable, let's say the final 6 rounds for DW fell probably well short of their own expectations in that matchup, only being able to muster 6 kills over those 7 rounds.
Yeah, it was not a good look, to be honest, when Direwolves went to the attacking side, but defense looked great for them. So the first half, stellar. Second half, can do better.
There were 2 flawless rounds by M&M, and then 2 more that also could have been flawless rounds.
Yeah.
So, where do you go from here if you're Direwolves? Well, you go to border.
I was going to say, you just go border, you go next. I don't think you're going to think about Cafe, I don't think you want to think about Cafe, and honestly, the way border plays out as a map is nothing like Cafe either, right? But both attack and defense, I think Direwolves will thrive more on this particular map.
I mean, it really depends on what we see Direwolves play like. When they were on Cafe, they excelled on defense because they played so unpredictably. M&M were not expecting a full top floor hold on every single bomb site, basically. They wanted to take both the hatches, go after Bakery. It's an easy clear on that top floor. But guess what? There's 2 Direwolves players sitting right under the hatch. If you play this game in ranked, the words you would say after most of those deaths are, why are you there?
Yeah. I was going to muster out something else, but very similar, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's probably something that you can't say on television.
Nope.
But you would say, why are you there? Why are you dry peeking a hatch? And I mean, we knew that that was the tempo that they were going to set when immediately Pecan dies in the first moments of the round by deciding to swing onto the main door with a player of M&M sitting just outside of, the APC or whatever you'd like to call it, whatever vehicle it is. I'm not American. I suppose Russian, but I don't know. I don't know these weapons.
We just call them cars, essentially, right?
Well, it's not a car.
It's not, but
it's armored vehicles.
Gamers are very simplified people. It's a car, that's 4 wheels, boom, boom, car, bam.
Of course.
Yeah.
Either way, M&M carried by the strengths of both Yuzis as well as Solotov. Solotov and Yuzis have been 2 of the most consistent performers in all international events that they've competed in. In fact, Yuzis is one of the highest rated players in all live events over the last year. And while it's been the Solotov show for the last day and a half at this point, there's still plenty of time for Yuzis to catch up.
Yeah. But also, it's a team effort as well for me. It's not just Yuzis or Solotov in this case. Everyone's working together.
You pulled the words out of my mouth.
Great.
And then you put them in your own mouth, and then you spat them out.
And I'll take full credit for what I said. You don't get those cookie points.
I apologize. These are the stats for you, by the way. When we were talking about it being the Solotov show, 16-6, 5-0 on entry.
I mean, the big one's the 5-0 entry, because that's 5 rounds where you play 5 versus 4 advantage. That is a significant lead to have. And then you have Pecan going 0-4. That could be 5 or 4 of those 5 kills, 4 opening kills, could just be Pecan to Solotov, essentially.
Harambe's not even a player on the team.
He did great.
Harambe and Ray came onto this team to patch the holes that Direwolves suddenly found themselves needing to plug. And Harambe was the one who ultimately ended up at the top. Now, I will qualify this and say that the majority of Harambe's kills came in those first 4 rounds.
Yes.
And they did come in clutch moments.
Yeah.
But they came playing those sheltered, late, anchor, save-the-day style moments, which is huge because there's 2 rounds in particular of those 4 that you can directly credit Harambe for winning. And if you have a player on your team who can single-handedly win you 2 rounds, that's massive.
It is.
That's huge.
I mean, we always make the joke about you can have 2 kills, you can have 10 kills, but if it's 2 1 versus 1s, that's 2 entire rounds. You can have 10 kills in like a 1v5, you get 2 or 3 picks a couple of times and that's it, right? Valueless kills.
I mean, look at Direwolves, for example. Those last couple rounds, as we head into border, by the way. Look at Direwolves. Okay, those last 6 rounds or whatever, they actually got 7 kills in 7 rounds. My math was off. But how many 1v4s did they end up in?
Yeah.
You kill 3 people, you lose the 1v1, but you do that 3 times, you're going 9-3 over those 3 rounds. And that looks great, but ultimately, maybe you're baiting, maybe you're lurking, maybe you're not playing your role correctly. There's a lot of variables in it, but you can just look and say, okay, well, they went 9-3, they must have been so good. When in all reality, the person who went 2-3, but 1 rounds with those 2 1v1s, infinitely more valuable. That's when we talk about exit kills. That's when we talk about impactless kills. because not all kills are equal. Anyway, Nick, border, operator bans rolling in, and we've already got some familiar faces being removed from play.
Yeah, we have, but a bit of a change up here because this time around it is going to be Direwolves spending out the Asami, which leaves Solus open. Eminem, they opt for the Mossy ban, which is specific to Direwolves themselves, I believe, because Mossy is not a staple border ban by any means, and quite frankly, Mossy doesn't really get banned at all throughout any.
Oh God, I can't remember the last time I saw.
I mean,
okay,
there was a Mossy meta way back when he had the secondary shotgun or
finish?
weapon.
May I finish?
Oh, you go.
May I finish?
Yeah, you go. Sorry.
I cannot remember the last time I casted a match, or even we casted a match,
Being defused by attackers.
where Mozzie was banned.
No, it's that long ago. It is.
See?
Yeah. Two different ways to look at it. A lot of nerves happened to this operator because when he first came out, he was rather strong. Played very commonly, paired with Mute. Where nowadays you see a lot of Mute without the Mossy instead. Doc, an operator that was played a bunch way back in year 1 of the game's meta. Didn't see that much play in the last 2 years or so, but then with that buff where the Doc stim heal you to full, even from an injured state essentially, has now brought some life back into this particular operator. The Bailiff secondary shotgun, of course, can help you make rotations in the prep phase. That goes a long way, and a bulletproof camera as well. Quite the versatile operator indeed. Let's not forget the 1.5x scope that ranked players and some gunners in pro play loves to bring. Any excuse to play that kind of scope and you'll take it.
I think these first couple rounds here for Direwolves will be crucial. Eminem opting to go onto defense first. Direwolves pick this map, so Eminem picks the side. We're still only a day in and only 8 matches technically into this event. I'm curious to see what the stats for Border will be after today. Does it skew defender-sided? Does it skew attacker-sided? The cafe that we just saw was outstandingly defender-sided.
Oh yeah.
But then the theme park that we saw last night that you and I casted between DZ and Heroic was incredibly attacker-sided. So sometimes things change. Utility being used from Direwolves now as we're past the 1-minute mark. Top of East is the main focus. Nafe under fire. Scoots back down to the bomb site. Be very careful because teams can take East and then lobby very quickly, and if you're not watching for that entry and you're not establishing crossfires, you can lose control of that part of the map very quickly. Oh my. Uzis gets pounced upon. Nice coordination by Direwolves to get the lead-off pick in this map, the lead-off pick in this round.
Not just that, but also Eminem, there's no one anywhere remotely close to Uzis' position, so he's completely isolated. It's a good punishment from them. Yellow pings come out, information's on the board for Direwolves and Solotov. But the timing, he misses a free kill.
Oh, Pecan softening up Solotov as he gets away, almost to the point where he would die from running through a wall. Or if he'd already run through a wall, might have been enough for him to perish. First member of DW in the ground, it's Pecan. Dave heads back to the bomb site. A man on a mission. Solotov will get some calls from the pulse of Nello. Right now inside of security, or just below security rather, watching it.
He could flank this if they see this last member 90 walking away. Can retake top floor with the Oryx. It's that rare scenario, it might just pay off.
Oh, and there we go. A jump up. Solotov will look to exploit whatever anti-flank that does not exist from Direwolves. But there's a collision course. No, he looks away at the last second. They pass each other like 2 ships in the night. Solotov downing the sledge, but not able to secure. Direwolves get them in the clutch. Nitro Cell goes off. It's good enough for a single kill onto Jackie Wu. That was the downed player from Direwolves. Nick, this is prolonged action. Harambe's got Diffuser, safely planting it. And DW looking far more confident already than they did on Cafe on any of their attacks. Nafe is the last man standing, and if he goes for the drop, they'll hear it. Can he stop Harambe at the last second? No, he can't. Souffle up top. That's the insurance policy. And while you've got one planting the diffuser, you've got another watching. You're going to have that third be wherever they want. Direwolves starting off Border with a round victory, and it will not be 8 rounds in a row for Eminem.
It was an extremely cursed round in terms of timing. I mean, the Solotov had 2 instances himself. Souffle and Lion had 2 instances as well, where like the moment they look away, someone like leaves the crosshair, like just at the edge of their scope, they don't see the opponent, etc. And then at the very end, with 8 seconds left, I mean they're chasing the planter. DW, they change the plant position. Souffle catches on top floor from 90 to the long hallway towards east stairs and gets that final kill. And with that round not working out for M&M, they're gonna change their bomb site preference rotation around. Starting in Tellers is not super typical. Armory is second on the menu instead. Operator lineup is very similar. There are some differences though. We do have the Warden to combat any smokes or flashbangs. We do have Tyrant actually giving his run at the Solace Operator. If you watched the game yesterday from M&M, it was Solotov who played Solace exclusively on Clubhouse against Wolves.
I did watch that game.
Oh, I think you cast it too actually. It was a very great game.
But it did?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, because I was there. That means you were there.
Oh.
Yeah. I always know where you are if I'm somewhere because we just happen to be there together every single time.
That's very coincidental, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Sometimes it's how it goes.
Funny how that works.
Yeah.
Very, very funny.
Speaking of people who aren't where they're supposed to be, I hope you feel better, Hap, because Hap, he has fallen ill, I believe, today. He made a tweet. So, Emmy and I think Demo are working together today instead.
Now that is a throwback.
Yeah, it is a throwback, yeah.
See, for those that aren't aware, Hap and I have a public relationship where we hate each other's guts.
Okay.
It's actually very one-sided. I jokingly hate Hap, and I always make fun of him all the time. So what I'm about to say is very rare.
I'm reloading.
I hope you feel better, Hap.
Clip it, save it, ship it, and use it against Parker in every single instance you can have because that is not one you're going to hear many times in the future.
Just honestly a really nice guy, but I will say that Fluke and Demo used to be a duo way, way back in the day, and I always thought it was very enjoyable to listen to, so it'll be good to have that little throwback in front of us. There was actually a period of time where you had food poisoning that I almost ended up casting with Jesse on the first day because we didn't know if you were going to be good to go either.
Oh, that is true. And as good colleagues as we are, we just make it work. We pair people together that might have the magic or might find the magic together, and sometimes it's a throwback, sometimes it's the new people you cast with.
I mean, I casted a grand final in Mexico through food poisoning.
Oh,
so
yeah. Oh, boy.
I might have had blue cover for me a couple times, but that's it. Either way, not a lot of action that's here. You might be wondering. F.
F indeed.
Not sure how Pecan blew himself up with that one, whether it was just a misplay or not, but look at Yuzis coming to his teammate's rescue. Harambe is there for added measure. Solotov in on the fun as well. Direwolves with a single kill. The pre-fire from Harambe, but there's 2 separate sets of bullet tracers to go in. Now Jackie Wu, last man standing. He knows where his targets are, or at least where 2 of the targets are. The other 2 seem to escape him for now. Nice pick on the Solotov. Doesn't understand that the rotate is coming back into break room. No, swing and a miss, quite literally. Jackie Wu fails to take out the wall.
Oh, he just looked. Oh, I was going to say, he just camera.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. 20 seconds left. Jackie Wu looking for the last 3 players on M&M. He'll find them, just won't be able to kill them. He doesn't actually see Nafe at all. Does M&M answer back? We tie the game.
Nave joining M&M has actually been a very good look for them, especially in terms of their map pool. It's something that the analysts, in our green room with talent's been talking about, where Nave came from Na'Vi, who had a different map pool than that of M&M. And when you come from one team to another, you have this thing that's called, Control-C, Control-V when it comes to map strats and whatnot. And it can really help elevate teams' like their map pool, essentially, like how many maps they can play and in how many different ways they can play them. It's always interesting to see because M&M typically don't play Border, for example. They don't play Bank. With Nave on this roster, well, they're playing Border right now, and I would not bet money on this because that shouldn't be the case, but I'm pretty certain they could also play Bank now because Nave has Conference that used to play quite well from Na'Vi. 1-1 so far, nothing's decided. So M&M defense on Border, DW on attack, and we've seen Tellers into Armory, now into Ventilation. Now all of these bomb sites on Border, they play out rather differently. The one thing they have in common, you always, no matter what bomb site you're playing on, want to have control of the top floor. Obviously, if you're an Armory, that's what the bomb site is. That's a no-brainer. But if you're playing Ventilation, up above, verticality. If you're playing Tellers, go up above, verticality. What M&M are not showing right now, they're not really playing much above. They're playing horizontally so far, playing customs, a kite claws, denying the entry breaches, etc. Extending also to the east side here, into towards bathroom and Teller side. So it's a different kind of take on this classical defense that might actually catch Direwolves off guard.
Scanning for electronic devices. Reload!
Information again being brought by M&M. Valcams and a pulse sensor will be on the board. Immediately, Tyrant has found one player, and it happens to be an IQ. This will be a nice game of rock, paper, scissors between the two of them, or I suppose cat and mouse, etc. Souffle, first one to take some damage on Direwolves. Pecan will vault right into the waiting arms of Solotov, blinded completely, but he has the drop onto the hatch. Played well by M&M. They do surrender that part of the map upstairs in security, but they get a pick for their trouble, and it's the Yana that goes down.
No secondary EMPs or Thatcher from Direwolves means they can't open up any of these walls because of the kite claws, and even if they get top wall control, they can't really get the hatches either unless they were to get soft destruction like the secondary soft breaches or grenades, which they have none of right now because Pecan fell early to the entry death rather. So, bit of a tough position to be in. Direwolves, it does not look like they were fully prepared for this strategically speaking, because right now they don't have a clear goal in mind, it looks like. Not a clear path. On all this information, DC4s, they could get very deadly from below.
Oh, Nave looked for the Nitro cell, but got baited into it, and Jackie Wu takes him out, missing the Gone 6. A second kill for Jackie Wu as he gets out of dodge with his life still intact. Have his HP down. Now it's Nello to fall next for M&M. Souffle on a single point of HP, and Jackie Wu is a bullet or two away from the grave. It's doable for M&M, but it's tough. Another round that Solotov will use Oryx's ability to jump up through a hatch. And a potential retake is there. He'll get spotted by the Lion before repositioning towards the armory door. Ray taking out Tyrant means it's Solotov in a 1v2. But again, Souffle is on a single point of HP. Ray, fully HP.
And he has Diffuser as well. I mean, he can let them come to him. He can go below. 25 seconds left. Tons of options for Solotov here on the table.
No information for DW. They might have a single drone available, but Solotov is going to have to line them both up. There goes Souffle, but he can't engage on Ray. He thought they'd be coming from different angles, but the call was wrong. Direwolves winning in the early round, and that momentum and that numbers advantage just carried through to the bitter end, giving them their second round. Neither team winning more than one in a row, but DW does regain the lead.
I mean, that entire round essentially is won from DW because of Jackie Wu. He jumped in towards the bomb set window of ventilation, gets 2 kills, and casually jumps out again. And sure, it comes down to a 1 versus 1, Diffuser dropped upstairs, etc. It's a bit messy, but it looked like it was a completely lost round because strategically M&M had a really good read on what they wanted to do. DW did not. Sometimes a hero play can send you right back into a winnable position, and that was all thanks to Jackie Wu in that round on Buck. It's always, since the introduction to the secondary, the Gone 6, the sidearm essentially, it's always awkward that somebody gets an injure, a down but an out, and you go for a secondary pistol swap, and it's a Gun 6, you either miss or you get the... It's like, and it happened with Jackie with that round, where he has the Buck gadget, you can just like use the shells, get the kill finish, but everyone is so used to just go for the pistol sidearm and get the finish, run away. You're fast with a pistol in your hands, but we do see time and time again those Gun 6s being, it's like tossed in the most absurd and weird scenarios possible, and that was one of them.
I know that it's not it, but I always think those castle barricades from above with the the dog head on it looks like one of the Goyo canisters been put on it. And I remember the very first time I ever saw it, I was like, why isn't somebody putting a Goyo canister on the castle barricade?
I think
it's the Castle Elite skin.
Ah, there it is, yeah. I think I saw a Reddit post explain a similar situation. People are like, why is, like, what is this? And like, oh, it's the Elite skin. Yeah, that makes sense.
Gun activated. Come on out, Chief.
Can be a little confusing.
Sensor activated.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Bomb site rotation so far for M&M. Teller's bathrooms down below. Armory up top. Vent down below as well. Nice shot from Solotov. He gets away and now uses in on the fun. Two separate players from M&M finding the scoreboard, and Ray and Pecan are as good as gone. Pecan has had some serious struggles. It's staying alive, which is very bad because Pecan is almost always on one of those entry roles. That means Soufflé and Jackie have to do even more of the heavy lifting.
He also always plays the only set of grenades as well, so utility-wise, a massive loss to lose him early in the round because he never gets to use them, really.
Jackie Wu will drone himself in at this point. Still 2 drones available for Soufflé, so information for Dire Wolves, if they want to use it, is available over the remaining half of this round. But where do you go next?
You gotta clear the top floor as they are right now. Then you get head control, bit of verticality, of course, but the timing again, it's crazy.
Oh, use this just on the wrong side of the timing equation. He at least gets the pick onto Harambe. That's the ace down. You don't have to worry about any more hard breach. Jackie knows that there's one down below, but has given his position away still upstairs. They must have known that the Buck was playing in the spot because of all of the noise and carnage that was happening at the hands of that skeleton key. Soufflé as Ash drops on down, has diffuser in hands, but Tyrant is prepared for that. Posted up and looking longingly towards the bomb site. Now it's all up to Jackie Wu, and he doesn't go anywhere.
I cannot see the dodges, I can only hold the push.
I don't know how did the guy. I see for the guy as well. The guy's just not dead.
Always nice to listen into the player comms at the end of the round. M&M locking down that top floor, and I like how after they had Solotov holding the position that he did, they fell off of Armory Wall, retreated to the other side upstairs. They used the castle barricades to effectively cleave the top half of the map, and then play safely in the back portion, allowing Dire Wolves to take office, to take Fountain, but East was still held by M&M.
I mean, that's the thing that M&M is doing so well on Border so far, is that they're, and you touched upon it, they're really good at kind of choosing when they want to give something up. Sometimes when they get a kill, they say, okay, we got a kill in this first room, let's play the second room now, fall back one area. And other times, you see Solotov just kind of fall back when he's under too much pressure because the risk versus reward isn't worth it. He's sitting thinking, if I stay, I'm probably just gonna die, then we're playing 4 versus 5. I'm gonna then sacrifice and give up this area of the map, give Dire Wolves time on the clock, but not give them over, or surrender rather, a kill for them. So strategically, M&M, they're showing a very good read on how they want to approach this as a team. That last round, like definitely in that previous round.
I will say the fact that this is back and forth, far better opportunity for Dire Wolves than we have seen presented during the latter half of Cafe.
It's looking a lot better for sure. I do think that, as she's mentioned, Pecan, that's kind of where my eyes are at. So he needs to get something going for him. Or what you could do for DW, change your operator lineup so that Pecan plays maybe the Twitch instead, the Lion, the Dokkaebi, etc. Get someone else on the entry operator with that set of grenades, because right now, unless Jackie plays Sledge, you don't really have any grenades to spare or to spend, because Pecan is usually just dead with them in his pocket. So small change could go a long way here for them, but so far, keeping things the same.
Yeah, it's a bit curious to me that you keep using somebody who consistently dies in these opening duels, but haven't even considered maybe swapping up these roles. I get it. You have Ray and Harambe come onto the team.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to swap these roles up. You had Reaps, who is on entries, no longer on the squad. That necessitates a change in and of itself.
You are correct. It's not the perfect circumstance to be in. Making the most out of it right now. I do like the second grenade set on Jackie on the Sledge here, just to give a little bit more of an opportunity to get those kills. Solotov, the big problem right now inside of CCTV is holding on, because as long as he doesn't get, under too much pressure, he sees no reason to fall away from this position.
He's a little bit too high up, but he reads into it, and down goes Soufflé. The Twitch drones have already provided so much value. But the smoke just ended up being a smoke screen. Pecan knows where Solotov is playing. continuing the success that we've seen at Solotov. 8 kills. We have 16 in the previous map, so 24 in total. Could find yet another. Is he as good of a shot as he thinks he is? He's going to get slow peeked. And Pecan wins the engagement, as do 2 other players from Direwolves. They topple these defenders of M&M, and now the diffuser goes down, but Nafe is there, catching out on the Pecan. Nafe can't go for the drop. He gets jumped on by the sledge. It's all up to Tyrant inside of Office, but he's going to need to look after the sledge on the left. Can't do it. Jackie Wu secures the kill. Yet again, no team can win more than a single round before surrendering it to their opponents. It's a seesaw that sets us up in the 6th and final round of this first half, with Direwolves on top 3-2.
And we speak a lot about how M&M they are strategically playing these rounds extremely well, and what we just saw there was actually the opposite of that, right? Solotov, maybe a little bit overconfident, is kind of toying with the opponents, right? Going for re-peaks constantly, applying pressure, etc. Could have fallen back through the 90 rotate. He had a safe escort on his teammate, but he wanted to challenge Ayana, Pecan on that 1 versus 1. And you and I are talking about how Pecan, 1 and 4, not really getting things done, dying early. He stayed alive, used both grenades, won the gun battle against Solotov, and opened up things on that side of the map. And at the same time, it was an archive sandwich window execute for the other members of DW, and they won all 3 gunfights in the span of 2 seconds and got full bomb site control. And then that plant started getting established inside of Armory. So well done to them. The one time M&M does not fall back and sacrifice the map, area of the map that they need, that's when they get punished. 3-2 final defense. Solotov's kind of playing a couple of different operators right now. Doc mostly, non-Valkyrie instead. Tyrant actually playing the Ella. Might help catch any members of Direwolves coming up a staircase, going in a window, in a door, etc. because they are just kind of creeping around in that previous round.
I think this actually is a good position for Direwolves to be in.
Certainly.
Cafe and Border are not the same map, but the unpredictability that we saw by this Direwolves squad. Now, it might be a little bit more challenging on a map like Border. It's not as big of a map, and it's not as vertical of a map, so you can... I honestly believe that M&M can get away with not sufficiently droning out portions of this map the way that you cannot get away with that on Cafe. But I still think Direwolves will have the upper hand if they can translate the play that they did on Cafe. Oh. Hey, nice shot by Pecan. Stunned out, but still beheads Tyrant and grabs another for his trouble on the Solotov. We were critical of his play, but it doesn't really matter. He proves us wrong. 2 kills from M&M in quick succession. It's 3v3. Oh, Nello sees him, cannot connect. And he needs to control this Alda as the flashes go out. A drone will now come in and lay at his feet. Pecan taking damage from somewhere else entirely. And out comes a grenade, but Nello reads into that one correctly. The wall bucked open. Jackie Wu continues his streak from what we saw in the previous round, being as dangerous as ever. Maybe a brief pause, Nick, so we're only halfway through the round and there are 4 players left.
I think it's time that we slow things down though for DW, right? You gotta figure out where are these last 2 remaining defenders, what do we have to work with? We have full top floor control that we care about, Armory Archives. The issue is, it's the Ace above and Bog below. You're gonna kinda, in an ideal world, flip these positions because Ace has a very limited vertical destruction. Thankfully, some has been done for him already, so they can work with this. The second problem is, it's Harambe on the Ace who has Diffuser. He has to get down the stairs to like progress in this round. Planting in a 2v2, essentially it's a 1v2. It's not gonna be easy. You wanna look for 1 kill, make it a 2v1, then go for the plant.
Oh, Usus outduels Harambe. It leaves Jackie Wu to clutch the round for his team. Doesn't hold the diffuser, so kills will be the name of the game. A shotgun at close range from Nafe. The storm in the hands of Usus. There goes some intel. Jackie Wu spotted 1, but will try to get to him. Can't do it. Nafe has the cross. It happened. That whole first half in the books. No team winning more than a single round in a row. 3-3 the scoreline. Side half swap, but given what we saw out of the first half on Cafe and what we saw out of Direwolves on defense, I think this is a very good position for Direwolves to be in based on the matchup we've seen so far.
No, I fully agree. I think this is a spectacular position for them to be in. And also, in the last 2 rounds, Pecan, like the arguably only member of DW not really being fully present on the scoreboard with the impact in the rounds, he really stepped up. And it looks like it has just shifted. He's now here, he's playing Capcan, playing those explosive operators once more. Has both the C4 and the Capcan traps themselves. Pog mats also being put into work here. Whenever I hear a player, not every time, but sometimes when I hear a player comes, as we just did with Eminem the last 2 rounds, I think a lot of fans, they're always thinking, professional comms, they got it like very clean and crisp. And then you hear player comms being like, what the, word? I can't see anything. It's like, okay, that's the player comms, Sometimes it's just like your general casual rank stack where it's like, I can't see anything, or I didn't realize this, like my bad, whatever. It's not always a perfect world. Funny things happens in the server sometimes, like in the voice comms, that is. You miscommunicate, etc. Mistakes, they are prone to happen at any level of play. So it's always fun and cute to kind of see. I wish, like in a perfect world, that every single team would speak the same language. That way anyone could understand each other. I said yesterday in our other cast that I wish I could listen to LATAM teams, like fully understand what they're saying, because I would be very intrigued to hear how they communicate and operate.
Just learn Portuguese. First kill of the second half goes to Tyrant. Lobs a nade up, and from below, Ray is blown sky high. Talk about gadget persistence, more persistent gadgets. I mean, I suppose you've got some gadgets that can be quite persistent. You ever have to deal with an enemy drone? Anyway.
Okay.
Those frost mats will still exist. The deployable shield will likely still exist. All things that are available for the defenders are not gone because the frost perished. Logic bomb goes off. Can another be secured? Solitov has been losing a lot of these duels to Pecan as of late, but the second weapon for Eminem is still operational. And Uses can refrag his teammate. Half the round gone. Ooh, Harambe just toying with East right now.
Oh, wow.
No way.
Oh.
Just narrowly missing out, and he gets caught. I don't think he knows exactly where he was getting shot from. Nello will secure with a Rotero drone from Flores.
Whee!
That's disrespectful. He almost got out of the way.
I respect Nilo so much for playing it so passively. There's no reason to walk up to the window, take the risk, maybe get traded back. Just use your gadget, play it slow. You got time, right? Nilo, such a stable player from NM, just always staying alive, doing his job, etc. Right place, right time, doing all the boring, if you will, drone work. Such an important role for any team.
4v2. When it comes to opening picks, Eminem led the way. They got 3 opening picks, 4 technically if you consider that one was a trade. Despite that, they weren't able to win all of the rounds. No real objective play either. It was just a full-out brawl in that first half. Speaking of objective play, Nello beginning the defuse process, and Jackie Wu has no shortage of bullets to engage with. Down goes Nello, but Nave has his teammates back. Souffle removed from action. Jackie Wu last man standing. No, there's a Capcan trap, but it's Nave to take him out. Jackie Wu not long for this earth. Does it count technically because the side swap? But either way, Eminem have now won 2 rounds in a row. One coming on attack, and now the second on defense. And Eminem have their first lead here on border.
Very surprised to see the plant spot choice for Eminem here. I mean, it's extremely risky with no full armory control, and Jackie will punish it quite well. 1 kill into an injury, it kills the third member inside of Beepers as well. But eventually, Eminem have too many bodies, even for that all-day LMG. 80 bullets can't stop them. It was very, very close. Capcan, of course, did a nice bit of work there as well as Pecan playing it last round. Souffle this one. As Pecan has changed onto the Mira instead, as we're gonna go downstairs on the floor into the ventilations bomb site. Whereas previously we were on the armory one. It plays out similarly though, because as you see, there are more members above than below trying to hold that top portion of the map. The question is, which walls and hatches get reinforced? So that's what's gonna play out right now. Also, where do the Capcan traps go? Because dying to that early would do a ton of damage to your Operator economy.
Operator economy, that's not a thing.
That is a thing. No, yeah, that's how many operators you have, right? Economy. So you have like gadget economy. You have operator
That's just your line. Oh, that's just your team, man.
You would totally get what I meant out of context. You totally.
I mean, like, yeah, your operator. Like, I get what operator economy means.
Yeah.
I just think it's a clunky term.
It's a clunky term.
But sometimes clunky's good.
Sometimes clunky can be good. What has been happening in the last, or rather has not been happening in the first minute is no one's really going fast on border. On Cafe, we had a couple of rounds that really took a wild spin. For the most part here, the first minute is purely the attackers trying to reach the building without getting spawn peeked. Then the following minute is, you know, a kill or two goes in one way or another, or a trade. And then the last minute, a lot of things really start occurring very quickly. Now the thing for M&M, they've droned out this office position on the map. They see that it's relatively clear, but Jacko is down below with a ton of verticality, assisting Pecan, the single member upstairs of office. Once you choose one angle or like one side of the map, east or west, you tend to have to stick to it as an attacker. You have time to rotate around constantly left and right.
Slow round in comparison to what we've seen from both of these teams on both Cafe and on Border. M&M want that top floor so desperately. Harambe seems to be the one that's lurking right now. Down below, not in a position to really make any serious noise. Solotov droning himself in, upstairs on balcony. Top floor looks to be relatively secure, at least on the eastern portion of the map. That's up by office. But you've got to still confront that armory hold that Direwolves have not given off just yet. Ray shot through the soft wall. That's a tough position to be in. We'll lose the Black Mirror. Souffle's not too far off, but he's also lost some of the area inside of security. M&M closing their hands around this prize. Damage done to Nafe as Ray fires back. As the Doc, he'll be able to give himself a bit more sustain. Down to Nafe. First kill goes to M&M.
But this isn't the bomb site. It's down in this ventilation, so this top floor control doesn't matter that much.
Another pick from M&M comes in. Nitro Cell expended by DW. They were mighty good with them on Cafe. Not the case on Border. All this focus from M&M upstairs, but you got to translate it to the bomb site. They seem to be doing it quite well. 2 kills and Jackie Wu will follow. First pick for Direwolves comes out and make it 2. Suddenly, Pecan and Harambe are in and they are doing serious work. But with just a couple seconds left, M&M need to get the diffuser down. Actually, scratch that. Record scratch. Because they get the kill instead. 3 in a row for M&M. They're storming their way towards ending this matchup.
It's fine. I can just recharge it. We didn't have a lot of time left. If they do that shit again, we should need to be a bit quicker. Yeah.
The problem is I'm droning my whole side and holding flank for the whole round. I was literally...
That Valk is such a dumb country.
Sorry,
for the armory wall. What'd you say? Jeremy jump armory wall? No, it wasn't that round.
Yeah, you see the checklist been asked, right? Was there mid-jam on the armory wall? No, not that round, etc. Just kind of figuring out what the situations are for Direwolves, and also M&M speaking about how slow they were, right? You gotta speed things up for this following round. They're recognizing the problems and speaking about them. So it's a short moment of celebration for a round clutch, essentially, with a stellar performance as a team in the last 30 seconds, but also recognizing that they could do a lot better and that things didn't really go the way they expected in that round.
Nice to hear the comms come out for them.
10 seconds left.
No timeout taken so far as I'm aware.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't believe so, no.
Not that we have seen and not that we have been informed of.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Direwolves still have an opportunity to settle things down and get their heads in the game, but
Glass?
Glass, Capitao, Nomad, and Nook.
Teller's window rush? Question mark? That's what this signifies, and Capitao is there. Claymore's being put down. I mean, yeah, there's gonna be a window rush, smoke, glass covers. A single C4, if they actually go for this, gonna completely destroy this strategy. Now, there's no Ying. Normally, you would apply Ying here, a Lion as well. Bathroom drone. So Pecan here has a C4 inside a bathroom. He can shut down this entire take with that C4.
Look at the opening that's created upstairs in that armory position. Solotov has been apprehensive. Got a drone up there. I suspect a mute jammer might be the reason why they have not been able to drone it out just yet. The prevalence of frost in these matchups mean that you always need to be looking down, and Solotov is going to come really close! Goodness gracious, a Nitro Cell goes down, but so does the diffuser. A minute and 10 seconds into this matchup, and M&M have control of the bomb site. But DW are firing back. Down goes Souffle. Nello will join, but on the opposite side of the equation, Tyrant needs to get into position. Now it's Pecan taking some damage. Nafe doesn't have any air jabs left. They'll need to wait to play off of this angle, and it's a long-range shot for Tyrant on the run-out, but it's Nafe to get him. If a jump-out happens, that's where Tyrant is good for. In a 1v2, he hears the diffuser being worked on. There's Pecan to fall. He sees the body of Jackie Wu. The Oryx can sprint on out, but you only have a second left. The vault out is there, but M&M gets the job done. 4 rounds now for M&M. They're on series point.
I'm actually mentally like that. He's probably not into my window. I'm like, I just didn't shoot back at him.
No, that meat is so shit, man. I have to be harsh. I have to be.
Oh man. He goes, the Valkyrie is prone on the floor and I'm just not shooting back. I mean, we saw the setup there beautifully from M&M. They had the Capita on the glass for the execute on the window and the repel. They go in deep, they avoid the C4, nicely done. And the one thing they have going for them, which is a big difference maker, is that they actually had Nuke on Passport, creating distraction and disturbance, while having the Buck of, I believe, Solotov, going ventilation window, also winning his 1v1 gunfight against his opponent. So while they were executing on the bomb side, there is still things going on across the map that DW, they have to respect and care about. And that is a big deal, because otherwise, you might just have 5 members of DW sprint back towards the bomb site and shut down that plant. And if the plant does not go down, M&M should lose the round as well. But the post plant is so strong. You can see it from the window, outside the building, Claymores to the jump out, crossfire, etc. And they executed that 2 versus 3 or 2 versus 4 just the way they had to. Another stare down match point. And one of the things about getting rushed, like Direwolves just did, is that now you have to fear for this happening again. You have to be like, okay, we need to extend out the map, roam, hold map control, but we just got rushed. It could happen again. We also got to stay a little bit close to the bomb site, be very quick to react if something were to happen like that previous round.
Update from the mainstream if you haven't been tuning in over on twitch.tv/Rainbow6. The first match between Wolves and Sonics is over.
Okay.
A relatively quick one. However, they did start about 15 minutes before us.
Yeah.
And yet, we're almost finished too. It's not over. I mean, Direwolves definitely could claw it back, but M&M Gaming are putting in the same performance right now against Direwolves they did against Wolves yesterday in the EUL finals not too long ago. If you want to know who won the Wolves versus Sonics matchup, feel free to go over to the main channel, Google it, go on to r6esports.com. I believe has all the information about the 6 Invitational as well. That's not the start you want for Direwolves. Goodbye, Harambe. First pick goes to M&M. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the round.
It's a quick one. Different change of pace here. Nafe on Gridlock without the smoke grenades. Bit of an odd one out. We don't really see this Arbitrator being played, and especially not without the smokes in pocket. But either way, it doesn't look like they're gonna go for a rush execute this time. Just a fast entry, get that advantage, and then get out and play the numbers.
There's some predictive frost mats put down by Ray in areas that, hoping you'll catch one of the M&M players off guard, one of which was at the top of main stairs. The teams will trade out now, but still the advantage holds for M&M. Ray had taken some damage, but so is Yuzis, and so is Solotov. The carries for M&M. Solotov missing an opportunity to remove Pecan from the fray. Now it's Tyrant taking some damage.
What?
He re-peeks, but then doesn't. A bit of a confusing one. Solotov knows that he's got him in the corner. Reposition, maybe.
You want the bomb site, right? You know there's 2 members now in security and break room. Only 1 member on the bomb site. Could be a fast one for M&M, or just take your time. You got a minute and 10 to work with.
Oh, he doesn't understand Souffle's position at all.
That's clear.
Very brazen over towards Office, but guess what? Nello's found the opportunity, but a bit too excitable. Souffle with a 4K keeps his team alive. That's the stuff.
Nello unfortunately caught sprinting when he had no business doing so. The bomb set was completely clear, and Eminem with communication could have basically figured that out because, you know, Frost is in security, challenging Solotov. Valkyrie close, so that's 2 members. Solotov then dies east stairs to a mirror. There's only 3 members out of defense. That means all 3 locations are known. Bomb site entirely given up by the defending team of Direwolves. Eminem, they don't get to capitalize, and Souffle, he punishes. Great effect.
There's a bit too much haste there from Eminem. You still have to respect your opponents, right? Like, at the end of the day...
Located by attackers.
Absolutely. Always. Always. Solotov gonna go from Ash to Nuke. Get more grenades in your pocket, more destruction. Or, if you really wanted to, you get secondary EMPs now like her or the Dokkaebi. Hikan gonna go into the Solus. We have not seen Solus played much on border so far, having 2 or 3 rounds max now combined. Whereas Oryx and Doc, they're seeing more and more play as time is progressing here.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Really impressed by Souffle, but also,
Reloading.
as much as you can be impressed by one person, I think you also have to cast a little bit of blame on Eminem. They didn't drone that portion of the map. They didn't play off each other for that portion of the map. They just tried to storm right in. That's exactly what Eminem did against DW at the start at Cafe, and how did that work? It didn't.
It did not. Seems like a similar approach. Solotov, he owns this area of the map, just holding on. Tyrant on the roof, droning out archives on top floor. Trying to see what the openings might be. Eminem not really the ones to force anything the last round and a half. They're just kind of waiting for something to be happening. Maybe expecting some aggression here from DW, which it is lurking. And might just be approaching. Wallbang almost goes out onto Solotov, but he gets away. Alive. The gadget here, we can see the Claymores being put down. The run out is going to be denied, or at least known about now.
I still think he goes for it.
I think he goes for it too.
I still think he goes for it, and there we have it. Oh, he gets one, but cannot connect for more than that. This is what we like to see. These cheesy plays that can come in that are enabled by a Solus being on the board. Solotov is gone. It's timeout for Direwolves, seemingly working. They won that round. They surrendered the first pick right after their timeout. Oh. Nello was just in, by the way. Eminem picking up 2 very quick kills, and now it's Nave with Diffuser in hand, getting it down. Usis will need to cover. Souffle killed from above. The coverage from Usis seemingly good enough, but now Nave needs to get out of there. Does he have the time to do so? Apprehensive. He's unsure of where best to go. Still 2 players up from DW. Jackie Wu at 13 kills, sitting on the Diffuser right now. And Nave hears it. Logic bombs go off, and Nave should hear 2 separate players. Uses has them lined up. It's Pecan to try and save the match, but he can't do it. No salvaging there whatsoever. Eminem, their first 2 days, they don't drop a single map.
It's clean. Do 2 2-0s essentially for them. And I will say Direwolves, despite that really wonky Cafe attacks, looked very good in their defense rather, and throughout all of border. Not a team to be slept on at all. Things to work through, unfortunate roster situation as well, making the most of it, of course, and showing up against Eminem is something you can be proud of.
Hugs all around for Eminem. Direwolves had some signs of brilliance, especially on Cafe, and then they started strong on border as well, but ultimately just couldn't play catch up to the more experienced team. The fact that Direwolves are attending this event with 2 players who got added in last minute under circumstances that might not have been their choice is incredible, frankly. I think it's very impressive. And while this is a tough group, Group B obviously very much up in the air still, depending, of course, on what happened in the other matchup, which we're not going to spoil the results of. Direwolves still have a couple days to try to make whatever recovery is possible. APAC has surprised us before against some of the best teams when everybody looks at the region and says, well, this is a learning opportunity for them.
Also, this was Dial's first game, had yesterday off. So this is also, you know, the first stage jitters, etc. This is the first time on stage here playing. So now they're warmed up. Now they've done it. Now it's just to move forward.
So they've got a couple more days to try and escape the group in the right direction, because there will be some teams leaving the groups in the wrong direction. All that said, that's it for our very first matchup here on Stream B. We've got 3 more best of 3s coming up. We don't want to waste your time at all. Sit tight. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends, to Six Invitational 2023. It's crazy to believe that all of this started in 2017, and we are at yet another edition of the World Championship of Rainbow Six. So we have our winners for our second game of today. M&M versus Dire Wolves. It's M&M that take the W. 2-0, sorry, APAC South casters, but you know what? Another L for the region.
But another dub for M&M, who have now taken down the Wolves and the Dire Wolves. So
the whole pack.
Yeah, the whole pack dispatched with pretty easily.
That was pretty cool, though. I'm really impressed by M&M. They look like a very refined team coming into this SI. I was pretty worried for them at the beginning because they sort of don't really change their ways. M&M have their way of doing things, and I was really excited to see what they could bring to SI, and they've brought a lot. It's exciting.
Did you just say refined and M&M in the same sentence?
Yes.
If you told me that in the past year, I would say, no way, being cuckoo.
Impressed.
But as someone who sat down and watched the games, like, yes, that's 100% true. I think M&M are in the place that we expect Wolves to be in, like Wolves Esports, their EU counterparts, but M&M are pulling it off. And I don't know how they're so activated in the server, James.
Well, it's kind of a trajectory for both of these teams. One of them, M&M, has been going up and up and up. All year, they've been somewhat consistently making these events, but not consistently performing at them. They bring on Nath, and they manage to knock out Wolves in the EUL finals. Everything's looking fine and dandy. On the flip side, Dire Wolves have been going down, 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 down for the last 2 months. They've only had a very short amount of time to practice with this new roster. So I think when you match those two things together, it's no surprise that M&M are the favored team and can win fairly dominantly 2-0.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting times for M&M in general. I think another thing that I'm interested in is the addition that Nath has brought into this roster. You spoke about it a little bit earlier on the pre-show, but I think in this matchup in particular, it was super evident in the way that they were playing their macro strategy. I think the way that M&M were able to play their active intel, especially on Cafe, and then transition over into the attack, and they had these really informed attacks and really well put together executes. I can only imagine that the innovation of an extra mind, an extra bit of leadership can bring to the team.
Yeah, and let's focus on those maps. You know, take it one at a time. You mentioned Kafetosevsky is still a 7-4 for M&M. There was a time, especially in the beginning, where we were thinking, 4 rounds on defense for Dire Wolves. That's not bad. That's actually 4-2 at the half. 4 rounds for the defense is the expected performance.
I mean, there can be Dire Wolves haters out there, but you can't deny that those first 4 rounds on Cafe looked exceptionally good for Dire Wolves. This is a map that they haven't played in 9 months. They come in the first 4 rounds, they win all 4 of them on 4 different bomb sites. So clearly this is something that Dire Wolves have been practicing. It's an M&M map pick, so credit to Dire Wolves. But following that, M&M really brought the power. They won their 2 attacks to make it par for the course. And from then on, it was a pretty cut and dried story. Dire Wolves just could not hack it on the attack.
Yeah, I think once again, to reiterate, both of these teams actually played very similar defense strategies. Both of them really leaned into that combo of like the Pulse, Mirror, and like Valkyrie to try and inform C4s, try and inform what kind of runouts and gunfights they wanted to take. But then when it came to the attack, M&M was super good in the late game. Both the executes that they were able to pull off were really, really clean, whereas Dire Wolves, when they went onto their attack, it looked a lot more messy.
Did somebody check Solotov's PC?
Good point.
Somebody check in PC. The man went 16-6 across the first map, and that's 5-0 on entry. Didn't even die entry once, and he was incredibly consistent. He is the #1 rated player in the whole of Six Invitational so far. Not only having a fantastic performance today, but also yesterday against Wolves. He has really carried M&M forward. Not to say that the rest of the team hasn't been stepping up as well.
It's the Middle Eastern food.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Turkish food.
It's delicious. It's delicious, and it's certainly the fuel for champions.
Still, shawarma is better than kebab, but whatever.
Let's not get controversial, Milosh.
I have my own Lebanese biases. What can I say? But that was map #1 in the series. Once we went to our second one, things also got a bit close, but it still went the way of M&M. And I want to wrap up our first map just with these bans, because we talked about it earlier with Demo and Ollie, and it was also about that Solus ban because of how effective the operator, our newest operator in the rotation, is. Teams are just, you know what? We don't want to play against an operator that can see all of the gadgets in a game that's all about gadgets.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think not just the Solus ban, but the combination of the Solus and Azami ban meant that on the defense, your early game isn't as strong as it would be in the current meta. Instead, both these teams leaned into that mid to late game intel where they were playing the Pulse, informing C4 through the mid rounds, right? Or they were using the Mirror to hold stagnation points instead, right? In comparison to playing that early game with the Fortress with the Azami and then trying to deny info early with the Solus. And I think that was informed by the bans on that map.
Big impact operator this game was definitely that Pulse. Not only did Harambe have 2 great rounds where he, well, Harambe, not a star player typically, but he had a fantastic 1v3 clutch at the start of the game. He also had a great impact with Pulse, and I believe it ended up in a 1v1 clutch later. But also from MNM, can't remember who was playing it, but a nice little Pulse cardiac sensor from inside of Dining. Valkyrie throwing an impact on the garage wall. The Pulse jumps out, and it's just perfect distraction to try and get an early pick onto a player repelling. Just a lot of ways that in the micro, MNM and Direwolves as well use these little niggles to their advantage.
Pulse and Valkyrie on Cafe playing Nitro Souls. Are we back in 2018?
Maybe we are.
As Kix would say, the more things change, the more they say the same. And he would always use the specific word, God rest his soul, cyclical. It's a cyclical meta, Milosh, or Kusan, as they would say. What a wonderful way of putting it. But on map 2, went to border a 7-4 again for MNM. We saw Jackie really popping off.
Yeah, I think so as well. For the Direwolves attack, I was really impressed by the way they were able to play that trio entry. It was Jackie, Souffle, and Pika. That was the OG Direwolves trio, and all of them were playing the entry ops. They were on Ashe, Iana, Sledge, all your like self-sufficient enabling entries, and they were really making waves through the building. But the downfall of that was that they were super susceptible to flanks. We saw Solotov 2 or 3 rounds in a row on that Oryx, able to jump through hatches, and I suppose that's just the nature of those attacks, right? Because it's not a sweep, because it's not like super methodical 1, 2, 3. Your drones are a bit more forward in the map. You can't really afford to have those flank drones. And I think as soon as the Direwolves got sort of caught up in that attack, once they swapped over to their defense, I think the MNM were just a little bit more put together on their attacks. They were a little bit more careful.
I gotta say, I'm really impressed by how MNM played this map. This is their second most banned map. They don't play border. We've talked about how Nath comes from a very border-heavy team, and he's likely brought a little bit of more fruit into their border play. I think that's definitely what was at play here. But also, keep in mind the context. Going into border, you MNM, you just won 7 rounds in a row on Cafe. You're feeling good about yourself. Solotov isn't afraid to jump up hatches with Oryx and go for these flanks. Pika, who is the 8th best player in 2022 at this event, he was completely shut down at the start of this game.
I mean, he shut himself down that one.
Well, yeah, I was going to mention that, Nade. Pretty embarrassing moment. He did find his feet a little bit, as you said, but it was really the Solotov and Tyrant game here.
I'm going to harp on a little bit about Solotov as well, because it wasn't just Solotov on the Oryx. It was really informed. When you listen to the comms there over there in the production room, it's really exciting. You've got Nello, who's playing that Pulse, and is saying, Solotov, there's one there. There's one in the hallway. Jump up the hatch right now. And he goes up through 90 hatch and is able to find these flanks over and over again. And it's just so great to see how these star players on MNM are being enabled both on the attack and the defense.
Pretty impressive from the squad of MNM. And of course, for those that are watching out there, MNM are ahead. I mean, they have 2-0 wins, 8 points. They're tied with the Sonics. So for me, next time we see Sonics, they'll be playing MNM. That's around, what, 46 hours from now. I cannot wait to see the top 2 teams in that group, at least at this point, play up against one another, because that'll be an exciting one. MNM versus Liquid will be coming tomorrow. So we're still yet to see, you know, how Liquid actually really shapes up, because today is their day off. Direwolves be coming in. 5 teams in one group is a bit difficult to schedule. Who would have thought? But making it happen.
Yeah, and look, MNM, I think that they've got what it takes to take on some of these big teams. They are absolutely informed. This roster change was a huge benefactor for them. And you just look, I've just double-checked, Solotov has the most kills in the tournament right now. He's about to break 50 kills, and we're only at day 2. Really impressive stuff. He's been well-renowned from within EU for quite some time, but he's always been on what is effectively a middle pack team.
Sure.
I think this is going to be, if they can keep up this form, the event where MNM breaks through and finally makes it to their first playoffs.
I think the big thing about this MNM reform is that with Nath coming in, he's been able to fill the holes, in my opinion, in the MNM attacks and defenses as well. I think he brings just a lot of, I can see that this team needs these small things done in the server, and I will do them. The rest of you, go off and keep doing your thing. And I think it's really enabling talent like Tyrant and like Solotov to go off and just absolutely send it in the server. They deserve that, honestly. They're so good.
Speaking of Nathan, I just checked. He actually has the second highest KOST rating of every player at the event so far.
What's KOST? What's cost?
KOST is Kill, Objective, Survival, Trade. And for every round that you achieve one of those things, you get a point. And for every round you don't, well, no, wait, this
Wait, it just added it.
Can I just give up on explaining it, please?
Look, it just means
the percentage of rounds you achieve one of those things.
Exactly. The more you do in every round, whether it be kill someone, assist in it, play the objective like plant or defuse, yada yada, or trade a kill or survive, you get extra points. And good boy points on it.
Good boy points. Sure. And get this, right? You got Nathan in second place in the tournament, Usus in third, Solotov in 8th, and Solotov, of course, is a record breaker in all the other categories as well. So M&M, they're so consistent.
So who do you think our MVP is? Production, hold it. Don't show it yet. We're asking.
Is there a cap here?
Is that like Solotov. A question? Like Solotov? Like,
bring it up.
Hello?
Guess who it is?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Okay.
See the surprise?
We love giving attention to the support players.
Yeah, I
love it. We respect that.
Support players, they love the attention, don't they? It's always like that. Well, I'm happy that Nath, who's N-A-T-H, changed his name to Nath after our EUL interview.
Triggers me.
Yeah, but here he is, 145 rating, pretty darn good. The average expected rating is set at 100, so anything above is pretty impressive. 145 is pretty good.
And man, if you're doing that on Castle and Gridlock, you are doing a lot of things right.
It's true.
This guy is a very impactful player, even finding himself in a couple of entry engagements, which is not what you'd expect for a support, for even a support flex player. So he's pretty versatile, and no doubt his vocalness is something that is highly valuable to the team as well.
Mandy, you mentioned that you're sitting by the production side, so you can really hear the teams as they're going. Is there anybody else that you feel is participating in ways that we can't really, I guess, explore as an extra dimension from watching it at home?
Nello. Nello's a big one for me, in my opinion. Not only is he the IGL, but he's also the captain of the team. And I think that M&M have a really great work culture. Like, listening to the way they interact with their org and just the way they're so friendly with each other, I think it's really important to have a player like Nello on that roster to pull everyone together. Not just that, but I think with Nath being on the roster, sort of filling in the holes strategically, it's allowed Nello to get more on the tactics side of things and work individually with some players. He's able to feed info with Pulse, for example. He's able to enable people with drones or something like that. I think it's just given him a lot more room to be more comfortable working as like a duo or trio with some of the players in the server.
Well, what does our group look like? Let's put it up on the screen for you to see. We are still in our Group B. You see M&M at the top with 8 points, Sonics at 8. The round differential is not super important right now, but if you are tied in points, you'll have to go to, go to head-to-head and round differential. That might be the division. Team Liquid at, well, no points currently, because guess what? Everybody who's stolen a point from the others, M&M and Sonics. So Wolves, Liquid, and Wolves, the other ones. Did with no points.
There's something against the rules. Can I ask you a question, Milosh?
Go ahead.
Who doesn't make it out of this group? Who do you think doesn't make it out of these teams?
Spicy.
Okay, I'll rephrase it.
Okay, you're going to throw it back on me again.
Hey. No, I'm not going to throw it back on you, but I'll give you another way, maybe one that's even spicier to say. Not just which of the Wolves, but who deserves to make it through, if you just had to pick.
Well, I will say this. Wolves have had 2 chances to get points. They've played 2 matches, and they haven't won a single map. Direwolves, on the other hand, this was their first match today. And of course, Direwolves, everyone would rate them below the actual Wolves, right? But are Wolves, the real Wolves, the European Wolves, facing like an existential crisis right now that they won't be able to recover from?
I'll make it even simpler. Can we bend the rules and just make it where the top 3, or you know what, M&M and Sonics make it out of the group? Now, I know there's only one that's supposed to be eliminated, but I'll bend the rules. Okay. A bit here and there.
What about Team Liquid?
It's all right. You know what? Just for you, Mandy, we'll make it 3.
Oh, lovely.
Because it's your birthday.
Oh, fantastic.
It is
It's your birthday yesterday. Come on. Get over it.
Gosh,
Wait, she was standing there the whole day saying, "Do you guys want cake?
Yeah,
you guys want cake?" And you're like, "What do you mean? Do you guys want cake?" No, thank you very much for asking, but not really. And apparently, that was supposed to be like the dog whistle of.
It's a classic. I'm asking you if you want cake because I want you to get me cake because it's my birthday, but I'm not going to tell you.
No, I got myself cake.
Cool.
Andy, what's your favorite cake?
For you?
Cheesecake. I love cheesecake.
Any sort of very specific one?
New York cheesecake.
Oh, classic.
What about, do you like a side of Molotovs and marshmallows with your cheesecake?
No, what is this? You turned a New York cheesecake into like.
I'm just trying to link it
in Ohio cheesecake. What is this?
I'm just trying to talk about Rainbow Six.
Are you Midwesting
trying to do
the
like a
cheesecake?
culinary school or something? I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to make that joke because you will turn this into a cooking stream if you're allowed to.
That is absolutely true. I am terrible with desserts, though. Anyways, speaking of desserts, you may have one at the moment, just as a thank you for watching the stream. Thank you very much, James and Mandy. We will take a break, and when we come back, which will be in around 20 or so minutes, we'll get things ready for Stream A and B so we can launch both games, the second games of our Playdate. See you in a moment.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
The Six Invitational has always been about the holy trinity of what makes Siege a unique game. It's about three pillars, right? It's always been about a celebration of the community, a celebration of the development team, and a celebration of competition because, well, we receive the best teams in the world and we crown the world champion.
Watching major competitions and seeing anything that happens is pretty exciting. The SI has a special place in our hearts. We get to see our work on the big screen, we get to feel the excitement of the community, and we also get to reconnect with our colleagues all around the world.
We get to see the people that actually enjoy it, play it, and actually bond with them.
The 6i is always like just an amazing gathering of people.
Je crois que pour nous, en fait, c'est un événement qui donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, aux gens chez Ubisoft, à l'équipe de développement.
On partage un moment en commun, ensemble. Et c'est vraiment, je pense, cette espèce de réunion de famille où il y a les devs, les pros et la communauté.
The Six Invitational for us is always the highlight of the year. It is the biggest celebration of the game and also the pinnacle of competition for our players.
As the event progresses, you get a bigger and bigger sense of communion. Like everybody really comes together. So in the dev corner and for a lot of devs, when I had a chance to kind of sit down and talk to them, people were just really excited in that moment. It's like you get to live the best version of the game you work on. You get to see community and fans be super excited for the things you're working on.
For us, it's like the end time of the year. Like we're always running, so it's the one time that we have to stop and enjoy and celebrate. So it's pretty cool.
This is a really humbling moment for us as developers too. We get to see some of the most talented players come together and do things we never thought possible in the game.
We always build it in a way, but you always see it played differently. So this is a great opportunity for all of us.
To see how far it can go and how far we can push the limits of Siege.
And so to have that at the Six Invitational is huge and what makes everybody want to watch it.
It's like the culmination of all we've worked for. So seeing the best players in our maps, it's just such an enjoyable moment. It's very exciting to see.
For us being there, it's pretty insane, and the vibe that we get from this event every year makes us want to do more and better the following year.
The Invitationals has always been a time where we work really hard to put together our game plan, where we can share the roadmap for the next coming year, but also internally, we're talking about the next couple of years. It's our moment where we can actually have a conversation with the community, and it's also a promise to ourselves what we want to do in the coming year and how that's going to look. For us, making sure that the Six Invitational can deliver these things to all of our players, but also for us as well, is extremely important. And in these trying times, it's just as much important to celebrate our victories and realize how far we've come after these 7 years of development.
Six Invitational, 6 years, so what a match over there, of course.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Bill. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called Diz God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon, and the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Look at that! They can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. And they just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. The crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, is this real? And then to have all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
Last minute.
everybody to the command center. And we're here to fill you in on game number 2. There's 2 of them. They'll be happening back to back here on stream A and stream B, which is Rainbow Six Bravo here on Twitch. Hello, I'm Austin Medic, your host for the show, at least for this half of the day. And on the second game, I'm joined again by Demo and Extra Trica. Ollie. Friends, we're well rested now, ready for our second matchup?
Raring to go. 2-2-0s to start the morning as well, giving us a little bit of a breather coming into things. I'm not sure the whole day is going to plan out like that, though.
Well, as long as it's not my shift, it's all good. Anyways, good games is what we're looking for here overall, stretched or not. And we're looking at one that could potentially be one of the best in the group stage going off of yesterday's results. That's W7M versus G2 Esports. What's the big setup for this one here? Because W7M are looking for a trophy. G2 are also looking for a trophy, but they kind of snuck under everybody's radar. What's the deal, Demo?
Oh, where do you begin? I would say that if yesterday was a little bit different for G2, and they did lose yesterday, this would be a much different matchup. But because they did win, now it's not as, I think, clear-cut as maybe what it would have been.
There's got to be a lot of focus on this matchup. Rogue is a very known opponent for G2. They play, Koi, should I say. They played them yesterday. Now coming up against W7M, it's an entirely different beast. You're going up against one of the tournament favorites right here.
And it's crazy to say because it's their first time playing at this level, which is pretty incredible. Of course, they have played in the majors. They qualified. They did very well over in the year. There's just a culmination, the cherry on top. And that would be a pretty big cherry if they were to make it all the way to playoffs already at an Invitational. You mentioned W7M. Ollie, how would we continue with that? What can you tell me about the squad after yesterday?
Yesterday they had a great showing against Elevate. There was a couple of little hiccups here and there in terms of rounds, but it was by no means a difficult result for them to get. You're looking at the squad, Herd's, for me, one of the best players, real standout. We've watched him throughout BR6 in our time demo, and we've seen him rise through various different teams. I know you're itching to say something there, but I just love how they've brought this team together. And Julio, for me, that experience, that opportunity to really guide those players who aren't inexperienced, but they are a little bit younger, and like you say, haven't really played any Six Invitationals yet.
I don't think anyone actually realizes what this team has done this year and where they were last year. This was relegation fodder. That's what they were. They were not a good team. We had only seen it at full force week in, week out. They were not a good side. And I don't think we will ever see a team who's at the very low go all the way to the top in such a short space of time. Like that first split, we couldn't believe it. Unbelievable.
This is a Série B team that comes in Brazil, which is the, I guess, second level of competition inside of BR6. And in a year, they're now at the Invitational, and actually people looking at them as potentially the winners. The only team that really comes up in this way, in my mind, is the old Team Empire. Same thing, coming out from Challenger League. Look at what they did damage-wise in 2019. That was pretty impressive. So, hey, there's new stories to be forged, and there's new people that'll take up that mantle. Now, I want to talk very briefly about the strategy, because it seems like W7M have a very good balance in their 2 leaders when they're in the game.
Yeah, I think Julio is going to be bringing a lot into this squad. I think that's the guy, obviously, Ollie, you mentioned before, we know SI winner and has that experience inside the Brazilian side. And, you know, even being able to chat to Julio and interview him as well. You know, like even he couldn't believe the progress that this team has made because he was playing against them not too long ago, you know, inside of Brazil. And he just can't believe where they've went, and whenever the opportunity came, he jumped at it because he knows that they've got a good core foundation. You know, they've been able to work and build for over the past 3 majors, but they haven't actually broken through it, and he could be the answer why.
Volps, IGL is exactly what the team needs.
It is. They need that direction, they need that synergy, because they are a team that can play quite explosively off the back of one another, but there needs to be that cohesion there, and that's what Volps brings. We've seen him play inside of the BR6, as we've said, and that ability to sort of just control the troops a little bit. You're seeing that exciting LATAM flair with a little bit more structure, with a little bit more experience coming in now. They've really got everything going for them.
It's a very good mix of things on the squad, still being considered as new kids on the block in Brazil. But their opponents, G2 Esports, that flew under all the radars so far going into
Not everyone, thank you very much.
Demo,
hello.
I'll give it to you. You are very smart.
Yep, thank you. That's it. Stop the stream. That's us. We're done for the day. That's all we needed to hear.
In Rainbow Six Siege. And that's where it stops.
Yeah.
You can clip that, use it as a ringtone for the rest of your life. But there it is. G2. They actually did it yesterday.
I've said this from the get-go from the past year. Everyone wants to hate this team. Everyone does. Everyone wants to see this team fail, okay? And I'll admit it, they have a few times, right? I'm happy enough to raise my hand and say, transfers that you've done haven't worked out. But if you generally sit down and you look at each of the individual players in this side, and if each of them actually played to their potential, they are world beaters. No doubts about it. If Alamo plays to the peak that he did with Team 1, unbelievable. The guy was one of the best players that we had in the entire year of 2021. Doki, look what he's been able to do in his career. Always been a top 5 rated player in my eyes inside of EU. Benja, who's been one of the most exciting players we've had in the past year. Virtue and all the experience that he's had, he's the only one remaining since we had that whole shuffle 2 years ago. And then finally, top off, you've got Blur, who, keep in mind, has also had to deal with him transferring over to a new role. He was Ash 6 months ago. Now he's in Thermite.
And to top it all off, I think it's something that both Anne and Jacob talked about on socials yesterday. The win that G2 collected yesterday was their first win in 3 years and 1,095 days.
In best of threes, not just like overall. Don't worry, not that bad.
BO3 specifically, that is the first BO3 win that they have collected. Remember, the last one that they lost was against Fnatic. Where's Fresh? Okay, Jack, if you're listening to this, you know exactly what I mean. But here it is, Doki popping off. He flew under most people's radar, but here, what's the game plan also for them? Because it seems like their in-game strategy, especially with Benja on the squad one, it's really changed.
I mean, yesterday we've seen a very aggressive G2, very swing heavy. I don't know if that's down to the matchup because they know Koi. I think it's a matchup where if you do get an aggressive and you do rattle Koi, it's going to work well. I don't know how it's going to work against W7M. I feel as though if you try those stunts against this team, especially got someone that match, see the back of his jersey there, KZ, I'm telling you, Ollie, I'm telling you now, he's something else.
We have a graphic that our analysts had asked to be prepared. So let's put it up on the screen and try to make sense, at least for me, make sense of it. Here is Alamau. Best of ones versus best of threes on the G2 side.
It looks like a vibe check, doesn't it? It's like, stop, let me check your vibe. Like the outstretched hand. I think it's a great photo.
Vibe check for G2. They really made it happen yesterday. No fraud Lamau in that server.
Well, I mean, this was something that Demo brought up. You've got a bit of a theory cooking here, haven't you, Demo?
Yeah, I think Alamau is your big game player.
Really?
I think he's, yes, because I've witnessed a lot of best of threes with him in it. I think that whenever it comes down to playing against the big teams and the big matches, he shows up. Sure, it's all well and good he loses, drops like 2 kills against TT9 in EUL, but whenever you actually look across his best of threes, he always performs. You look at him during the past 2 majors. You look at him during, whenever they played against Rogue, he was phenomenal. Still lost, but he was incredible. You look back at last invite, whenever he was a Team 1, he was always at the top of that team. Whenever it comes to LAN, whenever it comes to best of threes, he thrives on it. And he played well yesterday. He played really well yesterday.
The best position for Alamau to be in my opinion, isn't top fragger, it isn't top of the leaderboard. As long as he's second or third, he's doing his job. Because there are star players on the side of G2. We know that Doki's got it in him. We're looking for it out of Benja, and we're expecting a big shift from Benja.
Where's the butt?
To go in and get all of those kills. And as long as Alamau is in that second, third spot and holding his own, going neutral or just about positive, G2 have got a good chance here.
Let's then see where they're going to be playing on. It's so good to see Fabian happy and smiling behind his teammates. We're used to Fabian being the Grinch.
He's in good spirits. He is in very, very good spirits, and I think it's good to have him. I think obviously we have to mention Titan. He's taken a massive workload off Fabian in its own, doing a lot of the statistics. Fabian's just focused on the players, focused on making sure they're in the right.
Do statistics for. Anyways,
you don't work with him anymore. You don't need to criticize him all the time.
I've slept in the same bed as this man.
Right. Well, we don't need to get too personal.
Anyways, for those jealous out there, how
about
about we change our topic demo to our map bands to see exactly where we're going to have to go to in this series. Again, it's 4 bands, pick, double band, decider. And who went first is G2. They'll pick Bank, the start on the attacking side, W7M, starting side defense, as they picked Cafe. And finally, it's Theme Park. So W7M had the last ban, and they removed Skyscraper. Now, ban phase overall, Ollie, what are your thoughts on it?
They're both fairly low preference maps for the other team. W7M have got a very good map pool and they will play anything, but Bank is one of their lower preference maps. Yeah. So it makes sense there for G2 to pick into that, and likewise, G2 don't like to play Cafe all too often, so W7M taking a little bit of an advantage there. What is it with these theme park deciders? We had a lot of theme park deciders yesterday.
Theme park's great. I love theme park.
There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't know why we've got a theme park. I want like an Oregon or a Clubhouse. They're usually your decider maps.
Because G2 used to suck at it, and then they played a lot of it, and suddenly
they got good at it.
I mean, yeah, they picked it famously when they played against Wolves. I think it was day 3 or 4 of EUL in the last stage. They came in and were like, "Oh, Fabian, there's no way they're going to play theme park," and suddenly it's in the bands because it's the best of one. You go in, G2 had no preparation whatsoever, and somehow they roll over Wolves in it.
I mean, for all that W7M don't pick theme park a lot, they've got quite a high win percent ratio on there, as opposed to G2.
What about Bank?
Middle preference for them.
The Bank one's a weird one for me because it's generally the map that W7M always ban. It's usually their go-to ban. And the fact that it's been allowed let through. I don't know if it was me, but if I was like doing like the map bans, that would kind of like ring an alarm, like, okay, you'd probably expect them to ban Bank, would you not? You know, if you're G2 and you're sitting down, you look at the way that they always ban Bank, you would expect that, oh, that's going to go out first. But then to get to the point where, oh, they've left it open. Yes, you could sit there and say, oh, they've left it open, let's get it now, they don't play it, that's really good. But it could be a trap, which is the worry for me.
How much have G2 practiced for this? And famously, Brazilian teams will stick to one another when it comes to all the sort of practice before an event, especially with teams that, you know, are not attending. I mean, even those that are attending, there's a very regional thing in it. And, you know, last time Alama was part of the Brazilian crew was quite a while ago. It was over a year ago. So, you know, things might be a bit different when it comes to what strategies you can pull out of that.
You think that W7 have been scrimming against MIBR on Bank or something like that? Is that the theory graph that you're going for?
Keep in mind, G2 went to LA and they probably scrimmed like a lot of like North American teams, Central and Latin American teams. So that was the fear in the past. I don't know, maybe if that was something that they had the time to work on, because they spent like a week in Los Angeles.
Oh, he's got the shades on.
Wearing the glasses.
My goodness.
I would be very careful on G2 also to not celebrate when it's too early, because I would like to remind everybody of the photos that were posted by our wonderful social media manager over on R6 Esports Twitter account yesterday of Koi before the Koi VG2 game, where Koi were dressed up in their white robes as if, you know, they're just getting out, they're sleepy, and guess who was put to sleep?
I mean, G2 have got Alamau specifically has got the biggest potential meme on his head with the clown thing.
Fair enough.
The clown video that G2 released, it's just got it written all over. It's just waiting for it.
Yeah. To be fair, the best clown impressionist here is Derry Holt. So that's, I mean, he did it. It was great.
Do I have a final point just to make one thing as well?
No, actually, because I just got the call.
I was just going to say, G2 generally does really good against teams outside their region.
You still
That's
made
all
it
I was going to say. Yeah, but it's like a little fun.
Okay, fair enough. A little point. Yeah. But who wins it? What's the score? Just give me name and number.
2-1 G2.
All right.
I think it's going to be 2-1. I don't know who wins.
Come on, flip a coin.
W7M to be different, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, lads. We are going to launch our game. So on to our casters. For those on the B stream, don't you worry. We're going to set you up for your matchup in just a minute. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Command Center. We're setting up for second game on our second stream B. Hello, Rainbow Six Bravo. We've already launched our first game here of, I guess, the second phase of the day out of 4, and best of 3s aplenty. Hello, I'm Alex Medic, your host. With me on the analyst desk are Mandy and James. Friends, we're ready for a game, this time again with an APAC South team. Last one didn't have a great time, but still Elevate also did not have a great time yesterday. And I would like to talk about them as they go up against SpaceStation Gaming, who are our NA team in this game, of course. But this is the first time we get to see them at SI23. They qualified through the open qualifiers, which it's incredible. It's mind-boggling the fact that they had to go through open quals to get here. So let's focus on, I guess, the ex-world champions in one way or another, SpaceStation Gaming.
I'll do you one up on that. SpaceStation are the most recent team to win a Six Invitational in Montreal. We have returned
here. TSM are not here.
Yeah, we have returned. Well, no, TSM didn't win it in Montreal. It was in
Montreal. Yeah, true.
But they are also the most recent team here to win a Six Invitational full stop, because the last 2 years of champions, TSM and NIP, didn't qualify, right? And SSG almost didn't qualify. How funny is that? This is a team that's had a pretty turbulent year. They've had some ups and downs, but when they brought in Yeti quite some time ago, they really started to reinvent their roster. They started to find a bit of success, and it's really just been a slow, gradual trajectory from then on. They are the third lowest ranked team on SI points at this event, but I think some people hold some serious hope for them.
Well, that's SSG. We have our hero shots, so you know the ex-world champs are back in town. And there it is, SpaceStation Gaming. They had the blast off only a few years ago, 3 years ago at Montreal, as James was mentioning. But Mandy, I turn to you now for a second, because, I mean, SSG having to make it through open quals is still pretty surprising, but there has to have been something of a change, a different thing going into an event like an SI.
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think for SSG, they want to return back to their form, right? They've got this roster together that honestly, I really think is quite promising. Not just that, but they've also brought on Yeti, who's got a lot of voice, especially coming in from Stage 3 from the Sonics. I just think that they've sort of architected this roster together with a really diverse amount of skills. I think every single one of these players individually holds so much history and record for playing many different roles, for having many different skills, and I think the combination of all 5 of them together makes them a very powerful roster.
They failed to break into the top 8 at an international event at the last 2 events they went to, which was Jönköping and Six Invitational last year. And I've got to wonder whether this is the opportunity for SSG to change that. They are looking a little bit better. They made it through those open quals, and they're going to be gunning to make it onto the main stage once again.
Luckily for us, they might be answering some of those questions, because we sat down and asked them a few of them only a few days ago. Let's see what SSG had to say.
My name is Bosco. I'm the IGL support for SpaceStation Gaming. We are in Group A. We have W7M, Elevate, Koi, and G2. Definitely feel like it's the group of death compared to other groups here. We have one of the top 2 LATAM teams, probably the best APAC team, but we're ready for all of them. The past year for SpaceStation's been pretty up and down, but I like to think that we're ending on an upward swing here, so we're ready for this event. In our group, we're definitely looking forward to playing W7M the most. We're very hungry for a rematch with those guys. We want to earn more of their respect. Last time we played them, we really didn't play like ourselves, and they just ran us over. So all of us are hungry to get back in there against those guys. I mean, our expectation as a team is to win it all. You know, regardless of the ups and downs we've had this year and how long we've had Yeti, we expect to win, we expect a deep run, and we're going to do everything to make that happen. To all the teams that are going up against us, definitely wish you guys the best of luck. Excited for all the matchups. However, do not underestimate us, regardless of the year we've had. We're here with the fire and ready to win.
And that is SpaceStation Gaming. I wonder how much cash they've made. They've won an Invitational. That's a lot of money.
You're leading me in here. You know what I've got prepped. SpaceStation, of all the teams at Six Invitational this year, have actually won the most prize money as an organization. $1.7 million, over half of which was from winning Six Invitational 3 years ago here at Montreal.
How much is that in AUD?
I don't want to, probably like, $10 million.
Hong Kong dollars? We're just changing it over.
I could get the currency converter out if that helps you, Milos.
Lebanese pounds?
I resigned. That's too much for me.
No, I resigned too. I don't even know what happens there. Anyway.
I will say, for SSG, the big question is when can they break free of this mediocrity that they've faced over the last 2 years and finally become a great team once again? I think anyone that was at SI20 remembers the cheers during that NIP SSG match, and everyone wants to see that again. And this team, these are former champions. They can do it.
Hopefully with new chance. Anyways, let's talk about their opponents, Elevate, that yesterday showed us that there's something there, but it was a bit of a struggle to get that performance out of them, Andy.
Yep, Elevate, I'm really turning to as this reformed roster that's come in. They had a really turbulent stage 3. They were in Berlin, and then they didn't do so well in stage 3. They didn't even make Sweden. And now coming into this SI, they've had so many months to prep, to reform their entire map veto, all their strats. There's just a big revamp that has come through from the roster. Not only that, but since they've come back together as a 5-man, we've learned that they don't really have a sole IGL anymore. They push the calling between all 5 of them. And I think it goes to show the maturity of each of these 5 players through these last few months. Even though we haven't quite seen them yet, I'm sure that they're going to surprise us in the server.
One similarity between both of these teams is they've had a pretty turbulent year.
That's true.
Elevate, they managed to qualify for Charlotte, but couldn't go due to visa issues. They went to Berlin, they got knocked out in the quarters. I think that was huge, but then didn't make Jönköping. You talked about the turbulence they had, particularly with Sapper and his uncertainty whether he was going to stay on the roster. It's been a hard year for Elevate, and there's some serious expectations after what they achieved last year. Are they going to be able to deliver again? Well, I'm not so sure. They didn't look too hot yesterday. They didn't take a map off W7M in the rematch, which they did, back in Berlin. So there's still a lot of work ahead of this Thai team.
Oh, well, of course, in my opinion, the whole Charlotte situation was very heartbreaking for Elevate. But, it is how it is.
It is.
As the saying usually goes. But not bad of a performance either against W7M that everybody I've talked to here, these guys are probably top 3 in this tournament. We're looking at them. And, to be able to do 7-4, 7-4, it's not too bad for Elevate. But we are expecting more, especially today against SSG. That might be tough. Right, because SSG haven't played yet. They have maybe an ace up their sleeves after watching yesterday. They also have Lycan with the squad, who's someone that's very well known for being very thorough when it comes to preparation for these sorts of things. So what is something that Elevate can really surprise SpaceStation in the game, Mandy?
I think for Elevate, a lot of their strategy and what we've seen coming from the last few months is going to be in their maps. Their veto phase has completely flipped on a 180 from what we saw in stage 3.
And if only there was a way to visualize how these map ends would work. Do you reckon there's a way to do it?
There would be. That would be fantastic. Thank you, production.
Whoa, what is this? A new graphic? Who came up with this?
Me, thank you very much.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Just to quickly touch on map veto strategy coming into this SI, prepping for best of 3s is a lot more challenging than prepping for best of 1s. You don't have your 4 bans anymore. You don't just have to learn 5 maps. You've got to learn much, much more. You need to learn 7 at minimum. Now, if you only learn 7, you have to auto-ban 2 of them immediately, which leaves you really vulnerable to being picked against. Elevate in these last few months have had this incredible turnaround for their map veto. In my opinion, there are 8 or 9 map pool team now. They only showed 6 maps back in stage 3, and that's absolutely nothing. In these last few months, they've been able to pick up Clubhouse. They've been able to pick up, what we're about to show in the map veto as well as one of their new maps too. And in that time, I think it's really allowed them to have that one extra flexible pick that they can ban against an opponent, as you can see in the 8 map pool line.
All right, that's a very good way to visualize it, and I'm really curious as to what our map ban actually is in this case. What do you think?
I'm curious.
Surprises?
Okay, so
I mean, you're curious.
Firstly, I have seen it, so I will pretend I haven't seen it, but I will just start it off with Bank is a really good map for both of these teams. SpaceStation have a really significant winning streak. Let me just double check. I think it was 5-match winning streak on Bank, 4 matches in a row, including a 7-0 against TSM. And while Elevate are good on it, I think it's wise to have banned it straight out of the gates. However, what that does do, and this is relevant to what you were saying, Mandy, is it does leave Clubhouse in, which is a pretty good map for SpaceStation and not one that we would typically see from Elevate.
Well, this map is really interesting to me, right? Because, well, just generally the map veto has been really interesting. Elevate, they've gone straight out of head and they've banned Bank, like you said. When you look at past performance of SSG, they're really good at that. Then Elevate can ban out something that they don't like. And now that Clubhouse is inside of their map pool, they're comfortable with taking SSG to it, even though it's one of their better maps as well. And I think it really goes to show that the diversity of this team's map pool has really expanded in the past few months.
Oregon Club and Border. We're back to year 1 with how all of this is. Looking at this overall, is there a clear winner in our map bans? How do you feel that these maps will go? We'll be live in game, by the way, in just over a minute.
Look, I'm going to say no, I don't see a clear winner. Obviously, SSG is the high-rated team overall by many people, but Oregon is not a good map for them. So I think we could very well see this as both teams winning their map picks and then going on to Border as a decider.
I'm actually going to completely agree with Dev here. I think having Oregon go to the decider is pretty good. It's pretty good for Elevate. Elevate historically are actually quite good at that map. SSG, not so good at that. So letting that slip through, fantastic. With Clubhouse as well, clearly a new part of Elevate's map pool. And then the final pick as well. I just think in general, Elevate should be here to surprise. But I think it's still going to be a hard battle against SSG. They're a pretty terrifying roster.
We personally haven't seen a 3-mapper yet, so I'm really hoping we do. I really want to go to Border, and if we do, Elevate haven't played that in the last 5 months. So I think it should be a fantastic series. Can we go to those 3 maps? I hope so.
Who takes it? What map score? That's all I need. Love is ready.
2-1 Elevate, because I'm biased.
I'm going to go the other way, and I'm going to say, even though I think Elevate have had time to expand their map pool, I think in general, SSG seem really put together as a roster, especially for what they showed us in the last chance qualifier. I'm going to say that SSG put together, I reckon they're going to win it 2-1.
All right, Mandy, James, thank you very much for that introduction, for a wonderful graphic here to break things down for our map pool. Let's toss it to our casters to kick off SSG versus Elevate.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Welcome to Game 2 of the day, SSG versus Elevate. Really excited about this one. I'm Des. This is Tim. What are you doing?
It's freezing, Des. We had some specific advice from our esports director where to wrap up, and he's not wrong. It's freezing out there. Montreal weather.
Tim, it was minus 30 2 days ago. It's above freezing today. What are you doing?
I'm preparing for how ice cold it's going to be in this server, Des.
Take it off, man. You're going to get warm from the game anyway. This guy, you can't take him anywhere. Either way, SSG versus Elevate. I love that.
I didn't think it through. I not thought it through.
You didn't think about the hat underneath the headset, but he's pulled it off, boys. He's pulled it off.
Oh, he's pulling it off again.
Stop it. This is now an undressing stream. Stop there. No more layers. People will get too excited, all right?
It's not 2021 again? 2022, that one.
Oh, yeah, with the whole, like, the Eminem.
Right, we've got a game, Des. We've got a game. We have got a
game. We have got a game, and it's a game that's really exciting.
I'm looking forward to this one.
The very first game we ever cast at SI, way back in 2020, our first SI that we worked, was an SSG game. Remember round 1? Rampy got an ace. Welcome to Canada. That line that you used off the back of it.
Certainly was.
Now, obviously, things have changed massively since that fateful event where they would go on to win. This time round, they're coming in as a team that are coming through the NA qualifiers, beating out TSM. Another winner of SI that we never really thought we'd see 2 teams fighting out in qualifiers for that last chance spot, but that's exactly where they find themselves. And Elevate, they're looking to pick themselves back up after a rough start yesterday, Tim.
Yeah, it's not been... The problem for Elevate is... The surprise package on LAN. The problem is they've been the surprise package a couple of times now. You know, they've had those moments, and so teams are more than ready. And the real concern I've got for them today, I don't want to talk in terms of like, you know, it's a foregone conclusion, because I don't believe that it is. We're on Oregon. That's where Onagiri broke the kill record. You know, it's definitely a map that they can play. But for me, they're not going up against a good team for them, because SpaceStation have got some of, I would say 4 at least, and I'm not discounting Yeti's abilities here, but 4 of the most experienced players that we've got in competitive Siege. Yeti has got plenty of experience under his belt as well, don't get me wrong, but, you know, we're talking about the core 3 of this roster particularly, you know, in Fultz, Bosco and Rampy, that have been around for the longest time, and they're not going to be surprised, I wouldn't expect, by anything Elevate brings. They're going to give them the respect, they're going to be well prepped for them, and they are not going to be another surprise result, I wouldn't expect.
You know, I'm half with you, but I'm also kind of divided like Mandy and Dev were on the desk. I could see this going to 3 maps, and I can't really predict which way it goes again, because SSG have found themselves in this difficult spot where they've had to come through the quals, where clearly it hasn't clicked the way they'd like in Stage 3, and there's work to be done. Elevate, I've really enjoyed. Like, I remember last year we saw Mr. Punch, for example. Absolutely incredible last time I cast this guy just a few months ago. Back in Berlin, I want to say it was. What an audience that was for Elevate as well. Fair play to everyone who was there. But I do think this team has got something really special about them. They're starting on one of their favorite maps at the moment. This could be a promising sign, especially against SSG, who do not like this map. I think it's their second least favorite map when you look at preference order at the moment. Those are all stats, those are all numbers. What really matters is what happens in the game. And here we go, Onigiri straight onto rocking up that Mark 14, the exact gun that he's known to be an absolute demon with.
I mean, you know, I've given SSG their respect. I'll give Elevate their dose of the ace of Pyrite positivity, Des. I would love
to... just shorten that to Pyrite positivity.
We can. I would love to see Elevate.
You also forgot the ace of Pyrite cold thing earlier.
I did, to be fair. How can you I was just so excited about our intro. I would love to see, you know me, I love nothing more than a team coming out and surprising me. I just don't know. I look at the Stage 3 that Elevate had. They finished in 4th place. They struggled to get wins. It was win, loss. You know, they were up and down consistency-wise. They've had those roster changes. It's going to take something big, and I feel like they are really sort of a little bit reliant on, you know, those big performances from Onigiri. And my question is, what's going to happen when a team like SSG look at that and go, right, we just close Onigiri out of it. We focus on whoever he's playing.
Is that it, Tim? Oh my God, Elevate have got to get you in as a coach, mate. If the answer is just shut down Onigiri, it's the way to go.
It's certainly not the entire answer.
Here we go. Tapper's in, trying to look for a kill already straight away. A little hold here coming around, meeting itself. C4 over the top, but Hot and Cold's there at distance for support as well. A really cool hold coming out of SSG. 2 or 3 players all mobilized around Big Tower and inside the meeting itself. I mean, they find the early entry onto the Capital. Such a critical first operator to bring down as well, Tim.
It is indeed, and it's smart play from SSG. They've largely retired back to site now. They've got Fultz watching freezer stairs, but other than that, they're pretty much down there. They've got their kill. They're happy enough now to hold their angles and say to Elevate, right, come and break us down. What have you got? Because you're going to have to take the initiative now. And it's a nice little setup from SSG. 1 minute 10 left to go. No real progress for Elevate, Des. They're only just starting to think about hatches and whatnot. You've still got somebody at bottom of stairs. Rampy's being allowed to play on the alibi there, and it's just going to be a last-minute rush.
The smokes are gone. The Candelas are down. They burnt them all looking towards Big Tower here, which means this drop's going to be really risky. Coming in from Mark, who's got that diffuser in back pocket on the Hibana. He may well get into spot, but then there's also 2 cap cans waiting on the other side of the site door, which only makes this more and more risky. It feels like they've kind of shortchanged themselves a little bit here. SSG playing super passive and just saying, look, if you want to come and have a go, then please do, because we know that we can take you down. And there it is. Run straight into the 2 cap cans. They lose one on elbow. Elevate here, just crumbling before they even got to look at the site. There's 2 left standing, and this one feels, Tim, like an SSG round.
25 seconds left to go. Mark manages to take down Hot and Cold. There's an opportunity here, but no! Shut down in highway. Yeti's going to get that kill, and it leaves Onigiri, the man himself, with a lot of work to do. 1 versus 3, 15 seconds left to go. It's very unlikely he's going to hit that call. Just try to create any disruption that he can, Des, as he pushes in, but no, doesn't even get as far as Pillar before he's closed out. And SSG have just controlled that round from beginning to end. It was really, really nice from them. Great understanding of the basement site. Pick up an early kill, drop back down, hold your positions. We saw how much they'd frustrated Elevate. When you start seeing Capcan kills crop up in sight like that, it's because the team are rushing generally, and they don't have that time to be checking every door frame, droning every, and making sure that they've got those traps taken down. Well played, SSG.
It was a great play by SSG. I think the 3-man hold coming up around Big Tower and meeting was a real aggressive way of trying to deny away the hatch. And as you saw, it got them that entry. But I can't help but feel a lot of that was really really lost on Elevate's choices. They lost the first man and had to rotate the Ying over to playing on Big Tower stairs. You really want those smokes and those candelas to get you safely down through the drop and working your way forwards. By the time it came around to the drop coming in, they had one smoke and one candela still left on side. One of those was also just thrown out randomly in spawn. I think it was out towards construction. I don't know if it was a mispress or if Punch was just trying to bait that instead they were going in through construction side. I don't know, but it didn't feel very together coming out of Elevate. Admittedly, a little bit strapped once they lost the Capital, because you really wanted those smokes and those firebolts to assist in the drop and the execute, but SSG read that like a book, as you saw as well. Those two Capcans doing all the work they needed. So there is improvement needed for Elevate going into round 2. A very similar lineup, in fact, an exactly identical one coming in here for a different site as we head up onto that second floor, Tim.
We do. We're going to have the Capcan traps knocking about again, the EDDs, and we've seen the lethality of them potentially in the first round, and it's something that Elevate are going to have to pay attention to, because the thing is here, they're up against a team that, even in round 1, they look like they're ready for the fight here. They look like they're up for it, and if you're going up against an SSG team like that, you can't give them anything for free. You can't be going in there even in half health because you've tripped one Capcan trap. You know, you've got to be on it, and you've got to make sure that you're clearing those devices out. Now, DCH is going to be holding angles, just waiting for any potential peaks. Elevate looking a little bit concerned here, Des. There's windows that are opened, and it's, don't get me wrong, good that they're paying attention to them, but you've got 2-3 guns all trained at them, and we're a minute into the round.
Can we take a quick look at Trophy, please, Observer, as well? I'm curious to know exactly what other utilities in there. Is it ADSs there, or was it just the magnets? It was just the magnets. Cool. In fact, there's an ADS there as well. So they've thrown 4 flashes through, burnt through 1 magnet, and in the process, 3 flashes have gone off, and they've not done anything off the back of it. No nade has followed through to clear out anything in there that's now exposed. So that ADS is going to recharge that's inside a Trophy. They'll have to reburn through that again, and they have no flashes left on side. Not 100% sure how I feel about that one, boys.
DCH is going to be working his way through into meeting, but the prox alarm is going to give away his position, and you can see immediately from the silhouette there, guns start training. It's Yeti who is ready for that potential challenge. DCH is just going to hold his angle for a little bit, but with 1 minute 20 left on the clock, he can't stand here and hold this forever. But Yeti does stray across. He's going to take a little bit of chip damage, but they can't find the kill. Sapper elsewhere does manage to pick up a headshot onto Fultz, but that's leveled out as Hot and Cold manages to find Mr. Punch, and that is going to leave us now 4v4 coming into the final minute, and still no top floor control really for Elevate.
No, and they're still establishing themselves really. They've got to be mindful of the fact that Yeti is still running around downstairs. Rampy as well is also down in the basement, so there's 2 players potentially off site here. I think we might have just seen Yeti. In fact, no, he's still out towards Showers, I believe. So there's 2 players that are entirely off site here looking to do a little bit of work for SSG. That could be a real backstab unless they've got those flanks locked down with drones sat ready and waiting. But Tim, there are only 2 drones on side. They don't have any flank cover right now. They've lost all that information game, and that's arguably why SSG are looking to get so aggressive on the roam.
Elevate at the minute, I think, just not doing quite enough. It's maybe not their choice, but not doing enough work in the early round and just leaving themselves too late, having to push in. Bosco shotgun, Yeti finds one. Onigiri from the window will pick up Yeti as a trade, but it leaves us with 20 seconds left to go. 2v3, and Elevate once again are going to have to rush and push this situation. They've got no choice. DCH manages to find Hot and Cold, level things up. 10 seconds left to go, but you're going up against 2 of the most experienced in Siege in this situation, Des. It's Bosco, it's Rampy. Yeti picks up a kill from beyond the grave with the Capcan explosive device, and there's the final kill from Bosco. Puts it down, and that is going to be another round for SSG. And as I said in round 1, Des, I'll say the same again. Last 15 seconds, you're rushing to push, you're going to go into Capcan traps. You have to have them dealt with.
This is what I always say as well, is as soon as you know there's 1 Capcan trap on the map, you know there are 4 more in waiting somewhere, and you have to check every single door you go through. I was watching the Sonics game earlier on, and basically every single time their opponents were trying to get into a room or through a window, they were checking the floor for frost mats. It was just expected. Elevate have now seen Capcan 2 rounds in a row. If they see him again in any future rounds, they really have to be mindful of those traps. You've now lost 2 players across 2 rounds. Super not ideal. And I come back again to how that round started, Tim, with the utility use, the flashes being dumped in through the window, there being no follow-up, a shield going down for free inside of there with ADSs and magnets still covering it. It's a little bit... It's not super well thought out by Elevate, is the best way I can describe it. And I don't really want to, like, flame them or go super hard on them here, but there are some really questionable decisions that is making this far easier for SSG than it really should be at an event like SI.
I think there's a combination of things happening. I think you're absolutely right there. I think also the SSG are setting up very well. They are winning gunfights, and I think to a degree it's not necessarily about Elevate winning rounds as much as SSG winning them as well. You know, I won't be too critical on Elevate when I say they haven't got into the map, they're not established, there's only a minute to go. It's because of what they're facing up to. It's what, you know, it's what they're trying to break down. They just can't find those cracks. They can't find those ways in, and it is a tough one for them.
It's like a seesaw, right? Do you say one side's losing or the other side's winning?
Exactly that.
I honestly think there's a mix of both. SSG are playing this to the letter. They're getting out on their own when they're realizing basically all drones are gone. They're doing that sort of thing really smartly. But there's also Elevate here, whiffing away utility, pushing into random spots. You had 2 players looking at site, for example, whilst one was still trying to work their way around showers. Just little things like that weren't really fully put together, so it's a bit of both, 50-50 I'd say right now, and we'll see across the next couple of rounds if Elevate can warm into it. If they lose this round, I would really hope to see a timeout just to reset things here and get things back on the wagon, because it has been painful so far.
Onagiri just peppering a few shots through the soft wall there, actually nearly finds his man, but I think just a couple of millimetres to one side will save Yeti's life. Hot and cold, just with a very nice, as you say, keep a barricade there that he's going to play from behind, deep on the benches. They know that Yeti's in position, so they're using the tools that they've got well. There's in goes the nade. Yeti tries to get away, but can't, and that is a beautiful visual that we had of that play as well. Onagiri taking a lot of damage from the impact nade though, and Hot and cold, he just dips himself back, spraying as he goes and taking hit points with him.
We have seen this so many times, this push coming in through the meeting wall with the Ossa having shields around. Bosco trying to creep his way up green, but Mr. Punch says hell no. Shuts down both him and Fultz, finds 2 kills, Mark into another, and it does look like finally Elevate will get on the board. Direct to site, bring the Ossa as the primary plant tool that you need, and they've managed to make this nice and simple for themselves and get a flawless round. A massive turnaround after those first 2.
Nicely played from Elevate there. Bosco and Fultz, you know, making a big attempt to get themselves up the green. It's one of those plays, you roll the dice, if it comes off, you've won the round.
Yep.
It didn't. Mr. Punch was there, he gave them the 1-2 punch, he said absolutely not today, and managed to get himself 2. Easy as that, there you go. And it really just, the rest of the defence crumbled at that point. You know, we were down to low numbers, and it was a good win for Elevate to put themselves on the board. But looking at the way things have gone, you know, if we rinse and repeat that, we get a 4-2 half for SSG. Honestly, I wouldn't put it past SSG to win that 3rd site at the 2nd time of trying. So I still think there's serious work for Elevate to do here, because we're coming into sites now with basement, with top floor, where Elevate haven't really been close at all. So it's not that they need a small adjustment, you know, they need to be changing things big style and quickly.
Yeah, I mean, equally SSG are looking to do something similar here, although the Goyo still being retained and used for that stall tactic coming out of the Vulcan canisters. There are no cap cans on side this time, though Castle, as we all know, can be such a massive transformer of sites. Being able to lock off certain lines of sight, making it risky to get up close and destroy them unless you have some range destruction. Really here, you're looking at the sledge of Sapper to be the one that's going to get through and do it. I like the last second change away to the Hibana as well. You kind of expect that for this site because the hatches are there to deal with. Even opened up here already by SSG, so by the looks of it, Tim, they want to play up and around meeting again, try and cause some trouble. Fultz also getting locked down around kitchen and security. That's pretty staple, to be fair, for this site. And DCH is in, blowing up a couple of those Vulcan canisters already.
Elevate need to keep themselves alive for the first minute. That was one of the big problems that they faced last time they got hit with. I think it was an early nitro that took one of them down within the first minute, and it really did put them on the back foot. Now, what is Fultz doing? He's just on a little lurk there. He's just holding his position, waiting for the opportunity, and I love to see it. If he pops around Classroom here, he could really teach them a lesson, Des, because there's 2 of them looking to push in. We've got Sapper and Onagiri coming in from the garage side of things. Now, Fultz is going to drop back to his position. He doesn't want to over-aggress that, which is fair enough. He was the one holding Freezer Stairs previously, and he's gone back into that. But it's also good from Elevate that they've forced him to do that, and this is how they need to do it. Take control of the map and build from there.
See, I've looked at this as the round has gone on, and I really feel like they could try and do a direct sight here and get Southside control really quick. There's a player inside a cubby, but that's about as far as it's gone when it comes to SSG's present on site. They're trying to be busy off the sites itself, which is great for teams that want to play into that. But at the minute, Elevate have got 3 or 4 players stacked up on the south side, and I'm thinking, hey, if they're committing 3 or 4 heads up towards top side, just hit the site. There's not actually that much down there to stop you as long as you know what utility needs to be used. Now you can see 4 of them getting ready. They're still trying to challenge, but again, boys, I'd really challenge you here and say, let's think about, okay, it's too late now because they've already pulled down. 30 seconds ago, a direct site hit could have been the answer.
There's going to be a couple of gunfights that are very important. I'd expect them to be happening in the next 45 seconds or so, and that's going to be when the initial challenges start coming in from Elevate. We can see we've got all of SSG now turtled on site, all within a very small radius of each other. So, Elevate, this is your opportunity. You've got them surrounded. You've cleared the utility you want to clear. It's time to push and win gunfights. There's no other way to win rounds, and how those first few go are going to be very important.
No drones again, though, Tim. They're down to 3. One of those is in the back pocket of Onigiri as well, so they don't have much information on site. So all these drones that have been burnt, figuring out what's going on upstairs, are now no longer available for the actual site here. They're very much going in blind, and that's what makes me nervous. They've got to make this work whilst praying they don't get swung from every possible location the second they try to do something.
Hot and Cold is still controlling elbow as well here, Des. Mr. Punch, he keeps prodding and poking from bunker, but there's going to be no way in. He's got a Hot and Cold sat behind a shield, I think. He's got Vector in hand, and he's ready to cut him down. So that's at least one of the angles. There you go. Look at that absolutely disgusting little angle. DCH is going to take damage there, and here comes that last second push again. 20 seconds, Yeti gets one, gets so excited he finds himself another impulse. I'm not sure how much it's going to matter though. Mark manages to get Rampy, 13 seconds left to go. It leaves us in a 4 versus 3. Elevate have numbers, but not for long as Bosco headshot onto DCH. We've got kills going in both directions. Mark gets in, might just get this diffuser down, but no, Yeti, he steps out with an important kill, and once again, SSG, they just show they are in full control of the basement.
Dear ground for Yeti as well. 3 kills playing around deep freezer there. Great spot to be in, and does the business that SSG need. I will give to Elevate though, for given they had nothing
it was better
for them with 60 seconds to go. Sure, helped out a little bit by the TK, but they managed to almost pull something together there at the very end, but just couldn't quite get it in the end. You saw, for example, when Mark stepped down and looked down highway and got himself the first kill, he was having to check every single corner, every doorway in case there was a player there. Just hindered slightly by the fact they had no drones, no information, everything was being done kind of ad-lib, figuring it out as they went along. That's what we've got to be careful of. It's the 3rd round now. I think I've seen SSG whittle those drones down to almost nothing by the time 60 seconds are left, and SSG are then saying, right, hit them on the flank, force them to come in blind. And I'm seeing the Frost and the Capcan on side, Tim. I think it's a brilliant choice. They're seeing this and saying, look, we've caught them out with Capcans twice so far. They're pushing in quite blind. There's a very fair chance at some point you are going to see someone either step through another couple of Capcans or straight into a Frost map.
Here we go then. Round number 5. We're going to be heading into the action phase very, very soon. You know, you're absolutely right to pick up on Frost there. We're just sort of really, we can't even say we're doubling down on the traps. We're tripling down on them with the Legion as well. Again, SSG, I think, recognising that Elevate have maybe been a little bit slow to gain control. They're having to execute in those final 30, 40 seconds. And, you know, it's not a case of an execute where you're just going in to put the diffuser down. When we say execute, they're having to start the push, get the kills, do absolutely everything. So there's a lot going on for them, and there's a great opportunity for them to be missing pieces of utility like that.
4 drones already gone. We're 20 seconds into the round now. I've seen a couple of teams lose like 3 during the drone phase, and that's really bad. You're losing more than 1. There's mistakes being made, but to already be down 4 as the round has just started.
And that's with Soulless banned.
Yeah, it's just not a good look. I don't know. We'll see what the impact of that is when we come down to about 60 seconds left, when we actually start squaring up for the site itself. But again, it is a point I keep on seeing happening again and again across these rounds that's really starting to play on my mind now.
Mr. Punch on the roof with the Amaru, just going to open up the attic window. Trying to push in again. Elevate have been very much about, you know, aggressing from multiple sides. Sapper is over currently by the master balcony. He's holding an angle in through there. They've got attention on attic. They had Onigiri on double window last time around. He's not positioned himself there yet, but there is the potential later in the round. And they are trying to work from multiple sides. They are trying to make SSG's life difficult.
Oh my God!
He's just gunning through every wall in front of him. He knows that Yeti's there somewhere, but somehow Yeti still going and has about 10 HP left and manages to get himself back to site.
Tim, they've got no drones left again. I know I keep on coming back to it, and it feels like I'm really honing in a really small point of this, but they have no information. Everything is being taken blind, and this is where SSG are thriving. Truthfully, really unlucky not to get a couple of kills, though. Yeti hitting the deck while you're being sprayed at. I was like, just keep running, man. What are you doing? But he does walk away alive. He's sat at 8-2. He's laughing, and that is a wonderful nade coming out from DCH from below. Hot and Cold and Yeti both down to a slither of HP as well. A single bullet enough to put them both in the grave.
I was going to say Elevate might not have any drones, but SSG barely have any hit points at this point. They've got a number of players who are going to be down with 1 bullet, and that is certainly something that they need to manage going forward, or those nades from below can just be that little bit further away and still be lethal, as we see Hot and Cold taken down but not out as well. Unlikely at this point probably to be recovered, because we know in the final 40 seconds things are getting dangerous. dangerous. Elevator close to the site. They're pushing, they're prodding, they're trying to find anything that they can. And Hot and Cold, he's just trying to provide a bit of information. I think he's just positioned himself in the middle of the dorms there. He can hear DCH pushing in. He can give that call at least.
And here comes Mark. Okay, so that's giving his location away. They know there's one inside the site and one's top white. SSG now needs to set up these crossfires. There's 3 of them on side to work together. Sure, Mark's looking for a plant as well, but they can make the move. That's exactly what they're starting to do. One spray coming down. DCH is out. Mark is all alone. He's got 3 to bring down. It's simply not going to happen. Rampy with the close in 2K, and SSG still in full control.
As soon as Rampy manages to hit that peak onto DCH, I think it was Rampy at the top of White Stairs, that's the round done. Mark's in there. He's in a potential plant spot. There is a bit of a risk from Kids still.
He's like down and up, down and up. It's not
having himself a little workout in the showers there, and then through into dining, just keeping himself alive. And there's that elevator timeout that you suggested we might be getting at some point soon. As it was, they didn't lose the 3rd round, but after losing 2 more of those, I'll say, joint primary sites, really, it's all down to personal choice of the teams. Top floor, bottom floor, both very popular, very viable sites. But yeah, Elevate now decide they've got to pull the trigger on that timeout.
Yeah, what is funny actually is I thought that was probably the air quotes cleaner round out of Elevate, the way they played it, the way they got set up. The only downside being they lost all their drones within the first 80 seconds or so, had nothing really left for the rest of the round. Now there's always that element of players can figure things out together, you know. They're not stupid, they know where players are likely to be. You saw that wonderful nade coming out from DCH to get a kill from below, and the second one that turned into a down 2. So they can make it work, it's just not doing them any favors. But outside of that, I actually really liked that last round from Elevate. I think they're starting to warm into things. Is it going to be too little too late? We'll find out when it comes to Clubhouse, I think, because I would be shocked if SSG can't get this last round here and then convert at some point in the next 2 to 3 rounds to get it to maybe a 7-2, 7-3 scoreline. I can't help but ignore the frags, not ignore, or can't help but pay attention to the scoreboard, Tim. No one above 4 kills on the side of Elevate right now. That's less than 1 per round for each of those players. Onigiri sat at 4 and 4. The rest still kind of scrambling to try and get themselves involved in this game.
I want to mention Yeti as well. Obviously, Yeti moved across to the roster recently. We saw him in Jönköping, and I'm going to preface this by saying, let me finish my point. Yeti had a bit of a tough time, numbers-wise, in Jönköping. To be fair to SSG, they were in a very difficult group in Jönköping. They had BDS and they had W7M, the ultimate winner, 2 of the best teams in the world in that group with them. They had a tough first day, came back stronger on the second day, but it was always going to be difficult to qualify after that first tough day. But to see Yeti come in here, after a difficult sort of first LAN with SSG and come in and straight away, first game, bang, 8 and 2, it's just going to be a great confidence boost for him, and that's very dangerous for all the other teams in this group.
Here we go.
Yeti is certainly very capable.
Here comes the choo-choo train, Tim. They're in with the blitz, racing straight in there as well, finding one. They've also got the Blackbeard on side. They've got the EE1D scans coming out. Everything looking to shut down SSG before they can react. They've got inside a kitchen. They know one's on the hatch. Sapper down to a slither of HP, assisted somewhat by that salvation station down on the ground. Smokes in. Sapper's going in for a plank. Got some cover outside from Onigiri. It feels like they may well have just managed to, I don't want to say cheese, but they've definitely caught the side of SSG off guard here into a 2 versus 3, where one of those last 3 is a shield. 4-2 looks to be the scoreline.
Not a bad shout from Elevate. Sometimes you've just got to throw that curveball in there and see if you can pick yourself up a round, and these rounds can be difference makers, so well played from them. It's not quite over yet, but it wasn't going to be long. Onigiri on the Blackbeard, just at the little green window there, takes his man down. It's Fultz is the last, and it's a good round from Elevate, whichever way you want to look at it. Sometimes you've just got to roll the dice, and it was a good judgment call from them to get the rush in there. It worked, it got the job done, and they're 4-2 rather than 5-1, which is a big difference.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the scoreline here, I think anyone would look at that and go, oh, SSG go 4-2 on defense on Oregon, or any team goes 4-2 on defense. Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. Win the offsite, no problem. For me, where the biggest difference comes in is the manner in which those rounds have been won. Like, SSG dominated Elevate in the rounds that they won. For Elevate, I'm not going to say they didn't play well, because they absolutely did. The first round on the offsite was with the Ossa. It was very well orchestrated. It was some great nade places coming out from Onigiri. That last round there, I said I don't want to call it cheesy, but it is kind of on that level. It caught them off guard. It got the job done. That's all that really matters. they've now got to show a really, really powerful defense to be able to pull things out. They've got the cap cannon side themselves, they've got a couple of shields, they've got the evil eyes. Where you've got to be careful though is if you are getting out on the roam in the same way that we saw SSG kind of half doing on their defense this side, there is a Jackal on the other side. Fultz, he's going to go hunting, and you know exactly what's going to happen after that. The rest of the team are going to descend, and they will pinch onto any would-be roamers.
We get into it then. Let's see what happens with these SSG attacks. It's going to be straight down to basement that Elevate go. It's a site that they struggled with, so no surprise that they're going to try and build their castle there. They're going to try and make it a lockdown in a couple of rounds. The thing is, if you look at this, it's not terrible for Elevate. They've got 2 good sites to go at, you know, and it is very possible for them to return a 4-2 here. My concern for them probably is, at the minute, going to be the players out on the roam, because I feel like SSG are just really feeling them gunfights at the minute, and you know, players like Yeti going in there on the Twitch, we've got Fultz on the Jackal. I just feel like they're going to be tracking them down, they're going to be hunting them, and Elevate need to be very careful managing that they don't overstay their welcome.
That's what I'm hoping for as well, as I said earlier on. I think those Jackal traps come in, you have 2 or 3 players looking to collapse in. Rampy the one kind of working his way forward here, just checking out for any goo mines that might be on these stairs, of which there are none. Could get real cheeky here and find a kill or 2 around security if they keep on moving so freely. But I don't think they have any idea that he's here right now. Now he's run into one. Now they do.
Just going to slow down progress a little bit, but the clearance will still continue. I think Elevate now have largely been pushed back to site. DCH is still present in meeting. I'm going to need to be careful because he's got the man above him. The book is up there, and Mark's just going to be forced out of kitchen as well. I think this is probably the turning point. This is the moment now where the drop back has to come. DCH is going to stay for a little bit longer. Mark gets found out by Yeti just after dropping back to site. So Yeti, he's already down there at pillars. This is good from SSG, Des. 1 minute 20 left to go, and they've got a commanding position down in the basement.
I feel like they're trying to tame a wild animal, right? They're playing it so slow. Remember, like Rampy just kind of crouch walking his way super slow down white stairs. Oh, Sapper, look towards your left, but I think there's someone walking across the top. In fact, no, it was out in the hallway. Caught me out on that one. Dronus in him out. He's back down in the kitchen. Drops out of smoke and looks to pull his way back. But very slowly, we are seeing them being tied in here as well. Yeti loses out that 1v1. Missed the punch, hitting a pretty nasty headshot on that Legion. But you can see the pressure starting to build up from SSG as we get into those last 60 seconds.
It's going to come down to Onigiri to try and hold down from elbow, and he's still got his shield, he's still got his utility, so not the end of the world, but SSG, they're feeling pretty comfortable, I think. They've got them surrounded, they've got the laundry, they've got the pillar presence, and they can start looking to apply pressure. Bosco's going to deliver the diffuser down those laundry stairs, so it looks like the push-in is going to come from that location as they try to get in and start getting the diffuser down. Fultz is leading the way, first of all. What a beauty from Sapper. Onigiri finds one from elbow as well, and all of a sudden it's a 4 versus 2. Bosco and hot and cold, and Bosco has the diffuser, but he's out in the cold all alone, really. No support on that side of the map. He tries to do his best, but shut down by DCH. Diffuser down cold, and it's a matter of time until Elevate win their first defense. And a 3-4 scoreline it's looking pretty good for Elevate, considering what we've seen so far.
Felt like it started to crumble there at the end for SSG. They started the round so well, you know, Elevate also moving in shape with what it was SSG were doing. Just taking step backs, you know, moving back onto site, getting themselves re-established, and just not looking to lose anyone in a really silly way, which is great. They realized the Jackal was there, didn't take any risks. Spot on kind of stuff. For SSG, the first smoke came out a little bit misplaced. I think it must have bounced, for example, off the archway above the door that then impeded their path forward. They got one a bit deeper, but you really needed that second smoke to go down inside a highway to stop any pushes coming through. But they were also completely unaware of the player that was sat behind the bomb site inside of Laundry. So although he didn't step out and kill 2 players as they were coming up through Laundry side, he did get a freebie inside of Freezer. That removed all pressure on that side of the map, and SSG's attack just lost a lot of its backbone from there. So really good defense by Elevate. SSG got to be a little bit sharper in those final 90 seconds. You start so well, but it's about completing too.
Elevate just setting up the attic side of things. Going to be doing the reinforcers to keep SSG out. Are they going to do both sides? No, they're going to keep the rotate there, so they're going to have to keep a hold of Big Tower. Mark's going to be going all the way down into basement. No, he's just chasing drones at the minute. He's up and down, but it's going to be his job potentially to try and keep them out. He's going to place the mute jammer. I'm just wondering exactly what's going on. Are we going to... No, he's back in there. I didn't know if he was going to try and play his position from inside of Attic rather and try and invite SSG onto him a little bit. We've just got aggression from Onigiri there on Garage Door. He's going to miss his shots onto the drone. So that's just going to see him dipping away into basement. But Onigiri on a roam in the map is a dangerous thing. They need to make sure that they're finding him.
And again, since the theme has been for me, drones throughout this map, let's just take a look at the quick difference here in counter drones versus what we had from Elevate in that fateful round when they'd lost 4. SSG are only down 1 so far. They're doing really good with the drones, keeping them alive. 1, as we saw, in a really key position as well, supported by the 0 here from Yeti. There's just so much information raining in from this team right now that there should be no nasty surprises. I say should. Elevate, as we know, very capable of springing out and picking up a couple of kills out of seemingly nowhere.
Bosco, he's going to get that breach open. He's ready in position now. I don't know that that's walkable. It looks like it's only 1 charge that has detonated and then been cleared off by an impact nade. So he's going to need to maybe... No, it might be. No, that's a double. He can get himself in there. So access is available now. I think Rampy is potentially thinking about getting onto that double window at some point. He was last up on the rooftop. But it's looking like he's just moving himself around at the minute. Everything else is going to be coming through Trophy and Master for SSG here. 1 minute 30 left to go. There's no real pressure on SSG other than when they do this at the minute.
Well, shield being taken out there, I imagine. Did he miss it? I think he did. It's going to go on through here and take out that shield, though, which means now no one can sit behind it too freely. They're just trying to slowly massage Elevate away from being able to stop a games room plant coming in here. Bosco's been sat waiting quite patiently for a while, just inside of Master, whilst they get trophy control assumed. From there, they're looking to get in and get a plant in next to the foosball table off the back of a bunch of smokes and candelas coming in from Rampy. It does feel like they've got all the right stuff starting to come together here, and there comes the first candela.
Focuses on the drones, still an important thing to note because obviously there is the player on the flank and they just need to be aware at all times as to whether that is going to be somebody that pushes up or not. Rampy could potentially hold that through the armory corridor window whilst the rest of them try to push on and get themselves into sight. 40 seconds left to go and SSG in a position where they need to be moving forward now. They need to be getting themselves into a position to put this diffuser down because they're not quite ready to execute yet.
Everyone's been forced off towards the left except for Mr. Punch on the downstairs. It's brilliant manoeuvring of SSG so far to force them further and further back into the waiting arms of Rampy with these candelas. This could catch out a couple of players here because they've also got smokes to work with. Either way, here's Distraction Force on this side of the map. Steps in and finds one, looking for another off towards his left. Sees his man but doesn't win the kill. There's 2 kills that come out as well for Elevate, but the plant is going down. They get a super aggressive push and Hot and Cold is trying to do what he can to save this, but it's not going to happen. Elevate exploding in the execute and shutting down a very mistimed SSG.
That was nice from Elevate. As you say, it sort of looked like they were pushed back, but I'm feeling maybe they just sort of fell back. They were like, that's okay, you can have that little bit of room, you can have that little bit of room, you can have that little bit of room, but no more. And then as that final execute came in, it was well played from Elevate. They didn't lose their heads, they won the gunfights they needed to, and closed out the round. And that leveled things up 4-4. And what was looking like a very good start from SSG on their defensive half is starting to look a lot more now like we could be potentially heading for overtime at best here. They've not been drastically close to either of those rounds. I felt like Basement, there was a situation, they had Yeti down at Pillars, they were in command of a few areas, they'd moved Fultz down into Laundry, but nothing ever really came of it. And again, the same there. They got themselves into the positions to execute. They got themselves ready. They were postured, ready to go. But again, Elevate then had the answers in the last 30 seconds, and it's been well played from Elevate.
Again, I'll give it. I think SSG, again, in the very start of the rounds, leading up to the point of the execute itself, are brilliant.
Yeah.
The way they've managed to maneuver 4 players over towards the west, completely away from any semblance of control, was brilliant. But the one key piece they were missing in that round, I felt, was a player either on Kid's window or at top white. Because what you're looking to do there is stop someone doing exactly what happened, which is running in through the single gains wall and spraying down Bosco whilst the plant is going down. He's the one that has to be protected. You've got someone on Trophy Door, one top white, even on Kids, for example, to stop any crosses coming through, and that plant goes through every day of the week. Admittedly, okay, there was a C4 out of the Valkyrie, but that only got Fultz. It didn't get the man himself going for the plants. So just a small thing there being missed, it felt like, by SSG that really enabled Elevate to go a little bit gung-ho and say, you know what, we're going to run in towards games room, we're going to spray down the planter, we're going to win this round. So let's see that course corrected. But I think I'm with you, Tim. If this doesn't scream overtime, it screams an Elevate win, because those 2 rounds have been a bit ropey.
This is it, like you say, you know, SSG, the 2/3 of the round are good. It's just that final bit that's not working out, and Elevate have been able to take advantage of that. Yeti, he's going to launch himself with the Gara hook into T3, but he's almost going to launch himself into a problem, and Sapper manages to finish the job with a beautiful Nitro, taking Yeti down, and that leaves us in a 4v4 with DCH already dead and gone. We are in a position where SSG have still got work to do to take this top floor. We've got a number of Elevate players up there. They very much defend him from above, but Mr. Punch, he's going to find himself down, but not out for the time being. May be able to rescue him here, Elevate, but it's going to be a risk.
They could bait this, I'm sure. If Rampy just waits a second, he can bait this doorway. But if he's not careful, he'll mistime it and get himself killed as well. Looks like, no, they will collect him out just fine. Right call being made there, I think, to try and wait for him to get into kitchen. It was just far too silly to go in, exposed to an area of the map of which you have zero information on.
Mark still up on the top floor. His position is going to be particularly important. It is largely the one that you would look to be denying any diffuse attempt from. So Onigiri is up there to support as well. Knows that there's a potential push from Master, but SSG aren't rushing this. You know, I like that they're just taking the time. They're droning out. They're making sure that they can get this job done because they know how important this round is. But Onigiri and Mark are still a little bit slippery up there on the top floor, Des, and they're wasting more and more time here. And SSG are a team that will want to put the diffuser down if they can, and so each second that burns away is very important.
Well, now they know where they are as well. There's 3 members coming in here, and they've been shot through the floor. Finds one. Oh, Onigiri painting circles around him, but not the man himself. And it's a team kill from Fultz, not again. We've had that twice so far this game. Admittedly, Fultz was the victim last time, but they've got themselves down to a 2v1 with 30 seconds to play. I don't know about you, Tim, but this feels very clutchable.
It certainly does. Sapper's down there. He's got the shotgun, but no, he's going to run into the vertical angle. Bosco waiting and just closes him out when the round goes with it. And I tell you what, it just starts screaming overtime. Each team only able to win attacks onto that tertiary site choice, but big moments for Elevate coming now. 5-4 down, the motivation surely there for SSG to get one of these primary sites locked out and at least try and make the difference. The problem is, for SSG now, if they win basement or if they win top floor, they've kind of got to win it twice because they're not going to then see that third choice site. So, you know, they're going to see a repeat of one of those primary sites.
The way I look at it is both teams have lacked on the primary sites, right, on this map. I think whether it's the end products, ironically, it's almost opposite problems, right? Elevate kind of pulling rounds out of almost nowhere. It felt like, or getting close to pulling them out of nowhere despite having a poor start. SSG having a great start but not being able to complete. They've both got opposite issues right now. But it's always on these primary sides, on the downstairs and on the upstairs, where the attackers simply aren't able to win. We've got one last quarter of regulation, as I call it, these 3 rounds to play out, in which we need to see SSG win either this site or the next one and then go on to win the offsite as well. Because neither team has been able to defend that offsite so far, admittedly in very different styles, but I just think the key, again, is getting one of those primary sites won.
Interesting to note, you know, obviously we talk about the strength of SSG in the beginning of the rounds, Des. At the minute, the 9 rounds that we've seen so far, it's actually 7-2 on entry to SSG. They are quite consistently... Exactly that. They are quite consistently picking up those entry kills. All 3 attacking rounds so far, they have had the entry kill, but have been unable to shut those rounds down, and that's going to be something that might just come back to haunt them if they end up losing this map. Elevate, you know, doing a very good job of fighting from behind. So back in basement we go for round 10. It's going to be Elevate still on the defense now until the end of regulation, of course, and they are largely back to sight. There's 4 of them down there that I can see. Fultz is looking on the Jackal to try and track down anybody that he can, but there's not going to be too many of them there to find, I don't think.
No, it looks like it knows to begin with at least. So again, I mean, Elevate have always played quite passive, I feel, here, really. The most aggressive we've seen, really, is DCH being up inside T3. But they have dropped away inside about 90 seconds. In the last round, we saw them play this. They don't want to get involved in gunfights, really, more try and do exactly what SSG did, which is pick away at the drones, slow down the attackers a little bit, force them to waste a bit of time, so when the execute does come in, there's even less time for them to work with.
Yeti just going to push into rear stage stairs. Beautiful nade, almost almost takes out Mark and ECH, but both somehow managed to escape with their lives. But that is certainly not ideal for Elevate. Not only have they lost the position, not only have they lost rear stage stairs, an almost pillar, but they've got 2 defenders now on very, very low health and easily taken out. So they need to be very aware, you know, potentially thinking it's difficult to move his army away from pillars because obviously the Kiba barricades can be important in keeping and holding that position, but on such low health it's very, very dangerous.
It is. Into that last 60 seconds then, and this is where again SSG have got to start pulling things together here. This is where they fell every single time they've tried so far when it comes to these last 60 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever it might be, they've tried to move forward with a couple of players that look easy enough to pick off. Mark is a lucky man. He's down to literally 1 HP, Tim. Could have been finished off, but is still here. And I think we saw in a couple of our games yesterday, players on 5 HP walking away with 2Ks in the close. It's not enough.
Just remember Mark's health come the end of this, and you know how well Elevate might just have used those remaining hit points, because he's burning time after time after time, second after second, from pillars where SSG can't get in there. Sapper manages to get Yeti. Mark finally taken out, and here comes that SSG collapse. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills. Rampy with the last of them, and it's all up to Sapper now. 1v4, and surely this is the attack on a primary site that SSG managed to take. Out goes the Toxic Babe, gives away his location. He's going to try and knock out that Kiba barricade, but no, his position is given away to Hot and Cold, who is able to close out the round, and SSG finally get themselves on to that map point.
And as I said earlier on, I think breaking one of those 2 primary sites was the key. That should be what turns this around. They can probably lose this next round and feel very comfortable going into the final one, the 12th, that will be most likely on... Well, I say actually, no, it probably wouldn't. Elevate, I'd imagine, wouldn't choose to go the off-site. They'd replay the downstairs again. But SSG, having just won that site, will feel very confident going into it. Either way, it's screaming alarm bells for Elevate right now on their map pick.
It is, you know, and they can probably feel a little bit hard done to. You know, they've played their defense pretty well. They've frustrated SSG on the whole. They've made it difficult for them. They've done everything they can realistically. But this is, if you remember at the beginning of this map, I said about SSG, this is a roster with an awful lot of experience. They're not the sort of players, you know, that are going to panic, that are going to think that, you know, they're in a problem, that they're in a bad situation. They're going to find a way, and that's what SSG have just done there. They win that round, and they know now there's blood in the water. They can smell it, and for me, they're the sort of team that will close out this map.
Let's see if they can get there then. This is that time to do it and then move on to club and show what you can do. Looking at the Pulse on side alongside the Valkyrie from Elevate feels a lot more intel like leaning than it was previously. We've seen interestingly the Jaeger and the Wamai coming up quite a lot for both teams on the defensive side, but we've seen Valkyrie once or twice, not seen the Pulse really coming through for either of them. So what I like about it here is again feeding in with the C4s, and then that we've seen Elevate generally avoid playing throughout the half so far. I think I've seen maybe 1 max. They've then had a bunch of impacts and Barb to go along with it as well. So really I'm leaning in towards seeing that explosive utility being used correctly off the back of the information to determine whether or not they come out on top in this round.
So SSG need to be aware of what Elevate did here last time around. They were forced back deep into site, but this is a site that I've often said is like a... Most sites are, to be fair, but there's a real element of like an onion defense here. You're breaking down those layers, but the core of it is particularly difficult. If you're going in the last 20, 30 seconds and you've still got 3 or 4 players alive and they're playing in and around, you know, the main dorms area, the double window kids dorms, if that's their sort of stronghold, it can be very, very difficult to break down, as SSG found last time around. So this time, they've got to make sure that they're doing something. Rampy, he had that presence on double window last time around, needs to be there, needs to be making sure that they can't hold on to that area. If they're going to force them anywhere, they need to scatter them really more than consolidate them into those 2 rooms.
Well, hopefully what you're looking at with the Dukabi on side is that it becomes easy to consolidate them into 1 or 2 rooms, just slowly kind of boxing them in, as they've already shown they can do when they're attacking onto the top floor. Feels like a similar story, but have they dealt with Onigiri? The answer right now is no. There's one working out towards Showers, which could be a little bit nasty to try and face down into. And with the information being provided again by the Valkyrie and by the Pulse, that's exactly what they're looking for.
We've got Rampy currently working across from Showers. He's trying to go for that clearance. But like you say, with, you know, potential Onigiri, with potential Pulse, Sapper out in the map, it could make it very, very dangerous to do so. But SSG seem to have a good handle on what's going on here. Horton's going to go downstairs and just try to support his man, Bosco. Just getting into a little gunfight there. Sapper removed, and well played from SSG. Another entry kill for them.
Wasn't quite a trade, but it was very much bait play coming out from Fultz as well, just bringing him down low, forcing that mag down to empty and hot and cold swings for the one of the 5 critical kills they need to round out this map. Onigiri looking to get busy here, but the patience being shown by Bosco. He's been lurking out towards showers the entire time, not really moving forwards and waiting for Onigiri to move. His patience is rewarded after 2 minutes as he brings down one of the key men on this Elevate side. 3 left standing and 4 for SSG.
Right, SSG have done the bit well that we know that they can do well. They've done the first 2 minutes. They've got those kills. They're 4 versus 3. Now, can they do that last second execute? 15 seconds left to go, and they're going to have to get themselves moving towards site. At the minute, they're still chasing shadows. They know there's players on the flank. They haven't dealt with Mr. Punch. They're going to have to ignore him. They've no choice here but to try and push through the smoke, and I think they've just dedicated a little bit too much time to that bottom floor, Des, as it starts coming in. There's 1 player left alive, yet he's somehow in there able to get the diffuser down and extend the clock. It's 2v1. Mr. Punch, he's got to do it now. He's moving around. He's into kids. He's got to find his men. Gotta try and find him as best he can, but he looked for the wrong spot here. Soon the plant was going down in games. That's a critical team call error that has cost them the round and cost them the map. SSG taking Elevate's map pick. It all got a bit frantic at the end there, and even with 5 seconds left to go, the focus for SSG was still on getting that diffuser down, but somehow Yeti got in there and got the job done, and it pushes them over the line on Oregon.
Beautiful stuff as well. A really entertaining game, and sure, Elevate did battle in through a good few of those rounds, and the defense running the clock down, forcing SSG into some difficult positions, but really you'll look back at that first half and say SSG look incredibly strong on the defense. Really excited to see how Clubhouse goes, given it is SSG's map pick. So let's go to a quick break, and when we come back, Clubhouse awaits.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
back to the 6th Invitational B stream, where we are live with SSG versus Elevate. Oregon. Elevate's map pick was taken by SSG in quite convincing fashion, I'd say, Tim.
I think overall, yeah, there was a spell in the middle of the game there where Elevate got themselves on defence, had a few good rounds. My concern for SSG on what we've seen there would be that other teams, may punish them later in the tournament if they are struggling with the end of the round.
It was that final 30 seconds.
Yeah,
right?
it was.
Yeah.
But it's SSG's first game, so it's not the end of the world. They're just coming into the tournament. That's something that they'll, course correct as they go. But yeah, certainly something they need to be aware of.
Obviously, the really fun one was over on the other stream. We had some real spice going down as well, with G2 taking W7M's map picker bank away from them. Not an expectation I have, because we said this already. G2 beat Koi yesterday. If they beat W7M 2-0 today, for example, the last two teams they've got are Elevate and SSG, what many would consider to be two of the weaker teams in this group. Imagine if G2 can come out of the group stage 4-0. No one expects that. Literally no one. And if you said you did, you're a liar.
Story writes itself at that point, doesn't it?
Oh, Fabian comes back.
Imagine.
Stomps through groups. Stomps his way through the upper bracket to the grand final.
I love Fabian, but he'll be insufferable.
Oh.
If he just comes back in and wins everything, he'll be insufferable. Bless you. I do love you, Fabian.
We love him to pieces, but still can't face it. Can't do it. Anyway, the game we're focusing on obviously is this one. Elevate have got some bouncing back to do. They're going into Clubhouse, one of SSG's favourite maps. Me and Dev had a chat about this before we came onto this game as well, and he was saying, over the last year it's their favourite, but lately we're seeing other maps starting to come into SSG's map pool, things they'd rather play. And I was like, yes, but let's not forget, for teams that feel relatively confident they're going to make it out of the group stage, why would you show everything? Exactly. If you're not playing Bank, you're going to be very happy about that. Go to a map that you can use strats from not even a year ago, but potentially 3 years ago, and still be able to roll over opponents. Yep. If they get into that kind of position, I think SSG are going to be very happy. So no complaints to them about this map pick. This, to me, at least feels like a 2-0 in the making.
Yeah, I do feel that. I think if Elevate were going to get anything out of this one, it was likely to be on Oregon. Yeah. If we were going to go to the third, I would personally be surprised to see SSG drop Clubhouse. But
crazier things have happened.
They've got to be, just conscious of the time. I think about sites like Church and Arsenal. Quite often we'll see it come down to a last 20, 30 seconds execute, trying to put the diffuser down. That's something that SSG have just shown us is maybe a little bit of a wobble for them sometimes. So there are sites where that could be an issue for them again here, and it's maybe something Elevate can take advantage of.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully they've had a bit of time between the games as well to have that conversation about what are we going to change, what are we doing differently coming into Club. Main big takeaways from me. We've already said SSG have got to get better in the last 30 seconds. They will start on the attack inside. We'll see if they're more comfortable doing so on a map they're familiar with. They did lose it to TSM during the closed qualifiers. On the side of Elevate, for us, it was the early setups in these rounds. It was a utility being used in the wrong places. It was drones being burnt away very, very frivolously. They've got to change that early game round for me, so that's what I'm looking out for. Are SSG going to be able to execute well? Can Elevate succeed in the early parts of the round to set them up for a good end to a round? Really, this game for me is made on the attack.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think, as I've said, there could be potential pitfalls for SSG there. I've got to say the exact same for Elevate, going off what we've seen there, that the early round was a struggle for them. You've got to be good on your own clear for Clubhouse. Yeah. Let's be honest, SSG have got a roam on this map named after them. They've got a setup named after them. So it's not going to be easy for Elevate. They have to improve in the beginning of the round. The entry was a huge problem for them last time. At home, keep your eyes out. Watch where those entry kills go. Because if SSG, particularly on the defense, are picking up those entry kills over and over and over again, it is going to snowball into a problem for Elevate very, very quickly.
Well, you're talking about the entry kills. Just to give you the stat line, it was 9-2 on entries for SSG in the last map. They dominated the early round. Now, obviously couldn't convert all of those into a win. It's far from a foretelling of exactly how a round is going to end, but it already puts you at a 4 versus 5 advantage. Let's see how things change, though, going in. Already, Tim, it feels like we're back onto old school Clubhouse with 2 hard breach bans coming in.
Yeah, Maverick and Hibana will go by the wayside. Bandit's going to join as well. An interesting choice on Bandit.
Thatch is available, so...
Well, yeah, exactly that. And, electricity going, you'd usually expect it more to be Kaid, maybe. Yeah. But it's going to be Solis that's our final defender. That Bandit pick, you know, maybe there was a bit of value elsewhere.
I understand it, because with Thatcher, it's harder to deal with the Bandit than it is to deal with the Kai, because the Kai obviously has a whole load time.
Yeah.
You can chuck down an EMP at a wall to disable the one that's currently there. You get the hard breach on the wall. You roll another one whilst it's going off to guarantee any that have been deployed during that time are then disabled as well. A wall is guaranteed to be open. So really for SSG, there is no excuse why you're not going to see a bit of combo play between Bosco and Yeti. Every wall that needs to be open should be open. Where they will struggle a little bit, though, I think might come down to some of these hatches. They've obviously got three potential hard breach hatch potentials here. They've got the 2 exothermics, they've got the 3 Selmas coming out of the Ace, but you do have to use 2 to open up a wall. They've then potentially got some in back pocket as well coming in from the Buck, who now has those 2 hard breach gadgets. So they're far from short on options, but Tim, I can't help but look on the right-hand side of my screen and see that exact same comp that we spoke about, the sort of thing that SSG have been named for. It is the 3-floor SSG hold.
Just short of the castle. That's the only operator additionally that we may see. The reason that you would bring a castle potentially is to create safe avenues back to site. Thank you very much. You would indeed castle those double doors, and it just gives you that sort of safe funnel back down into site. But they've chosen not to go with that, and that's absolutely fine. That's no problem.
It's the reinforcing bar that's the interesting one for me, because normally during the hole when you have the castle, the bar hatch is left soft, so the defenders can drop down through the construction hatch and then drop straight back down into the bar one. 7 seconds, you can be back on site from being on the top floor. With it being reinforced up, you're now looking to protect things like main stairs, to be able to work your way through garage, for example. So SSG, knowing this kind of hold, knowing how to play against it, should feel very comfortable having an answer. They may even just ignore it entirely and just say, look, we're going to hit site, we're watching for the drops, because again, we know exactly how this setup works.
SSG already getting the CCTV wall open. DCH is playing inside of there, so they do need to be cautious, but I think he's just got a man on his other side as well. There's a little pressure potentially coming in from the other side. They've not got themselves established yet. It's actually Bosco's silhouette underneath that I could see. So DCH is just going to hold on to this breach for the time being, but SSG, they're not in an immediate rush to push this. I think they're just sort of more posturing and getting themselves set up ready. They've got Jacuzzi wall open as well now, but for the time being at least, Elevate are not in a rush to go anywhere.
My general view is if you have at least 60 seconds on the clock and you're then starting to swing your hammer or blow out the skeleton key onto the kitchen hallway floors on getting hatches opened up, generally you're going to be okay. Now, this is so cheeky, I love it. Normally you see that being brought out from something like the Yokai drones, but here being used by DCH to get that drone way out and feed information on what's going on around the podium itself.
I'm not sure how aware of Mr. Puncher's position they are here. Fultz is going to head up. The interesting question is, does he look to his right? No, Rampy's already got the angle covered, so they are aware that the Vigil was inside of Jim, so that is a big, big thing for SSG, because he can be a little bit slippery, of course, keeping himself off the drones there, but just getting a little bit of a stalemate here. DCH is on the support as well, but Fultz is going to become looking for Mr. Punch. They're likely to not know exactly where he is, but Fultz manages to react well and gets himself a big entry kill, and that is that entry boost that we've spoken about for SSG once again, and DCH is rattled as he looks like he's on his way out of there.
10-2 on entries now across this series so far. Real dominance in the early round from SSG, but again, Tim, I always like the context around those kind of stats, because here, sure, they've got the entry kill, but Elevate have burnt through 2 minutes on the clock. Sure, you know that they were upstairs, but they haven't pushed them really with any particular pace, and now they might find themselves in a bit of a panic to get this one closed out. They've got the kitchen control, so they are kind of ready to get this underway, but my God, is it going to be scrappy in the dying 10 seconds.
And you know that SSG are going to be playing to get that diffuser down, so they really need to think about getting down there soon, because you've always got to give yourself a second roll of the dice. Out comes the Nitro unsuccessfully. Hotter manages to find on Agiri, but there's 2 kills, 3 kills come back for Elevate, and they fought their way back into this round. Rampy has diffuser in hand, but that's about all he's got going for him right now. It's 1 versus 3. There's not a chance of a plant, and he's not going to manage to get any of the kills that he needs, and that's going to be the first round to Elevate. And interestingly, Des, if you remember coming into this one, I picked out one site in particular that I was concerned about SSG on the attack, and it was Church and Arsenal, and it was about running out of time, and I think we've just seen there a last-second push that caused them a problem. Too much time spent clearing those roamers.
It's inexcusable. Again, when you're the ones that have designed this strategy as well, you should know how to play into it, but
rushed it.
But yeah, right. But 2 minutes to clear the way through the top floor, it's just not good enough. You've got to be far quicker than that by some orders of magnitude as well. Really, you want to be in that top floor and sweeping your way across with about 60 seconds to go. Sometimes, well, 6 seconds to go, 60 seconds into the round, sorry. And in some cases, you have to burn utility to do that. You've got to nade doorways, because the beautiful thing about mute jammers on a map like this is there are a lot of small individual doorways. You can't see what's on the other side of that doorway when there's a mute jammer blocking it, it's almost like an ADS. It draws in you having to throw a frag grenade in to get that cleared away so you can keep on rolling through. Things like Ash Charges, Zofia also help, but you're impeded further by things than like a Jaeger or a Wamai. Not that you normally see them on that site setup in particular. But either way, it just means that they were taking it a bit too slow. They weren't getting drones in the right spot, and you can see the outcome. Elevate move up already 1-0. Great confidence from them. They held their nerve and didn't drop away. Now we go to Gym and Bedroom as the second site.
Elevate going to be looking to hold on to the whole top floor, as we would expect. We've got Mark and DCH just making their way back up to the top of red. We can see they've got the utility in place. They're going to have the keeper barricades as well. So they're going to make it as difficult as possible for SSG to push into that side. Bosco's currently on his way towards that CCTV breach. We just get a flash of his silhouette there on the thermite. He's going to open that wall up. So Mr. Puncher's days inside a CCTV are likely limited. There you go. He's on his way out of there. But still, this is pretty good from Elevate for the time being. They need to hold on to this for as long as they can.
The beauty with this, and you and I have cast, I think, this execute, this defensive setup more times than I can count, but the main reason why you're seeing Elevate try and hold this side so hard is they want to play on that west window inside of CC room itself, as it gives you control of the south balcony, where the two windows that look in towards the site itself exist. If you can hold that side of the map, the attackers are screwed. They have to go in through the west jacuzzi breach alone, or try and work in through Logi. Basically, you really restrict their options. So SSG want to wrestle that part of the map away from them, but the beautiful thing about it is, they haven't got to be inside. All they've got to do is open up the window and have someone playing on rappel, watching all the way through to where the west window sits. That should be enough, but you can see Elevate still trying to challenge here and push their way in. They've even managed to find Rampy.
Fantastic from them, really. DCH managing to get his man. Mark is still in position on red stairs. He's going to disappear now as the heat was really starting to mount, but by the time that Fultz moves in, he's long gone. And I like that from Elevate. If he gets himself down into the basement, he can come back up main stairs, get himself back into sight, which he's on his way doing, and that is great from Elevate. Waste almost a minute and a half of the round before they were able to really push in and establish themselves, SSG, but they now have construction, and they've also got a kill onto Mr. Punch. Yeti finding that one, so it brings us to a 4v4. SSG established they haven't opened Jacuzzi wall. It's going to come very late in the round again, and time could be another factor here.
I just love how you said it's great from Elevate. Two together, it's absolutely brilliant, Tim. Thank you for making
another terrible rendition.
Absolutely. Either way, they've got the wall open up now on Jacuzzi with 45 seconds still to play. In a 4 versus 4, I think you take the chaos as Elevate. You don't mind not facing off against a team that's got less men here to execute when it comes round to a 5v5 or a 4v4. The more attackers you take down, the less they've got to really push in and try and do some damage with. So Elevate for now sitting pretty and just waiting to see what happens next. It's Bosco being put down to a slither of HP.
Oh, what a beautiful shot from Bosco. Just threading the needle and finding the headshot onto Mark, but it doesn't matter because Yeti's been taken down. That's diffuser cold. Bosco is down but not out. Hotton manages to get one, but that's all he's going to get as the final kills come in from Elevate, and they get their second successful defensive round.
SSG just really lacking some bite right now, or bite, as you'd say. Really lacking some bite coming into these attacks. Those bite. Really lacking some bite coming into these attacks. It just looks a little, I don't know, a little limp when it comes round to the end. They get to the final 30 seconds and it's like, all right, you've got players in some good spots. You can see what the game plan is. But I think there's a little bit of discussion about this on Twitter, and I think also in Super Stream, talking about just needing 5 fraggers. Sometimes the strategy's going to fall apart, or everything's going to hit the proverbial fan. But you've also got to then have the gunners that can capitalize on a situation like that. And by no means am I saying that there are no gunners on SSG. There absolutely are. But they are losing some of these gunfights in these critical, messy moments at the very end of a round that sometimes means you have to win dirty. And right now, I don't think SSG can win dirty.
No, and I think that's been part of the problem. Like we said, coming into this, if Elevate can frustrate them towards the end of the round, that's when we see SSG at their sort of most beatable, if you will. If SSG are winning rounds, they tend to be winning them in the first half of the round, essentially, and I don't necessarily mean that quite so literally that the round is over by a minute 30, but the rounds that they win, they tend to put themselves in a position within that first half of the round whereby it becomes very difficult for the defenders to win them. But a good start from Elevate as well. I certainly don't want to put this necessarily just onto SSG's performance in the late round and things like that. Elevate are doing a very good job of leaning into that. They're frustrating them through the rounds. They're not giving them anything. They're, by contrast, as you mentioned, those gunfights that are getting won, Elevate are winning them, and that's the fact at the minute, and they're looking good.
They are. That's always a promising sign as well when you're starting off strong on your opponent's map pick. But it's this offsite that I'm always really curious to see how it plays out. We said the same in Oregon, you know, it was a good 2-0 start. The offsites proved to be both teams undoing realistically. SSG not able to hold Elevate at bay on either of those. It could very well be the reverse here with Elevate struggling to keep SSG away. But at least SSG starting out very, very
No!
Just why? But why? Why?
Because Onigiri just runs up to the breach, gets himself one, but it doesn't really work out as SSG managed to find 2 in return. It leaves us in a 4 versus 3. They are, of course, attacking here, SSG, onto bar and stage, so looking to get that top floor control. Now then, do they know that Sap is there? He's holding his position. He gets one, surely not another. No! Hot and Cold manages to move across on the sledge and take his man down, and that leaves us now 3 versus 2. But Elevate, you've just got a feeling, Des, that maybe they can hold on, but there's a lot of time to go. And if you remember, I did say SSG, the rounds they win tend to be won in the first half.
They do. The opening of that breach was just that's a classic APAT thing. You expect that from a team like Cyclops.
Onigiri things, it's not a problem.
You expect to see it from Cyclops, right? I always go back to when they absolutely bullied Team 1 back at the Mexico Major, that Team 1 would go on to win with constant jump outs and runs at the doorway on Oregon. But here, that's a little bit of a different thing. Running into the face of an explosion and still managing to net a kill is a big achievement. The thing is, Elevate are down on men. What makes me nervous is it's SSG the ones trying to take advantage of that. As we've seen repeatedly, they struggle to get the closeout in the dying moments of the round. Here, we've got about 50 seconds to play with in a 3 versus 2. You would favour SSG to take this on a normal day, but given how the day has gone so far, I'm not 100% confident.
Knowing that somebody's in CCTV has told SSG everything they need to know. There is maximum 1 on site, and Hotton's going to take the opportunity to drop himself in. Yet he manages to find the kill upstairs, and that leaves it all down to Mark. And they know where he is. They've already launched nades. There's Candelas going in. It's a matter of time. There's the kill. Rampy closes it out, and SSG won that round in the first half. The damage was done, and then they had the time that they needed before pushing into site, and that is how they need to be playing this at the minute, because the rounds that are left of the last 20 don't really work out for them, but much better from SSG.
If Onigiri got a 2K there, that's the round. It's not quite fully done, but definitely on its way to being finished for SSG right off the rip. Fortunately, they managed to get that trade coming in straight away, because I really don't think they were expected to see him there. We certainly weren't, but he made himself heard and made himself known. Back down to the basement we go, and a slight change to the lineup from last time, Tim. You've got that Vigil, Mute, and Mozzie back in play. The Oryx has been taken away, and we also have a Capcan joining the roster.
Well then, what are SSG going to do differently here? And the answer is, or what do they need to do differently here? They have to take the top floor quicker. I would like to see, if I want to give you a measure of that at home, so you can, you know, sort of watch for it yourself, what is happening here, what's going to offer SSG some sort of success. I would like to see SSG with top and mid floor control at around the 1 minute 30 to 1 minute 15 mark, giving themselves plenty of time to start opening those hatches to push down, to get their angles. You know, I would like to see that. I wouldn't like them to still be fighting on the top floor with a minute to go, for example.
All right, let's see how we go as we get into the second quarter of the game then, and how it progresses from here on out. SSG, again, as we said so many times, have started out so well, but just struggled with that end result. We'll see if Elevate can get a little more disruptive on the early, or if it takes SSG once again 2 minutes to clear their way through this top floor. Not as many reinforcements being given on the upstairs as well. We just saw the CC wall being left completely soft, whereas normally it would be double reinforced off, drawing in a hard breach charge coming out from Bosco, for example. One thing to note though as well, Tim, is we have had a reduction here in the number of hard breach, I guess, pieces of utility coming in for the side of SSG. We had the Buck on side before with 2 hard breach charges in back pocket. Here, both of those have been taken away as we have got a Jackal on side instead. So we've got to be super careful. Onigiri has no idea how close he was to bringing down that Jackal.
I honestly thought that was going to be the done deal on Rampy there, but he manages to get away with it. Also picks up the track as it was and manages to just force Onigiri back down towards site, I think. But as I was saying, 1 minute 30, I want to see SSG in control of the top 2 floors, and they are in control of the top 2 floors. Fultz knows that there's somebody in there. SSG have much more time this time. This is a better attack than we saw out of them in round 1.
Yeah, managed to force everyone back down to site. That's exactly what you want to see, and now they can get to work on the hatches and the soft flooring, for example, with 90 seconds to go. And don't worry, even without a sledge or without a buck, for example. 1, we have the breaching rounds. 2, we do have the ITA available from Rampy if so required. So they can still do all the work they need to in this setup, but the most important thing for me, Tim, is it's still a 5 versus 5. Maybe you'd like a 5 versus 4 as SSG, but having all 5 players alive looking for this execute is the plan. With Onigiri now down as well, things only start to get better.
They've just got their 5 versus 4 that they might have wanted, and they've got an opportunity to start dropping some hatches. We see the utility going in there. There's still a man just behind the generator in blue. Fultz is aware of that, just going to hold his position. He might just get a freebie here if he's just holds his patience, but no, that's good from Elevate. Not overextending, not over-peaking. They can't give anything else away. 45 seconds left to go. Hutton's starting to work from the bottom of main stairs, just trying to open up that triple wall into Church, but it's not going to happen because his Selma charges are going to be impact tricked off the wall. 35 seconds left to go, and this is the crunch time for SSG.
In a 5v4, you've really got to make this execute work here. You've got to capitalise on the advantage, the amount of time you've been given, and keep on going. Down goes DCH to Bosco. That's the good start that you want. 5v3, Tim, surely this one doesn't get lost.
It's got to be. 20 seconds to go from here. Elevate managed to... Oh, I thought he'd won that gunfight then, Mark, but no, he certainly backs Fultz off, let's put it that way. But in comes the kill from Rampy, and Sapper is going to be the one to finish Fultz off. 2 versus 4 right now. The diffuser going down, that's the key point for SSG here. They're able to keep that clock ticking, and that will be a success. And Bosco manages to find Mark. That was the real opportunity for them to be able to do anything about this. Elevate have largely been shut down, and it's surely a matter of time for Sapper.
Great idea from Mark as well there. He was in a real dangerous position to do some damage on the side swipe, but gets his booty caught out, shot down through the low hanging, opening the rotation that was in the wall, and brings Sapper down to just a 1 versus 3. But SSG, Tim, they've done what we wanted to see. They've got that plan down. They've capitalized on the man advantage and finally have pushed themselves to bring themselves even with Elevate finding 2 attacks. And sure, Sapper gets a couple of victory kills there for a little bit of KD padding, but this round is done. It's going to be 2-2.
Nothing more than for the stats, those ones, as the round is, as you say, leveled up on the scoreboard, and that is going to be SSG fighting their way back into this, as you would expect from them on Clubhouse. They've had a much better round 3 and 4 than the first 2, and the problem I think now for Elevate is maybe there's an element of sort of confidence and mentality starts to creep into it. You know, they started off so well, but SSG have certainly had the answers, and it probably comes back to that experience that I spoke about at the very beginning of the game. You know, they're not a team to panic. They're not a team to, you know, struggle in those situations. They can recognise what's going wrong. They can recognise that, you know, our attack onto Church and Arsenal last time was just way too slow. We can't leave it that late. This time they had a minute 40 to build onto site, and it was everything they needed.
Tim, say the line.
I haven't seen any yet.
I have. There are 2 on the field. Hello.
Laser gates.
Yay!
It's like...
That's all I was looking. Who was that? Was that one of the producers?
I love how far it's spreading.
Even the producers are joining in. Just, that was easy. It didn't sound like how easy he says it, so I was like, sure, that's not easy.
Once upon a time, I bought a game called Rainbow Six Siege, and I played it on my console at home. And then 4 years later, I named one of the gadgets, and it seems to become endemic in the game.
It's
very strange.
It's the first time you said it, and I just pissed myself laughing for like 60 seconds.
Gotta say, it's very, very strange. When people make signs about it at events, like, well, this is a game that I just bought and I played on my console, and now I come to events and people make signs about me saying laser gates.
You're welcome.
It's brilliant. It's amazing. Never ceases to amaze me.
For those who maybe missed the context of where this all started, it was a Chalet game, the first time that we saw Aruni, and Tim was really passionate about Aruni, and he basically goes, she's got these things called laser gates. It was really heavy, really put on, and I just set about wetting myself for 60 seconds straight. And then when he kind of like finished talking, he was like, Des, you're putting me off, what are you laughing at? And I was like, it's the way you said it. And he's like, what have I said now? I had him repeat it, and he figured out for himself exactly what was wrong with it. And to that day, it's
nothing wrong with it. It's just how I speak.
That is exactly what's wrong with it, Tim. It is the way you speak.
Let's get back into round
1 and 4 on the Nook as well, trying to work his way through. been quiet in this series. I think he was like 2 and 8 back on the first map as well. Has struggled to make a massive impact in the game. When you're playing on a leading role as well at the Nook, whose job it is to get into space and make things happen for the team as one of the pseudo entries. I guess you could look at more of a lurker by design, but you're still looking to make things happen. Fultz really hasn't had that impact just yet, but SSG have still found their way up to a 2-2 scoreline. And Tim, we love speaking about this site. They've got that East breach kind of opened up. It has just been patched up by DCH playing with those Kiva barriers, but there's enough here that they can get that opened up again, I'd imagine, and start thinking about their execute. The question is, because it seems to be, are they going to go for the construction side execute now where they've got the east side cut off already, or do they go towards garage? It does kind of align up towards saying it's going to be the construction side though. Great nades.
The nade is going to come in from underneath. Mr. Punch just manages to avoid the damage there. Hotton manages to get the Selma chargers off. I think it's just it's going to be taken out with an impact trick, but the first stage at least has been opened. Now, for sort of maybe newer viewers, newer players, I'll very quickly mention you might have seen the Thermite just placing the charge on the very right of the construction wall, and the reason for that is that the logistics wall had been reinforced as well, and by placing it on the very edge of the wall like that, it will actually open up adjoining walls. So it has given access for SSG through logistics as well, which is being used by the Sledge. I love this. Yeti is going to find Onagiri, but Elevate are holding on pretty well here, Des. 25 seconds left to go, and we're into that danger zone for SSG.
2 kills coming out for Sapper as well. This is the danger zone, and Yeti is trapped outside in the cold. The Kiva barrier is taken down. A nice little side swipe that he got onto Onagiri, but I think that's all he is going to be able to find in this round. As 10 seconds come through, Sapper closes it out with a 3K flurry, the last one with the shotgun, to give Elevate the lead once again. Up to 3-2 we go, going into their last defensive round.
A very important defensive round. If we look at the bigger picture here, 3-3 I'm not sure is good enough for Elevate, with SSG moving on to the defense. I fully expect, and would probably be a little bit disappointed in SSG's performance if they didn't get a 4-2 on the defense. I would expect them to be able to lock down 2 of these sites. And that's no comment on Elevate, it's just SpaceStation. You know, they've got a great working knowledge of this map, and I would expect them to be able to do that. So Elevate, I feel like they really need to be locking down gym and bedroom.
Realistically, yes. You want to be finding yourself pulling ahead, although I know for a number of teams we did start to see Clubhouse, weirdly, become quite a attacker-leaning map. I think when we saw that Cash GC is considered a really difficult site to defend these days, it's very easy for the attackers because everything is, well, not externally facing, but you don't need a lot of control to really get an execute off on that site itself. When you look down towards downstairs, yes, very defendable. Bar and stage, it was still brand new, not very defendable either. Gym and bedroom was kind of considered the sort of halfway house site. So really, there was only one site that was considered defensively solid here. So for a time, I think it was M&M back in the day, used to actually start an attack on this map rather than trying to choose defense. So over time, a 3-3 scoreline also isn't too far amiss. I think SSG will be happy if they get to 3-3. Elevate may be a little bit disappointed, but they are playing on one of the offsites here. They aren't defending in the downstairs, so I wouldn't be too shocked if they do see this one falling away from them.
We're going to have the Claymores put out there, just prevent any jump outs, any run outs. We know that Elevate are one of those teams. We saw it from Onagiri right up to the breach. They don't mind getting a little bit unpredictable. So SSG is just going to make sure that that's difficult for them to do. Yeti in position on the Thatcher to potentially help getting this breach open. I don't think too much help is going to be needed. There is the mute there for denial, but with the way that the mute jam has changed, I won't say recently because it was a while ago now, even if there was a mute jammer on the wall, you don't need a Thatcher EMP either. If there is a mute jammer on that wall, you can just play the Thermite charge to the top left and it'll open up the entire panel.
It does indeed. I don't hate Fultz here being on the Oster as well. It feels kind of like horrible to say, right, you can't hit your shots, you're on shield duty. But here, actually thinking being on this is really good because one, it gives that slow crawling ground control that SSG would love to be able to play off and execute on. Think about their attack on the top floor of Oregon, forcing the defenders more and more towards the west side before the execute came in. It's a very similar sort of story. Here, what he's done is set it up for this hold onto CC, like we've said before. This just stops anyone kind of like drive-bying him, like swinging and going for a spray, for example, and bringing him down. He'll see them long before they have a chance to even hit him, and he can react in kind, which is why I think you've just seen Mark and Mr. Punch kind of avoid trying to go for that swing. He can hold it down even against 2 players.
A lot quicker from SSG than round 2 when we saw them attack this site. It was in the last 30-40 seconds that they were getting the jacuzzi wall open, but that's been done already, so they can start applying pressure from both sides. Bosco is going to hold on to that angle.
angle. We saw him get beautiful kill from there previously. I don't think he's going to be gifted the opportunity again, but he's got Hotton with him as well. And they're just trying to push in. They can't get that bathroom wall open yet, and that's an important one. If they could get that Selma charge activated, there we go.
Well, the Mutual must have gone down literally a split second after.
It's still, even after the Thatcher EMP detonated there, the Selma charges have still been blocked.
What has happened there? I don't know what's happened. Like,
I don't know if the EMP was maybe just short or...
I mean, the Mutual is pretty huge. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, it's sort of difficult to say, but one way or another, they're not going to be opening the bathroom wall.
They are not. That could be what this whole round rides on as well, because they dropped the smokes in as well, thinking this would be their execute, but it's not going to happen. No way! Rampy wins out through the smoke as well. Now he's got himself in a key spot. Hot and cold into a second. SSG in a commanding spot in a 4 versus 2. You can make it a 3v1 as Yeti is indeed off holding elsewhere, and this point is brought down to a 2v2 on sites itself. It's not looking as good as you'd hope, as Hot and Cold snaps his leg into a frost mat. It looks like they might have done enough. There's one still left to go here. Zappa's left alive, but it's Yeti on the late rotate to bring it over for SSG and close things up 3-3.
Very close round there, an exciting one that sort of swung back and forward. There was a path to success for Elevate there that you could see an opportunity for them to win the round, particularly when that frost mat snapped shut, but it just wasn't quite enough in the end. SSG doing well to collapse in that last 13 seconds and find their kills and get the round done. That gives them a reasonable advantage, 3-3 on the half. As I say, I think it really does suit SSG down to the ground, put them on the defence. I feel like they've got an advantage. They go down to Church and Arsenal to begin with, and Elevate now, it's backs to the wall. They've really got to do a good job. The first thing that Elevate can't allow to happen is for them to lose anybody on the roam clear here. If they start losing people on the roam clear, I think it's a big problem.
I just love how the two leftmost players then in the lineup of Elevate basically picked up their drinks, opened them, took a drink in exact perfect like synchronization, and then both put them down together at the same time. Just that's what it takes to be a real team, Tim. A little bit of teamwork. We should practice this at some point. Either way, I think I'm with you. We've got to see some real special magic coming out of Elevate here on the attacking side. Early round, all down to the drone work. SSG want to see them holding up nice and tight as well. So I'll keep a close eye on that drone count and just see how much information they're lacking. I think the beauty of this is you've seen SSG play this map and this site and this setup so many times over by now that there's a very good chance they've already got the understanding of who's going to be playing where and what's going on. Still, you'd rather have that information than not.
Hot and Cold just holding a really tight angle there onto the garage door, looking to keep his position inside of Catwalk. SSG going to be holding on to top floor for as long as possible, and as I said, Elevate really don't want to be losing anybody to this roam game. Rampy's got to keep a barricade to keep himself in and around Lounge as well, which is just going to help. It's all, you know, part of the puzzle. It keeps the pressure from Hot and Cold. He doesn't need to worry about red stairs because he's got the man down in Lounge. He's got Yeti over on Master Stairs, and they really are set up to support each other here. The problem is they could fall like dominoes. If one goes, it leads to pressure to the next and the next. So the first couple of gunfights, the entry kill could be particularly important.
Keep up positioned.
Hot and Cold just making sure there's no way he gets sprayed on his retreat down the main stairs at some point. SSG still working their way mainly around main stairs, to be fair, rather than having full-on roaming going on all across the entirety of the top floor. It's a good idea as well, as we have got a couple of players. Onigiri again is just like, what, a second or two too late there, as they've already beelined their way down main stairs, back in towards site. With this Thatcher on side, they should be able to get a couple of hatches opened up, even though they've been electrified by the Kaid of Bosco.
1 minute 30 left on the clock, and Elevate starting to gain a little bit of confidence in what they have gained so far. Starting to move their way in, but still tentative, still wanting to face check and make sure they've got the Jackal on side as well. Obviously, Sapper able to provide a little bit of confidence as they start dropping now. 1 minute 15, so they're sort of on the edge of that margin that I was looking for SSG to have enough time getting into sight. So they're still okay, yeah. They're getting the hatches open, and then they can start thinking about an execute. The problem is that if you're on that sort of threshold at 1 minute 15, 1 minute, dead, starting to open hatches, when all 5 defenders are still alive, that then becomes possibly a little bit of an issue.
I wonder if they're concerned here about impact tricks coming in, because there are 5 available for SSG. They can play this game all day long when it comes to denying this kitchen hatch. It's why DCH has got in first and is bucking open this floor, trying to deny any possibility of these tricks coming in. But again, I think SSG are going to really commit to it, and they're getting sprayed down as well. No, that's exactly what you're not looking for. A pixel angle coming in underneath the tray holder. Unbelievable.
Absolutely horrific from Hotton there. That is, I tell you what, they're going to come out of the server a different person after taking that death. That's awful. Bosco just going to shoot off the Selma charges, but preoccupied and gets taken down by Mark. 14 seconds left to go. 3 versus 4. Elevate need to get in there and get some kills. There's unlikely to be an opportunity to get the diffuser down anytime immediately. Yeti manages to find Mark. Hotton finds Sapper, and that is looking like it could be it for the round. Onagiri cannot get in there, and SSG with a successful first defense, and things are looking a little bit dicey for Elevate.
I think from Bosco that... Yeti. Shut your big mouth. What I love there from Bosco is that I know that he died in trying to get, well, in getting rid of the 2 Salmons that were on the wall. He gave his position away. It was an easy swing. He was pinned into the corner. He was just destined to be absolutely screwed. But what he did do was block up that church wall from being open. There was no more hard breach left, so they had to funnel their way in then through the attackers. This is Elevate. They had to go in through Moto and in through a single door. That's a horrible bottleneck to have to force your way into the site from. So although he's given up his life, and many would say, what are you doing? You're giving yourself away. The best part about it is he is hard denied away the most prime plant location for the attackers and forced them into a really uncomfortable situation. So really well played by Bosco, great read in the situation as well, knew what he was getting himself in for, but it paid off absolute dividends, and arguably for me was one of the big reasons why SSG won that last round.
Gym and bedroom we go to. It's going to be up to the top floor. The SSG go. I'm interested to see where their tertiary site choice will be. I'm not looking beyond this round just yet. Obviously, they've got to get this one won. But will the choice be CCTV cache, or will it be bar and stage should they win this round? They are setting up pretty much standard. There's nothing too out of the ordinary. They've got the east wall barricaded off. They've got one barricaded, reinforced rather, inside of cache. So that would suggest there's going to be a little bit of a presence. But interestingly, no rotate at the top of red stairs. Hotton is currently there, but I don't think he's necessarily going to stay there too long. He does have impact nades in pocket, so he can create it himself, but it's usually something that you'd have pre-set up at this point. But we'll see how hard Elevate push onto that side of the map. To be fair, it may be that there's just no real requirement for Hotton to do that. The problem that he's going to have is that he's going to be cut off here as Mark's looking to get construction wall open. Oh, we've got a hot drop. We've got a hot drop into logistics. Des, it's not worked out. It's not been hot. Fultz has put them on ice. That's going to be a double kill, and this could be a bad omen for Elevate.
I think you need to hand Elevate that jacket, hat, scarf, gloves, everything you had earlier, Tim, because my God, he's slaughtered them. He makes it a 3 in the round as well. The man that I commented on being so quiet across these 2 maps. I think prior to this, he was like 4 and 15. It's been quiet, but a big 3K and a solo round being won by denying that drop is all you need him to do. Sapper left alone in a 1 versus 5, taking a few moments here because they know full well that they are backs against the wall. They'll be down 5 and 3. There is a massive recovery effort to bring back. Otherwise, Elevate, given the defeats they've had so far and the 2-0 in this series, will be really starting to kick themselves about what could have been.
Sapper's got plenty of time. SSG need to just make sure that they don't sort of fall into the trap of starting to chase and try to find the kill. You know, Sapper may use some of that time to try and bait out a kill or two. If they go and have a look at a window, for example, and he manages to pick them up, it's, you know, 1v3 looks much better than a 1v5, for example. He's sending the drones in again, just trying to get as much information as he can. All he's going to see is that SSG are holding their positions. They sat there watching their angles. They're waiting. They're not going to get carried away here. You know, they're not going to go in too deep.
What I'm enjoying looking at really is I was just pulling up some stats to look across the whole series. The entry record for a couple of the players on SSG has been amazing. 8 and 1 between Yeti and Hot and Cold. And although Fultz has had a bit of a difficult first map, he currently finds himself sat at 8 and 14 across the entire series. You can see where the impact is being felt in key rounds like this. So for Sapper has said he wants to run this clock down, have that conversation time. It will be 5 and 3. They've got 2 chances really, Tim, to save their bacon.
Yeah, exactly that. It's gone a little bit beyond baiting now. He's not trying to find anybody in particular. He knows that this one isn't likely to happen. That much is clear at this point. So SSG, they just need to wait this out, essentially. The thing is, you've got to remember, it works both ways as well, Des. You know, Sapper might give Elevate a bit of a chance to have a chat with each other and to see what's going on, but it also gives SSG a chance to have a chat and say exactly what's going right. Where do we go next? Let's be honest, they've got not a difficult round coming up, but the more difficult round. They've got the 3rd choice site coming up, and they've just managed to have a good minute chat about it. Right, right, which third choice site are we feeling? What have Elevate shown us so far? You know, where do we think we're going to get success there? I think there was a couple of comments towards Fultz there, a bit of satisfaction with the way that he shut down that drop-through logistics hatch.
I mean, he stopped everything in that, really, didn't he?
Yeah, he won the round at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he killed 2 on the instant drop and even managed to do away with the nade that came flying through. They had the Wamai as well, just everything stacking up there perfectly as they would have loved it to. It's a great idea. I won't take it away from them. It's a great idea coming out from Elevate, just not quite done with the right amount of prep to really make things come off well. And if you are not watching the game on the other stream but want to know how that's going, cover your ears now. We are currently still in that second map between G2 and W7M, with W7M up 6-3. By the time you hear my voice, because we're on a slight delay, chances are you are going to have a better idea as to whether that game is over or whether it's 6-4. But it sounds like that game could be careering towards third map, Tim, for that spot at the top of this group.
It certainly looks a lot more likely than the one we've got in front of us, Des. SSG certainly looking to break our 3-map streak. Both of our games yesterday going to 3. I didn't end up checking specifically. I'm not sure if any of the other duos of casters had all 6 maps or not, or whether it was just us. But if it was just us, it'd pretty much be par for the course. So let's be honest.
The only thing we're missing so far is an overtime map 3.
Yeah, we always seem to attract those. We had a few overtimes. We had both.
The thing is, I don't actually mind saving those until next week when we start getting playoffs, live audience.
Warm up at the minute, you know, a couple of 3-mappers here and there is absolutely fine. And then when things get a bit more tasty next week, then yeah, let's throw in those map 3 overtimes as well. Right, we are in round 9. SSG are doing well so far. They're on the third choice site. It's going to be bar and stage. Interestingly, avoiding CCTV cache. I won't say at all costs, but certainly at this point in time. They're going to be looking to hold on to the top floor much the same as they did last time, so it's not too much of a surprise that they've gone to bar stage, because it allows them not to rinse and repeat exactly, but they're looking for the same key areas. They're looking to hold on to construction, they're looking to hold on to cache and to master bedroom and just keep that vertical presence for as long as possible.
Absolutely. Speed is going to be one thing for Elevate here as well. I think for both teams, we've had speed being a thing where we've come down to the last 10 seconds of a round for things to start moving. Hot and Cold dispatching away of the Roteros as they start rolling on through. And thinking about it, I can think of a certain clutch a good long time ago now, Tim, from Hot and Cold playing on this exact operator.
Absolutely. Right, we're going to have the opening kill coming in. DCH is going to manage to take down Yeti. Yeti's been going well again, not just in this map, but in the series overall. It's a pleasure to see him picking up those numbers. Certainly one of the players that could be up towards the top of the kill numbers come the end of the tournament. Fultz manages to get a kill onto Sapper, leaving us now 4 versus 4. Bosco just holding a tight angle. SSG going absolutely nowhere. They've dug the heels in, Des, and they are not going to give up construction easily. DCH is trying to push forward, but at the minute the utility, there you go, the Wamai magnet sucks it in. The Kiba barricade survives. There is one more nade available, but DCH needs to just be sure that there's nothing else there that's going to snag it, because if that Kiba barricade stays in position, it's going to make it very difficult to move into construction at all.
Well, time will tell. See if they can actually get their way through here. Again, that time is starting to slowly tick away. 45 seconds left in the 4 versus 4. As I said, back on Oregon, defenders generally favoured when we come down to these all things equal 4v4s, 3v3s, 2v2s, as the attackers are the ones lacking a bit of the utility or firepower they need to pull off a really well-formed execute. Here they're putting their focus on the stock side, though, to open up the bar area, and are looking to go for a plant on stage, if they can get there.
Ooh,
oh, the timing.
Missed the punch, just missing the punch there as Fultz gets in there and beats him to it. And that is going to be 4 versus 3. Rampy just holding that down. Mark's going to start trying to put this diffuser down on the ground. Is there anything that SSG can do to prevent that? It doesn't look like it. He is going to stick it, and that is good. But SSG are on the retake. DCH is trying to hold them out, but no, he gets shut down as well. And surely SSG are going to be able to successfully retake this. It's all up to Onagiri. It's 1 versus 4. He's trying to hold his angles as best he can, but he can't even really get too close to that diffuser, and I think they know exactly where he is. They do indeed. Hotton's going to hold him in position as the shots are raining in. He's 1 bullet away from death, and there it is. Fultz finds him from the stage, and that's going to be map and series point for SSG coming up, and they can go back to their primary site choice, Des.
We were concerned stepping into this map what would happen when SSG get on the defensive side. So far, just showing how competent they are at this map. The one again where they had a strategy defined after their exact namesake. Interestingly, haven't ran that strat, but you might see a bit of fun coming out here. Yeti Going to lock in the Caveira for this last potential round. Round 10 coming up. 3 chances for Elevate to pull this into overtime to potentially send us into that third map of Border. But I think given how the game has been going, Tim, no one's really expecting that.
No, I wouldn't expect so at this point. Yeti is going to bring out the Caveira. Now, another one of Fresh's bingo squares on the card is to see an interrogation, and that's probably going to be one of the more difficult ones. I'm not sure that we will get that one fulfilled, so that could be the make or break of the card. I think there's been about half of them ticked off so far, but there's a few tricky ones left, so we'll keep a very close eye on Yeti and see exactly what happens with him on the Caveira at the time, just lurking around logistics up on that top floor. He needs to keep himself off the radar, really, so he can have that surprise attack.
I'm not just looking at how things shape up in this group as well, because again, we know that the game's still ongoing. G2 did pull it back to 6 and 4, so time will tell. We'll see exactly how that one stacks up. But obviously, this gives us a better idea of how this group starts to form. Again, every team in those groups has an off day where they get a bye. They haven't got to play on that day. SG had their day yesterday, so they will be slightly behind on potential points. But as it stands for them, a close game between G2 and W7M gives them a good chance to get 4 points on the board and start fighting on their way forwards. A clean win for W7M will move them far clear up to 8 points. That's probably the outcome that you're looking to avoid, but that does require, obviously, G2 to continue the upset.
Mr. Punch just going to be opening up the soft wall momentarily. Again, a second sooner, he might well have just had an opportunity to close one down. Rampy is going to be taken out by Onigiri, but the trade is immediately there. Hot managing to find that. Leaves us 4 versus 4 at this point. 2 minutes left to go, but SSG just having a little bit of fun out in the map. They're going to keep themselves active here. They're not going to be too keen to be diving back to site if they don't have to.
You'd hope not. But either way, I'm still waiting to see when we get that strike coming in from Yeti as well. If he can get an interrogation off, just why not? It's a great way to signify and end what has been a fantastic game so far. Again, it's that 4 versus 4, slight advantage coming in over towards the side of SSG. Onigiri, it's been one of his more quieter series. I know that he's considered the superstar of this team, but it has been a quiet day for him, all things considered as well.
Right, I mentioned Yeti at the beginning. He's currently sat behind the bar, I think, Des. They don't know that he's there.
Oh, this
He's
rat.
just waiting. He's playing the rat game. He's just hoping to get on the backside. The thing is, the longer this goes on, the more of a chance that it works out, because, of course, Elevate start focusing towards site now then. They come into the bar. He's got his chance. No, he misses his chance. Does he have the chance for the interrogation? No, he's shut down. The opportunity was there. Yeti, it was a good effort. Mark gets the kill. He's going to miss a punch up as well. The damage isn't quite done, but it waits another 20 seconds, if nothing else.
It's fun at the very least, but in pro play, you are very rarely going to be able to get away with that kind of play. Interrogations are just not the go-to thing, because by the time you go in for the interrogation, the animation begins, you've got someone else looking to trade them out straight away. Now, they should finally be able to get this opened up. They did a great job to try and get away with the impacts at first, but having lost Yeti, 2 of those were immediately offline. So now we step forward into seeing what Elevate can do in these dying 30 seconds. It looks like a bit of a late rotation coming out here as well, which just says to me, Tim, it's panic stations. What can we do to get this over the finish line?
Yeah, exactly that. They've not got themselves into a position to execute realistically. They're just going to have to push down and start looking, for kills that they can find, but the smoke canisters aren't going to make that easy at all. That's going to be a beautiful kill from Hot, and then a second. Fultz finishes one off with a smoke canister as well, and that is it. Job done for SSG. SpaceStation have liftoff, Des. It's the first map, it's their first win, and that is a great start for them.
Well, I think it's a deserved victory overall. Map 1, a little bit shaky, not a map they often play. Clubhouse, definitely the home of SSG, and 4 points to start off their 6th Invitational 2023 run. I think many were expecting this one might be a bit of a closer affair, given, again, SSG are coming in here from the closed qualifiers, but at least to start things off, they've got themselves those 4 points they sorely need.
I love that you could see the thought process for Yeti there. When he got the down, you could clearly see he was thinking, I'm not finishing this kill. Is there a second coming? I'm going to have a little look. But it was just not possible. SSG certainly picking up pace as that game went on. As we said, there's a little bit of work to do there for them on the attacks, particularly towards the end of rounds. Maybe just making sure that they're giving themselves enough time, making sure that they're going in and getting the kills that they need to. But otherwise, I think SSG looking pretty good there. You know, again, experience telling, as I said, that it likely would. They were on top of that game, particularly towards the end of Clubhouse, managing it very well. And I like what I see from SSG. I said it earlier, I'll say it again. I'm really enjoying watching the NA teams so far.
They are looking like great fun for Elevate. That's a double loss to start things off. Really got to bounce back in their remaining 2 games. We'll see if they can do that in the coming days. For now, though, we'll bounce off to a break. When we come back, the desk are going to break it down for you.
I'm Nicholas Mortson, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back, friends. Our first matchup of the second series that we have for today at Invitational is done. SpaceStation Gaming on their debut at 6 Invitational 23 take the win 2-0 against Elevate and secure 4 full points. We're at the command center. I'm also your host. With me are Mandy and James. Friends, we have to talk about this here. Dire straits overall for APAC South.
Yeah, it is. I don't know how to continue from that. I will say, SSG, their first game, looking very hot. Elevate, second day in a row where they haven't found a map. There's a lot that they're going to have to work on.
So look, SpaceStation, the whole story is this team came in from the qualifiers, which shows you how tight the competition was in North America, right? They make it here into SI23 by knocking out TSM, where the reigning world champions are not here, obviously. And they go in first day looking very relaxed, and they play so well in the server.
Yeah, I'm gonna say SSG are making waves. I think if there's any team that I would call a dark horse team, would definitely be SSG for me. They seem very put together for a team that has made it through, especially that last chance qualifier compared to especially all the other regions that have teams that have come through the last chance qualifier. These guys have a plethora of experience, lots of individual skills that I think just put together this roster really well.
Okay, how about we talk about our maps one by one, right? We can start off with our first one here in the series. You'll see everything pulling up for Oregon. 7-4 for SpaceStation Gaming. Bosco on fire, James. The roster's doing well.
Yeah, look, I think that SpaceStation going into Elevate's map pick were pretty confident, and they were happy to just take it slow. That was really the story of me for SpaceStation across the series. They're looking to mitigate risk. They're looking to play into what they think their strengths are. And of course, Bosco, he is the GOAT when it comes to those anchor plays. And when he's on site and it comes to the late round, then you just put full faith in Bosco, whether it's clutching up or whether it's just holding a tight situation. He's there, Mr. Consistent, and we saw that, of course, with his insane KD over that game. I just felt like at the start of the game, Elevate couldn't break those basement or dorms attacks. Now, you're playing Oregon. Those are the primary and secondary sites where you expect it to be difficult. And while Elevate did manage to find a bit of fresh air when it came to meeting, they had one really nice tower execute and one really nice blitz rush in through green. It's just not enough. Like, you need to have some kind of substance on these basement and dorms attacks to have a shot at winning Oregon, and SSG had those sites on lock.
Yeah, I think for this particular matchup, it was a pretty regular Oregon matchup. SSG, they had a very well-rounded defense. They went 4-2 half, and even though Elevate traded back a lot of those defense rounds, there was this one big basement attack that SSG managed to land on round 10, and that tipped them over the edge to the 5-4 scoreline, and then from then out, it was just attack, 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 till the very end of the game. Sometimes in these big games that are very back and forth, where you trade out the rounds like that on the defense, you just need that one big breakthrough attack to close it out.
I mean, you were sitting near where the players are in their own production space. Did you even hear that moment? Was it something that you can kind of break out to another dimension, I guess, of analysis, or is it just in the server what had happened?
I think it was really in the server when it happened, but for sure, SSG, actually, they're a team with a lot of character, these guys. Every time they start getting on the roll for it, they're like, yeah, we're so much better. And it's really exciting to listen to them talk as well. Their comms are like super hype. North American teams, I feel like I like that in general, to be honest. They're super exciting characters. But I think, yeah, in that matchup, every time they had that breakthrough attack, they were like, yeah, we did it. That was the one, you know? That was awesome.
I will say, it wasn't just SpaceStation getting fired up. I was actually going to the bathroom, which is kind of near the play area, but not that close. And I could hear Elevate celebrate when they tied it to 4-4 from ages away, from between two doors. So credit to Elevate, they kept it exciting. I just don't think they quite had what it took when they got onto their defensive side.
Let's go then to map 2, Clubhouse in the series, where SpaceStation ended up winning 7-3, a bit better than what they did on Oregon. Now, a lot of people would say, SSG to Clubhouse, are you really taking them there? As one of the best teams on the map, at least historically, if we're looking back, it's, over their reign in 2019, practically undefeated on the map. Yes, things have changed, but you retain some of that.
Yeah, look, you could skin this a couple of different ways. at the end of the day, Elevate decided that banning Bank was critical. They wanted to get rid of SSG's statistically most won map from recent times, and of course that does leave in Clubhouse, which is a good map for SSG. Elevate, though, had a decent performance against W7M on this map yesterday. They managed a 4-2 half on their defense there. Unfortunately for Elevate, they did even worse today than yesterday against SSG here. SSG, I really like the way that they banned out that Hibana. It's trying to restrict Elevate's attacks, which are already so weak. They actually haven't yet won an attack round on Clubhouse today or yesterday against W7M. And with SSG, they're like, no Hibana, no worries. We're going to go for that Moto take. We're going to push these executes down. They really weren't quite as dominant on their opening kills on this map as on the first map, but it didn't matter because they were so thorough and so diligent, which is really the hallmark of SSG's playstyle. They're happy to take 3 times as long as other teams to achieve some goal in the mid and early round, as long as they get to that execute and all those crosses are ticked.
I think that's the big difference between Elevate and SSG for me, right? Elevate, as soon as they get to that execute, that late game hurdle, they get stunted and they can't quite string together the final push, that final stage in the round. Even though their early to mid round is pretty okay on Clubhouse, they seem to do the roam clear just fine. It just seems like they can't quite get the diffuser into the bomb site, whereas SSG are very, very consistently good at it in comparison.
They're objective oriented.
Yes, they are.
As I was saying, SSG definitely get that mark done. But I want to recap this group because we also want to talk about what you can expect from both of these teams and what matches are to look forward to in the future, because this was SSG's first day. Here's the standings so far. SpaceStation Gaming are at the top, are really tied in with W7M, who are playing against G2 as we speak. I believe they've just gone to map 3 in the series, so we'll just leave it at that. It's a reset pretty much to a BO1. 4 points for SSG, 4 for W7M, 3 points for G2, 1 point for Koi, and none for Elevate, who sit at 5th. James, help me out here, because if I'm not mistaken, Elevate are not playing in the last day of the groups.
Well, SSG's next game, you want to talk Elevate or SSG?
Whichever.
I'm going to go with SSG for
both
a minute. Of them. So SSG in particular, like their next game is W7M, which I think is going to be one of the most challenging games, if not the most challenging game in their group. And while I do really enjoy their slow, methodical play style, risk mitigating, going for those like I've got your back trade games, hunting roamers until 15 seconds left in the round, that's cool and all. But if they start playing against teams which have a really solid late round setup, like with your Goyo, your Smoke, teams that are really comfortable in a pinch, I think SSG may get punished for that play style. And W7M are known to be quite an aggressive team, but they're also like, they have their heads screwed on right. They know how to play to their advantages, and they'll look at SSG's play style and start trying to play in such a way that will really put SSG on the back foot. So I think it's going to be very telling. If SSG can have a serious fight to W7M, if they can take them out, then all bets are off. Like this LCQ team may be in contention for a top 8 spot, which they haven't achieved all year long.
I mean, this is the ex-world champions really in this case. And, you know, as you're saying, a lot of pressure on them. The real test against W7M, Julio, of course, on W7M, having played against them way back in the day. But from your point of view, and this here, Mandy, do you think that this is really the big killer? Can W7M take them down tomorrow just to set it up?
I think that the W7M game is going to be the testing game, sort of what Dev said as well, for SSG. I think SSG, this roster has a lot of promise. These 5 put together, I think, have got a combination of leadership and experience that I think they can definitely be at the international, like in international contest, right? Some of these guys have been champions before, and I don't feel like they want to back down from that title.
What does Yeti bring to it after seeing, you know, this first match? Because you mentioned them in the pregame.
In my opinion, I think Yeti brings a few things. I think he brings, one is big charisma. I think he's quite a strong vocal voice. I think for SSG, some of these guys have been around the block for a little while. They've been here for a bit, right? You need that injection of energy sometimes when you want to build together a roster, right? Sometimes you just need the hype man in the roster. And I think that's Yeti. That's the first one I think is really important for this roster. The next one I think he brings is experience as well, and just a new point of view. Sometimes when you're in a roster that's been together for a really long time, like SSG, you can kind of get stuck in your SSG way, like what you said, the sort of methodical 1, 2, 3 kind of step. And then when you add in someone that's brought in experience from another team, they added another point of view. They added another way of playing the game. And I think it's what SSG needed to just revamp their strat book a little bit, revamp the team dynamic. And I think it's really worked out well for them.
I had to recalibrate my brain there, saying Yeti bringing experience and still thinking, oh, this isn't 2018 Yeti anymore. This is not Noble Yeti.
He's been here for a while.
He has been.
And, you know, he could very well join the others as champions one day. I wouldn't be too surprised. That W7M game is going to be killer, though, because not only is it a rematch for Julio against the team that denied him from becoming a Six Invitational champion here in Montreal in 2020, but also he is a former champion himself back with NIP in 2021. As for Elevate, I just did want to touch on to that. They've got Koi next up, who are really not in hot form at the moment. Yeah, as Rogue, they won the Berlin Major, but they have looked really shaken during this event. And if Elevate, who are also looking shaken, it's maybe this battle for not getting grouped. And so Elevate has this last chance at redemption in their match against Koi, and they need to bring their A game for it.
Are you saying that Koi looked like fish out of water?
They did, and they also looked a little coy.
Oh, gosh.
You can leave if you want. You don't have to stay.
Yeah, I think this is right.
So to wrap this up here, as we really close things down for Group A, SSG 2-0 against Elevate. It's a great start for SSG, of course. You went into detail about SSG, their players, and what they can bring. Being able to see Bosco here in competition again is always fantastic. For those OG, you'll know exactly what I'm on about. I mean, he's won a couple of these trophies.
Just a couple.
Not too bad, I have to say. But James Manley, thank you so very much. We are going to go to break, and we'll come back. That'll be in quite a bit. But if anything, you'll be watching our other stream with W7M versus G2. So stick around.
Last man alive is Necrox as MVK is on the floor. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! A double APAC semis.
I remember I looked like this to Kanto and Book. I'm like, what is going on? And it's just one of those like, this should not be happening, especially not against such a strong team as EG, and it did.
Fnatic demolish EG with a 2-0. Dizzle takes it.
There's rare coaches that have been able to achieve what he has. That's immensely unusual.
It is Evil Geniuses against Fnatic, a match that any esport would want to have.
Yeah, two big organizations with a ton of history in esports behind them, but one has a bit of a Himalayan mountain, a Herculean task ahead of them.
The night before we were supposed to fly out to Brazil, I get a bit of a stomachache. I try and, take pain medication or something. Nothing works. They run a couple tests on me, and I finally get the news that I have appendicitis and I need to get surgery right away.
He was not able to fly to Rio de Janeiro for the Pro League Finals at the time. This is your in-game leader. It's your captain. It's a big, big problem.
The unofficial ruling was to be that we could find a substitute as long as they weren't contracted to an organization and hadn't competed in any of the Pro League circuits around the globe. Yeah, basically we had to make the call, and it's like, look, there's nobody else. I guess I'm just going to have to play.
Normally when a coach has to become a player, we're always thinking that's going to go terribly wrong. And to make things worse, Dizzle came from Xbox or console, so he didn't play with mouse and keyboard before.
It is interesting, though, when you have the coach playing, because he's potentially coaching in real time, especially as they've lost their IGL.
It had been almost 2 years since I played competitively, but that having been said, I generally always had a competitive spirit and I have nerves of steel.
And Dizzle will clutch it! Fnatic to take the third round!
Dizzle, in that event, was called This God from that moment on.
Round 4 for Fnatic, and APAC 2 rounds away!
I knew he was a good player on Xbox, but I knew he knew how to play the game. I just didn't know if he was mechanically up there, and obviously he was apparently.
We knew if we're going to win, it has to be on Oregon, and the call came out and just said, guys, we need to get out there, need to give them pressure, just don't let them get comfortable, don't let them execute.
I'll never forget Aces bringing FO12 Ella and jumping out the window on Oregon from Armory, and then, getting 3 kills and finishing up the game practically for his team.
Last man alive is Necrox. It's looking. Oh my God! They did it! They've done it! They've done it! Fnatic demolish EG EG with a 2-0. Look at that. They can't believe it. We can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. NA just got destroyed by APAC.
It definitely sucked not being there, but I just thought it was great that the guys won without me and they won with Diz.
I just couldn't believe it. Like the crowd went up, and I'm just sort of sitting there going, like, is this real? And then to have like all the thousands and thousands of Brazilian fans like chanting and stuff. We've never had so much support before. It was absolutely incredible.
My favorite activity.
Maybe I need to start playing some more Amaru now that I'm thinking about it. Huh.
It's the ultimate way to just go in chat and say, well, I got my ones.
I got my frag.
I don't know what you guys are doing.
I got my frag.
I'm even. I don't know about you. But
I just don't even understand how they didn't hear him fly through the window. I think that was the key thing for me.
They may have, and then just like not thought he was that much of a threat or something like that.
Yeah, Benja apparently thought he was no threat. He thought it was like a tea party in break room or something.
Just a very weird play to open up the last round. But we're well beyond that now, moving into the fourth round here. Let's take a look and see if W7M is going to continue to have that degree of success, or if G2, of course, has been able to recenter themselves a little bit better after that tack pause and the input from their coach. And that's going to be a slow roll from them. No one trying to challenge these initial window pushes. You have one player from G2. If it's similar to the past rounds, it's probably going to be Doki, messing around with the dragon doors here, but not really in a position to get hyper-aggressive around that. Doki's actually fallen back since then. He's going to be able to set up some deployable shields a bit closer to the sight zone here. Hopefully cause some trouble for W7M, who is, as usual, proceeding quite slowly here inside of the first minute. W7M definitely wanting to build up a good intel bag before they try to make their first moves. Once they make that move, though, it generally doesn't tend to slow down past that point, at least in the first 3 rounds we've seen so far.
No, it seems W7M have a pretty expansive bag of tricks, and they are more than willing to use it on anybody that wants to be on the receiving end. And it looks like G2 obviously is the one that's lined up across from them at the current moment. And it's going to open up yet again here. Alamau goes down. He had such a successful cafe, but it's been a slow start here so far on Theme Park. G2, it looks like the game is starting to get away from them. Benja starting to take some considerable damage here as well on the arcade balcony. Herds in, he's dusted. Equalizers here for G2 Esports as they'll pull ahead actually in the man count here at 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Volts will work his way into the building. They've slowed things down surely.
Certainly have caused some bigger issues here for W7M by cooling off the aggressive tendencies of G2, sticking into their angles much more heavily, not going for these bigger swings as we'd been seeing in the previous rounds here. They're holding it much closer to the chest, even inside of their own extensions here. That's leading to more success for them in the early gunfights so far in round number 4 here. But Julio, with that pickup, has re-equalized the equation yet again, back down to a 3-0 scoreline, or 3-all scoreline. Time to see here now if they can continue to make up the difference, or if G2 has too strong of a hold now. Benja coming close to being clipped off there as he moves forward just to take out a drone as well. But will be able to successfully shift back deeper into the site. Volps potentially next up to bat here as he's reached arcade balcony. Tries to push himself forward. Doki, the nice swing out, catches one, but once more, Julio equalizes us for a second time here with his pick. Doki continuing to snipe out everyone on W7M, and then Virtue finally coming in there to pick up the last one as well. Nicely held by G2 as we finally see them on the board for round 4. Doki's really tunnel visioning.
No, I'm pretty sure that Fabian like fist bumped him like 7 times. He just kept like bumping him like, do it again, do it again, do it again. Like, man, you know what? I really have been enjoying watching Fabian coach this team so far. It's been very energetic. I think it's a perfect role for him, honestly, you know. So pretty cool stuff. G2 finally able to get their first round on the board, and it was definitely fighting fire with fire. There was really no ifs, ands, or buts about the utility usage there. It was all who wants to take a gunfight with who, and who's more successful in said gunfight. That time around, finally G2 is Doki has found himself yet again.
We have W7M, still with a few repicks to be flushed out here. KZ, for instance, going to be
Going over to the Sense, which should be interesting to see. Obviously, still a pretty rare pick in terms of competitive Siege here. We do not see them being brought out all that often, just because of the fact that they are quite difficult to make work appropriately. The utility can be somewhat difficult to use in the way that you want to, unless you're just trying to draw a straight line. So as a result of that one, it's few and far between that we actually see the Sense get brought in, but it seems like W7M has found some use for it on this round, so they will find their way into the game.
The aggressive angles here from G2 as Doki will be out on the cash balcony. Seen so many players using this for the opening portions of Theme Park. Trying to see if they can get an easy kill here on the cash balcony. Nothing doing this time around. Doki will get the hatch open as well as a drone for his troubles. He'll skip her back off into the actual building. Doesn't want to take too early of a gunfight here with W7M, especially when it's the entire onslaught on this portion of the building.
Cover me, reloading. Approaching the 2-minute mark here now, which means we should start to see some opening action. Some opening bids for map control being laid out by the W7M roster. Bird specifically has the lineup in a Dragon. No way G2 is going to make the same mistake that was made on this site the last time here, so they do have a much bigger Overwatch in the actual site this time to prevent a straight walk-in from someone on W7M, which was how they were able to take it the last time this site was played out here. G2, aside from that though, still a bit of an extension, deployed out over toward the arcade side of the map, holding on to the dorms, for instance, as well as the break room next to it. Need to eventually peel that back. Probably will want to do so relatively soon. W7M is not too tripped up by the roam game right now. They are focusing very heavily on the site. Now having access to one of the electrical breaches, they can begin to move forward, but Doki still doing a fantastic job of finding these roaming picks as he gets another one to start this round off here. JV going down first. KZ to keep the numbers even though.
Back and forth we go in between these two. 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining for W7M to burst into this site. Doki, I do think, considering a little damage towards his teammate there just for a split second, but not enough to call home about. Blur trying to prevent this plant from going down on the Osa shield, and she's playing back into this now as well. Virtue, oh my, has he actually made the play here? He has indeed. Pre-fire's coming through. He's got the angle on the Osa, and he's got the stoppage, but there's so much time for W7M to try and work out this puzzle.
W7M once again always fighting towards the bitter end of it, and oftentimes in these sorts of scenarios here where they're working a 2vx. So Julio and Herd's going to try to group things up. Yellow Wall has been taken down first here to potentially allow them in. Not immediately going to use it though. It's more of a distraction than anything to try and get some of the eyes from G2 hyper-focused on that angle. And it has indeed worked. One player from W7M is eventually going to push in from this one, but the other trying to work the connector angle here. They're going to try to play it together. Those Legion mines though, tripping them up. No time to peel them out. Blur more than ready for the challenge. Him and Virtue have no problem fending off the last two pushes from W7M. And as such, another round is found for G2.
All the way to 3.
Easily done there for G2 in the dying moments of round 5. As well, looks like they might finally be able to find some semblance of success here and get the equalizing round. That could make this a pretty interesting affair when it comes to the second half. You know, W7M has looked pretty dominant, especially when it came to their defenses on Cafe. Theme Park, some similar circumstances when it comes to the defensive play. I'd say it's even more expansive in the ways that you hold things, just given the size of the map per floor. So W7M could definitely be using that to their advantage in the near future. Round 6, our very last round of this half. Now on the board is G2 will be defending Initiation and Office. They're going to be bringing the mirrors back into play here. Everything else making quite a bit of sense in what we usually see teams tend to lean on in a position like this.
So, spawn from W7M is going to roll out in about 10 seconds here. No drastic repick showing up for them just to... Oh, never mind. That seems we're going to get quite a few of them after all here. The Twitch being swapped in, Nomad being swapped in, Lion being swapped in, and Dokumi being swapped in as well. W7M want to get a lockdown on the G2 here now, but I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work in the way that they think it will here. G2, like I said, has kind of cooled off the aggression quite a bit, save for Doki. He's been given the free reign to do whatever the heck he wants in the early round here. So there's a pretty low chance that the Nomad air jabs and as well as some of these other pieces of utility may actually lock into a target, but we'll have to wait and see how everything unfolds here for W7M. Once they start to peel their way towards the site, we'll get a bit of a clearer picture in terms of how they're going to want to use all of this.
W7M will be starting things off on the Dragon side. Have a couple of players over towards Cafe. G2 already showing teeth, though, as they will tag up a couple of players. Doki, although, also taking a little heat for his sake as well. W7M not wanting to hop to just yet, as they can sense that G2 is trying to get this opening pick dealt with very early on right now. So they're going to go into the drone game and see if they can try and find an area they could abuse pretty handedly. It's starting to look like it might be building up towards that cache side. Have some drones in on the arcade area, but I don't think we'll be seeing a swing anytime soon here from the likes of the Volps.
And continuing to wait for the first bit of aggression to really start swinging in here from W7M. Yet to see them commit to any hard points closer to the site itself, meaning G2 still has a very stalwart hold. Could potentially change over the next few minutes. Herd's getting tripped up there as he goes in by one of the Alibi clones. And it's going to reveal him for a few seconds, but quickly corrects upon that one. Has positioning inside of the site now. Just has to keep it and leave room open for the rest of his teammates to also rotate into this one. Julio holding a flank, can't move forward. Doki successfully pierces the veil anyway. Takes down Julio. KZ will be able to trade out for one, but there's still fire back coming in for other members of G2. W7M down a player. Needs to get a double kill here to be able to equalize this situation back under their own control and still have a chance to push out and find a plant for themselves here. They're split up now as well. Volps playing down the hatch. He's not been able to spot Doki, and I think he's made it out there. Nicely played by Doki on this round as well. Pretty much single-handedly delaying this push in its entirety between the kills he got at the beginning and the play he just made there on the inside of control. 30 seconds left here. Let's see how W7M tries to piece this together.
Oh, it's been so difficult for them. Trying to deal with G2. They're constantly hounding them on these angles. The Bulls in the Bronx taking it to them. W7M cannot find a single lifeline at the current moment. Time and time again, the timing's not working out. The moment they look away from an angle, G2 shows up, and they deal the death blow towards W7M. And Alamau and the rest of the gang will be able to pick up yet another slow fist bumps here for the God Lord Fabian of G2. As they're looking to try and reclaim the lead here after that round. 3-3 here after the half on Theme Park. G2 now on the offensive side of things.
So G2 able to even things out, bring themselves back from the brink, it would seem, after W7M got off to a booming start. Great input certainly came in during that tactical timeout. And that's immediately when we saw the turnaround from G2. Started to see them really excel here to bring things back under their own control to keep this game even. Now it's time to see if that is going to carry forward onto the attacking side as well. W7M has been bested quite often here throughout the course of this series, but they have generally always seemed to have a pretty reliable defensive game. And now on another defensive-sided map, this could be just what they need, that nice little boon to get them over the edge. But they'll have to start off on the right foot here, as they lost their edge, of course, on that attacking side. Only picking up the first 3 rounds for themselves here. G2 taking a solid 3 in direct response to that.
Well, now this is where everything starts to really matter. Everything bubbling to the surface now for both of these teams. W7M and G2 a half away from being able to claim this long and hotly contested best of 3. Both of these teams considered the best in the business when it comes down to it. Some of the biggest and brightest names in all of Rainbow Six Esports on their respective rosters. And it's all come down to this one half of Rainbow Six that could be forced to overtime if it continues on this teeter-totter that we've seen so far in between these two.
So, G2 yet again up on the outskirts of Cafe. Ready to move themselves forward. A couple nades going to be chunked in here. We'll deal with some of the Kiva barricades that KZ put up a few moments prior, but still will leave the position relatively safe. KZ, though, roaming out and about over here by the arcade window. Really caught out for just a second there. At least one bullet connecting onto him. Forces him back a little bit further into the depths of those staircases there. And in the meanwhile, because of the lack of an Overwatch on Office, well, Benja's been able to walk right up here. take full control of the rest of the second floor. Thankfully, this is all by design of W7M. He has not been able to align himself with any of the actual players from the W7M roster as of yet here, but will potentially come close to it. He tries to go for the swing into the bathroom, where we still have at least one member of this defensive setup trying to play for a hold onto Lab.
So very close are these two teams. Only a few meters separating them from the very opening kill of this round. Could be a big one as well. It's going to be on to Blur. The ace now down. Volps looking to make this even worse for G2. Some stuns in and some crucial shots missed as Alamau will take him down with the SMG-12. Out of all things, don't get to see that weapon all that much anymore, but he makes good with it inside of this scenario.
Hertz, not expecting the top down angle there, will take quite a bit of damage from it. Thankfully, on the Oryx, has access to the dash and can use that to get himself into another safe position here, but that doesn't mean it's going to remain that way. They still know he's on the inside of barrels. Can be taken down at a moment's notice here, but still causing a bit of a slowdown for G2 overall, as they have yet to really synchronize any good positions they can use to get into the actual throne room here. So will be finally found out as he goes down on the inside of that barrels position. Like we said, that took a good 20 or so seconds to eliminate him, and now G2 still 4 players standing, yes, but 3 out of 4 of them going to be forced to try and make a play through connector here. Nitro going to be chucked in as well to attempt to fend off the breach attempt being made here, but unfortunately, it lands just a bit too low. G2 still making their mark, though. Alamau starts us off strong, and Toki and Benja follow it through as G2 are able to steal the first round defense when didn't even really look like they were going to be able to make it work, to be honest with you. Had access to very minimal map control, had to push their way through the connector, but still got the job done.
That was a hell of a shot call right there. Get everybody focused on what could potentially be going on around the breach, and then just send it right in through split. Absolutely fantastic, and probably the shot call coming from Virtue right there. That's probably why he's giving him so much praise, is just being able to send it at the proper time, completely catching W7 off guard. You can see not a single person was really paying attention to what was going on with Split, and all of a sudden there was just a preposterous amount of G2 members inside of that hallway.
And so G2 get away with the first one of the second half here. Stealing it after a last-ditched effort ends up paying out quite successfully here. W7M was not expecting such a coordinated push to work itself through the connector doorways there. Had to bow down to the entry prowess that G2 presented on that previous round. G2 also going to be swapping in towards the Amaru here. So we have potentially some interesting action going on. JV really struggling with this hop-up for some reason.
5 seconds to go.
There you go.
Hey, very well done.
It took him like 20 tries to do that.
It happens. That one's kind of finicky. That one is a little finicky. You kind of just sprint and spam the hell out of your space bar. And
hope you make the connection.
Just pray. Pray to the Ubi gods and hope that you get up on that. Otherwise...
he needs like a turbo macro for his space bar there or something.
I think it used to be that you could get up on like
I thought you could get up on the railing and then do it that way.
Yeah, but the railing's like a little bit more finicky now as well. Because if I remember, okay. I think I might be wrong about this, but I think they changed the hitbox a little bit where you're a little bit more slippery on it when you stand, so it's just easier to do it via that. But past that, some other things are a pretty slippery slope. Losing your hard breach early on. Oh my god. JV92 hip fired down by Alamau with the G8. He's going to continue on this reign of terror as he is tearing things up on the arcade side.
JV92 is a little bit upset right now. I'm just going to make that call for him, as that was so nice for G2 to have that lineup. The stars really aligning for Alamau, though, to have that single hip fire shot end up being a headshot.
It looked like someone out of Apex. It just like he just pulled up on him and immediately eviscerated him, all with hip fire. And it's gotten G2 down to this point. Alamau still alive. W7M attempting to thrive, but definitely not the man count. 2 versus 3 as G2 is in full control here. KZ still looking to try and capitalize on the positioning of G2 at the current moment, as they haven't fully sent it towards site just yet. And he'll be able to at least pick up one, but my god, Doki-san, what a shot. Just milliseconds after his teammates down, instantaneously turns on a dime and removes KZ from play. It's up to Julio. We'd love to see a big round from him here inside of this one. Hasn't had something massively considerable just yet, but it could be the time. Has to get a mag back in this gun. Oh, and it's so very close, but Doki will close it out. He thought he was going to be swinging from the right, but it was to the left, and just those little amount of pixels are the difference between a win and a loss. G2 able to win it out in that situation.
Great attempt there, but you got to give credit to Doki here. He has been consistent as a rock on the inside of this game right now, leading the charge for his team by a pretty heavy score marker as well. 11-4 right now. The next highest teammate is Benja, down at 7-6, with the rest of the team falling pretty close behind. Some lights out gameplay from him, especially when it came to the roam presence we had been seeing out of him on the defensive side. He's carrying that forward here onto the attacker's end of it now here with that nice closeout to stop the clutch from coming through. W7M getting a little worried about their situation now, so their timeout will come through.
Absolutely. This is the time to use it. I mean, G2 are making massive strides on the offensive side right now, and especially Doki shutting down a lot of what W7M was initially trying to pull off. Past, obviously, Alamau having that initial little interaction, we'll call it, with W7M inside of break. It's all really been the G2 show so far. W7M hasn't really gotten too much going on this defensive side. Constantly fighting from a man down perspective. It just makes things really difficult because you can't do some of the high-flying things you really want to do because it's so risky.
The case, and with the W7M now up against the wall, what will they change up potentially? What will they do differently here on these rounds to try and recenter themselves, try and bring it back from the brink? We'll certainly be finding out here. In terms of operator selection, nothing crazy going to be deployed towards it. We do have some mirror action that's going to come out here for Julio, but certainly workable inside of this site specifically here. So we'll present hopefully some better opportunities to swing out and find some earlier picks against G2, which W7M has been struggling a bit with here as of the past 2 rounds. For G2 though, a few repicks coming up for them. We were flirting with the Amaru repick again, but it seems Blur has gone for something much more traditional and is going instead for the Nomad to flank watch for the rest of his team. Benja, of course, getting a little bit sneaky on the Nook, and then Alamau will add the Dokkaebi in for that extra bit of intel.
G2 going to be locking up some portions of the building, at least for window play. Don't want W7M flying out of those anytime soon. G2 trying to get some positioning around the cash balcony as well here, as this looks to be the starting position for them. They'll also get Benji going down around the lockers area, see if he can have some influence around the yellow stairs. Logic bombs in. This looks to be fast moving here from G2. They don't want to slow down up against W7M, and you can't necessarily blame them. Their foot on the gas has been a fantastic thing, but it seems like it might be something that has to be kicked down the road just a little while longer, simply because of that proximity sensor, knowing that Benja was in the area. So see if you can possibly get something done with maybe a frag grenade underneath or a potential late rotation once it's called upon from G2.
Activating presence reduction.
G2 continuing to play this very, very slowly. I think waiting to see if Benja can potentially strike first here, if there's going to be an opportunity. So he clears out the entirety pretty much of the first floor here. It's not going to be able to spot much from it. We're looking at him priming a nade, I think, just a second ago, but ends up unclicking it. Here we go. Now he's got the yellow ping for it. No movement either. This should be a winner. And there we go. Herds down for the count as G2 strikes first yet again.
In sync moment there. Baby bye bye bye. As Herds will go down. W7M finally able to get something going here. They'll equalize, but it might change up quickly. Yep, Alamau, he knew exactly where that was going to be going due to the logic bomb that came through. The phone calls working out so well, as well as the EE1Ds, but somehow Julio's still allowed to stay alive and still allowed to get these 2 kills. Really, really considerable stuff coming out of him, given the circumstances of an EE1D and a logic bomb all going off in his back pocket all at that moment. But now for G2, they have to try and pick up these pieces, which was not something that I was really considering saying going into the initial portions of this interaction, but somehow W7M have came out on top. G2 had everything at their disposal to figure out and eliminate all of the W7 members from their positions around the site, but just simply couldn't get it done. Julio with a heck of a play inside of break.
Did you just figure out what their team name means?
W7M?
Yeah, W7 members. Like, I don't.
Maybe.
Winning with 7 members.
Winning 7 members.
That's a really bad team. That's what it actually is.
I'll give you a T.
I don't think that's it though.
I was gonna say I'll give you a T for nice try. I don't really think it's that. But
that's like 2 a.m. acronym. Pick it up right there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes indeed. But I think they might need a lot more than 7 men to get this accomplished right now. although they were able to get that one round, they now have to go back to some successful sites for G2, and that might not bode that well for them. There's only one way to figure that out. Well, it's play the damn game, isn't it? So we'll see what happens after this prep phase. W7M is going to throw it sky high for their setup. KZ will be holding down that top floor with a couple of different barriers around, as well as some of these hatches getting sealed up, so that G2 do clear things out, they won't have such ease of access towards the actual site.
All right, well, we do have a dead member of W7M. 10 seconds into the round
I just looked down at my notes, man. Come on. Come on.
Slaying it out here as he is more than prepared for the spawn peek from Herds there on the Oryx. Slaps him down to the ground, and immediately G2 has the front-running lead. Doki, like I said, consistent as ever inside of this map specifically. Knocking out Keys as well, or KZ, excuse me. Bringing it down to only 3 here for W7M.
Literal pixel of KZ's head exposed off that barrier.
It was the same for Herds, too. Herds, like, I don't even think he saw the player that took him down.
That's just disgusting, man. Touch grass or something. I mean, come on. My God.
There's not a whole lot of that here right now.
Yeah. Neither in Europe. It's probably pretty cold and crappy over there.
You want to touch the white snow or the brown snow?
Yeah. City snow is not that great. And, well, neither is the play from W7M right now. They're looking a little like that sloppy snow. They're getting taken down from every single angle. Nothing that they can do is finding any success for them, at least inside of this one. Volps will finally fight back. G2, though, they've gotten away with so very much. This is looking like map in match point.
Volps tried his best to stay in the situation, but is struggling, of course, here, considering the 1v4 that has been set against him. Not really much that he can realistically work towards at this point here, so this is going to be a 6th and penultimate round for the G2 roster. Volps getting away with at least one more here, but just really baiting for kills at this point. Not really trying to lead himself into a clutchable position here. If he gets another kill, he can probably try to swing towards it, which he's coming up on the precipice of that now. But yeah, Virtue ready for the challenge. Finally, G2 give us that expected result of the round and push themselves up to 6.
Good openings, guys. Good openings.
Fantastic stuff from G2. And yes, indeed, as you heard from the bench themselves, great openings, G2. Great openings, because that's exactly what it was. A nice stoppage for the opening blood, and then also Doki with a hell of a peek onto KZ inside of Cash. Again, you got to give him props. A pixel of that woman's head is showing, and he just eliminated it all while on the move on Repel. That's just such a difficult shot to hit, but still capable, all in that moment. G2 now on map and match point, looking to take it out of the grasp of W7M, who looked so potent on Cafe.
G2 seemingly on a run that can't be stopped right now, but for W7M, they don't have a choice here. They've been fighting for so long inside of this series here now, bringing it back from the brink over on our first map, of course, and able to eventually take control there, but could not maintain that presence on map number 2, where G2 ultimately closed things down. Are they about to falter outright and give the third map over to their opponents as well? It's looking more and more likely with the way things are evolving over these past few rounds for W7M. Very much the same flair here for the throne room defense as they come back into it. So we are going to see the Azami for KZ to reinforce the innards of the site. Bandit batteries to try and prevent the wall openings from happening. JV92 will be somewhat contributing to effect on that one as well. And then Herds doing most of the work on roam game, I assume.
A lot slower start here for G2, but considering the last round, that is probably a good thing for both of these teams. It means we got a lot more nuance going on, a lot more potential for W7M to elongate this game. G2 going to stick to their drone game here as they're looking to work their way into Gong. Found themselves some positioning inside of maintenance as well. No one really home for W7M in this area at the current moment, trying to keep things moving around the map and mostly around the stairwells here, as we saw KZ at the top of Dragon. This is going to be a pivotal location, but it looks like he might quickly be dispatched. A frag grenade's going to deal quite a bit of damage, but now they know exactly where he is on top of all of that. Going to continue to be hotly contested rolling through this round.
KZ continuing to wait and see if a member of G2 is going to swing out from electrical there. We can challenge him back down, get that bigger advantage going. into the favor of W7M, but have not been able to find that just as of yet here. G2 at the same time, though, are struggling in a similar way to find their footing, to swing this to the next step, to get themselves into the depths of throne room here. Still trying to look for that top-down nade kill, and they just can't seem to find it. W7M are far too mobile on the roam because they know that's the current objective here, so they're not being baited into it.
Halfway through, G2 have not been able to find the opening kill. Some damage onto Herds. Doki trying to act quickly, usually so solid at this, but now a beautiful lineup here as Herds will be able to take down Blur. Some nice kills coming in, a drop shot, and Herds, so much damage dealt to him, but they can't get him down. Alamau will be the one to go. Benja finally fighting fire with fire, but how much does it really mean, all things considered? 2 versus 4, Herds on very low HP, and most of W7M now back onto site as this last minute has dawned us.
Herds and the rest of the extended game definitely getting the gold star for this round here, just wasting all the time and all the utility from G2, eventually forcing them to just be baited into an outright gunfight, where for the most part, Herds wins it all here in the mid-round. Beautifully played out. Not really expecting much of a hope for G2 to swing this one back under their own control, but let's wait and see here as Volps takes out the second to last member now. Virtue is all that remains. Heat 2 quickly dealt with by JV92 at the connector exit, giving W7M one more round here and one more chance to send themselves into overtime.
Yeah, once again, we have a chance for overtime. W7M can push us there, and Theme Park could get pretty weird, as it'll be a back and forth inside of OOT on a round-to-round basis for both of these teams, and so constantly be switching sides. So this will be the last time that G2 can close this one out inside of regulation. It all comes down to this, and a bunk daycare defense for W7M. They're going to be bringing the Mira along for the ride. G2 had some at least considerable things going that last round. Obviously, they'd love it to go a lot more like the prior round with the 2 easy opening picks for them, and pretty smooth sailing past that moment, but W7M are not going to go down without a fight. G2, this is your time to put him in the grave.
So for G2, just one more round is still all that is needed for them. However, as you said, with W7M coming back alive, it seems, on the previous round, that singular round may be a bit more evasive than it first appeared. Not able to see G2 hit the ground running with the entries that they had done in previous rounds. That's, again, what I was talking about towards the tail end of the last play, when you consider that W7M's roam game caused a massive amount of the delay that eventually led to them winning. They previously were unable to achieve that status and just ended up giving up that control far too early in the round. If not, those players would have been taken down outright. So as a result of that big improvement on that part of the game, this led to much greater struggles for G2 and potentially could trigger overtime if we see something similar happen on this final round.
Well, let's get into it. It's been a heck of a showing from Doki. It's been him as well as Herds and KZ going back and forth in a lot of these rounds. KZ really being the thorn in the side of G2, and he's looking to be that yet again. Also, Benja as well, 11-9, the newest pickup for G2, and he's been lights out so far for them here at this tournament. A fantastic pickup off the heroic roster that's really been working out for them.
Countering their intel.
So Doki with the hop in here, just on the drone though, so not taking any huge risks as of yet. Wants to go for the check on control before the rest of his teammates potentially are called to swing in through there. And I think he's actually the only one in the area too, so just going to be a lonesome play for himself here. JV92, a little bit of a reconstruction project for some of the utility, as he feels it's going to be much more useful over on this portion of the map, and I would generally tend to agree, especially now that we're a minute deep. It's not really going to be a hard point over there by the bathrooms that you want to deny drone intel from. It's the deeper parts of the map that are now more important, so we'll have to move that there behind the mirror window in hopes of potentially even saving it should there be a hard breach or something similar deployed towards it.
Minute and a half remaining. AE1D out, but nobody dead just yet. Logic bomb as well. But all of this just to try and get some info on what the W7 members are. That might have been an ADS there. Nope, mute jammer instead. So that nade would have definitely landed, but they got the Wamai discs in the space as well. So that will allow him to escape instead. Still be blinded, but definitely alive. Some stuns in here from Blur to try and assist that situation a little bit more, but nobody really there to try and capitalize on something like that. Instead, it'll be Doki onto KZ. What do we tell you? Back and forth these two go, and Doki might have finally gotten it done. The death blow to KZ might transcend the entire team unless Herds has something to say say about it. He'll take down Alamau. That's going to be the Dokkaebi off the board here. And back and forth we go. W7M looking to force this overtime. Now G2, they need to recoup. They need these kills. Virtue will get one. Benjin knows that somebody's close in the area, but he doesn't look tight enough. Volt sees the barrel, and he's able to take him down. It's up to Virtue. This 417, it's been so dastardly throughout the tournament, but it won't be good enough. W7M provide overtime for us here on Theme Park. We have a guaranteed 2 rounds ahead of us.
Second overtime is ignited in this series here. We go the absolute full distance to decide this one here. So let's get into it. 3 more rounds up on the tee. W7M gets a defensive start. G2 starts on the attacking side. First team to 8 will win out. Not only this map, but the series as well. So let's get into it here as we're back into Armory and Throne Room for W7M's first defense inside of OT. Important to note that as well, that all previously locked sites are now going to be unlocked for play for the defenders.
Well, looking into overtime now in between these two, G2 has been decently solid on offense, but all things considered, it's really been some of those knee-jerk plays where they've kind of had that hive mind mentality that's been getting things over on W7M. W7M, since those moments, though, has been able to compartmentalize G2 and take down a lot of the members that have been giving them just a lot of grief. So we'll see if they can continue to do that with this defensive round. This round right here means so very much to what is going to happen for the remainder of this OT, because they were both just on this side. It's just an extension of what was just happening. So both of these teams, knowing exactly what has happened recently, feeling themselves out. There's going to be a big round, a lot of guesswork going in from both of these squads to try and consider what the game plan will be for the other.
KZ first up to bat here in terms of trying to make impact against that roam game from G2, but may not be able to find any direct contestant to it here, as G2 is trying to go directly for Gong control, bypassing the Dragon take, at least for these first few seconds. They want to focus on the downstairs play first and set themselves up for a bit more success over here. Away from that, we're going to see them try to swing in, but Julio is waiting for this push to come forward. Alamau with the intel is at least able to trade it, but this is the problem. He was the only one in the site. Everyone else has to suddenly rotate back in. They're not confident in their ability to retake this through connector with the 2 players they have there. Alamau's already on top of that. Now we can see it. Benja, or whoever is the current case carrier, Doki in this case, moves forward. We'll get the plant down onto the ground behind Throne, as there's nothing W7M can do about that one. Blur has the overwatch from Gong now as well, so they can't rotate through yellow. This is perfect from G2 here. I don't know how W7M is going to stop this.
Well, they've gotten the plant down, but it looks like that might at least be a start. Alamau will be able to get one more, making this a 2 versus 2. Volp's pretty low on HP, but the same could be said about Alamau. Definitely going to consider that coming into these fights. KZ will go down. Volp's the last one that remains. Alamau will clean that one up as well. The Brazilian dealing it to his own brethren from across the pond. The European squad getting it done.
The talk is coming in now as well from Alamau as he gets a little bit of that yelling back. We saw W7M giving it out earlier on in the series. Now he's getting his revenge here as G2 that much closer to victory. Just one more round and they will have another barn burner of a series in their pocket. Keep in mind as well, they just went to a full 3-mapper yesterday versus Koi, beat them 2-1 as well. So this is a Herculean effort already in the group stage for G2 just across these 2 days, having played both their series to a full 3 maps so far.
I can already hear all the songs being made by the Brits about Alamau for all of his fantastic play. Not only inside of that round, but for the rest of the day, he's had some amazing highlight moments. That round right there, all Alamau, completely. Logic bombs, everything else in between. Everybody gets bodied on the entry, and then just a couple of moments later, he slips through the cracks, gets that kill, and then plays that entire situation out perfectly. Maintains control of split to allow his teammates to get in. Maintains control over the planting space. Assists with the Dragon Door once they switch around. Like, there's just so many positive things there for Alamau inside of that round, and that might be it. You know, he might have gotten all the heavy lifting done here for G2 to take this series.
Let's find out if it is indeed going to be enough now, as the potential final round of the series begins with G2 still leading the charge here. W7M, of course, now on the attacking side. Some interesting choices on their lineup, specifically to bring, once again, the 0 in for JV92. They tried this once on map number 1 here, but the player got immediately picked. So you never really got to see the style they were trying to use this operator with. Get a better picture of it this time around here. Nades going in quite quickly as well here. Thankfully, that rotation path back onto the inside of the kids' room does save the defensive player's life under these circumstances. That explosion probably otherwise dealing some pretty serious damage. Oh, the timing for Virtue, though, just does not pan out. Scopes in, unfortunately, to his death as Herds is waiting for it and shuts him down. First kill of this round goes to W7M.
Scary look here for G2, but it's not something that they haven't dealt with before. Blur might be 2-10. Doesn't mean that he can't win the round for him. Still has a gun, it's still got bullets, and he's still one of the most skilled players in his age group. That's exactly why he's sitting on this G2 roster right now. Nothing but confidence for this squad. Same can be said for W7M. Gotten that opening kill onto Virtue, and now they're taking their sweet time. They do not want to mess this up. They've gotten the advantage up against the squad, but it can be easily taken away as well, especially as Alamau has been feeling himself, same as Doki. Very quick to take those fights, very quick and decisive fights as well. You really don't get a lot of say in those moments, do you, John?
No, you do not. Halfway through the round now. JV92, a dangerous cross here on the rappel, as you do still have Doki waiting just behind that window, and you know he wants to potentially try and play this out if any realistic chance to win it presents itself. He's already committed himself to far less dangerous fights. So we'll have to wait and see if he decides to ever go for this one, or if he's just going to maintain a general amount of respect between himself and JV92 on the outside of his window. He goes in from her. It's a little off the mark, though. No one really in that area from G2, and it's suddenly just gone dead quiet. Just as I say that, though. Blur snipes out Volps, eliminates the first member of the W7M roster. And goes very quiet after that, but a nice snipe from Herds eliminates Salamal as he tries to play behind the bomb chassis. Benja ready for the challenge in through arcade window, and now takes up the very mantle of that position. Herds, though, single-handedly bringing his team back from the brink as he knocks out Doki in one more. Everything now on Blur's hands here as it's come down to the 1v3.
The case is going to be on Julio. So many guns still have to try and take advantage of these angles.
It's an ace!
An ace for Hertz. Oh my, what a round for him, as he is constantly at the forefront of battle for W7M inside of this situation. G2 had somehow worked it out to where they still had the ability to win that round. They had a certain man advantage. They had the ability to hold down the site. But when you look over at a player like Hertz, you let things like that happen, and more than likely not going to come to fruition. Constantly making the aggressive proper play and taking it to G2 inside of their own site. Now we're at the maximum round capacity, John. We've made it to the promised land. No matter what happens, this game is over after this. Somebody has to go home with this best of three.
That's the second ace of the series from W7M as well. If I recall correctly, Volps or KZ managed to pick one up during map 1 also. So some massive individual performances coming out over the course of this series so far between the W7M members, but is the team cohesion enough? That's now the final question, of course, as we move into that last round. As you said, full 15 has been achieved for the second time now, and it is time to see who will win the test of it. G2 closed it out last time, and now we have to wait and see if W7M, after that amazing ace that came in there on the last round from Herds, is potentially going to slingshot themselves into the pole position for this series.
All right, let's get into it, shall we? Very last round here. Operator lineup looking very solid for G2. They have so much annoying utility, especially for the info game. You got the Lion, you got the Dokkaebi. W7M not going to be allowed to move around in a very aggressive way as long as those are up and abound. But they do have some options themselves. You know, they do have the Warden to get around the smokes, the Frost Mats to prevent some more aggressive play if somebody doesn't look where their feet are going, as well as KZ to try and thwart some of these drones that can work their way towards site a little bit later on here. You can already see that getting some work done, as well as G2's drone count already down to 4 active and 2 in the pocket, so something that they'll have to consider later on now.
KZ getting that info drip, of course, has the intel where all the drones are being played out from. E1D charge is in from G2. Expect some follow-up action onto that one, but seems like things are going to remain pretty calm when everything is said and done. Just an nade chuck in from Blur to hopefully catch the players while they were immobilized, but nothing to be unleashed upon that, unfortunately. Away from that situation, though. Once again, you can see how tense the scenario is just by the inconsistency of both of these teams actually want to go for some sort of play here. So they continue to maintain a very quiet presence throughout this map here. Benja, of course, being one of the few exceptions to this one for members of G2 specifically, as he tries to lurk through on the Nook. The rest of the team just primed for a play. Doki, his life flashing before his eyes there as the Nitro is sent directly into his face. Thankfully, able to dodge it though, get out of the situation, and still keep himself at full HP in the process. Benja dodging death there also as another Nitro comes dangerously close to him. Thankfully, plenty of time to react to it though and get out of the way.
Down into the last minute. This is usually when things get very, very wrong. And yes, indeed, it'll happen. G2, they try to spring into the map in these dying moments, and we usually call it the hell minute when it comes to a situation like this, don't we? 5 versus 5, quickly 5 versus 3. After G2 walk into a frost mat and lose their best entry, everybody else is going to have to try and get something going here. It all starts with Virtue as he's working his way in from Cafe. Herds will dispatch him. Goes swinging. He'll find himself a blur. Benja's gotten picked back up by Alamau. They're coming up the arcade stairwell. Back and forth they go, but Benja's going to quickly get gunned down. Alamau can't get it done either, and W7M get it done up against G2 here in this best of 3. Theme Park taking some time, but their play, their consideration, the strategy going into this working so very well for them.
G2 is able to avoid heartbreak in their opening match yesterday for an interregional play against Koi, but here going up against one of the rising teams in Latin America, W7M is able to best them with one final round, changing up their fate here. They take the series 2-1, and the lion's share of group stage points that would go along with it. Big congratulations to W7M. Had to follow through on this one. Had a great start to the series, but fell off a little bit towards the second map. Able to bring things back though, and finally take that control in overtime here. They're looking strong to move forward further into this group.
Yeah, fantastic day from them, and I think honestly you can say the same about G2. Really, it was just
a great series.
Yeah, it was a great series. Just really that last map, Blur not really getting things done the way that he would want to. 3-12, I do believe, was his final stat line there, and that's not what you want when you go max OT. So a little unfortunate circumstance there for G2, but I mean, the team is still looking fantastic, all things considered. They've changed up quite a bit about this roster, you know, with given recent history, especially with Fabian coming in as a coach and everything else in between. But definitely a fun series, nevertheless.
And still 2 more games to go, of course, for both of these teams, I do believe. So plenty of opportunities for G2 to still rebound, keep themselves into it. But that'll do it for the two of us right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back a little bit later on for the final game of the day. But for now, we're going to send you guys to a break. We'll be back soon with the analysis desk to break this one down.
Welcome back, friendos, to the Command Center. Back on the analyst desk, I'm Nostematic, your host. With me are Demo and XR Troika, and our winners are set in stone after probably what is the best series we've had so far at the group stage here at SI23. W7M inch out the victory as G2 bottle it on the last round. W7M run away with 2-1. I have to say, would you agree that this was the best game we've had so far at SI? Let us know, because I'm very fervent, I would say, in my defense of this statement.
I have a question.
Yes, Demo?
What does that word mean?
Fervent?
Yeah.
Adamant.
There you go for everyone who's like me out there.
You know what adamant is?
There's a lot of us. I know there's a lot of us like
That's
me.
okay. I don't, I'm not a language elitist or vocab elitist.
And he's saying he's not a languageist. Are you?
Well, I am a cunning linguist, but that's something else. Anyways, let's move on with our map-to-map breakdown. Map number 1 was up first in our best of 3 that went the way. We got it all, and it was on a bank. G2 7-4. Demolad.
Yes. Bank, probably the surprise pick. I think we kind of looked at it and we thought just generally been W7M's map that they usually ban first if they can. But I think G2 kind of took them by surprise. And I think G2 seeing opportunities there to really display a good showing of Bank. I think it helps. Whenever Virtue is showing up, you know they're having a good day.
Virtue's played really well today. G2 did a great job on Bank, especially in the early part. They got a 4-2 split on their attacking half, which is always a big thing. Yep. There was a couple of things that didn't really work out from W7M. They tried to play a little bit of clash. It did work in round number 1. It didn't work later on. It was one of those games that I think G2 did such a good job on that roam clear. There was little tricks being played by W7M. They were trying calves under desks. There was all sorts of stuff going on. And G2, while the droning wasn't perfect, and I don't think that Doki had droned under the desk, he was ready to react. And that sometimes is the most important thing.
The thing is, W7 ever try and play G2 at their own game.
Yeah.
You know, G2, they do that. They're going to be ready for all that.
Well, that was the adaptation that we got on Bank. 7-4 scoreline, like we said. But that wasn't, of course, the only map in this best of 3 series, because we did go all the way. So what about our second one, once the replays kind of die down for this series? Because I gotta say, just having the Monty ban might have been very helpful for G2 on this map. But once we got on to Cafe Dostoevsky, the maps, the bans were completely different. Both teams reacting to one another in substantially different ways. A 7-5 in the comeback, W7M here, Ollie.
Yeah, W7M, I think they obviously had a fantastic first phase and they were able to pick up 5 of the first defensive rounds. Obviously, we know Cafe can be a map that teams struggle to attack on. It's difficult to say this map is attack side, this map is defense side, because that changes throughout region, but there is one constant in that, and that is Cafe is always going to be a difficult map to attack. G2 found that as well as most other teams. They really struggled on the entry. They lost that entry engagement every single round, bar 1 inside of that first 6, and I think they just came up against a big obstacle. Volps's 5K's ace in round 1 won't have done much for the mental of G2 going into that one, and it was just a very tricky game. I think they didn't get into it quick enough.
It didn't feel as if G2 really got into a rhythm. You know, starting off 3 rounds lost on the bounce, you know, at the beginning, I think that doesn't help you. And I think Cafe's a map where you just... it's probably one of the maps that we see the most, like, just stomps on, you know, big numbers being put up. I mean, we kind of see, I think we had Cafe earlier with Sonics versus Wolves, and it was 7-3, you know, right from the get-go, it was easy to see that stomp incoming, whereas on Cafe, if you don't kind of get into the way of things early and your opponents start doing it, momentum on Cafe is a dangerous thing.
It can really spiral out of control very quickly on Cafe Dostoevsky. It's a very Dostoevsky way of putting it. There's final Nitro to kind of end out on the round. G2 unable to close it out to 0. That took us to map number 3 in the series on Theme Park, which had seen G2 on before, yesterday specifically. And unfortunately for G2, but very fortunately for Brazil, the entire LATAM scene, and W7M, went to overtime, clawing back against G2, and took it 8-7 in OT. Demo.
Best map so far.
100%.
100% the best map so far. I'm gutted. I'm absolutely gutted that G2 couldn't get the win. I just look at Ollie and I think...
Really? I would have never thought that you, of all people, would be gutted that G2 lost.
Just so close, like literal 6-4 up, and then they take the first round over, and it's just...
It's the best way to end a best-of-3 series, though. A maximum overtime theme park. I'm not really complaining because it was an exciting one to watch. Yep. And I think that W7M did a great job of pulling it out of the bag right at the end. Again, we've commented already about how the entry kill was something that came quite easily to W7M over the course of the whole series. And that was the same inside of Theme Park, particularly in the overtime. They got the opening kill every single round of OT, and obviously that gave them a very big swing in the grand scheme of things. The other exciting thing about this game, and something that we haven't had as much in other games that we've seen so far, is the amount of multi-kills we've seen come through. We've had 2 aces inside of this series, and we had 19 multi-kills overall. So that's a 3K, a 4K, just players popping off left and right. And it's all sorts of different players as well. It wasn't just limited to any one person. Even Julio had a bit of time in there.
I also want to put things into perspective for a moment here. Everybody loves to just trash on G2. I get it. It's fun, right? It's G2, big org, big names, punching up, right? And yes, they've had a rough year, but actually they didn't. They still performed pretty well for the fact that they were in and out of different rosters, etc., for the whole year. They come here, nobody really thought about them at all. They go up against their first opponent yesterday, and they play incredibly well, absolutely roll over them. You go now for the second game, right? They go up against W7M. How many of us here have been saying W7M probably top 3 in the tournament?
Nearly everybody.
Yeah.
Yes. Everybody with
they are a favorite, yeah.
And then G2 pushes them to the edge, almost beating them. Coin flip would have been either one of them.
If you told me 3 months ago that G2 would be pulled into a group with Koi and W7M, and they'd been able to take 4 points against both of them, like combined, you'd be laughing. You'd never expect that. I think they've done really well, not only to obviously get the win against Koi, but even taking a point is really good for them, because now I suppose the pressure's on Rogue. They still have to go up against W7M, don't? Oh, Rogue?
Koi.
Done it again.
We're used to it.
Of course it is. And they have to now go through W7M, so the pressure's on them to almost get a map in.
So now our Group A matches. Let's recap that for you and how the scoreboard looks in Group A before at least our part is done for the day and signing off on it. W7M with 7 points on the board. SpaceStation and G2 tied. That's because, for those that might be asking, if you win 2-0, you get 4 points, and that was what W7M was able to do yesterday. And G2, unfortunately for them, they only won 2-1, which gave them the 3 points that they did. However, since today they pushed W7M and got 1 map out of it, they still add another point to their system. So Koi still with 1 point. That was the G2 versus Koi from yesterday. That is where we stand in Group A of 6th Invitational 2023. Any final thing you'd like to say, Ollie, before we wrap our part up?
I mean, the one game that I'm looking forward to that's coming up is going to be the Secret and Heroic one.
Well, I want to see Secret.
That's the one that I want to watch. We watched Secret through the last chance qualifiers, and for me, I just want to see if they continue that form through into the playoffs.
All right. Demola, thank you very much. You'll be casting later on today with Emmy, right? So Hap, we hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Ollie, for being with us here on the desk. Thank you all for watching. We're not done. Of course, we're going to swap out the desk here and give a warm welcome to Jackie. She'll be here in just a few minutes. Thanks so much. Hey, see you in a bit.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome to day 2 of the 6th Invitational, and we are diving right into Group D. Very excited about this EU showdown. But you know what? I'm more excited about being on the desk with Anne and Fresh. I missed y'all. How are y'all?
Good.
Having a good day 2 already?
Yeah, I'm very excited for this EU matchup, yeah.
Okay, Fresh, I need some enthusiasm.
It's been a year, Jackie. It's been a year. I see you for the first time in a year yesterday, and it's like, are we live? Are we live?
Oh, no. We weren't going to talk
I'm
about
sorry.
that. I know. That was funny. I think I did okay today, though, for day 2.
We nailed it
right?
today.
Thanks. Okay, but we do have an interesting face-off to talk about. Secret versus Heroic. And like Anne was saying, we are super excited about this. Fresh, how are you feeling about this?
I can't wait. I think it's 2 teams that realistically we didn't necessarily expect to be facing off in Group D of the Invitational so far, in terms of especially Secret, a team that was, what, 9th across all 3 stages of EUL, and that we just didn't expect to see. They had a terrific performance in qualifiers, and then Heroic is a much changed team from the one that we was expecting to see here when they qualified.
Well, let's take a closer look at this matchup in a second, but first we want to begin with Secret. So take a look, roll the video. Okay, so Anne, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first. We have not seen Secret play yet at SI, but they do have a really interesting backstory. So stage 1, 2, 3, that face really describes it all there.
Yeah.
But they have an interesting qualifier story. Please tell me about it.
Exactly, yeah. Well, Fresh touched up on it real quickly. They didn't have the greatest of year throughout EUL. And if you talk about which team you'd expect to go through from those last chance qualifiers, it might have not been Secret that you think about initially. But this team had an interesting glow up going from stage 3 into those last chance qualifiers. You'll see it here with the stats on the left side in blue, their stats for stage 3, and on the right side, their stats for the last chance qualifier, specifically their EPS, cost, and survival rate, which we did talk about in EUL, went up massively during those last chance qualifiers, and in my opinion, it's very much deserved for them to then be here.
Every single player on Team Secret has had a mad glow up since stage 3 into, since stage 3 into those qualifiers. They were night and day, a completely different team.
I love it, glow up. Well, we were just looking at Kendrew, Slebin, both veterans, but this is actually the first international tournament for the rest of the team. So I know they have a pretty close relationship with Twister Fresh. What is he saying to you? What is he planning here?
Well, Twister's 3 years old? This is his 6th Invitational as a coach. So he's been around the block. He brings that experience. Kendrew, obviously, as you say, Slebin brings that experience. But he has revolutionized this team. He's got them playing, previously they played quite old, slow siege, trying to play for plant. They still play for the plant on the objective, but it's much more pacier. It's much faster. It's much more meta. They're bringing operators that make sense for the executes that they're going for. It's just so much better all around. And a big part of that that's been accredited by a lot of people is to Twister.
Yeah, how do you feel about Twister's coaching style? Do you think that he's bringing a lot to the team as well?
Well, I mean, if you can go for a team and bring them up this high within such a short period of time, then I think that should be credited for sure. I mean, he's been a coach on different teams before as well. We've seen globes with that team, those teams too. So yeah, I'm definitely a fan.
Okay, well, let's take a look inside the mind of this team and roll this quick interview. Take a listen.
My name is Kendrew. I play for Team Secret, and I'm a hard support IGL. We're in Group D alongside Dark Zero, FaZe, M80, and Heroic. It's a really hard group, a lot of high championship caliber teams in there. We're just going to do our best. We're obviously the underdog, so I don't know, just keep it a game at a time, like I said. Who I'm most looking forward to playing against is Dark Zero, because I'm a big fan of Canadian. Obviously, his energy's really good. The past year for Team Secret has been pretty rough, very turbulent, a lot of roster changes, not the best of results, but it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, we're here, and that's all that matters. Our preparation was, kind of cut short because we had to go through the open qualifier and the closed qualifier. So we're just going to focus on our gameplay. Our expectations is that we're happy that we're here in the first place after a turbulent year. So anything above that is fine with us. I want to wish every team the best of luck at this competition, especially Heroic, because you'll need it.
Not the most adorable person ever. I just want to give Kendra a hug. He was like, let's have a good time, Heroic. Do a good job. Like, darling, I love that. Okay, but we're getting our game faces on, okay, Kendra? Now you're gonna get fierce, right? Secret, obviously ready to go, get their first game going, but Heroic is hungry for a win and definitely want to talk about them. So first I'll put you in the hot seat now. I think we gotta talk about Benjamaster leaving.
Yeah, I think...
Go on. There's a lot to say there.
Opinions on this, Jackie.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna roll. You don't even need to give me a question. I think that for Heroic is like that whole move of Sonic's buying Citizen from G2 and then G2 buying Benja. Heroic have been the org that have lost out from that significantly because they've lost their star player. They've had to regroup. You know, it's an unfortunate situation. They then go and bring in 2 new players. They bring in Noodle, they bring in Oscar, and then Oscar obviously can't come to this event. So in comes a trusty old hand in Sloth, and it's kind of like there's so much disruption for this roster. I don't know how you have any expectations for them.
Yeah, I also want to talk to you a little bit about the tight battle against Dark Zero last night. I don't think people were expecting them to do as well, to be honest. What did you think of their performance?
I actually thought it was very encouraging, to be honest, given the status of Heroic. They got that first map win, they really upset Dark Zero, and they should have got Chalet as well. Over the course of that best of 3, Heroic got so many entry picks. They were actually 3rd for entry picks in the entire competition yesterday, but they couldn't convert the entry picks. That was the big problem that they had yesterday. I spoke to them in the elevators after the game. They were absolutely livid that they lost that best of 3. They thought they should have won it 2-0.
Well, it's a new day, and I definitely want to talk to you about Noodle and Sloth. You know, in ways they were thrown into the Lion's Den, thrown into SI at the last minute with this team. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on them. What do you think about these 2 players?
Well, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's no secret that with the departure of Benja, you lose a lot of frag and power. Obviously, Mello leaving the team as well. You will need to get some of that frag and power back. And, well, Sloth's been on the team before. He's not unfamiliar with them. He was one of the more entry-type players on this roster before as well. But if you specifically talk about Noodle as well, what Mr. Officer has been saying is he does bring a lot of passion and commitment, but he's also a really good shot caller. Where have we seen this before? A younger player with a fresh mindset coming into a team, assisting an IGL with a little bit of shot calling, and then that team to go on and do really well. I'm looking at you if you have an idea.
Is that a French player, Aaron?
Yeah, it's a French player, yeah.
Go. Is it Leaky French?
But I was indeed talking about him. Yeah, we've seen this before where a fresh mindset in a team with some shot calling can help a team really glow up.
Okay, so we're looking at our teams right now. They are getting ready. What do you think their mindset is right now? Secret, obviously, you know, they're gearing to go. This is their first appearance here at SI. Heroic, they're coming off of that tough loss. So what's their mindset?
I think both teams will genuinely be happy once this best of 3 is done, because both teams represent a tricky opponent to each other, because neither of them really have expectations for the event. If you look at Team Secret, like Kendra said, no expectations. The same with Heroic. They've got 2 new players, so there's no expectations there.
Okay, and as you can see, our map and info is up on the screen. And thoughts?
A small concern I might have had with Secret is that they might have a smaller map pool. They have some permabans, and then Heroic might have a little bit of a bigger map pool. But the first pick that we're going to is Clubhouse from Heroic. Secret have actually won 2 out of 3 games on that in recent history, and it also has their best attack and win rate. For Heroic, it's kind of a 50-50 in regards to performance, but they also have their best attack and win rate. But it is also a map that they tend to ban sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised by this one, we could say.
I think both teams are taking a long-term view at the other team and looking at what is their weakest or one of the weakest maps over a very long-term view. Because Secret, for a long time, didn't play Clubhouse. They now do. And Secret, again, they didn't play Oregon, and Heroic don't play Oregon. It's only very recently Secret have brought it in. But we've got to talk about the deciding map. The deciding map of Bang, through stage 3, was the only map that Team Secret could win in EUL. It was the only one they were getting over the line on. So for Heroic, it feels like an absolute blunder to allow Bank through that banning phase.
Yeah, I mean, if we do talk about those victories, they were all 8-7s. And they did also take a loss against TT9 on Bank later into Stage 3. So yes, it was one of the better maps for Secret, but there's also a lot of footage on how Secret used to play on that map. Oregon then, once again, I want to touch up on as well. It is a pick from Secret. They did 7-4 Outsiders on that map in the last chance qualifiers, but it was picked against them. And yes, indeed, like you mentioned, it is Heroic's most banned map. They don't really like this map, and they haven't really had any games on it in recent history.
Okay, so we've talked at length about the maps. Predictions time. Fresh? Oh no, Fresh is like,
Take me out the hot seat, but I need it first.
I'd like to see Heroic take this. You know, obviously coming off the mindset that they did lose that game yesterday, and they felt like they should have won it. With them, obviously, you know, maybe having a bit of a better chance going into this map ban phase, with me having said that, you know, Secret have a bit of a smaller map pool. Yeah, I'd like to see Heroic win this.
How's your bracket doing?
My predictions are not going.
Mine is not going
mine are
well.
in the mud, but it's okay. I like it. There's a few upsets. I'm really not upset about it.
Okay, what are you thinking, Fresh?
Well, look, if Secret played the way that we saw Secret play in qualifiers, I think they will be going into this as favorites. And I think the map ban suits them. Because they clearly play Oregon. We saw that in the LCQs, and Heroic don't. And they love Bank. So I think at least those two maps, they might not get it over the line in Clubhouse, but those two maps, I would back Secret probably 2-1.
All right, well, we cannot wait to get things rolling. Our teams are almost ready to go here, so let's hand it over to Intero and Pengu. Also, we got Stream B pre-show soon stuff coming, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much. The Command Center. I'm still getting used to calling it the Command Center. Thank you very much, Jackie, and excellent analysis from both Anne and Fresh. We're really delighted to have the analysts that we have here so far, Nick, and be able to hear all of them speak, and to set the scene for Heroic versus Team Secret. Now, Team Secret made their way in through the qualifiers. They were the last team to qualify for this event. They've got two really familiar names and a third familiar name, but that's not the player that you're thinking of. Astro.
Okay.
But it's the wrong Astro.
The wrong Astro.
You'll know Kendrew and you'll know Sleben, but outside of that,
I mean, Sleben's very famous, right? He's got a
super power play.
Exactly, a song made after him by.
God, I miss Panari.
I was gonna say Panari's a legend.
I really miss Panari.
Oh, I mean, Secret in the qualifier, they were storming through the competition. They went undefeated in the close qualifier, 2-0 against Na'Vi, 2-0 Outsiders, and then the grand finals again, 2-0 Outsiders. So I expect them to come into this. I mean, we saw Kendrew's interview. He said, no expectations really. We're gonna take it nice and easy breezy. But honestly, I expect them to be quite confident and aggressive in their matchups against any opponent. And if they can play freely without any sort of pressure, not too much pressure at least, I expect them to play in a similar fashion to that as online.
I mean, a lot of teams are going to tell you that they're not playing with a ton of pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah, but then they still play like
But then they still, yeah, and then, you know, they're at the bar later drinking their sorrows away.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, I'm so upset that we lost. And it's like, well, of course you're upset that you're lost. I know that you don't take it seriously, but let's be honest with ourselves. Yana and Dokkaebi, the first two operators banned out on Clubhouse. We've seen a lot of Solus bans. We've seen a lot of Azami bans. We've seen Valk and Mira bans.
Nope.
Are we going to see any Funke things here?
I mean, the Iona, we did see it.
Look, they just took all this time and they still banned Azami.
Sometimes you gotta make sure that it's the right thing to do, right? Like, this was a fast one. What is that gonna be? Well, that's a Kaid. I mean, that's...
Clubhouse makes sense.
It makes sense, but I will always make the argument that you have secondary MPs, that's yours open, you don't really need to bend the Kaid, but if there's nothing else that you really want to get rid of, you might as well. When you go on the attacking side, then you have more freedom on your operator lineup, and or you also might just not want to care about playing that particular operator, but your opponent might. So it's not a bad ban by any means, but it is less common to see banned these days.
There used to be a period of time where Kaid was a must ban, and then Thatcher would end up being banned, but yeah, you've got no shortage of hard breachers, you've got no shortage of secondary hard breachers, then most importantly, you have those secondary EMPs to boot.
Yeah, and you got quite a lot of operators that actually has those secondary EMPs that you wouldn't really think of. Sledge, for example, being one of them. Nook being the other. They actually have secondary EMPs as an option, but they also have grenades, so like you really shouldn't be doing that in the perfect world. However, Sloth will show us the Thatcher originally, but use that attacker repick mechanic to go onto a Ying instead. And
Park, you know, we cast Heroic yesterday against Dark Zero, and we were very critical of their lack of execution style operators. And in the very, very, very final round against Dark Zero, they brought Ying, they brought Monty, and they lost the round, right? It was way too late to change gears, but Heroic now, on CYCLOPS against Secret, are starting off on a very different note in terms of team style approach to this opening round, and I think it's a good approach for them because it clearly wasn't clicking yesterday to the degree that they wanted.
I think we're at an appropriate time to start citing the map stats for this event. I mean, there's not much that you can glean from these maps when they've only been played once or twice, but we're starting to see maps get played 4 or 5 times. Yeah. Plus, as we go deeper into this event, Clubhouse has been played 4 times so far. The defenders win 56% of the rounds. The attackers win 44% of the rounds. As much as you might think that it might be, Grubby got a little bit scared there. He got shot and just reflexively just fired through a soft wall, hip fire. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Look at how quick Heroic is to get in here. I'll stop for a second because Heroic have already picked up 2 very quick kills on both Savage and Astro. Joom is down below. He's waiting for a call to be made. This is not a CCTV cache take, but that's the part of the map that they are taking right now before Heroic can then move over to assault that gym portion. Grubby's going to get quite aggressive. And down goes Grizzly, the first casualty for Heroic.
Yeah, that's going to be, you know, an ace off the board. We got more harpies in the opponent to spare, and Secret, they keep up the aggression.
That's another kill on behalf of Heroic. The pitter-patter sounds of that suppressed LMG from Ying. An iconic sound in this game. Say goodbye to the Alda, another iconic sound. Grubby and Sleben, the last 2 left alive. Sleben on these support roles. For those of you that only watched Sleben back in his days of playing, well, on the Sonics, actually.
Yeah.
A team that has been very good so far in this event. You would be shocked to see him playing the, as we call them, old people roles.
Sure.
Don't say sure.
It's
you know
not
it's
the
right.
old
You know it's right.
It's not.
Was that just because that's the role you played?
Yeah, and I was like 19 when I started, so that doesn't make any sense. When it's a young person role, though, it's Noodle on Ash and Sloth on the Ying, and they're about to go crazy on this bomb site. No Frost on the board, so no traps to catch them when they jump on in.
There go the Candelas, some smokes to cut off lines of sight. Sloth will use that to his advantage, but there's a toxic canister to answer it. Play going down, and Grubby gets picked apart from 2 separate angles. He's finished off. Sleben, amidst the blindness and the lights pulsating inside of the site, is left in a very hard spot. 1v4, diffuser down. What can the smoke accomplish here? Upside down repel takes a big portion of his life away, and then Uno finishes things off. Finn versus Finn. Heroic taking round number 1.
And convincingly so. And I mean, Secret, they did play with confidence. They played very aggressive, and I'd almost argue too aggressive in that particular round. Kendrew got caught and connected with the wall open, the window behind them as well, and had to fight 3 different locations at once, or just simply walk back towards the bomb site playing the Maestro. So, could be a different approach to Secret, but I expect him to try and keep being a problem for Heroic in the early stages of the round. It is where Heroic struggle against Dark Zero as well, finding openings, getting map control, etc. And of course, in the opening round that we just saw, they got 2 kills that made life very easy for them. That's not going to happen every single time, and Solace being brought on out. We see this operator on CYCLOPS being brought so frequently because the information game from drones is extremely important, and you can get drones up to the top floor during this prep phase. Solus can then go upstairs, chase them, find them, etc. And then you have to re-drone the entirety of the top floor again to have actual useful information. Or in Heroic's case, don't even drone inside the building at the risk of losing your drones in the first place, therefore going in blind from the very beginning of the round.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now that I think we might be safe to talk about these numbers, I'm going to go back to them here. Okay. Clubhouse has been played 4 times, 56% of all of the rounds won by the defense. Attackers won 44%. I know that might not seem like a lot, but 56% usually means that we're looking at 3-3 to 4-2 pretty much every single half in favor of the defense. The most defender-sided bomb site in terms of raw numbers is Cache CCTV.
That's surprising.
83% of the time, which amounts to 5 of the 6 times that it's been played so far, but it's also been the least played bomb site. So it's not the most reliable data. Bar stage has been played 7 times, only won by the defense 3 times, so the attackers have the upper hand there. Master Bedroom and Gym and Church and Arsenal have been played the most. Church Arsenal, the bottom floor bomb site, 9 times it's been won by the attackers, 9 times it's been won by the defenders. As for Master Gym, very defender-sided bomb site, the second most defender-sided. Out of the 10 times it's been played, it's been won by the defense 6 times. Hold on a second, we're going to see another rush again. Never mind. They're going to try to take advantage of whatever calamity they think is going on here with Secret. Joom is just going to run right in. Nitro Cell goes off, and Secret actually finds a couple kills, but it's answered back immediately by Heroic. Joom in particular, picking up 2 of those. Now it's Noodle to get a single kill. 1 more awaits him. 2 potentially, they're both here. Both by the stairs. Noodle picks up a second kill, and it's Grubby all on his lonesome, lighting him up, but Noodle turns around and swiftly subtracts his head from his shoulders. A real mathematician. 2-0 Heroic.
That is a different Heroic than we saw yesterday, I have to say, both in terms of their spirits on the player cams with some laughs and some smiles, but also in their actual gameplay performance. We did not see this kind of performances against Dark0 whatsoever. The sheer confidence and relying on each other with that rush and not even flinching when things kind of went south for a moment there. They stuck to the plan and just had every single angle covered. The bar hatch run back, the main stairs, etc. Blue flank. The only thing that was kind of questionable was the diffuser management, but that's because the person carrying that diffuser case died to that C4 earlier in the round, and if you just waited 5-10 more seconds, that would have been picked on up, and then the plan can start going down. So a 2-0 lead for Heroic, very convincingly so far.
Yeah, well played by how quickly they are. There's some conversation actually on Twitter for those of you that do use social media. There's a conversation that was started by NJR from Dark0, who said, why are people consistently dying with a black mirror in their pocket or a castle barricade in their pocket? I beg you to put down your utility. And good old Nightmare Nix jumped in and said, with the meta being as quick as it is, there are times when you have to make a call to stop doing prep because your opponents are already in the building, and even though they might not be quick to the bomb site, you can't find yourself in that position where you're reinforcing something, you're putting up a castle barricade, and you die. So if you're one of the newer teams and you're still dealing with roster issues, which, by the way, Heroic's the team that should be getting bulldozed by Secret. You'd expect them to be quite quick and think, okay, maybe they don't really know what's going on right now. They're still adjusting to a new roster. Let's just get in the building fast and kill them. Heroic seems to have gotten that memo. I wonder if Secret will start to make any adjustments here.
Well, it's similar equivalent to that in the past, where as the smoke or mute player, you have to make rotations on the bomb site, but also reinforce 2 walls with the old reinforcement system. We had 2 each, and then you sometimes just wouldn't have certain, rotations being made because there's no time to shotgunning and rotate 20 seconds into the live round in case of a rush. That's essentially a different form of what you see here with utility instead, because of how fast the meta game can be. First 2 rounds, very chaotic, very quick. Now we see no action. Everyone is full HP with a minute and 40 seconds left to go into the round, and nothing's really been done from either team. Soft Roam fell back early. Heroic, they're checking all their corners, droning everything out, even all the way down to the strip club to make sure that there is nobody hiding. Then phase 2 now is activated, right? That is going to be setting up, breaching open the right walls, the right hatches, etc., which puts you to step number 3. That's going to be the execute, where Heroic wants to strike on the bomb side, A or B, and try and get down that diffuser. Now, the Armory triple wall is bandit tricked by the Bandit of Astro, so that's going to be very hard to get past if you are Heroic. Most teams, they opt for a kitchen hatch execute in towards the B bomb site that you see here, but Heroic, they haven't even touched the kitchen at all. That's not what they're aiming for by the looks of it.
They'd go for a straight church wall execute, control blue, and just hope to God that whoever's at the bottom of the main stairs can watch that part of the map that is directly under the floor of kitchen, also known as that arsenal portion of the map where the bomb site actually ends up being. Oh, look at this. Joom is so close. If Grubby pushes up to engage on the blue stairs, Joom will win this engagement. Oh, and there you go. But Joom is so patient. Not a single death for Joom yet. He and Noodle are the 2 that have yet to die. Secret starting off with 2 great kills, but Joom finally drops. And he's playing the wrong side of Ring Around the Rosie. Astro has his teammates back and gets yet another over towards Moto. Savage cleans up, and that round is over in the blink of an eye. 10 seconds of dedicated action, and that's enough to knock Heroic out of the round.
Yeah, and as we saw Heroic, they chose to go for that Armory, Blue, take, execute, and they just lost gunfights, right? We saw the first member inside that pit, inside the blue hallway, fell to a P5 from Grubby, and then Joom dropped the hatch, tried to get a trade going. He got the one onto Grubby, but then there are 3 secret members swinging back right at him. Astro got a double kill from Blue, and the round is over as the last member of Heroic is on the bottom main stairs in a Toxic Babe, just ticking down in terms of health bar. And that means we're going to go back upstairs instead to Gym. Still no Frost being brought out, nor the castle. This is very atypical for pretty much any region. We almost always see Frost in this bomb site because you got the gym window, the master bedroom window. There are so many windows to jump in from. There we go, connector window. And if there's a frost map below it, yeah, keep showing all the windows. And if you jump in and you don't shoot the frost mat, obviously you'll get injured. And if you jump in and shoot the frost trap, you're giving off a sound cue by shooting those bullets that you are indeed jumping in that set window. That means that defenders don't have to actively swing and peek the windows aggressively for information. They can rely off sound and listen to that frost trap gets destroyed, then go for a swing in an advantageous position and likely win their gunfight on their own. Savage might get cheeky with a spawn peek. No C4, has barbed wire, so can't do anything with the self-destruction. But could, of course, open up that door and go for a run out if he wants to. Or walk away.
I like seeing the play that teams do down in Strip Club. It could be a very critical spot to hold if it's a gym master defense or if it's a bar stage defense. That last one in particular, you tend to see a lot of teams holding up there. Was it TSM, Nick, who, while defending the basement bomb site,
the strip extension,
had Geo upstairs in strip? Yes, that was a beautiful thing to see. It
was against Empire, and Empire could not. Well, did it before the Empire match as well. But even though Empire had studied it, they also couldn't really figure out what to do with it, and it was round defining multiple times last SI. I mean, the entire TSM run at SI 2022 was a miracle run, to be honest. It was ridiculous. It was just turning it on 100%.
And unfortunately,
they're not here.
They're not here.
Oh, that's a shame. Next year. This year, however, Secret are fighting for their lives upstairs, getting shoved from below from Doom. He's gonna fall, but Noodle trades it back. It's a 4v4 still, but they're into the bomb site now as Noodle leads the charge.
A very, very quick one. Maybe a bit of a pause, actually.
Yeah, but they're not even fighting.
Savage decides to go for the pre-fire, missing out on an opportunity, but he gets Sloth on the stairs. Look at Noodle. Do they know that he's there? I don't think they do. Uno dies because of it, but now Noodle can emerge out of nowhere. Savage finds kill number 2. It's all up to Grizzly. Last man for Heroic. Team Secret coming alive. It's a strong start, but it's fallen apart at this point. Secret put 2 in a row, look far more confident, and they've done it on the 2 bomb sites that they lost the first time around.
I think Kendra is screaming, move at Heroic.
I heard that as well, yeah.
Yeah. Something's saying, what are you doing? Move! But really odd pacing in the round because Heroic finds themselves in the midst of the bomb site and they think Secret knows that they've done it. So Noodle plays passive inside the bathroom stall, just tucked in a corner. But it turns out that Secret didn't seem to have any idea he was there. So when Uno walks in behind him, unfortunately, he falls instead. Then Noodle makes his move, but then he, gets the initial kill, gets traded back right after. And I don't blame Heroic for the kind of confusion of that round because it's one big guessing game, essentially. Nothing really made sense. It's not what I expected, at least, if I would have been in that round either. The Secret, they thrive in the chaos time and time again. They're gonna show us bar. I don't believe you and I have cast a bar round so far.
No, we have not.
We have not.
7 bar stage plays so far through this event. At least as of just now, refreshing the page.
In the
I can't speak for the other stream because I don't know what's going on over there.
That's fair.
But I can just speak for the numbers I have in front of me. And like I've said before, the numbers don't lie.
But sometimes you do. That's what you normally add to it, right?
No, I don't lie.
Oh, sorry. No, okay.
The numbers don't lie. I go out of my way to not lie.
Okay.
I tried to do everything to avoid it.
That's good. That's a healthy thing to practice, I would say.
I think everybody lies, though.
I was gonna add that everybody.
I mean, I don't think there's a single person on this planet who's never lied once in their life. Maybe a baby.
But can they even talk? Like, does that count?
But they've never lied, so I mean, I suppose.
Yeah.
But anyway. I'm just trying to set expectations here, all right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Is Slevin going to go for this? Oh, a sledge out on the window, and Slevin is not looking in the right direction. Sloth's kill number 2. Gets up top. A minute off the board. That was a sneaky play by Slevin.
A bit of hesitation from Slevin, though. If you hear the repel and you hear the hammer guard animation-wise, you got to probe the window instantaneously to get that freebie, so to speak. Otherwise, you become the free kill instead. And Bar, the way you defend it, you go upstairs simply, as we see Team Secret do, but that's kind of falling apart every second so far. We have 3 members upstairs, Kendra making a big rotation. The bomb site itself is completely vacated, but because of all the vertical holes that they've made above and the information on the bomb site itself, that means you can't just go for it because you might just die from above.
Savage posted up in the bathroom. Again, this is a very powerful spot to play in. Nice shot on the Sloth. They make it look so easy with Savage's play. 7 kills so far. He's been on an absolute tear. Does he know that there's somebody outside? Now he does. Down goes Savage to Joom, and it's Kendrew last alive. Super Shorty his way back to the stage. All the world's a stage right now, and Kendrew's the star. Down goes Noodle. 3 more stand in the way of a Team Secret lead for the first time in this entire map. But where does Kendrew go? Does he just wait here, posted up underneath the gym hatch?
They're gonna bleed him out. Just drone him, play it nice and slow, make him lose all that adrenaline, right? Let him bleed out really, and then you strike when he's no longer ready for it.
2 drones in right now. Actually, all 3 are on drones at the exact moment. Oh, and they seem to know, but they haven't got him. That's another kill from Kendrew, and he can just hide. He only has 12 seconds, yet another drop. He engages, but the UMP, it's not always the gun that you want in your hands in a multi-kill situation.
Nice shot, Chris. Fucking hell.
Honestly, a valiant effort from Kendrew, but not much you can do when you've got 2 other players breathing down your neck. Heroic deny Team Secret the lead.
And they're building up those attacking victories. You mentioned that this was a defender-sided map, but Clubhouse is all about execution in the end, so the different playstyles of various teams will influence those numbers greatly, and of course, the specific matchups. I reckon that the way Heroic's been going so far, they can make it 4 if they really push for it, but it's going to be a basement against the Mira and a Bandit, so that armory attack they did last time likely not going to work out. They'll have to change things up, whereas Team Secret, the question for them is, will they actually contest the room a bit more and stay upstairs for longer, burn some time, kill some drones, maybe get a kill? Or do they just surrender that entire roam game like previously and just play passively on the bomb side? Looking at the operators, for a brief moment there, you might have called it, Sloth was hovering the blitz, signifying maybe a dirt push or a rush of a sort, but they're gonna go to a Thatcher instead to open up the opportunities of opening up any wall their heart desires, because Bandit is being played actively, just like that previous time.
Final defense now, back downstairs to Church they will go. I do find it, despite the numbers, a bit odd that there would be no CCTV cache defense, right? I mean, it is the most played bomb, or it's the second most played bomb site. No, actually, it's the least played bomb site.
Least played, but most successful, right?
It's the most successful, least played. Yes, that's correct. I got my numbers backwards.
I was gonna say, in the last, if you
I was like, hold on a second here.
Everybody lies.
I was like, I mean, I did the same thing yesterday when it was like, I was looking at Secret, and I was like, yeah, Heroic, they made it in through the qualifiers. And then not even a second later, my brain was like,
oh no,
I read the wrong thing on my notes. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, we're all human. I mean, the thing is, if you go back 2 months, nobody was playing CCTV at all, because it was a table bomb site. Now it's slowly seeing play again, but not that frequently.
Oh.
What?
Nice shrewd play from above.
Oh, all the way through.
Astro opens it up, gets a long line of sight down. Look at this, though. Right next to him, Kendrew's there. Grubby the first kill for Secret in the round. Back at the Black Mirror. Grubby's home on the previous Church Arsenal defense was downstairs.
This is huge. Kendrew has gone undetected.
And just a single one tap. Is another player from above, though? No, he just takes out Noodle. Still up there, and this will obviously rattle them to their core. Kendrew taking some damage. He's got to get out of this position. It's a precarious spot to be in. He's about to meet the one member of Heroic creeping on up. There's the pre-fire, but Kendrew wins that duel. There's a shotgun on the red stairs as well, those main stairs. Heroic are in a really rough spot. Uno and Grizzly are full HP, but they've got 4 players from Secret to find, Nick.
They do, and it only gets worse. 7C4 takes out Uno, and Kendrew finishes the job.
Wow.
That should not be allowed by Kendrew to stay alive that long upstairs. Of course, the first problem there is that he never got droned out, so he never was found out. That's problematic. Secondly, then Heroic, they didn't really play it together, right? You remember come up the main stairs very aggressively right there. You see Slav, and there's no follow because Grizzly was still in the connected door, just about to enter master bedroom. Essentially, if the main stairs guy holds the main stairs, then you know he's up top somewhere. Then you let Grizzly do the entry job. You figure out what room, and then you can take him out.
First half in the books. 3 bomb sites were played. Gym bedroom up on the top floor played twice. Bar stage played once. Church down below. The bomb site that is about to be played a 4th time was played 3 times on the first half. In terms of win rates, Gym was won once by the attackers, once by the defenders, a perfect 50-50 split. Bar stage was won by the attackers. Church was won by the defenders twice, the attackers once. So that 50-50 bomb site coming into today, that Church Arsenal bomb site, was a defender-sided bomb site out of the 3 times it was played. But again, we don't have a ton of stats to go off of. In terms of opening picks, it was that sandwich again. Heroic got the first 2 opening duels, Secret the next 2 opening duels, and then the final 2 opening duels went to Heroic. Diffuser was planted by Heroic as well, so some objective play. But mostly every round was decided by kills. As you can see, the scoreline, 3-3.
Dead even. Curious to see how Secret's objective play will be on Clubhouse. Obviously, the go-to way of playing this map is to go try and get a plant down, but it's not the only way to play Rainbow Six Siege. You can go for kills, as we see time and time again. They are bringing 1, 2 Heart Breachers and the secondary can opener in the pocket of Savage on the buck. So they have plenty of Heart Breach destruction at their disposal, vertical play, etc. Heroic also doing the same thing as Secret, bringing both the Mira and the Bandit to make Church a hard area to attack on the map. So the main defense here is to worry about Blue, Dirt Tunnel, and the Kitchen Hatch in terms of operators, whereas Utility covers Church instead.
First 2 rounds on that attack that we saw, by the way, of Heroic, were blisteringly fast. They were in the building and immediately exerting their influence, but not any longer. No, this is now them on defense. Secret are not matching that same pace. And we also saw Heroic slow down quite a lot, and they played a tempo that was probably more, I suppose you could say, favorable to this Secret team. Secret are dotting their I's and crossing their T's. This is the typical club take that we see. Carve out the floor in the hallway leading to kitchen, take out the kitchen floor, make Arsenal and the hallway between it and Church extremely hard to defend.
Yeah.
Gonna force the defenders back towards AK, as it's called, and dummies. And then, if you have 1 person on attack go through Blue, you can gain the attention of them, and then, you know, be able to attack Church. There's a Nitro Cell tossed out. EMP goes as well, but the Selma from Grubby actually misses. We saw that secondary EMP go off. This time it looks like it will connect.
It's problematic. I mean, Grizzly, he's in a world of hurt here, but he's staying alive in the wall. The Bandit charged, so they can't get through them.
Damage being done to both Noodle and a Grubby. Ooh. Astro's made his way into Blue. This is what we talked about. You push all the defenders back, and then you go through Blue, and it's really not that much of a challenge. Grubby's in the middle of the bomb site, as is the Diffuser. Joom, the very first kill for Heroic. It's on to Sleben, but Secret dominate the kill feed and the round. Astro collecting the last 2 kills. He's been phenomenal. Secret takes the lead.
You're so shit!
Beautiful Blue execute,
Get back in FPL, Zoom!
I have to say.
Yeah, that's right. It's panic station! Yeah, go on, Murad!
Mike looks down. I don't know if there's a timeout that's been called. We'll get confirmation. Yep, sorry, just getting confirmation. Heroic has called a tactical timeout. So even though Heroic are the ones who called it, Secret are still able to speak too. So that's why Twister behind the team is talking to them.
They don't know how to react. So just use this knowledge that they are a new team to abuse it, to just try to game crazy shit.
Let's get into their faces, guys. We're just waiting for them to execute. We're saying we can't peek that. Fucking go peek it, you know? Let's fucking do it.
So two competing ideas here.
Yeah, very
First piece of advice from Twister. They're a new team. Take the fight to them.
Yeah.
Overrun them. Uno, let's get in their face.
Yeah. I love hearing that, honestly, I really do. Those small snippets of information. Twister was saying that they can't really adapt to just like fight them, but Uno is like, get in their face. It's like, yeah, they're really clashing on these fronts, and I think every time we listen to Heroic in their tactical timeouts or between rounds and voice comes, it's always Uno saying, believe in yourself, confidence, fight back, take risks. When they went to overtime against Dark Zero yesterday, the first thing he said, guys, it's 0-0, don't worry about the pressure. If you want to take a risk, it's the same as when when the game just started. Don't let this overtime situation affect you. So Heroic, in terms of their mentality and their philosophy, they clearly want to be an aggressive team, taking these opportunities every chance they got. But it's not always the case because they have these moments where they just freeze up and nothing really happens from them. If you saw how Team Secret just attacked that basement bomb site against Heroic, they stormed down blue. The moment that initial kill went out, they just rushed on in, motor door, church breach, down the blue staircase, etc., and just collapsed on Heroic. When Heroic attacks the basement, if nothing really starts happening, they're not the ones who typically force it out, besides Doom as an individual who can't always be that hero player for his team.
I think that Twister's idea is very spot on.
I agree.
I mean, this is a new team for Heroic. They don't have the players that they want, right? Sloth is coming in as an emergency sub of sorts. They're still gelling as a squad. The more you pressure them, the more you should start to see cracks in the fundamentals that they have. How quickly can Secret be? Because that was the same strategy that Heroic took. They took the fight to Secret very quickly on, and it worked well. Astro, the leadoff pick, on to Noodle. Another exothermic charge is going to go down, but there will be a successful bandit trick. But look at this. Look at this! Savage has just made his way up top, and he's now in the bathroom. He's got them all by surprise. Secret again dominating the kill feed. Heroic has something to say about that. Grizzly and Sloth, the last two. The animals on the team. Nade goes off. Sloth inside of construction. Grizzly in closet and logistics. Drone goes in. Sloth gives his position away, and he knows at a disadvantage he has to take the gunfight. Savage gets pounced on by Grizzly, and it's a mauling inside of the bedroom. Secret had a good start to this round. They could still yet turn around and win it. But Heroic have a significant advantage in terms of HP.
I do. Getting the plant down here is arguably possible, not really ideal, and jumping in this window in particular is going to be a tall task for Kenju, so the members of Secret very much isolated. Nashor is like one single HP left in his bar, can't do much here.
There goes Grizzly. Astro, even with a tiny bit of HP, he can do some serious damage, and he gets 2 kills again.
I'm 1 HP! I'm 1 HP! Astro, you're the guy! Let's go. Bro, I'm just fucking so bad.
Over the last 6 rounds, Team Secret has won 5 of them, and they have put together a very impressive body of work. Now, as far as my understanding was, this was Heroic's map pick. The overlay at the top is suggesting that it's Team Secret map. So we'll wait for confirmation, and when we know that, we can use it to give you a better understanding of why these teams are playing the way they are. If this really is Heroic's map pick, and Team Secret is bullying them 5-3, yeah, that's not great. Because then that means the next map, which would then be Team Secret's map pick, is Oregon. And we did just get confirmation. This is, in fact, Heroic's map pick.
That's tough.
So, Heroic picks this map, and they are currently getting slaughtered over the last couple rounds. And Team Secret only seem to be improving the more that time goes on. Bear in mind that after the very first round of this second half, Heroic did call that timeout.
Yeah.
Did not pay off. It was a closer round. Did not pay off.
Also, just respect to Savage for, you know, going back to the tactical timeout. Twister goes, do something crazy. They can't really react that well. Next round, basically Savage in the bomb set out of nowhere, just creating all this chaos. And Heroic, they did struggle to react accordingly and figuring out how to get back into the round. They made it a 2 versus 2, but that's not quite close enough. Uno and Maestro in the basement of all places find Savage for absolutely free. I'm not sure what Uno is doing down there, to be honest. He's not an Echo, but a Maestro. But nonetheless, he gets a free pick.
Yeah, not an ideal spot to find yourself in when you die.
No, not quite. I mean, Uno wants to be alone in the basement on cameras, but Savage said, no, you don't. But then there's no drone, no information. Therefore, Savage can't quite fight back.
Is it that one speed of Sledge?
Oh, right. So loud and chunky now.
Chunky boy.
Chunky boy.
Chunky Kong. I was just trying to think of anything that rhymes, but...
Yeah. I don't know what I would have gone with, to be honest.
Well, you said Chunky Boy, but I just said that as well.
Yeah.
Kendra doing as he always does in that very aggressive support role. Every single team that he's played on, he's almost always competing for top frag. 8 kills to his name. Astro's also been phenomenal. Through the window, Heroic have watched Noodle get downed. No secure is possible right now. Grubby's looking for it. He can feel it. But Heroic's playing these shrewd angles. Sloth, a bit unpredictable. He guns down one, down goes Noodle. And a run out from Sloth will get the down onto Grubby. And a secure before he's traded out by Sleben. Advantage still very much in Heroic's court, but they've just lost another. Suddenly it's a 2v2. Team Secret have a very real possibility of moving us to map point.
They have.
Plenty of time too, 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bar defense. I mean, Uno might see some action soon. I can't believe Slav jumps out, goes for a full-on reload, and then gets that one bullet off to finish the kill, and gets taken out right after. That could have been a disaster had that gone just a 1 second longer, because then Slav doesn't get this get the kill secure, and Grubby stays alive for the 3v2 instead. It is a 2 versus 2. It's anyone's game for this round. 35 seconds left. No C4 pocket of Grizzly. No impacts on Uno. It's a 2v2 raw battle between guns because there's no utility on any members of this round. You got Evil Eyes, but
yeah,
they're also kind of a gun because they also shoot.
Kendra will drop. This is a very familiar position for him. Does he know that the Meister camera is here? Default cam goes. Kendra getting the diffuser down. Uno off of the cam. Grizzly firing away, sustaining serious damage in the process. Uno might be able to make it in, and there you go. He's got marks up above from the Prisma too. Sleben in trouble. No utility whatsoever. This is just going to be a pure fist fight. Grizzly on the flank, and from above, Sleben trying to do damage. Grizzly is there. Heroic. Well, doing exactly what their name suggests. They win the round. They hop on the diffuser. And it's business as usual. No real celebration and a very different attitude.
Yep.
And when Team Secret wins the round and they get rambunctious.
Yeah, I mean, we see it from, every team has a different atmosphere. We always know that Latim, they get very loud every chance they can, right? Also for that mental warfare against their opponents, it can be hard to play against in terms of like your headspace and where that's at. Dark Zero, we saw them yesterday. They were showing basically zero emotions throughout the match itself. The moment it ended, it's smiles, celebrations, happy faces, etc. So different approaches for different kinds of teams. And some they thrive in having fun and messing around, like Secret appears to be, and their voice comes when we hear them celebrate. And then Heroic, every single time around is one, on to the next one. What went wrong, fix it, boom, go next. And, I mean...
I think it's a very mature way to play it.
No, it is.
Right? You've got your head down, and I know that this is going to be described as a grudge match, because these two teams are from the same region, they've got players that are very familiar with each other, but at the end of the day, you know, I think when the going gets tough, that enthusiasm that Secret shows will cool off. And they will go towards being probably a bit more serious. But I don't know, I think there's something to be said for keeping things light as well.
Yeah. Well, there are two sides to it, certainly. I think there's a time and place for both, essentially. And more so than ever, like when you're losing rounds and you're falling behind, I think that's when getting a little bit light can be good. Just to kind of bring the vibes up, you know, hey guys, we got this, ooh, whatever. Crack a joke. I think every team having what we call like a vibe guy, just a guy bringing good vibes essentially, can be quite a good thing to invest in, honestly. We're on the bomb site.
We are, indeed. Well, we're not, but
they are.
is. In the middle of the bomb site, first kill goes to Uno, but it's traded out. Astro collects doubles. Doubles are best, but you know what's even better? Triples. Triples are best. And Astro gets them. 3 kills. Grizzly will fight for his life with Noodle. Noodle's up above. He's retaken the top floor. Have to watch for Yokai drone. Savage taking some serious damage from the fire. Diffuser's in the hands of Kendrew. Secret really opened things up, but look at that. It's a 2v2. Diffuser going down from Kendrew. Will Noodle drop? Savage's eyes are turned elsewhere. There goes the door. Grizzly pre-firing through the wall is not good enough. Diffuser goes down, and now the time will run against Heroic. They were able to stem the bleeding in the previous round, but Team Secret moved to match point if they're able to prevail. And the advance coming in will be good enough to take out Savage, leaving Kendrew in a must-win situation. He'll expose himself just on the right of the door and gets swept on in. That Type 89 low ammunition can't control the bearing. Grizzly gets the cleanup and has exactly 15 seconds to get to the diffuser, and he'll get to it. No problems at all. Team Secret calling their timeout as we've got ourselves a ball game. 5-5.
I mean, Heroic are winning every single retake that they're being presented with right now from Secret, and I have to say, Secret in that 2 versus 2 could have played that a lot safer, if you will. The moment that diffuser case goes down from Kendrew, Savage could have gone as the sledge back out from third tunnel into kitchen, play vertically for the post plan in that 1 versus 2, arguably a lot safer, stronger, and let Kendrew fight off on bomb site 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2 for that time being. Instead, he stays behind the deployable shield, but the member in blue had a impact grenade that destroys the shield. He's low on HP, he falls. Kendrew couldn't clutch the 1v2, and that's why we're looking at a 5-5 tight scoreline.
This is what will happen. This is how we win the round. Example, like just holding some angles and trying to play for the plant right now. They need to take their time so they come back to the retake of the round. Because of that, you know? So for now, just do the fast push, and once we got the advantage, we hold angles and we try to play a little bit more from chat. That's it. Yep. Yes. Let's go. Let's go!
It's a general strategy instead of specifics.
Yeah.
So I do wonder, I don't know Twister's coaching style at all, but I do wonder if he would go into specifics if there was 1 or 2 rounds remaining. I mean, in this case, there are technically only 2 rounds remaining before overtime.
Yeah.
But I think he saw a fundamental that was not being respected, and that's what he believes the biggest focus to be, and where the largest improvement for Team Secret can come from.
I agree, and I also think from a coaching and player perspective, if you present your team with a very specific idea that you have in your mind as a coach, you have 60 seconds to fully convey it, and if anybody doesn't understand it, or if nobody understands it, they're gonna have a, okay, what now? What's the next step in this? I think it can be very difficult to do, because you only have 1 timeout per coach, you only have those 60 seconds, conveying like a general concept, or notes that you're finding by watching behind the players, like Twister just did, I think you can get a lot further with that as a coach, and also, it's up to the players in the server, in the moment, to actually do that thing that you want them to when it happens 30 seconds, 60 seconds later in the active phase later on. So I like the general concepts here. I also like how Twister presents himself, making it very casual sounding for his teammates as well. Being, do the fast push that we spoke about, that we practiced, etc. Then you hold the angles, you wait for them to come to you, then you build that advantage further, and then you strike the execute. It's extremely simplified. Anyone can understand that, and let's see if they can now put that to use in practice in this upcoming round.
The one thing that you cannot say about Twister is that he's not a nice guy. He is unfailingly nice.
Yeah.
You know, just like little things. He DM'd me on Christmas, just wishing me like a happy, like a Merry Christmas. And I just thought it was
very nice.
Even something like that is just like very, very kind.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you don't have to do that. And it's like, yeah, Twister and I talk, and I've often reached out to him to get information about LATAM because the language barrier can make it challenging.
Yeah.
But presenting himself that way is very different and in stark contrast to some of the more authoritarian coaches that we tend to see.
Okay. Bless you.
So I did a tickle in my throat.
Yeah.
And I think it can work. And certain players will respond to that better kindness goes an awful long way in that regard. Secret, for the record, have already breached the gate. They're in quite quickly. It's not a cache CCTV take, though that's where the focus might be for Team Secret right now. It's gym and bedroom, the other side of this top floor. We have not seen a cache CCTV defense once in this matchup, though we've seen Barstock twice. Barstock now stretching its advantage over cache CCTV as the third most played bomb site.
Stay back.
Doom applying a bit of pressure from beneath with that impact grenade and prefab to the floor. Not really aiming for anything in particular, just letting his presence be known to members of Secret that a flank might be happening soon. Heroic, most playing in corners, waiting for the next move from Secret, but they know what the plan is. Go fast, hold angles, and build that advantage.
There's a nitro cell that goes off as well, ringing in tinnitus in the ears of Savage. Savage has been so good, he's starting to cool off. First kill goes to Heroic, answered back right away. They're keeping their trades nice and tight. Grizzly and Grubby in a mid-off when it comes to those guns. And it's Grubby who comes out on top of it. Uno inside of the bathroom will slow down the advance from Secret. Secret are really just running into their own demise here. The strategy that Twister wanted for them was get a plant, hold crossfires. Well, the struggle for Secret is to even get into the bomb site, let alone hold a crossfire. Grubby vaults over, he's got the diffuser going down, and it's spotted out by the Solus down below. Uno, punished for his play. Finished off by Sleben. Timer will now run against this Heroic squad. June will need to get back up top as he was playing below to try and stop the plant. But this is a very tough bomb site to get back into, Nick, and they know that. Nice shot from June, but he'll have to do it all as he's lost Noodle. Playing up through weight room, but they see his legs. Team Secret do hold their angles in the post plant, just as was instructed, and they're on map point because of it.
They're looking good for, I mean, the sheer confidence every single time we saw it. There's like 3 different members of Secret walking and just checking a corner like it's a pre-programmed plan in their head. Started off in office, and sure, one member got taken out from Secret by Heroic, but they trade back 1 for 1. Grizzly had that very unfortunate whiff inside of office, hiding behind the desk as Jaeger, and that might have actually cost them the round to a degree, because a survival 1 HP means the bomb goes down, you lose bomb side presence, and you lose the 3-3 into a 3 versus 2. That's not ideal if you want to win that round as Heroic. And with how that went, Heroic said that's not supposed to happen. That's not how we foresee or how we envisioned that round to go. We're going to go back to the same exact bomb site, maybe change a thing or two. For example, there's an Ella, there's no Frost, they have Castle, etc. So minor changes being made. Maybe, just maybe, with these ADS and these reinforcements, they'll be holding on to CCTV and extend out. And again, as Uno said, get in their face, because that's what they keep saying, but it's not what their gameplay is showing. Both on Heroic's basement defense and on their previous gym defense, they're hiding in corners, waiting for Secret to get to them. That, to me, is not getting in your opponent's face at all.
What is it?
It's hiding from your problems. Cowardly. Cowardly so. But Heroic, they've made it thus far. They've gotten 5 rounds on the board, Secret 6. Sure, match point is against Heroic so far, but 1 round and you will enter overtime, where you basically go back to a 0-0, best of 3 in terms of rounds. And you go and fight for Oregon, where's the next map up to come.
That is, as we've got confirmation, Team Secret's map. Again, the expectations were set on the analyst desk as DZ and Heroic was a very close matchup yesterday, and it frankly shouldn't have been from Heroic. Even though this is their map, Heroic are yet again in a close fight against more established opponents.
Yeah.
Crazy to think how Heroic would be playing if they had their full roster.
Yeah, I mean, we always have to wonder about those things, but at the same time, it can be a secret. I didn't expect them to do so well. Here they are at the Invitationals, looking very good.
Savage, the first one to lead the fight in at the top of the stairs, but he's been downed with some brief penetration through the wall. He'll be brought back to life by Secret. Sloth, the very first kill, but he's under fire now too. Shotgun out. There were 3 players from Secret in that area. Sloth finds 2 of them, but not the 3rd. Wrong direction, and Astro picks up kill number 14. Secret have a lot of work to be done. Half the round to go, and they've already lost their sledge and their primary hard breacher. No Selmas remaining. Joom guns down Astro. It's a 2v4 favoring Heroic at this point, and overtime seems all but certain.
But it does. And I was a Heroic. They really got into their face, and look how it worked out for them. Now they gotta pick up the pieces. Heroic now can hide in corners. They can take their time. Let's see, could make all the moves and all the mistakes. This is the moment for that because you got the advantage built up for you already. They cannot plant in the circumstance.
Oh no, Sleben caught in a crossfire. Heroic do it! They push us to overtime with 2 quick kills.
Boys, we call basement roam. Last time they rushed it, they're not going to do it again, so they're actually going to try to break it down.
Okay, listen to that. Basement roam, they're not going to rush it because they did it last time. They have to break it apart. Uno is calling their own strategy from Heroic, and also giving some information as to how they expect the opponent to handle it. And I do agree with his comment where typically in personal play, you don't see the same strat being done twice because if you think about it, it's not supposed to work if the enemy knows about it. There's a possibility that they have it up their sleeve. So it's one of those, we call it pocket strats. It works one round in a matchup and then never again. You don't even dare to attempt it. But there are these kind of double bluffs you can do, right? You rush it once, they think you won't do it again, so they play careless, they play 4-man upstairs, and guess what? Secret, they rush basement one more time because why not? So you have to always pay attention to the possibility of that, but Uno does have the good canisters as well at his disposal. If a rush does happen, you see it here, blue door covered, the dirt door is covered, so Uno can really stall for 20 seconds of time and let his teammates get back to the bomb site if a rush were to happen. The Lion is available to Sleben. That gadget will keep the defender standing still or get spotted if they move, so they also do have the option of roam clearing, yes, but also could just hit the side if they think it's a better option here for them.
First E1D is used 15 seconds into the round by Secret. Only 2 remain. You see it on your screen, Heroic will defend twice in overtime. No way. Sloth engaged from multiple angles. He was stuck in weight room with no way out. And Kendrew decides to give him a bit of a break. Another E1D will go as well. The assumption was that Secret wouldn't be quick, but they're being relatively quick to engage with Heroic. That strategy that Heroic had spoken about to get in their faces is absolutely working! Yep. Especially with June popping off with 2 huge kills in a row.
They're doing it. They're starting to believe in the strat from Uno. Get in their face, it will work, I promise you. And that it does. Massive payments and rewards right now. And you see it, the moment the advantage is built, straight back to the bomb side. Play the 4v2, play your crossfires, your corners. They only have Thermat and Hibana. They have 6 flashbangs, no smoke, no nades, and they have 2 guns. Sure, they can open up every hatch and every wall you can possibly imagine, but they're just gonna hot drop into Moto. Go crazy or go home.
It seems like it, but Heroic have read into it. Grubby is no more, and neither is Kendrew. Same spot. Heroic sweep them away. Heroic moved to map point.
They're looking a lot better. Again, we're seeing smiles, we're seeing celebrations, we're seeing them actually challenging their opponent as the plan has been for so long. This might just be about 2 rounds ago, the breaking point for Heroic where they finally commit fully to the actually just take the risk. And we saw it when Slav was challenging this sledge on the strip club roof. That is arguably a extremely risky, not preferred thing to do. You're fighting a better weapon, he has a better scope than you, etc. And ends up getting shot in the back by Kendrew on the CCTV roof through a barricade, through a wall. But if the plan is to fight your opponents, you just gotta fight every single chance you can. You don't get to pick your fights. You just take everything that you can. So far, it's working out for them. I like Secret's bomb site choice here of basement. It's arguably a bomb site where you can't fight them as much if you are on the attacking side, because, I mean, if you roam, as Heroic did, you gotta roam clear. Some fights will occur, sure. But once you hit the bomb site, it's more about the execute strategically, right? Where the smokes and flashbangs go, which allows you to get into a fight that is pretty much like a guarantee to win. Or, if you can, sneak down a staircase, for example, into blue stairs, get a free kill, then get crazy. Whereas Gym, Bar, and CCTV will have fights all across the map throughout the round. Basement, well, we get 5 defenders on the bomb site itself. They're not gonna give Heroic any fights early on.
All the way back at the start of this map, we talked about whether it was defender-sided or not, and I said, you know, it's 56%. We're used to seeing 3-3 or 4-2 based on that scoreline. Well, it was 3-3 first half, 3-3 second half. Yep. And now, if we go all the way through those 14 rounds, well, you're going to need it to be 50-50. That means Heroic wins. If not, then the overtime ends up being defender side, and we see which way it cuts back. But, I mean, the numbers are not incorrect, and it looks like Clubhouse is solidified now. This will be its 5th time being played that we have stats for. Secret want to get in their face now too, though.
I got info. Can't act upon it just yet. If the hatch is opened up, they could toss a C4, but it is closed.
Nook has grenades as a secondary, so no way to open up that hatch at all.
Oh.
How long were you being watched for? That's the real question. Joom is going to communicate that to the rest of the team.
They know.
This is the routine that we talked about when attacking this bomb site. Take out that hallway floor. It's going to look down to the pathway between the 2 bomb sites and basement. First bit of damage is done to Joom. Can hear the sounds of Jaeger's carbine as Grubby finds at least 1 player. Grubby's favorite spot has been over towards blue, and that's where Joom was perched. But Grubby's gotten out of there. Ooh. Far enough back. Deployable shield goes down to an explosive. That's actually huge, defending the back of the bomb site. Heroic finds kill number 1. Only 4 more to go. Their map. They so desperately need this. It's Kendrew who's removed.
Yep, that means no more Warden. Now, there are no smokes, no flashbangs left in the pocket of Heroic, so gadgetry-wise, the Warden's not a big playmaker in this round. It comes down to execute from Heroic. Can they get in? Can they win their gunfights and do it cleanly? Or will Secret take it?
Slevin to take damage now. Noodles dropped. He knows he's there, but it's a slow peek from Astro, and it works out. Secret now finding their footing in the round, while Slevin is all but mortally wounded. Heroic will go back onto drones as right above him, Slevin is losing some of the protection on the wall. He's going to be playing with limited HP. Time for toxic canisters to blanket the bottom of the stairs, but there was only 1 remaining, so a big blind spot that there's nothing that the defense can do. Sloth making an awful lot of noise. Secret have to push into the bomb, or rather, Heroic need to push into the bomb site, as Secret so desperately needs to win the round to keep themselves alive. Things are working out quite well. Uno is the last one standing, and he's making mincemeat of some of these players. But again, Finn versus Finn, and it's the superpower player of Slevin who comes out on top. All 15 rounds needed between these teams, and if this is a sign of things to come, we are going to be treated to one heck of an Oregon and bank.
I can't believe that Slevin stays alive as Mirror on that triple wall for so long. He's like 20 HP, maybe less.
I mean, triple's his best.
Soft, yeah, I mean, it's not great for him. And he stays alive, gets a kill to finish off the round for his team as well. And we go the distance. Now, Heroic, they get, you know, 2 attempts at defense. I would argue, looking at how their basement attack has been going throughout the entirety of this map, they would probably prefer to be in defense so that they can choose how aggressive they want to be versus how Secret can just kind of wait for them to do something instead. Bar bomb side is certainly a bomb site where you can choose your fights. Because you're roaming upstairs, we saw Uno last time hiding in the basement, also waiting. You essentially play the majority of the map, and the only real limitation is how bold are you? How thin do you want to spread across the map? And as long as you have top floor control where most teams will defend as are Heroic, you can deny any plant attempt downstairs inside a bar. Especially thanks to stuff like the Evil Eyes and the Maestro, or a bulletproof camera from the Melusi of Doom, etc. So they can just play 5-man upstairs, or 4 if you will. Fight their way through the ground, contest the injury points from Secret, and slow them in their tracks. In terms of kill count, it's extremely even. 10, 6, 16, okay, I thought it was a 10 as well actually. 16 from Astro, that's a bit uneven. But there's 10, 6, 10, 8 from Secret. Heroic sitting on 8, 13, 11, 9, and 8. No massive outliers in either direction besides Astro and 16.
Wall opened up very quickly. EE1D burned again. Secret setting a breakneck pace. 30 seconds into the round, and a bunch of utilities already been thrown its way towards Heroic. The man of the hour in this map has been Astro, and the way that he has found his way towards the bomb site and has largely done so without a drone, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Kendrew's droned him in partially. Not all the way up just yet.
That's all he needs.
If Astro's good enough for a kill, and that's it, and he trades himself out, that's huge value, especially if it's one of the, well, one of the utility-heavy operators that are still left. There's 1 Nitro Cell on the board from Grizzly. I don't know if it's pre-placed or if it's been used and we just missed it.
I believe it's been used, but I didn't see where or hear it. But either way, Uno, likely the highest project kill target you can have, because then those evil eye cameras can only be utilized to either shoot or open up. 1 minute 30 to go, 5v5. Astro still fishing for his kill in this round. Heroic, they're not showing themselves just yet. They're waiting, buying time to apply that pressure onto Secret.
Dying moments of what's been a very electric map. If you tuned into the W7M G2 map, you know that this region can put some fireworks off when they need to. 2 kills from Heroic, 1 from Secret. For Secret, that's especially bad. They're the ones with the objective in mind. They pick up the diffuser. Sleben, if he goes for a plant, will rely on Savage and Astro to watch over him. But that'll be a 2v4 at that point. You have to tear up this bomb site, and most importantly, this beachhead that Heroic has established inside a bathroom that's being watched by Joom, you gotta shake him off that spot. Joom has the vantage point. He knows that somebody's there. Sleben will drop, but he's caught. Things are not going well for Secret as it's all on the shoulders of Astro. He's usually the first one into the site. He'll be the last. Good for 1 kill, but what's the impact? Can he salvage the round from it? 25 seconds to go. No diffuser. This will be all about kills. He's giving himself away. Bomb site's down below. So Astro will need to drop. And look at Heroic. They got the picks. They fell off. All they need to do is find one hot hand, and they win the map. And that's exactly what they do. It was a seesaw contest. Heroic, with the lead until the second half, Secret took over. They were just keeping it warm. Yeah. Heroic takes it back in the 15th and final round. Still a bit of a scare on their own map. Maybe a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah.
But a win's a win and they'll take it.
I mean, the adaptations back and forth from both teams and the insight that we got to listen to from the prep phase or the timeouts or whatnot, I really appreciate that. We need Twist right now saying the same things for next map. What to fix?
And maybe we'll do it again. I'd love to listen in, but we have our contractual obligations. So we'll go to a quick break, and we'll come back as Heroic versus Secret rolls on.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, that was an absolutely incredible match between two teams, both coming from the same region. And you expect fireworks when you see an inter-regional matchup. I know that you've witnessed it before on EUL, but Nick, you and I don't cast the European League. And even though we watch it, it's always nice to be able to sit alongside these two squads. Still, Heroic edges out Team Secret by a score of 8-7, but it was on their own map.
Yeah, so it's expected them to win, if you want to put it that way, but I mean, they barely scraped their way past the point, right? 8-7 is as close as it can get. It's a back and forth from both teams, and there was no decisive lead really being built up by either team, but the strategical advantage, or sorry, the strategical elements that they were changing throughout the game from both teams really impressed me.
Well, they both learned, they both adapted. Both teams took their timeouts and they changed up their own style of play. It was often, for one team, a single player standing out, head and shoulders among the rest. Astro kept Team Secret in contention either by opening up and making space for his team or getting kills through the mid-round while the rest of the team entried very effectively. And he was the big story for this squad. On Heroic's side, it was more of a mixed bag. Everybody showed up, and despite the fact that it was an 8-7 scoreline, you can see the individual scores of Heroic are really nothing that impressive.
No, I mean, it's very, very dead even almost, very tight in the scoreline indeed. I want to say, not just because Noodle's on top being 14-10 or whatever, but 5 opening kills from Noodle, and the aggressive window jump outs, even in that final round to get the man advantage. Those are round-defining moments, and Noodle, as the new player in the squad, new player in general, he really stepped up.
He absolutely did. You know, and you got to feel for somebody like Slav, coming back into play at a Tier 1 level, coming back into play at the biggest international event in all of Rainbow Six. And I don't think Slav has really had a terrible game yet.
No.
So you come into a squad that you're not even necessarily supposed to be a starter on. You haven't played at the top level, the same consistency with this team as other players on the team have. And there's Sloth on your screen. And I mean, has he been a world beater? No, but I don't think anybody had that expectation. In fact, Sloth has done significantly better than I thought he would, given the circumstances. And to that, a tip of the hat.
No, certainly. And watching the player cams as well, you can quite frequently see Sloth reach for his call-out or strat paper next to him, which multiple members of Heroic they do have. I assume it's Noodle and gonna be Sloth, having those next to them. But it's nice to see a player really put in the effort to learn the call-outs, the strats, etc. Because since Sloth was last on Heroic, things have obviously changed. Their strats, their callouts, the players themselves, and how they approach the game. And so far, they're making it work for them. Ying being banned first, that is Heroic's choice as they start on defense, and Secret will start on the attacking side. What follows up? Last map we saw it was the Kaid and Ayana from Secret, and the Asami and Dokkaebi from Heroic. So different operators right off the bat. Or not. Ayana follows along.
Secret don't like this operator being played against Heroic at all, so they will instead ban out the Yana twice in a row.
Twice in a row indeed.
I think Ying being gone on Oregon is an exceptionally smart idea. I know that on Clubhouse you were a little bit skeptical of this Kaid. Has anything changed with it being Oregon?
Yeah, so Oregon does change things, right? Because the base and bomb site being so hatch dependent, the lobby, the freezer, and the meeting hatch, it is so annoying to deal with that you pretty much have to bring Thatcher because the impact EMPs don't have a big enough range to consistently deal with the kite claws. And you don't want to have to bring a Thatcher just to open up hatches in case a kite gets brought. So this again frees up your operator lineup, you can get more flexible, and when you're tagging that base and bomb site, especially with Ying being banned off the board, you need to bring other heavy utility or execution enabling operators. That can be the Line, it can be the Oza, it can be a Monty, whichever your team prefers. Ying, for example, Glass, for example, is a stellar operator for a basic Oregon attack, although almost no teams bring it because it's a very difficult operator to play, especially to navigate through a smoke with a very zoomed-in scope.
All right, very first defense will be on the basement of Oregon. And about as good of a time as ever for us to break down the way that Oregon is played. Heading into today, it's only been played 3 times. It was 4, to be fair. It's the 4th least played map. It's like almost exactly in the middle. 50% of the rounds have been won by the defense, 50% of the rounds have been won by attack. So, again, when I said during the very first map We don't have a lot of plays on some of these maps. The fact that Oregon's only been played 3 times is really not a ton. Yeah, Clubhouse was, what, 4 plays as well?
Yeah.
But even 1 or 2 more times gives you a better picture of whether the map is settled. The stats are a bit deceiving because if you have a team that's really proficient on attack, doesn't matter how defender-sided it is, they could bump the numbers up in one direction. Operator bans obviously have a huge amount of impact as well.
Yes.
So 50% for Oregon. We'll go into the individual bomb sites in the next round, but safe to say, Laundry's supply, out of all the bomb sites that are continued to be played and are played quite often, Laundry's supply in the basement is by far and away the best site for the defenders.
I'd agree with that.
Wow, look at
this. The nade.
Misses him. Doesn't even do a single point of damage to him. Now there is a second opportunity. This angle being held by Grizzly. Heroic getting the very first pick. It's on to Grubby. The Nook was awfully deceptive.
It's again, Heroic getting in their face, right? I can hear this voice saying, go basement roam, go basement roam, just like on Clubhouse. Fight them where you want to. In Secret, they didn't take a buff, they didn't do vertical damage towards the members of Heroic that are roaming, and therefore they get punished. Jum is up here on the fire, but can slowly, or rather quickly, run away. Or fight.
You can hear the sounds of the para from Kendrews. He takes the engagement and wins it inside of Attic. He's got those pocket hard breach gadgets. Something that we've seen as the evolution of Oregon never really stops is that teams will actually forego a traditional hard breacher and instead run exclusively with one of those operators who can run the secondary hard breach gadget. Capitao gets seen. We see a lot of Ying. We see a lot of Buck. And it opens up what utility your team can bring. Because it's not your main gadget. And if you only want to open 2 hatches and that's it, bringing one of those operators with the secondary hard breach gadget is often more than suitable, especially with a Kaid ban.
It is, and now you also get the capture of fire, arrows, and smoke, and it's all about that execute, which backside is happening right now.
Kills from both teams will ring in. Astro starting off strong, being a part of the action. Numbers favor Secret. They're boxed out of the bomb site, or so they think. Slebin will delay towards Laundry. Grizzly is not too far off. There's a drone right next to him, and he'll let one player from Secret just fly on by. Plant going down in the hands of Kendrew. Astro has been down, finished off by Grizzly. That's information. Kendrew successful. It's now on to Slebin to hold off the one cross. Softwall explodes in front of him. Kendrew and Slebin side by side, looking for any intel that can be gained from Heroic. Grizzly's made his way inside a freezer, and he's ice cold, baby. Yet another kill goes in, and Kendrew finished off by Grizzly. 3 kills. Technically, it's Noodle to get the kill. Grizzly just gets the finish. And with plenty of time left, Heroic win their first round.
It's another retake from Heroic. I count that as 4 if you go back to Clubhouse as well. These are rounds that typically defenders should not be winning statistically, because once the bomb goes down, attackers have such a big advantage. But it is Oregon basement. There's no, far away outside the building post-plant position you can play from. You gotta fight it out on the bomb site, and going up against a smoke and a mute with SMG and shotgun is difficult. In Heroic, they make great work with the weapons, playing close quarter, also throwing the C4 over to enable the member of Smoke inside our elbow to get back into the bomb site. That is one opening. Then Toxic Babe gets tossed out, forcing the Secret members to run away, and then the flank comes through from Freezer Staircase, or from Freezer Hallway rather. It was beautifully played by Heroic.
Technical issues, and happen all the time. They just do.
It does.
They just do.
Actually, I would actually go as far as to say it has not happened that frequently.
It hasn't happened to us at all, actually. This is the very first technical timeout that you and I have had. This is the last match that we're going to be casting today. So, I mean, it's possible it'll happen again, but 3 matches in to not have a technical issue, that's pretty good.
There you
but
see.
It gives you some time to go through the strats.
Yeah, literally.
Sloth just has them in front of him.
He's doing some reading. Yeah, so those are strat papers, not call-out papers.
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
The technical issue is on Heroic's side, by the way.
Oh, win the round, then knock out a cable or 2, get a technical timeout.
Okay, enough.
Okay, so the coaches can't talk and the players can do limited talking during these, so that's not actually a viable strategy. I'm not saying they're doing that, but that's a good little meme that they throw at each other here and there.
He is not seriously accusing them.
Not this time.
Of deception.
Not this time. I am sure it has happened, as it does in every sport, because sometimes somebody gets a little angry and goes, "Nah," and hits the wrong thing. Accidentally on purpose, of course.
I am breathing out very heavily.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
Not really much to talk about after that first round, unless you'd like to go into specifics about what you saw happen.
No, I mean, the one big takeaway is that Secret, they are, I don't want to say that they're ego-challenging Heroic, but they try to take the path of least resistance, which is like going through lobby, as you saw from Grubby, Grubby, on the Nook, and just challenge somebody. One guy walking from small tower, bottom right stairs, challenge the other guy. But the correct play, if you will, is to go up above, open up the soft destructible floor to deny the freezer crossfire with the freezer staircase as well, and then isolate the members of Heroic. It takes more time, you gotta roam clear Doom, which they did later on. They almost did step number B first, got punished, then went back to step number A, then succeeded. But it cost them a member, it cost them time, and that might be the difference maker for them, as they didn't have that extra member and the frag grenades once they reached the bomb site later on.
Seems to be a mic issue that has befallen poor Noodle.
You know, if only it was a monitor issue back when Lion first came out, because you wouldn't need your monitor to play Lion. You just need a mouse with the middle mouse button key bound to the gadget, and you just click it.
Tell the story again.
I mean,
tell the story.
For the people who don't know this story, back in, oh my god, how long ago is this? It's a long time ago. Magnus on Fnatic, that's how long ago it is. As
this is the Paris Major.
It might have been Paris Major, yeah.
Is that the Paris Major?
And we're practicing against, I believe, Fnatic, and we're playing Coastline, and Fabian's monitor just like blacks out in the middle of the round, but he's playing Lion, so we go, Fabian, can you still use your mouse? Like try and turn and we'll like look at this character. It's like, yeah, I can. I'm like, okay, just pop the line when we tell you to. Wow. We'll like make plays.
Yeah.
And within the 3 line charges that we used, we won the round 4v5.
Wow.
And the admin just like walked in, took the monitor, walked out, and then came back at the end of the round, put it back down, plugged it in. Great scrim. So if only it was a monitor issue back then, this wouldn't even be necessary. We just keep on going.
Awesome story now.
Come on. Do you dislike Fabian that much, Parker?
What's the do with Fabian? I've heard you tell that story like 1,000 times.
That's so, yeah. I feel like
was so strong that we didn't even need to move. All we need to do is press the gadget button. Yeah, you were also the...
Would you disagree he was strong?
You were also literally the best team in the world. It was like...
Okay.
You were... It's like, you're like the Monstars from Space Jam, and you're playing up against a bunch of like high school kids.
That is not fair comparison. Is it?
I'm sorry, how many maps did you lose at that entire event?
Paris? We lost a 6-0 Villa to Market in group stage. That was it. Then we 6-0'd Millennium on Villa the day after, and everyone thought that we intentionally lost to hide the fact that to basically show that we were bad at the map, so everyone banned it against us after. But we didn't do it on purpose. Like, we actually just lost the Market 6-0.
You guys were like super soldiers, destroying like a bunch of like children at a game of like basketball, and you lost a single map all event. You're no, it's not a fair comparison. You're so humble.
Okay.
Anyway.
My only point was that Lion used to be the strongest than he is now. He is still good, however, especially the secondary MPs at disposal. I think the real question nowadays, if you're a Lion player, right, Parker, do you bring the DMR or the AR? Because that's a different kind of way to cook, if you...
I find DMRs get played a lot more on LAN.
They do.
So, I mean, I think it's worth noting that most of the people who cast this game are not good enough to really get the most out of one or the other. But I will say, I prefer a higher rate of fire because it's more forgiving. Hold on a second here. Action is going to just start happening. Heroic decide that Secret's entrance is not something they want. So they take the battle to them and kill all of them except for Grubby. Grubby's the last one alive. He'll just wander into the bomb site. Doesn't look lost, but doesn't have that same moxie, that same level of confidence. He's over by Big Window. He's Buck. He can tear things open. And he will, in fact, have to blow this entire round wide open. Goes on to drone, sees the Warden of Noodle. Down he goes. That's 2 kills from Grubby. Suddenly became very winnable. Sloth and Grizzly are the last 2 alive, but they're out of the bomb site, and they've got the diffuser. That's the bigger issue for Grubby, is he has to go towards them. He doesn't know where they are. One's on the ground, one's upstairs, and there's a cam giving his position away. Grubby softened up. And he's down for the count. Heroic, 2-0.
do not need to push them 3v1s. We can play back far.
Oh.
Yeah, Noodle.
Oh, yeah, Noodle. You don't gotta push.
Hey, Noodle. You don't need to push in 3 minutes.
I mean, I will say, whatever, like, that is so correct, though. It's like, that is the wrong thing to do. It's getting risky. Tactical break from Secret. Very early on here.
It's a timeout. It's a real bona fide timeout now. So Team Secret obviously not liking what they saw. Let's listen.
You guys are not supposed to win this by yourself. You guys are supposed to do stuff together. That's the main important thing. Do the 3, 2, 1, and let's go to win this fucking shit, okay? Together.
Together. So, very clearly a, not a strategical necessarily timeout, but more of a motivational / atmosphere / mental situation. Twister seeing that the players play too isolated and too alone, trying to win individually rather than trying to win together as a team. And looking at how that rush really went, it was very, very isolated from the members of Secret. I do agree with that. Grubby tried to make something happen, got 3 kills in the round, but no one else really had a backup or a trade going. I mean, the 2 members of the Master Bedroom rush, the 3 members of Master Bedroom died. 1 member, then like 4 second passes, then the second member dies. If you're going for a bomb side rush, you should be dying at the same time or trading each other out within a fraction of a second, otherwise something is wrong. You gotta be right at the heels of your teammate to be there in the action when it occurs. And that was not the case. I also am a very big fan of the fact that Twister takes his time out extremely early on, just after round number 2, to catch this right as it occurs, to fix it for the rounds to come, instead of saying, let's wait till round 4, 3, then take this time out, say the same thing, but have less time to work with. He's trying to apply these things as early as possible to stop it from happening, to get back into this round-wise, and start building some rounds on the board. That's awkward.
Can't shoot through those sandbags. Astro, who was magnificent in the first map of Clubhouse, well, seems to have hit a bit of a snag here on Oregon. Not quite so strong on this entry one bit. 1 for 3 and entry stats right now. Not looking so good. It's aggressive hold from Heroic, taking the engagement in tower very seriously.
Oh yeah. This is a classic EU like year 3 strategy. You fight in big tower, baby, and it's hard to pick apart as an attacker because you don't typically attack against this, so you're not very practiced or well versed in that scenario.
It's especially hard to fight against when you've lost 3 players on your team and you'd lost a good bit of explosives of the offset. If there's an Azami holding the top part of tower, you're going to need every explosive you can get. Yeah, Ash is definitely one of those. Oh. Celebratory bounce from Joom after taking out Kendrew. That's Diffuser down. Sleben in a 1v5. All eyes from his team will be on him. I'm going to say the thing that we got called out on social media.
That. Yeah.
He might just take a little bit of a timeout.
But why do you keep saying that? Maybe he should... Yeah, I saw that post. It's valid, though. But the thing is, this is essentially what pro players do. I can say from experience. Like, there's no reason for Sleben. Like, statistically, this round is way over a while ago. You're gonna go in and die immediately, or take a quote-unquote glorified tactical timeout without your coach, of course, and just talk amongst yourself as a team. What went wrong? What are we gonna fix? What's the situation, etc. Because you don't have that many seconds to spare in Siege in the active round when people are alive. Also, what was it? I had something I want to talk about, actually. Oh yeah, yesterday, Heroic up against Dark Zero, they were going through a lot of mental exercises, right? They were winning rounds, losing rounds, and things weren't always going their way, but mentally, Heroic, they seemed pretty much in it the entire time. Secret, they go down 0-2, they call a tactical timeout, and following up round, they get flawless by Heroic, by big tower hold on the tertiary bomb site defense. I am questioning and wondering, how is Team Secret going to look in 2 rounds from now if this keeps happening in terms of their mental, their confidence, and how aggressive they can play?
I'm not contractually obligated to say it, but I was correct. I mean, Sleben did take a timeout, and it's going to let his team settle down and maybe discuss next steps.
Yeah. As one should. There's no reason not to, honestly.
Technically a flawless round from Heroic, even though it doesn't display on the screen because they win the round without any of them dying. Perfect site rotation as well for Heroic.
Yeah.
Laundry, dorms, and meeting. Team Secret keeps Leben alive. Don't get a single kill.
I'd also argue that Oregon being a map where I would say the base and bomb site is like, that's a stable one that every team likes to run, defender favorite, etc. That's great. Then you go up to the Kid Storm's bomb site. It's kind of 50-50 at best for defenders, and tertiary gets kind of gradually worse. Of course, depending on your playstyle, your strats, execution, operator bands, etc. But my point is, Oregon is not a map with a bunch of bomb site where you're thinking, I love this one, let me go here instead. Winning the perfect bomb site rotation of basement, upstairs, tertiary has a lot of value on this map because you get back to basement. Then you get your secondary strongest bomb site, because let's say you're struggling on basement like Kid Storms, it's very rare to see teams even up to the tertiary bomb sites as a backup because they simply just aren't that great. That's going to be, you know, dining, kitchen, and kitchen meeting. And Heroic, they go tertiary, they just defend one area of the map, big tile with 3 members, and that's it. And now they can buy themselves, not a free round by any means of basement, but it's the most likely round to be won bomb site-wise is this basement bomb site.
In terms of the individual bomb sites based on the numbers, I promised you that we would come back to it, and now's the perfect time to do so, as 3 bomb sites have been played. Laundry's supply room's been played 13 times, and it's been won 69% of the time by the defense.
Drone's up and running.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Nice.
Nice.
Storms and the Kids' Dorms bomb site has been played 11 times, and it's been won by the defense just 5 of those 11 times, for a total of 45%. Meeting Hall and Kitchen has been played 7 times, and has only been won, I believe, a single time by the defenders. That's brutal. It's a very attacker-sided bomb site. Kitchen and Dining, however, has been played once, and it was won by the defenders. The attackers have a 0% win rate on that bomb site.
You spoke of Astro Parker in his stat line and intro devs, and he is adding one more to the tally in the wrong way. 1 and 4 now, first of all, and when that happens, typically nothing positive follows up for Secret. Is the early aggression from Heroic fighting them, right? Spawn peeking right now, 2 rounds in a row with success. Also taking some damage off Kendra earlier on in the round in the first 10 seconds. Savage, his Flores drones now doing a good amount of soft destruction. Clear out the barbed wire, utility, etc. But you need your guns to strike true to fight Heroic on this basement defense. The drones won't do it for you.
Right now playing in the position that's affectionately referred to as Harry Potter because it's under the stairs. Sloth, waiting. Doesn't look like there's anybody actively holding pillar from Heroic. That means Grubby won't be contested for his position. Sleben decides to engage, but Sloth is just really, really on it at the moment. Sleben will bleed out, Astra already down. Heroic will await the troops of Secret down the back stairs. The Kiba barrier will block his line of sight as well. Kendrew gets Sleben back up. There's no read whatsoever. Grubby goes for broke, does not work out. Kendrew now stopped as well from going into blue because of the toxic canister. That means Savage has to drop, but it's to his own doom. Suddenly, a flawless round this time is very much a reality. Whether Sleben and Kendrew will head to the hills and regroup is anybody's guess, but they have 30 seconds to go. They will once again take the engagement to Heroic, but they are in free fall. Kendrew wanders down. He gets picked apart. Sleben will play off of the logic bomb. No deaths for Heroic this round, no deaths for Heroic last round. Sleben in a 1v5 yet again. Down the bottom of Laundry stairs. 3 sets of eyes from Heroic, all in the same area. Who gets to walk away with the kill? Joom wants it. Taking damage in the process, but a flawless round technically yet again. Sleben survives both rounds, but it's all for naught because Heroic wins both of them. It's 4-0. And that means Heroic cannot lose this first half at all.
No, you're right. And I will say, I mean, the Asami, the Kiba barriers that round gets immense value, but also, as Twister said, play together. Grubby went down the tower stairs into a gunfight while Kindred's arriving inside a blue. That's not the ideal situation to be in if you were to want to play together. So things really are falling apart for Team Secret. And we also get to see just how strong Asami can be when not banned off the board, because in map number 1 of Clubhouse, Asami was banned by Heroic, which meant that she saw no play on the previous map. However, on this one, can single-handedly turn the tides of a round, as we just witnessed. Heroic, they are flexing their operator lineup right now. They got Frost, Captain, Warden, and Mute on a Kid Spunk defense. So maybe expecting different kind of rush like last time. Shutting that down with traps, with damage, deployable shield, utility, if you will. Always a great component to have at your disposal if you want to make your gunfights go into your favor even greater.
What do you do if you're Secret in this particular instance, Nick? I mean, nothing is working.
Mental boom is what we call this where I'm from. You gotta reset like right now. Two things. Astro keeps dying the first 30 seconds, and he's the injured player for Secret. Nothing really happens after that. Secondly, we're playing alone. He's dead again. There's no follow-up, no trade, no one's near him. He just zoomed into the building with the Lion charge, and now he's playing 4v5 again.
Of the opening kills through these 5 rounds, 5 of them in favor of Heroic. Only technically 1 for Secret because it was a trade, so that's a wash. In terms of it being uncontested, yeah, it's Heroic getting it every single time. For a map that's been played literally down the middle. That's not the number you want to see. 50% in favor of the attackers, 50% in favor of the defenders. I mean, that means that you can turn around and still have a 4-2 half here. Then Team Secret is a 4-2 half, and guess what? You still end up at 50%.
Yeah.
But mentally, you need to stay in the game. It's not about site rotation. It's not always about which side you start on. If you tilt off the face of the earth, it doesn't matter how friendly a bomb site is to you on defense. If you're throwing everything out the window, you're not going to win.
Momentum surely is a thing, and so is confidence. Right now, Heroic, they are just brewing it and building it up further and further. I mean, they're standing their ground and fighting toe and nail every chance they can get here. And Secret, they're barely fighting back at this point. They're now waiting for something to happen. It's completely shifted on its head.
Jume's ready for it. They walk right in. Does he fade away? No. Kill from Sleben. That's the first kill that they've been able to get on Heroic in 3 rounds. Are there more to go? No. Heroic are speed running Oregon at this point. 5-0.
I just love the contrast of Heroic wins around, Jume starts yelling towards Secret, Uno calmly says something like, good job guys, next round, whatever. It's like 2 completely different sides between, not necessarily between like a veteran and like a young player of Jume and Uno, but just the sheer personality trait differences and how they are as players, as people, etc. where Uno doesn't care about talking smack to his opponent across the room. He wants to focus on the next round. I'm sure Jume does as well. He's not pointing that out in a negative way about him, but he wants to talk to smack as well, right? And that's often what we see from the younger players. They gotta get into some battles of their own, and we've all been there.
Have we?
I believe that us players, sorry, you don't qualify for this one, Parker. Us players, I think we've all been there, yeah, where we're like, went around and say something bad to the opponent, like, you guys suck, get a grip, hit your shots, whatever, Yeah. Usually it's not as TV friendly, but yeah.
That's the nicest trash talk I've ever heard.
Really.
You guys are really not great at the game, and I think we are better. You know what? I feel like something that you can say. I have a theory here.
Okay.
Battle toxicity.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to endorse toxicity.
Okay.
So I apologize if you think I am. But a question I have is, when you say like GG easy, even if it was an easy match, like that's kind of toxic, right?
Yeah.
If you type objectively, we were better. Because it is entirely truthful. Objectively, you were better.
Yeah.
You won the match.
Yeah. But that's
Can you get banned for typing that in chat? Because if all you say is GG's objectively we were better, it's a statement of fact.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
GG's we win.
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna sting, but it's not necessarily toxic, but it will get perceived as, right? Because it hurts, it's truthful.
And that's a thought that's gonna fester,
I wish I knew that when I was young. I would have typed that every single game I won. I'd just like to really mental boom my opponent.
First kill in this round goes to Secret. That's big. It's their very first uncontested opening duel. That breaks in their favor. They get another 2 as well. Grubby's on one this round. Down goes Joom. Astro can't buy a kill at the moment. Heroic inside of Attic making some noise, but the Grubby story is still there. 3 kills to his name, every single one at this point for Secret in this round. But he's got to pivot from that upstairs bombs, or the upstairs area, to the actual bomb site. Just down below in Meeting. Again, need I remind you that Meeting has only been won a single time by the defenders prior to this map. And now, based on the numbers, we might finally see the attackers win again, but it was won by Heroic earlier.
Yeah, I mean, Grubby's 1 HP, 1 tick from Toxic Babe takes him into an injured state. Plan could be set up here from Secret. They have upstairs control, so if Grubby can cut one line of sight, that could work for them. But again, he has 1 HP left, so a single bullet will eliminate him from the vertical damage control. Instead, might bait that and drop Meeting Hatch instead, where Uno is waiting for a play to happen.
Oh, and there's the defense putting in some work. Uno can now keep himself a bit safe, force Grubby or Savage to breathe in that toxic gas. Grizzly's not too far off as well. Savage has the diffuser, which is great because he's the player on the team with HP. Grubby is a single tick of that toxic canister down, but Uno is still in this spot. Savage in a 1v2. This round's been turned on its head. Uno could have a shotgun, and he does indeed. He peeks out. A perfect first half for Heroic.
Very impressive. It's 6-0. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but we have yet to see a 7-0 at this event so far. And the man himself, who's been saying it since Clubhouse, take the fight to them, guys. Uno, he keeps telling his teammates, you need to fight them. He gets in the middle of the battle once more. And I believe Uno is sitting on 8 kills. Last I checked, putting up some great numbers. Yep, 8 and 2 and 1. Great scoreline for him. Uno's second great showcasing statistically at this event so far. He had a 1 map yesterday against Dark Zero as well. And I point this out because Uno as an individual has been questioned by some fans, players, etc., broadcast members for he's not really putting up the numbers that you would expect from him. But also, Uno's job in Heroic is the leadership role, playing the hard support, etc., leading his team to the battle, but doing so and putting up numbers like someone like Kendrew does, LMs from BDS. That is what makes a player S tier, right? The absolute supreme of their role. Doing your job in your role and putting up numbers, bang, can't get much better than that. Uno can lead the troops from the grave, being 0 and 8, and still do a great job, but impact-wise, doesn't really have a meaningful, round-defining moment in terms of kills. Like in the previous round, he finds 3 kills, touches out, doesn't need his teammates' help whatsoever. It's a big moment for Heroic here. In Secret, they gotta show up in the greatest form we have ever seen them in to date to turn this boat around. 0 and 6. Sure, it was Oregon attack, and it's not always easy to attack in Rainbow Six Siege, but you sure should not go and lose every single round the way Secret did.
This has been a fascinating matchup. Extremely close in map 1.
Yeah.
And I was expecting both Oregon and Bank to go deep into the night. Now, it's still possible. We've seen 2 6-0s happen before. Though it is exceptionally unlikely.
Yeah. I mean,
keep in mind that based on the numbers, Oregon is a 50-50 map for attackers and defenders. That means Team Secret now has to win every single one of their defenses, and will do so.
That's a great start.
Absolutely it is. Grubby, a nice play around the banister of the door. Down goes Slot, the door frame. His greatest aid. Heroic lose out on their Lion in the first minute of action. That's a very powerful operator that you talked about earlier.
Yeah. I mean, they still have their other card up their sleeve. That's Uno on the Capital, the other execution-based operator, the fire and the smoke. They have 2 frag grenades, 3 flashbangs. They can tear the bombs out of basement when they get there, but they will do so with 1 less gun at their disposal. See the strike from both walls and freezer opened up, so deep lines of sight in towards the bomb site itself means less cover for the attackers as well as the defenders of both teams. Keep barriers basically being deployed like deployable shields to create cover and angle for the defenders to use against the enemy as well. Heroic, they gotta figure out the locations of the enemy, then figure out how to deal with them. 2 frag grenades, 3 flashbangs, and caps of fire is what they have to work with.
Plenty of utility to tackle this bomb site. Time starting to run out, though. Down below the minute mark. Uno will call for the rest of the team. bait out the magnets. It's crucial that nothing stops these fire and smoke arrows from getting to their target. Uno takes a lot of damage in the process of pulling this one off. Toxic canister goes. Grizzly drops. He's got the diffuser. He'll have to sprint on through, but he's taking way too much damage, and Grizzly in the midst of it is going to die, planting in the toxic gas. But Kendra's been down, and Savage is gone as well. So it's a 3v3. Still winnable for both of these teams. For Heroic, that's a 7-0. For Team Secret, it's ideally the hopes of a comeback. Down goes Astro, down goes Sleb, and Heroic putting in work, but Grubby says something about it. Uno creeping up. 2 players to be found, both low HP. Can he get there in time? He's looking on the wrong side of the wall, and Kendra gets the final 2 kills.
One by one.
A comeback starts with a single round, and that's what Secret's got. Obviously, it's a monumental task to win the next 5 in a row, but we've seen stranger things. The one thing I will say, the Secret, who've been howling at the moon after every single round victory, not there right now.
I think you actually mentioned that, Parker, early on Clubhouse. What would happen if this scenario were to present itself? How will all that energy that we heard earlier, how will that disperse into the night? Well, they've become very quiet so far. No longer as cocky when they win. Respect, perhaps, being presented here between the 2 teams more and more so, as they both realize it is a tough matchup. Now, I spoke earlier of the issue with Oregon defense, which is that the bomb sites get gradually worse for the defenders, which is why a perfect bomb site rotation of winning 3 in a row is so damn important. And my point with this is, Secret they won the arguably easiest bomb site first. That's the basement. Now they're gonna go Kids Bunk upstairs. A little bit worse for them. And if they win this round, then you go tertiary. And you gotta do that twice in a row to go 6-0, go into overtime. This is a very tall task ahead of them. And one mistake, and it's over. Uno had the power and hand on the Capital. Both members of Secret paid less than 30 HP, but that was a single bullet. It was a very close round despite being a 1 versus 2.
Oh, this one's going to be very, very quick. Joom starts things off with a kill. Astro in round number 8 finds his second. If Astro comes online, that can be all that it takes to close this match between the 2 teams. Heroic cannot be nervous. Heroic cannot let this anxiety build too much around winning. And yes, this might be a very defender-sided Oregon that we just have been watching happen. And didn't really know, but Heroic needs to slow it down. They still have their timeout. Team Secret used their timeout all the way back at the tail end of round number 2. Ages ago.
Yeah.
But then they had timeouts in both rounds 3 and 4 when they were in the 1v5.
I suppose that's true as well, actually, yeah. If there was one member that Joom could have killed on that entry that would give you the most value, that would be Kenjo in the smoke, quite frankly. I mean, Toxic Babes off the board, you buy yourself like 30-45 seconds extra as the attack inside because the toxic gas is now gone. Second option would be the Warden, of course, immune to flashbangs and smokes, but it won't matter because Grubby and the rest of Team Secret are hitting their shots again activated on the board, which means Heroic, they gotta really fight for these rounds.
Yeah, House of Cards right now collapsing. Maybe in a bit slower motion now. Sloth and Grizzly, as we said, the 2 animals on the team. Will once again work together. But we'll have to deal with a bomb site that is not very friendly to the teams that are down numbers. If you're an attacker or if you're a defender trying to retake, if you do not have a numbers advantage, you're in a bad spot. Nitro Cell goes up. There's no target found for it. Nobody even close. Sloth's last man standing now for Heroic as Grubby gets the kill onto Grizzly. And Grubby, what a massive round from him. Take it 1 round at a time.
Yep.
And that's exactly what Twister is saying to his players, and that's what it seems to be what they're doing.
And it's the only way to go about it. You're not supposed to be like, we won 1, but there's like 4 more to go. No, they don't. Like, you look at it short term. You look at what's in front of you each and every single round in a vacuum. Because when you think about it, 6 in a row, that's kind of hard. Like, that's a really, really tall order. But winning 1 round, that's very doable. And you gotta win 1 round in 6 different individual occasions in a row, and then you're there. But this right here is going to be the biggest challenge of them all, essentially. The tertiary bomb site. You have 2 options. Heroic, they opted for the kitchen and meeting bomb site twice, but Team Secret will opt for the kitchen dining bomb site instead. And it plays around either the small tower extension, which Secret is showing us right here, or what Heroic did, the big tower extension across the map. So you really have two different big characteristics that defines these territory bomb sites, and they both have something to do with a tower. Now, Secret, they can fight for their lives wherever they would like to, and Heroic can then challenge small tower, go for roam clear, vertical destruction, etc. They can roam around in basement with the Nurk that we saw from Doom last time, just coming up somewhere and striking from behind. Question really is, what would you like to do, because you have so many options as either team?
First time we're seeing this bomb site as well.
That is correct.
The tertiary, when it was Heroic on defense, was that meeting kitchen. Meeting is obviously the connector between these two bomb sites. Very similar to the last round, Heroic are looking for that quick entry. Noodle's already in, Jume's not too far behind. Will they find anybody above? Putting a soft destructor upstairs inside of dorms is invaluable, and many would argue a requirement to take this bomb site.
Yeah, I mean that's the entire foundation of the strat is a soft destructor up above, right? You tear the bomb set apart from above, you deny important player positions like where Kendra is right now. He does have a C4 in pocket. If you find this sledge, that would be absolutely massive for Team Secret. And Kendra, he can kind of slither around right now until there's too much pressure. With this hatch being opened up, well, that is too much. Off he goes. Sloth should now be safe to do more destruction above. The question now is, the flank from Secret, or will Heroic capture them around the map? Because right now, Grizzly inside a big tower is holding Grubby and meeting somewhat here with the knowledge of that position.
A reminder that that's not the bomb site. Oh, Jume, a bit of a jump scare. Slevin is right there, and now Grubby jumps on him. Grubby has come online the last couple rounds, and there's no doubt in anybody's minds that Secret are thriving because of Grubby's success. You have to isolate him. There's a bit of a brief pause for Heroic as they learn how to tackle meeting. They don't have very much information. They have next to no drones, so they're going to have to do this blind.
Yep. Gunfights, gunfights, gunfights. I somehow wish for Heroic's side that somebody was helping Jume in these battles because he's fighting so many people at once. But 1-for-1 trade is arguably favorable. However, it's Grubby you want to aim for right now if you can shut anybody down from Secret. Heroic, they got 50 seconds left to work with, and they don't have to worry about the roamers. They could just hit the side.
The players who are designed to pinch Grubby are stalling out right now, and now Grubby's got yet another pick. This is huge for Team Secret. They were at a disadvantage. They have now made it work for them. Noodle will engage with Grubby, and Grubby wins yet again. How is he pulling this off? There could be yet another. A 4K eludes him. But Sloth gives information away. They know he's at the back of kitchen. They know he's inside a meeting. He and Uno staring down the three players from Secret. Savage have retaken from above.
15 seconds left.
Uno's in. They don't know. Sloth doesn't know that there's somebody above. A beautiful shot from him. Diffuser going down. Kendrew gets in, takes out Sloth, and now Uno as well. For good measure, Secret have won 3 in a row. These teams, they're streaking right now. 6 rounds in a row for Heroic, 3 for Team Secret as the comeback begins to become more and more realistic.
The only thing that worries me for Team Secret is that this is the Grubby show. I mean, sure, Kendry gets a kill in there, Savage, whatever, etc. But Grubby's spending 3 or 4Ks back-to-back here. Heroic, they will call their tactical timeout. I'm curious what they have to say about this lead slipping away.
Not only 1 or 2, because Jume gets it, and then everything stops. Either we commit as a team, or we don't. We play fucking structure, and we take them 1 by 1. 1 out of 2. At least the way I see it, that would benefit us. If someone went with Jume there, we would have had full control. That's what I mean. 1 plan, boys, 1 commitment, do 1 thing together. No fucking fancy bullshit now. Let's fucking go, boys. Hey, let's fucking go. Positivity. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. 1 round, boys. 1 round. Yeah.
1 round, that is the story of this matchup so far, and Master Officer pointed out a very similar trade of what I was saying earlier, where if one person was helping Jume out in those battles, that can change the tide, because again, Jume gets the initial kill, gets punished by Grubby, no one's there to punish back. And then a very specific note to the leader of the team, of Uno, is that we need to lead this team either doing 1 versus 1 stuff where we're all going kind of crazy, or we go together as a 5-man unit. We cannot play both sides of the table, and this is not just a Heroic specific thing. This is a general thing for pretty much every single team in Rainbow Six Siege, where you need to be on the same page with how you approach the rounds and the strategical elements of the game on every single map. And we often see this from the best teams in the world. They're on the same page. And we always used to say back in my day that 5, excuse my language, idiots following a bad plan is better than 5 idiots not having a plan at all. So essentially, just being on the same page can get you so much further in these rounds and in these moments. And we spoke in the very beginning of this, the basement attack and operators that are great to bring. Glass was mentioned. Glass is being shown now. Of course, that's one set of smokes on Glass, a second smoke on the Capital smoke arrows. The one thing that I'm finding very, very interesting is that it's Doom. Of all the players in the squad, I mean, I know Uno has the Capital, that's what he does, but Doom is on the Glass duty. He's been the nuke, the backstabber, the injury player, the aggressor for Heroic. Now, he's got to take a back seat while they roam clear, then hit the side and lead the charge in the execute instead. Noodle's going to take the reins instead in the Ash, do that entry work. Doom is droning. I've never seen this before, I think. He's droning the first 40 seconds, not entering. Beautiful sight, I will say.
Another just number to look at.
Yeah?
Those opening picks.
Oh yeah, I mean...
In the last 3 rounds, Secret has either had an uncontested opening pick or traded. This one might be a little bit different. Savage and Astro, who play very pivotal roles for this team, have not been able to find the score sheet much at all. Savage, especially on smoke, a high priority target. You talked about it when it was Kendra on the smoke, who died early. Now it's Savage on the smoke, who's gone. You saw in the previous defense of Laundry Supply for Team Secret how those toxic canisters not just slowed down Heroic, but ultimately killed the plant from being able to go down.
Yeah.
You're not going to have that same result this time because it's the smoke who's off the board.
Doom, despite my monologue, just went in and destroyed Savage with a Baron 9. And the one thing that is positive for Team Secret from that result is that now they know Glass is being played from Heroic. That's an attacker repick. They had no idea about this. But because it was Doom who got the kill into Savage, they know Glass being played. They know when those smokes come out, you can't swing them. That's a danger zone. Goyo Fire, the only thing that can stop a plant. There are no C4s. Slevin has 2 impact grenades, but that's not really going to matter in the grand scheme of things, I doubt. Now you have Magnets and Jaeger ADSs. If you are unlucky as Heroic or don't clear it correctly, they could catch those very precious smoke grenades and stall the execute.
Secret still has utility right now. I don't know if that was exactly what they wanted on the door frame, but the Glass of Doom is going to be an interesting operator to watch. So log jam inside a freezer at the moment. Grubby, the raid boss, he's been taken out. Noodle exploiting that defense. Going down through blue. Nobody seems to see him coming. Utility's been expended from Uno, at least some of it, as the fire arrow continues to go off.
The diffuser's above. No one has diffuser right now.
That wasn't a fire arrow, that was actually the Goyo canister. That's big, but Uno's dead anyway, so there will be no utility to spare there. 2 kills from Astro, but Sloth finds the opening. Kendra is down, Astro is a single point away, but his 3rd kill will be it. Heroic. They let Team Secret take those 3 rounds before picking the lead back up and closing out the series. It was close against Dark Zero yesterday, and it was close on map 1 against Team Secret today, but Heroic get the job done. 8-7 on Team Secret's map pick of Clubhouse, and then 7-3 on their own map pick, and now 7-3 on Secret's map pick.
Yeah. And mentality-wise, Heroic looking a lot more positive and kind of figuring that the mentality is like yesterday against Dark Zero might have been an issue for them. They recognized that, they fixed that for today, and again, the endurance from Heroic, they just fight it every single round, and this time today, they got better with time, whereas yesterday, it seemed that the longer Dark Zero could stall the game for, the worse they ended up getting. The opposite for Secret, the longer this went on for, the worse it looked for them, except for Grob, who had that last moment of power and really tried to bring it home for Secret.
Every single group is tough, but for Team Secret, you know Heroic. You should be able to match up against Heroic. It's an unknown against the other squads, right? And if Team Secret really are coming in and they just want to play loose and have fun, we saw that in Game 1. We didn't see it in Game 2. In Game 2, it was business as usual, like every other team. And obviously, Kendra and the rest of Team Secret here, not exactly the happiest with their results, but there is some laughter, some smiles on their faces, which is always nice to see, other than maybe
I was gonna say
Kendrew, who looks quite annoyed.
Yeah, it's also their first game at this event, right? They had yesterday off, so this was their debut at the Six Invitations.
Yeah, every team has a bye week or a bye game, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that there's 5 teams in each group, and you can't do a 2v2 and then a 2v3. It doesn't work that way, you know?
No.
So, anyway, congratulations to Heroic. They come close to toppling DZ yesterday, and now they topple Team Secret today.
Uno giving thumbs down. Or it's World Secret being like, "Meh."
Not wanting to be a part of the picture with the rest of his team, it would seem like.
Yeah.
I'm not a big
I mean, that's...
Believe it or not, I'm not a big photo guy.
No, I've come to learn that, which is interesting seeing you actually do work on camera for a living. But hey.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit funny because I am constantly on a camera, but I do not like pictures of me being taken. Not huge on that.
That's fair.
But Heroic keeps winning. Yeah. They're going to keep having photos of them get taken.
That's true.
Uno, you're going to have to be prepared for it. That's it for you and I casting today, but there's another game to watch. Before we get there, the desk is going to want to talk about that matchup, so let's have them do it. Enough with us. Take care. We'll see you soon.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Well, 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 not a very strong showing for Secret, just to be candid. Okay, so first map, it was a pretty tight battle, am I wrong? I don't really have words for map 2. A little bit of a comeback there, but honestly, it was a little bit hard to watch at times, Anne, and apparently a very vocal play area from what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Fresh and I were set back at production, and we could hear the player comms, and it was a constant back and forth of players yelling at each other. It could be anything, really, even if they did something well, even if someone got entry killed, and then someone, like an enemy team, didn't hit their shots, they would still yell back at them, and it was just, it felt like a very grudge-heavy match.
There's not a lot that we can repeat that they were shouting at each other, unfortunately. But there were a couple. One of them was go back to FPL Doom, and there was another one that was Murat during the timeout, Mr. Officer during the timeout said, "We're better than this, boys."
Yeah.
Savage had his headset off and he shouts, "No, you're not." And it was like theatre over there.
Oh my gosh, the intensity, right?
Yeah, I think it was a very emotionally charged map 1 for both teams.
Yeah. And speaking about map 1, we have the summary up on screen right now. And actually, that is map 2. Excuse me, I'm sorry about that. We'll just go into map 2 then. So this was Secret's map pick. Oregon wasn't Borgen. It was hard to watch, but it was kind of one of those situations where you couldn't stop watching. Am I wrong?
I think it was ugly, to be fair. There's some ugly siege going on in Oregon. And I think we did talk about that, how emotionally charged that first game was. And I think particularly Secret is that they put a lot of emotional energy into winning map 1. As soon as they didn't, they found it very hard to recover. That, you know, in terms of that fortitude that you need to try and recover that. Obviously, they went 0-6 down. Tried to drop a little comeback in there, only got 3 rounds on the defense until Heroic finally took one. And yeah, I was saying to Anne, you know, quite early on in Oregon, I think the writing's on the wall here.
So, I mean, frankly, this was almost a blowout. They did have their little comeback at the end there. And was this a mental breakdown, mechanical breakdown? Would you say both?
Well, something that really impressed me from Heroic in both this map and the previous map is their retakes when it comes down to when Secret have the plan down. We know that Secret's a plan heavy or a very objective focused team. They like to get their plans down, but then every single time when it came down to that situation and Heroic had to retake, their comms and their teamwork were on point. We could listen to those as well, obviously, backstage, but you could hear them communicating and really prioritizing, like, oh, there's someone still upstairs, like, we need to retake upstairs before we can go for a counter defuse. So they had their priority straight, and their retakes were really good today.
So you're saying Heroic played well, particularly when it came to retakes, but I mean, Fresh, do you think that this was just a breakdown on Secret's end, I guess, or do you think Heroic was just playing very well?
It definitely is a bit of both. I think when we look at map 1, I think it's really important that we split map 1 away from map 2. Map 1 on Clubhouse was basically Secrets to lose, and Heroic made some massive plays. I know June made a massive play, Noodle made a massive play, and Sloth made a massive play where they're pulling up 2, 3, 4 kills in a round to win the round. Heroic limped over the line in map 1. As soon as we get to map 2, then that's where Heroic had settled into it. They knew, boys were better than these, we can beat them. They played much more as a team. They converted those entry kills. They got the post plants, like you say, the retakes as well, Anne. And I think it was a much more complete performance from Heroic on map 2.
Okay, so Jack, I do want to pick your brain about Kendrew.
Yeah.
You said that this is a key player. He's very emotional. I feel like on map 1, in ways you could say he was riding a high. They lost, right? But they were going. Map 2, do you think that he just deteriorated maybe a little bit?
I think it's both. I mean, Kendrew, you know, we've seen Kendrew for the longest time. He was on M&M, Na'Vi. He was on Heroic. And now he's on Secret. And I think one thing that's always been leveled at Kendrew across his time as a player is that he can't operate in that middle ground. He's either really, really high, emotionally charged, or he's really, really low and potentially a detriment to his team. And I think we saw both out of him today. Obviously, it's been a long time since we've seen him internationally, and, you know, some of these players are brand new to International Siege. And I think that affected Secret too much today.
Okay. Anne, any standout players for you? We're working to get the MVP up, so I want to see who's running around in your head. You're like, okay, we'll give them an award.
In regards of people that I heard talking constantly, it has to be Sloth. He's really vocal in the game, giving call-outs, helping his team, really, you know, forcing them in the right direction. I've seen some really good performances from Noodle as well. On the other side, we did see previously in EUL some shakes coming from the newer players on the side of Secret. That seemed to be okay today. There were some gunfights on both sides that were missed a little bit, but yeah, for Heroic, definitely those two that I would mention.
Okay, well, I believe our MVP is Joom. Thoughts?
When I worked with June, because I was actually on a team with June back, the middle of last year, nothing phases that kid. It really doesn't. He is just.
He's doing a Vogue pose right now.
You'd almost be, you'd almost forgive him for being just absolutely oblivious to anything that goes on.
Aww.
He feels no pressure. He just plays his game. Doesn't matter who's in the server with him. Just plays his game, and he's an incredibly talented player.
Yeah, I think I saw this in an interview that they did with Mr. Officer, where he talked about Joom and said Joom is a old man captured in a young body, and he doesn't really get fazed by anything, like you mentioned, but he's also extremely motivated. And we did see that today. Huge performance by him, really getting in those kills where it was needed.
Okay, so how are we feeling about Heroic overall? I mean, not a terrible showing from them. How do you think their SI is going to shape up, Fresh?
I think when people saw the news that Oscar wasn't coming out and that Heroic were playing with a sub, that they thought, oh, Heroic would be potentially fifth in this group, me included.
Yeah.
But the fact that they went and took a map off DZ yesterday should have won it out in 2. And then today they've gone against Secret, who looked pretty good in LCQs, and took them in 2 maps as well, sitting on 5 points. You'd have to assume at this point Heroic are going to get out of groups into playoffs and can make actually a sustained challenge for the top 3 to get themselves into that upper bracket.
How are you feeling about Secret? Is this going to be a short trip to SI this year?
Well, we've seen teams yesterday where we had a lot of expectations from, and then they didn't really perform the way we were expecting them to do. This was obviously Secret's first game, right? They hadn't played yesterday. There is obviously still enough time to regain. This is a big loss, like you're not getting any points out of this, but there is time to regain, and I've got my fingers crossed that they will do that.
It's their first match, right? So, okay, we'll see. And it's SI. You never know, right? Okay, well, everyone watching at home, do not go anywhere. We have some more Siege action ahead, but we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. beats Dark Zero in 2, and what are you doing?
Just looking for the attacks for Dark Zero, Jackie. It seems like they've all disappeared. Couldn't find them at all on bank.
Jacob, are we gonna have to deal with this?
We're gonna have to deal with this.
My
new favorite toy.
I've been dealing with this for 2 years.
Okay, moving on. Thank you for that bit there, Jesse. But you know what? I want to put you in the hot seat first because you've been fired up about FaZe, and boy, did they deliver.
Yes.
2 mapper on Dark Zero, so.
It's what we wanted, right? We're starting to see this team
Jacob
starting to pop off.
He just gave you the eyebrow.
It's what some of us wanted. Honestly, I think even if you wanted DZ win, if you thought DZ was going to win, I think we at least wanted to see FaZe showing up in a better form than they did yesterday, because this was the FaZe that we wanted to see. Obviously, they had all of their players stepping up this time around. We see their stats on the screen right now. We're seeing everybody playing a part, and Vitaking particularly not popping off, not having the greatest of stats all around, but he doesn't need to. He's playing that support role this time.
This was such a big question mark. The fact that Heroic beat Dark Zero on border when it was their map pick yesterday, it was their map pick today, and that was a case where they said themselves it was a slow start. It happened again 2 days in a row. I looked at the border pick when the map bans came up and immediately was questioning the decision making, because surely there are other options on the table for Dark Zero to go to, but they know that FaZe Clan play border often enough. They know that they should be able to take them to that map and do something substantial. It was only good for 5 rounds, and I hate the fact that we're now looking at a DZ team and thinking 2 days in a row you've gone to the same map. Let's try to not do this again in the future, boys. Just take that off your plate for the rest of the group stage at least.
The defenses as well, right? I believe it was 2 defenses yesterday that they won out of 6, 2 defenses again today. They really can't seem to lock down this site or this map, and I get it. You know, it's attacker side of map, it's border. It's a tough site to hold sometimes. However, certainly Dark Zero struggling on that aspect in particular, ran it twice and didn't really manage to find those adaptations last night. So maybe put it on the back burner for now. We'll see what the rest of the tournament looks like.
Jacob, so you're basically insinuating that right now Dark Zero is dealing with a rocky start for SI. What do you think is cracking with them right now? Is this a mental game, mechanical, synergy-wise? Like, what do you want to see them improve upon?
I mean, it's just the way they're calling things. Troy even tweeted a couple minutes ago saying that this series was one of the worst he's called in a long time, and I think that definitely showed in the way that their attacks took a really long time to get going. They would either be too methodical and get to a point where they're executing in the last 10 seconds, a la old DZ syndrome from way back when, or cases where they're trying to move even too quickly and FaZe are reading them every step of the way. Map 2 was exactly the same thing. As the first time we see DZ attack, it's downstairs in lockers. They're trying to attack in one direction, then, 30 seconds left. Let's make an adaptation. Let's try a vault drop instead. FaZe go from one defense to another defense, lickety split without there being a delay. And it means that when Dark Zero try to go fast, they get hard countered. When they go slow, drone everything out, take control like you're supposed to, they get hard countered. It's that exact same philosophy. FaZe are reading into everything they're doing without having to really think about it too much. And no matter what map Dark Zero was going to pick in the beginning, it might have ended up being something similar to this. We didn't even have to talk that much about Vidiking and whether he was doing good or bad, because it was a matter of whether Dark Zero would show up, and in this game they simply didn't do that.
Okay, well, I do want to pull up the map 2 summary really quickly, and Jesse, FaZe undoubtedly dominant here. Yeah. So, we're kind of picking on Dark Zero a little bit here, but FaZe is performing well. They're playing good Siege, correct?
Absolutely. I think, you got to focus on those defenses, winning 4 in a row to end out this game, 5 if you include the last attack. I really do think FaZe are doing a great job of reading what Dark Zero were doing. Obviously, that adaptation on the first CCTV defense that they were able to pull off in the bottom floor, then even that one afterwards, the top floor roam from Souls and from Cyber and Astro, who were managed to do so well, holding down cafeteria and then on server stairs as well. Just really strong setups that Dark Zero were struggling to get into. And I even think on the defense, or on the attack, FaZe had a good idea of what was going on. They were catching the flanks. They were being able to, kind of position themselves in a good spots where it didn't feel like Dark Zero were aware of where they were going to come in for those fights. So the intel game, the awareness from FaZe Clan just seemed really strong all around.
There's something interesting that Demo brought up. One of those rounds, it was open area where Astro throws himself at a couple of guys who were dropping down stock hatch in map 2, and it gave me the idea that FaZe are a team comprised of guys more willing to throw their bodies at the problem to get aggro to a point of losing their life and really throw a risk play in the middle of things than Dark Zero are. And it feels like because they have really needed that style of play to get Brazil to a completely different plane over the past couple of years, that Dark Zero themselves aren't willing to take nearly as big of a chance if it means getting themselves a round win. And maybe that'll come with time. Maybe once they get Gavini to a point where that isn't like, well, there's way more synergy. You understand communications. You've got a Vulcan mind meld going on. Maybe you'll be more willing to try things like that. But FaZe are cool with taking risks and calling it normal play, whereas Dark Zero, I don't think, are at that stage.
Yeah, and that's why we saw, like, I think Vita King coming forward has been such a good move for them, because previously, whilst they still had everybody else who wanted to get aggressive, make some big plays, Cameraman was also doing a lot of that. But what we're seeing more with Vita King, especially through this game today, was he's playing a lot less of those aggressive roles, right? He was doing a really good job of setting his teammates up, holding down the fort on defense, right? Playing that hard breach on attack. Still was rocking some of that Ying play in the second map, but I don't know if it's working out for him still yet. We'll see. But all in all, I really think the roster move is kind of panning out the way they wanted it to finally.
You love Vita King.
I'm a fan.
Always talking about Vita King. But you know who else we need to speak about? Our MVP, Cyber. Jacob, talk to me about his performance.
Nah, it's not a surprise, man. Cyber, ever since the Sweden Major's been the one to watch on FaZe, and I'm loving how in moments like this, when he knows his team needs a bounce-back game after their loss to M80 just yesterday, though if he's able to lead the charge, everyone else on FaZe is simply going to follow through. If he's doing his job like this, then it means everyone else has enough space to perform their own duties. If it's Souls trying to clear anywhere, whether he's playing Habana or playing flank watch, if it's Vita King playing Finka or Ying or a hard breach, whatever it might be, Cyber is the guy who lights the torch, goes forth, and blazes a trail for everyone else to follow.
The difference is really seen on entry, right? That 5-1 opening pick stat is fantastic for Cyber. It's what he likes to do. It's what he likes to get done. And we saw that previously when they played yesterday against M80, we're really struggling to find those opening picks. I think against Dark Zero, it's a little bit easier to work that advantage in, because Dark Zero is historically not a great team when it comes to getting those entries. Skies yesterday, I think, was 1-6 on the support for their matches, which was the lowest of any player who still won their game. Even coming into this throughout the year, Dark Zero had a negative entry rating, which very few teams of this 6 Invitational have, because we're at the best of the best, right? We're at the highest level of competition. So Dark Zero, the entry picks have certainly been a problem for them, and I think that's something that Cyber and the rest of FaZe Clan really did exploit beautifully today.
A big message I'm getting here is some concern about Dark Zero. Jacob, let's talk about their future here at SI. Are you feeling confident about it? Are you like, it's too early, I don't even want to say anything? What are your thoughts?
I'd love to say it's too early, but we're halfway through their group stage already, and they only have 3 points to show for it. Sorry, they have 4 points to show for it. Sorry, no, they don't. Think about the amount of points that Dark Zero have, and it's not as many as they need to have through the first 2 games. That's more the point. You're looking at a team that came in with high expectations, figuring they'd be able to incorporate a new guy very early on. But the thing with DZ is historically, once they make a roster move, it takes a really long time for them to find a form or figure out exactly how to utilize them properly. That might still be the case here, and that's also the risk that you run with making a roster move in this transfer window right before the Invitational. So if FaZe Clan were 2 or 0-2 down, we'd be criticizing the move about Vita King a lot more, wondering if it was a little bit too premature. It's not to say that Dark Zero are going to be in a similar position, but now they're 1-1, so let's just understand the risk before going into things. And if for some reason Dark Zero don't move on here, I wouldn't call it really surprising, I guess.
I mean, I think we're a little early. It's 1-1. We still have plenty of games to go, and only 1 team goes home in groups. Right? 4 teams of the 5 are going to advance through some point, and they've still got to play Heroic. They've still got to play Secret. You know, I love the European region, I really do, but these are not the top European teams. I think Dark Zero should be fine. I still think that their roster pickup for Gaveni, I know I talk a lot about Vita King, but I really do think Gavin is a great pickup as well. I think he's going to be, you know, a good little entry for Dark Zero. And I'm willing to say that, yeah, today probably was more of a one-off than a consistent trend that we're expecting to see from Dark Zero. If the calling was off, as, you know, we've heard on social media, if there were some problems maybe mentally for the team, maybe they didn't put the war paint on right. I don't know what it was today. But I think we'll see Dark Zero bounce back before this tournament's over.
I'm sensing a pattern. Whenever Jacob says something, Jesse just disagrees.
That's
factual.
Not always true.
I totally get
always
Actually,
true.
you know what I was going to say? I do think that we can say right now FaZe is in great shape, and I think you could both agree with that, correct?
Yeah.
Or are you going to disagree?
I'm still not really convinced after that M80 game specifically.
Just disagreeing because
no, it might be a case where FaZe having a good game against DZ is a nice way to propel themselves towards something bigger, but they still had a pretty hard loss against M80 yesterday, and the only map that they won was overtime match points. So if we're calling like a grand scheme thing for Dark Zero, we can do the same thing for FaZe Clan. They're not quite there yet. They're not there yet. You can't say that they are. M80 had a fantastic game against them yesterday, and there were more reasons to discredit the way that FaZe Clan were playing than to praise the things that M80 were doing. That's the road that we're on right now.
Okay, I'm going to break these two up. But all of you watching at home, don't go anywhere. We got some more matches ahead. So just a quick tiny break and we're gonna be back in a flash. So stick around. Stop fighting. Stop.
The Six Invitational has always been about the holy trinity of what makes Siege a unique game. It's about three pillars, right? It's always been about a celebration of the community, a celebration of the development team, and a celebration of competition because, well, we receive the best teams in the world and we crown the world champion.
Watching major competitions and seeing anything that happens is pretty exciting. The SI has a special place in our hearts. We get to see our work on the big screen. We get to feel the excitement of the community, and we also get to reconnect with our colleagues all around the world.
We get to see the people that actually enjoy it, play it, and actually bond with them.
The 6i is always like just an amazing gathering of people.
Je crois que pour nous, en fait, c'est un événement qui donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, aux gens chez Ubisoft, à l'équipe de développement.
On partage un moment en commun, ensemble. Et c'est vraiment, je pense, cette espèce de réunion de famille où il y a les devs, les pros et la communauté.
The Six Invitational for us is always the highlight of the year. It is the biggest celebration of the game and also the pinnacle of competition for our players.
As the event progresses, you get a bigger and bigger sense of communion. Like everybody really comes together. So in the dev corner and for a lot of devs, when I had a chance to kind of sit down and talk to them, people were just really excited in that moment. It's like you get to live the best version of the game you work on. You get to see community and fans be super excited for the things you're working on.
For us, it's like the end time of the year. Like we're always running, so it's the one time that we have to stop and enjoy and celebrate. So it's pretty cool.
This is a really humbling moment for us as developers too. We get to see some of the most talented players come together and do things we never thought possible in the game.
We always build it in a way, but you always see it played differently. So this is a great opportunity for all of us.
To see how far it can go and how far we can push the limits of Siege.
And so to have that at the Six Invitational is huge and what makes everybody want to watch it.
It's like the culmination of all we've worked for. So seeing the best players in our maps, it's just such an enjoyable moment. It's very exciting to see.
For us being there, it's pretty insane, and the vibe that we get from this event every year makes us want to do more and better the following year.
The Invitationals has always been a time where we work really hard to put together our game plan, where we can share the roadmap for the next coming year, but also internally, we're talking about the next couple of years. It's our moment where we can actually have a conversation with the community, and it's also a promise to ourselves what we want to do in the coming year and how that's going to look. For us, making sure that the Six Invitational can deliver these things to all of our players, but also for us as well, is extremely important. And in these trying times, it's just as much important to celebrate our victories and realize how far we've come after these 7 years of development.
Six Invitational, 6 years. So what a match over there, of course.
Welcome back to the Sixth Invitational, and we are moving into Group C now. Woohoo! Triple J is here. Okay, enthusiasm.
I'm excited, Jackie.
Isn't Triple J an Australian radio station?
What?
I think it is. I'm pretty sure Dev can back me up on this if he's watching.
Okay, someone in Twitch chat figure that out and let us know. I definitely don't know.
I cannot confirm or deny.
I love how my intros with you two, I just never know what's going to happen. You had a telescope, you're talking about a radio station, but you know what we're going to talk about now? The face-off at hand. I don't know about y'all, but I am particularly excited about this one. BDS versus OXG.
I like this because the last time we saw BDS and Oxygen face off, Quarterfinals of the Charlotte Major, 2-0 for OXG. Both of them were overtime maps in a bona fide upset that knocked BDS out of the tournament when they were one of the favorites. Back when Rafal was still on the team, back when they thought they were about to take the world by storm after a really, really good stage 1 in the EUL, it wasn't to be. OXG would not go very far in that tournament. They would lose their next game to Astralis in pretty heartbreaking fashion. But now what we're seeing is a rematch. BDS are going to want revenge, and OXG are going to want to prove that BDS losing to CAG yesterday is a really bad sign of things to come for the French.
BDS, obviously a team that everybody was kind of expecting to do really well this tournament. Most of us analysts have them winning the entire thing. I think I still do, despite the fact that they did lose yesterday. It was a tough game against CYCLOPS. It was one that I think kind of caught them off guard. CAG, first match of the tournament, is always going to be a little bit of an interesting one. But at least they kind of bounce back, right? They have that opportunity now against Auctions, another tough opponent.
Okay.
But I still do have a lot of faith in BDS. They've been through a lot as a team, and it does feel like they're finally at their peaks. But this will be another good test for them against maybe a team that has a little bit more of a traditional playstyle.
I was going to ask you if you thought this was a fluke or setting a precedent, so you're still fully confident in them.
Yeah.
I feel like this would make me really shaky for them and nervous.
I think like you go back and you look at the stats, right? 35% yesterday on attack, 29% conversion rate, meaning that they were getting a good amount of opening picks. They just couldn't turn those opening picks into wins, particularly when they're on that attacking side. And so I think you take a team like CAG, and they're a team who are going to, on defense, challenge you a lot. They're going to swing you a lot. They're going to kind of claw back those man disadvantages. I think it makes sense that BDS maybe struggled against that. Maybe didn't expect it for the very first day. So we'll see.
Okay, I just saw Jacob doing the Jacob look, and he was going, yeah, the infamous Jacob.
Yeah,
I can't do it. Go show Jacob. It's like this. Is that good, Jacob?
It's with the eyebrow raise, too.
Oh, it's the eyebrow raise. I messed it up. So I was just like, I know that Jacob wants to pipe in here about that initial loss for BDS. I feel like maybe you have a different opinion?
It's mostly just thinking about the doomsday scenario.
Yeah.
Because if CAG were the team that everyone was going to farm points from because they have a rookie, it's a CYCLOPS team that literally never made it out of playoffs or into playoffs at any international event they've been to. They just took down everyone's favorite. And how much further can this ship sink for a BDS squad that was meant to be favorites? That's just what goes through my head, especially as someone like me who was turned into a BDS fan off a meme from 3 years ago, now seeing how far they've already risen to the top and how quickly it all could come crashing down. Something about teams winning a major and then 3 months later, all of a sudden not coming back in the exact same form that we thought. That same trend is continuing, and we don't want to see BDS slip even further than this. The CAG game needs to be the low point. Any lower, and they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if BDS, if they were the type of team who lets one loss get to them and throws them off tilt for the entirety of the tournament, I don't know if they would have won back-to-back international tournaments. And sure, the first couple maybe weren't the highest of level. However, they won the major, right? They are going to be the favorites coming to this still, and they went through a lot to get to that point. I don't think BDS are a perfect team, right? I think this is a team that does struggle. They've struggled when they won Young Shipping. They struggled when they won the Japan Invitational. They've had their faults absolutely in every one of those tournaments. However, they've always been able to bounce back. And so I'm not super worried about BDS. Shaiko still had a fantastic day yesterday, right? They still had some great players, some great moments. So yeah, I'm not too worried. If things get bad today, as you said, Jacob, then we're panicking, then we're scared, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse's making valid points. BDS may be a little bit off kilter, but Jacob, they're still a fierce opponent. I do wonder how OXG is thinking about all this. Like, what are they planning?
OXG are heads held very high right now. I caught them in the elevator last night, and I specifically asked Redeemer, who I've had a couple disagreements with in the past. I asked him, do you want me to say anything, or is there anything that you're thinking about for tomorrow in order to set the record straight? Now is your opportunity. He looked me dead in the eyes and said, don't say anything. All we want to do is prove it because we know they're weak. And that's a really big problem.
That just gave me chills.
Especially considering OXG's win against Astralis yesterday. Looked pretty impressive and is also on track for the way that they were preparing from the end of stage 3 last year onto this event. It's on the right track, and it seems like if that momentum can keep it going into a BDS win, OXG are probably an underdog not that many people saw coming, and that's what's feeding them a lot of this energy right now.
Okay, Jesse, I just want to give you credit because you were hyping up Newers. And me? Yes, it was you.
Me, Jackie?
And Newers certainly popped off our day 1 MVP. So
love this kid. He's popped off all throughout the NAL. It's been his standout year, of course, rookie year coming
Wait a
through.
second. We're comparing him to Shaiko?
We absolutely are. And take a look at those stats. He's beaten Shaiko, or at least very close in the majority of them. He had a fantastic day yesterday. These are the previous day's stats, of course. They did play slightly different games. Shaiko, of course, playing against CYCLOPS, Newers against Astralis, but they both had really strong performances. And Shaiko, many people would tell you right now, is the best player in the world. And I wouldn't disagree with that. But Newers is absolutely making his case. And by the end of this tournament, who knows what we'll be saying, right? So yesterday was a great showing from Newers. I also wanted to take a look at some of their previous stats throughout the year that they've had, because again, these are two players that have been dominant across multiple tournaments, across multiple international events where they had to face the best teams of the world. We'll get those stats up in a minute. I really do think that Newers is a standout player who can come in, especially when it matters, right? He's that type of player who can make those huge plays. We saw him on border yesterday. We, of course, saw that ace back on bank. I think he started a little bit slow on the entry because he is that entry player. It's always going to be his role. However, he turned it up by the end of it. He was 8-3 entry yesterday. Started off, I think, with one opening engagement on map number 1. For him to step that back up, for him to kind of reclaim that throne was really, really impressive. And here we go, the stats. LAN year 7, all previous international competitions from this season.
That's honestly pretty impressive.
That is impressive.
Mostly considering that Shaiko was never the kind of entry to sink to the low of crutching Finka when a lot of other people did. And I'm not saying that everyone who played Finka was crutching it, but when you have someone that potent for the first half of last year, you're going to be using her as often as possible. And Newers was doing that, then kept things consistent in Stage 3 when that nerf came in, was still playing the exact same way. And in spite of not going to Yongshiping, when they were figuring all of those issues out and trying to figure out what to do with Sweater and Vertical, he was there locking down Yana, locking down frag operators, ensuring that he was always the difference maker, and he was never, for any particular reason, the problem. I still think it's crazy that we're comparing him to Shaiko in a moment like this. It's absolutely warranted given his previous performance, and he also knows how good he is. He's not like in his own head about his own performance thinking that it's better than it actually is. He's definitely in the right mindset. He's got the confidence to carry himself through things, which is a cold contrast to Shaiko's own calculating method of playing Siege, monitored directly in front of his face, always playing to win every single gunfight in spite of how much HP he loses. It's a dramatic comparison, but it's absolutely worth it given how we've seen Newers play.
Okay, I really like that side-by-side of Shaiko and Newers. Newers seemed like ready to go and excited, and Shaiko was like dialed in, right? But we do have our map ban info up, so Jesse, tell me what you're thinking.
Well, we're going to start back on bank, and this is the map pick for BDS. They were undefeated through 4 games in Stage 3. Now, they did lose its Liquid in the Yongshiping finals, however, still a very good win rate, 80% in Stage 3, 67 throughout the year. It's a very strong map for BDS. Oxygen then pick another good map for themselves. We go to Border for them. They lost it to PV back in Stage 3, then again to Astralis here in Montreal, but they did force it into overtime. So although it's one that they've had their struggles on, I still think it's one that they can perform.
Best of 3 that they played in Charlotte was both Skyscraper and Oregon, and we're seeing a completely different cadre of maps.
Yeah, those are gone immediately.
Yeah, because neither one of them were going to be options for BDS realistically. Again, that previous series they played was 2 maps in overtime, and OXG pulled off the upset win when it was only that, like, few rounds you need an OT to take home the victory. But if we need a decider in Charlotte, it was supposed to be Club. Here, it's also supposed to be Club. So we'll finally get to see that one map that didn't happen from 9 months ago if this requires all 3.
And Clubhouse against BDS, my God. There are 13 wins on the year for that map. That is a scary one for Oxygen.
I'm getting a little nostalgic right now, okay?
Why?
Because we're kind of throwing it back to NAL circa 2021 with my NA analyst desk. Yeah, and I'm going to be tossing a Blue and Stokes. So take it away. I'm just getting a little watery-eyed. Oh, my NAs. But also, we have the Stream B pre-show, so make sure you stick around for that as well. All right. ready for a Group C matchup. It's Los One's first matchup, and CYCLOPS coming off a pretty big win. So I am certainly excited about this one. How you feeling, Ann? How you feeling, Fresh? I mean, I think this could be a good one for sure.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an explosive one. There's two teams with certainly unknown quantities coming into the Invitational. Two teams that may be getting written off by, you know, fans, experts, teams, players alike, that are out to prove something.
And?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. We've seen CYCLOPS, for example, play in APAC, and they're a team that can play all over the place. They can roam with 5 men. They can sit on site with 5 men. So this is going to be a matchup full of surprises for sure.
Okay, well, we're about to dive in deep. But first, let's introduce you to Los One. Take a look. Looking confident in that team video there, but Fresh, Los One has dealt with some serious loss, losing Lagonis, and that undoubtedly is hard to adjust to. So how are you feeling about that?
I think if you look at this project and you look at it, you know, since this was Team 1, even go further back, go back to when Alamo was on this roster, further back, they've had to split new teams. Lagonis was building a whole new team with a bunch of young fraggers coming out from the, you know, the second tier of Brazilian Siege. And then they lost that star player in Lagonis over to Liquid. And you're kind of thinking, right, we might not see these guys. They might need a bit of experience. But no, here they are, winning the quals at 6 Invitational. And, you know, that's testament to them because they beat out some good teams to even get to this point.
Yeah, and Ann, I mean, they finished dead last at the last SI. Kind of hurts to say, to be honest. But this is a completely new roster. We're going to be positive, right? How do you think SI is going to shape up for them? What do you think that they're anticipating here?
Well, obviously, if you look at their year's progress, right, they got 3rd in the first stage of Brasileirão. Sorry, I am completely butchering up that word there. Then they got 2nd in Group A, and then they lost to Dark Zero in the quarterfinal. So that still makes them 5th to 8th of that tournament. That's pretty good. But after that, their year kind of fell into a slump with the loss of Lagonis. But they do have 2 additions to the roster that will really help them out, in my opinion. We have to look into the direction of Maya and the direction of Lobin. Both of those together got 65 out of 102 kills in that series of the grand finals.
Okay, well, we picked your brains about Los One, but let's see how Los One is feeling and take a look at this interview. Roll the tape.
My name is Julio Gabriel, Lobin on Game Tag. I'm playing for Los One. I'm a fragger. I'm in Group C with CYCLOPS, BDS, Astralis, and Oxygen. I think it's a pretty cool group. I only feel that BDS is a problem. The other 3 trash teams. We've been training a lot. We took our time off to the trash can, so we can train more. And it's been like 3 months of all training. Then we got the qualifiers, so we've been preparing a lot for this tournament. We're pretty confident. So our expectation for SI is pretty high. I know people don't really know us a lot, especially outside of Brazil, but we are pretty confident we're going to be going really far in the playoffs. So I'm looking forward to play BDS because they have Shaiko, the guy I've been looking up to for a long time. So it's going to be a very good match to be. So I'm actually my opponents. They're probably pretty bad. You're going to know me and Maya in the worst way ever, and you're going to beat the shit out of you guys. That's it.
Loving the confidence and enthusiasm that we're seeing from these teams, but I want to zero in on CYCLOPS. Fresh.
Yeah.
A lot of buzz around CYCLOPS right now, like without a doubt. I really don't know how many brackets put CYCLOPS beating BDS. They got to be riding that high right now.
They absolutely have to be, and it's to an extent, it's not even really a surprise that CYCLOPS are the team that's caused the biggest of the tournament.
Right.
Because that's what CYCLOPS do. They are so beautiful to watch, but at the same time so frustrating, and that's genuinely the life of being a CYCLOPS fan. Is you know they've got this quality, they've gone and beat the major champions on 2 of the major champions' favourite maps. And it's about backing off CYCLOPS. So it's not about the upset, it's about how they deal with after the upset, which is this fixture right now for me.
And Do you think maybe they're burning too hot too fast? I mean, you know, sometimes you want to save that energy. Like, this is a long tournament. Could that impact them, or what do you think?
Well, if you have these 4 games in the group phase and you're giving your 100% in those games, you also have stage 2 and stage 3 potentially if you make it after that as well. You need to have stamina, you need to have, or like it's multiple best of 3s and eventually a best of 5 as well. You need to make sure you pace that energy, otherwise you're going to be burned out by the end of stage 1.
For sure. A little worried about them there, but it's still pretty cool that they beat BDS. But I'm a fan of BDS too. I'm neutral. I'm Switzerland over here. Moving on. Fresh, I do want to pick your brain about their chaotic play style, right? When they're going into this matchup, do you think they're going to be more structured? Do you think that they have a plan, or are they just going to do a CAG style?
I think it's CAG style. It's CAG style through and through, and I think that's the one thing that epitomizes this roster. It's genuinely, I think I'm kind of preface this, is that one time you'll see them do a very, very default take, a European style take. Then you'll see them do something absolutely crazy, a rush, something that nobody's ever thought of. Then you'll see a shield crutch play. And CAG have this really big range of how they want to play the game and how they can see the game. And that's one of the things that makes them dangerous. And I don't think they put too much respect on any opponent. They just focus on themselves.
Well, yeah, they have this really big range of how they can play, but their coach Fuji also mentioned that he gets the CAG players to not only practice with an awareness of Japan and Asia, but also the entire world, and they have been reworking some of their strategies.
All right, well, the map bans are up, and what are our initial thoughts here, Fresh?
So, a curious one for me is Lost One, when they played through the qualifiers, Villa and Oregon they loved. I don't think they conceded over 3 rounds when they played either of those maps. Very surprising not to see Lost One pick Oregon. Instead, they've picked Theme Park, which is a very weak map for Cyclops. So they're looking to try and play their opponent's weak maps rather than their strong maps. Cyclops in turn are kind of doing the same, picking one of their strong maps. And, you know, Cafe is a reasonably high preference for Lost One, but it's a low win rate.
Yeah, they have played a game against FaZe in the Brasileirão Stage 3. They lost at 3-7. And then if you look at the decider border, that is a big surprise that is coming through. Cyclops actually beat BDS on that map yesterday. So that could be a really good prospect for any Cyclops fans.
And they didn't just beat BDS on Border. Border is one of BDS's favourite maps by far. Cyclops put in one hell of a performance there. I would go as far as saying, should we get to map 3, you really would have to.
What the faces right now.
You really would have to favour Cyclops if we get to Border.
Okay, it's kind of interesting watching the play area right now. We're taking a live look, and Cyclops just smiles and making faces. You know, sometimes going into a match like that is the best mindset to have.
I think so, and I think actually one thing that we've not yet covered is the impact that Arkuli's having on this roster. If you looked at the interview that he did that was shown yesterday when Cyclops played, he's very confident. And I've said if he can have the leak effect to Cyclops, then they will go far in this tournament.
Oh man, well let's see how it plays out. Our teams are ready to go, so let's toss it to our casters, Dez and Ace. I have not seen their outfits today, but I'm sure they're stunning. Take it away.
She's going to be so disappointed in us. I've got a grey jumper on, Jackie. I'm so sorry. I've gone for like an orange long sleeve. The most exotic thing about it is a rolled up sleeve.
We've got to save the big stuff for later in the event.
The big stuff is coming. That all comes out next week. This week it's all about casual time. That's what we're going for. But this game is anything but casual. It is the Lost One of the day. Lost One coming up against CAG. I had to get in there, or you were going to take it away from me, Tim. I'm sorry.
Been waiting so long.
So long, so stolen. I personally am really excited about this because Lost One were actually one of the first teams that I sat down when I was doing prep for this competition and really tried to dig into and go, okay then, what have these guys been up to? What are they all about? And I think you heard a lot of the smack talk coming out of Lobbin and saying, look, me and Maya, we're going to slam you about. Those two were unbelievable during the qualifiers to get their way here. They've gone past big teams like Furia, NIP, and got themselves a deserved spot. There'll always be questions about them until they prove themselves that, hey, you made it through the qualifier. You weren't one of the top teams, but they did keep them finishing in those top sort of 5, top 6 positions. They've always been close. I'm really excited to see what their performance looks like. And I think Cyclops are the most unwelcoming team that anyone can hope to play here. We hear time and time again at every single LAN we come to that no one wants to play against Cyclops because you just do not know what to expect. So if Lost One can get a grasp on this game, can really drive it through to a comfortable victory, it'll be a fantastic sign for what's to come in future days.
As the textbook Anaton target ban.
Oh, yeah.
Monty taken straight off the board by Lost One. CYCLOPS awfully famous for playing that up with terrifying impact.
Well, really ironically, so Lost One, for those who don't know, the name does kind of give it away. They are a combination. They used to be Team One. Team One were acquired by an organization called Los Grandes, a really big esports org in LATAM, which is really exciting for the players to be part of such a massive club, I guess, coming out of LATAM. Going all the way back to the Mexico Major in 2021, Tim, when we think about it, we and you remember that game. Anaton drop-shotting Alamau and the rest of the team. It was unbelievable. So Monty clearly still got some scars being left on this team from that game all that time ago. Different players, but the org never forgets. We're in the theme park, though, Tim, a map that you and I have now seen a couple of times over the last couple of days, and I'm really excited to see how it shakes up, not just for Lost One, but also for CYCLOPS, who start on the defense.
It's going to be a big game, that much is for sure. It's always fireworks when these two orgs meet. Like you say, you know, the players, the teams may change, but you still get those themes running throughout. There is an interesting one. They've played 4 times between these two organisations, and it's 2 apiece at the moment. So whoever comes away from this will take an advantage in those stakes as well. But as you say, for Lost One, there have been changes. You know, the team that we've got today is completely different to the one that won the Mexico Major 7 or so months, no, longer than that, wasn't it, ago. And much longer than that, but you know, the roster was switched out, and then Lagonis stuck around and brought the majority of these guys on, and then Lagonis moved on, and so it's all changed. But they are just as exciting, that much is for sure. We're into round 1, action phase. It's going to be a top floor defense.
Yes.
And what a shock!
Yes.
We've got a CYCLOPS player stood at a window, out he goes, but Lost One having absolutely none of it, Des. Rise and shine. He's going to take him down more than ready. They've done their homework, and CYCLOPS, I'm going to say it now, need to take note of that quickly.
So if you're, I guess a team that someone hasn't really seen CYCLOPS before, or you're a new spectator to them, you are in for a wild ride. Jump outs and craziness is their go-to game plan. They're a real great team to watch as a neutral because they upset the norm that you'll see every other team doing. They're just very different to everyone else. Now, clearly Lost One have got some answers for them. They know what to expect, having seen them compete at a good few majors now leading into this, but we'll see as to whether or not that can change as the games go by. One little stat to throw at you as well, Tim. Maya and Lobin got 65 of the team's 102 kills versus Furia in the finals to make it here as well. So I know Lobin's a bit of an unknown name. He's only been on the team for about 4 months or so. He had some choice words that he was saying. He was like, if I make it to SI, the gringos are... there's a word there that I'm not going to insert, but he is very confident about their ability to come here and deliver. Of course, replacing Lagonis, big shoes to step into as well. And Phil, but so far, seems to be doing a wonderful job.
Going to have a challenge coming any second for Blackray. He knows, he saw the back end of Dash. Is he going to be able to get there quick enough? No, Dash has managed to escape. He's going to continue moving, but no, catches him as he comes around the corner, finds that kill. Lobin, however, with one of his own onto Suzushi, and that leaves us now in a 4 versus 3. Lobin just going to hold that angle for the time being out towards, but they've been able, Blackray, to find his way back into sight up those stairs, and he in turn is on the sort of counter watch now, waiting for Lobin to step out.
Oopsie daisy, got the side angle coming in there from inside of office that they weren't quite aware of. Arcoli stepping across looking for a second, but not to be found. Either way, Anaton balancing the books. We're into a 2 versus 2 with 40 seconds still to play. It feels like there's more bloodshed to come to. This one I don't see going down to the wire. I think it's going to come down to a couple of gunfights in the next 20.
Lost One don't have the diffuser in hand at the minute, so that's one factor that they need to consider. They're going to have to go in there and get kills. Oh, no, they do. Raz has managed to collect it, so that gives them options at least. 25 seconds and into sight they go. Looks like Raz is going to have an opportunity to potentially put this down on the ground. The Echo drone is being relocated. Arcoli manages to find Maya. We find ourselves now in a 1 versus 1 as Raz gets the trade. 12 seconds left to go. He can try for the plant, and Anaton can continue to deny for the time being with the Yokai. There's going to come a point where the diffuser has to go down, but Raz is likely to be tracked down and challenged by the Echo now. And comes off. The movement was enough to do it.
I don't know there if that's a little bit of panic or just hoping that he would catch someone, knowing he was pretty much screwed, but really good composure being shown at the very end there with the Echo as well, not looking to try and go for the firefight, just playing in behind those drones in the shield, doing a lot of work for them as well. Quite a scrappy round in the early round too. We saw the little jump out coming in, really coming down to a 2v2 and the execute actually happened, just goes to show how much was happening off the site itself, but CYCLOPS still the ones to pull ahead in round 1.
We're going to continue on then into round...
Lost 1 round so far, Tim.
Give it... I can't take this. It's going to be initiation and office to follow up. So we're going to stick to the top floor defense. CYCLOPS, not too much of a surprise. It's pretty much a mirror effort. You can get attacks coming in from either side, so they're still going to pay attention out towards Cafe. That was where Lost One pushed in from last time. It may be this time that they push in from the east side, try to get control of cash, work through, open the wall into initiation potentially. There is, of course, the option of getting established inside of break room and into bunk and getting into the site from that side as well. So plenty of options here for Lost One on the attack, and let's be honest, they weren't a million miles away last time around. I think they're going to be fairly hopeful, but I don't think we're going to see CYCLOPS going for a jump out and giving them a man advantage so easily this time.
A little more composed. And to be fair, one player we haven't really touched on here is the man that you can see on your screen right now, Arcully. You know, CYCLOPS are a team that have had a very similar roster for the longest time. Gadarada being the player they used to have. Many may remember him from previous events. Arcully has come in as a new 18-year-old gunner from a T2 team called Crest over in Japan. So quite excited to see what his impact is as well. I do like it when teams sort of go, look, we've tried this for a good while now. We can see where the limits are. We need something a little bit fresh in the team, and they have made a change like this. So for CYCLOPS, Arcully could be a big difference maker, not just in this series, but throughout the whole competition. And to be fair to them as well, Tim, this is the first time they've ever qualified directly to SI without needing to win a qualifier. So things are on the up for CYCLOPS. It is a slow climb, but hopefully they'll get there.
It's been a slow climb with a couple of dips through the year. It hasn't been all sort of smooth sailing for them, but as you say, they certainly are establishing themselves more and more, and hopefully it continues. It's a team that I enjoy watching, always very entertaining. Now that the drones are still raining around the map for the time being. 6 left alive for Lost One. Not too bad at this stage, nearly halfway through, so they should have plenty of information coming in. It looks like they're going to be mounting up for more of an east-sided push. We've only got one over on the west side there. It's going to be Maya on the Flores that's potentially going to be pushing in from there, but looking to get themselves established on the office and control side of things, but not really getting too much into the map yet, Lost One.
Not yet, no. I feel maybe they feel they know what needs to be done once they're actually inside, so haven't got to really rush their way through. But there's also that fear of the roam game coming out of CYCLOPS. We know that they love getting aggressive on maps, no matter how small or how large they are. But as you just hear lob in one of those Candelas and try and get things moving. It's Maya to strike first, though, bringing down Black Ray. Instantly responded to, though, by Suzushi and Ayagator to bring down Dash as well. Good start for CYCLOPS.
Beautiful from Ayagator there, just very aware of his surroundings, and the man coming from the bottom of yellow stairs. Raz does pick up Suzuki, and that leaves us now in a 3v3. Interesting.
He's got away with that.
Interesting play from the Azami there. 3 versus 3, 45 seconds left to go. And as I said, Lost One, they just don't really have too much of an identity to this attack. If you were to ask me, you know, where are they going to execute? Where are they going to plant at the minute? I'd struggle to tell you where that choice is going to come. Arcully manages to find dots, and that leaves us now in a 3v2. CYCLOPS with 30 seconds left to go. They can hold on. They can just start holding angles here, and Lost One are going to be stuck with pushing from the side that they're on, which is from the Cafe side. They're not going to have any breach opportunity. There's a direct trade, leaving us now 1 versus 2, and it is over as Anaton finds that final kill. Well played from CYCLOPS. They really shut down anything that Lost One tried to do there. They couldn't get themselves really active from any side.
Part of me's a little bit... I don't know, I'm kind of worried already for Lost One. I know we're only 2 rounds in and it's super early and it feels easy to say, of course, they lost 2 rounds and now you're worried. No, it's more the fact that it's their map pick, and the way they're approaching these rounds feels a little bit unconfident, a little bit slow, like it's lacking any real pace. Again, remember, this is their map pick. They've come into both rounds so far, dealing with, admittedly, a team that are really hard to control. We've already said the aggression that comes out of CYCLOPS can be an absolute nuisance. Round 1, they dealt with that aggression. Round 2, that aggression wasn't really there. But they've sort of left it all to the very last second. They've come up against utility that hasn't been cleared away, whether it's keeper barriers, whether it's shields, it doesn't matter. But right now we're lacking pace on the side of Lost One. And it could just be first game jitters. Again, this is their first time playing. CYCLOPS did play yesterday. Maybe they've got a bit of warming into it to do, but I'd like to see them get a couple of rounds on the board here on the attack. And if it doesn't happen here on what's considered very clearly to be CYCLOPS' offsite, I do start wondering where those wins are going to come from, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And the thing is, if Armory Throne is your offsite, that is a little bit of a problem for the attackers. You know, we know that it's often favoured as a primary site. It's certainly not a bad one to defend. There's not a lot of verticality above it. You have to be getting your breaches off because otherwise you're working through single doors. So that's something that we've seen Lost One struggle with in the first couple of rounds, is getting that access to site. Now, it looks like we might have a bit of spicy action from Ayagator on this door out onto the balcony. Maya seems to be aware of it, but Lost One, they've got the entry kill both rounds so far. It hasn't paid dividends for them, but I dare say they really don't want to be taking the entry death. If they can't get the win with the opening kill, it ain't going to go any better with the opening death.
Absolutely not. I love as well how Anaton's doing the sort of thing that we'd see Deepek doing and making really good, I don't want to say aggressive, but really good mobile use of those yokai drones to collect information around the map, understand, okay, where is this push coming from? Are they coming barrel side? Are they going maintenance side? Are they going in top floor control instead? It just feeds the roamers that little bit of information. So players like Ayagator that have been waiting in cache, hoping to try and find a spawn peak, for example, know where to direct themselves next. And sure enough, you can also see a similar story coming out of Black Ray on the Legion.
Once again, Lost One not really inside of the map, coming towards the halfway mark. I'd like to see them a little bit quicker through these first halves. We've got one now established inside of Cafe. It's going to be Lobin that's managed to get himself inside there. Going to trigger that goo man, have no choice but to take it out of his leg. But again, it's just feeding that information into CYCLOPS as to exactly where this push is coming from. Not sure if that was a yokai drone that was just taken down by the IQ. Looks like it probably was, as he's stunned out at the moment. But as we pass that 1:30 mark again, I'm just a little bit concerned about Lost One's lack of progress at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're chasing down a couple of like yokais at the minute that seems to be having them chasing shadows, and Ayagator's going to find himself a freebie as well, not dealt with at all around cache, and finally Lost One will bring him down. But the fact that you've had someone running around there for 2 minutes, really uncontested for the vast majority of it, again, plays into what I was saying earlier. Lost One not with a lot of pressure so far on Theme Park.
No real hard breach option. They've got Ying with the hard breach gadgets and Dash with the hard breach gadgets, but I'm just concerned about those. I say no real sort of direct option because you're very limited with the scope of those openings. You know, if you're going to try to push into sight, normally I'd say absolutely fine, open up some lines of sight, not a problem. But for an actual ingress into sight, then, you know, they're not always the best. You've got to go through that animation of jumping through them, and it could be risky when you're coming down to the last 30 seconds.
You got our collie still as well, sat hanging around yellow here, just waiting for someone else to push down the wrong way and get himself in trouble. Dots is going to... timing is horrific, but Suzu Shi deletes two members off the other side. Suddenly, though, it's down to a 2v1 as both Rise and Dash get themselves back on the scoreboard. Anaton left alone is one of the players that you would want in this kind of situation. Dodges away from the frags, he's a player, but he's sprinting forwards. Rise gets the closeout, and Lost One are on the board.
I'm not sure, Anaton there, I don't want to be too critical, but you're inside in a 1v2, you know he's coming through the door, sprinting at the door and not being able to ADS might not be the best player in that situation. I'm certain that Anaton, you know, knows what he's doing, certainly better than I do, but yeah, gives himself away a little bit there. Not really ready for the fight. It was interesting to see Lost One able to still make that work really without the hard breach happening. As I said, they did have the hard breach secondary utility with them, but the square that gets opened up is pretty small. It's similar to 4 Hibana pellets, so it just leaves them limited. So they were pushing through those single doors. They've got away with it. They managed to brute force their way in, but maybe not something that they can rely on every single time. This time Rise is going to be bringing along the ace, so that'll give them the Selma charges at least. But back up to the top floor we go. CYCLOPS, I think, will be pretty happy with that first rotation. There's, you know, 3 defenses, 2 wins. They obviously, you know, don't favour Armory Throne for whatever reason, and they've come away with 1 loss. They'll rinse and repeat. They'll be happy with a 4-2 half if they can get it done.
I do want to see in the second quarter of the game, though, more aggression coming out of Lost One. I know I've commented on it a few times now as well, but even in that last round, yes, they won, but it did come down to a couple of favourable 2Ks going their way. You know, I want to see them getting a bit more aggressive onto these members of CYCLOPS that clearly are having a field day roaming out in the map right now. I commented on our Cully with about 40 seconds to go, was still sat around lab storage, hovering around yellow stairs, for example, very much uncontested. So without taking control of these key areas of the map, I'm just worried they'll keep on getting tripped up. We'll still see, though, how it goes here in round 4. It's BlackRay holding nice and close, hoping again that someone jumps in this window completely unchecked. But Lost One, you're hoping, have got that composure to deal with it. We did comment before the game got underway. Ultimately, CYCLOPS are a rough team to come up against for your first one. On a map like Theme Park, with how big it is, even rougher.
No real progress towards site last time around from Lost One. They weren't in a position. It ended up in that 1v1. You know, it was very much trying to throw the diffuser down because the time was running out. I'd like to see them gain a bit more control over Bunker or Daycare, over one of those sites, you know, and have an opportunity for a proper execute this time, rather than, you know, a situation of maybe just having to throw the diffuser down to stop the clock running. It was about 15-20 seconds remaining last time that Rise was trying. So hopefully this time around Lost One can get themselves in, established a little bit earlier. I've picked up on it a few times, a little bit concerned about the speed that they're playing with in the first half of the rounds particularly. We're at the halfway mark again, Des. We're not inside the map again, Des.
Sayano, can we take a quick look at where the Kite Electro Claws are? I believe there's one on the top yellow and also one somewhere else that I haven't yet seen. I know we've had Bandit down, for example.
On Break Room Wall.
Is it on Break Room Wall?
Oh, no, they're Bandit batteries.
Yeah, so where's the Kite Electro Claw? 'Cause it's not in back pocket, it's somewhere. Maybe it's on a hatch? Oh, it looks like it's on the hatch, I think, by the looks of it. Not quite sure. Either way, I was curious where it was because they've gone for this double electrification stack up here, so really going hard for a denial game rather than worrying about being too aggressive out on the roam. So for Lost One, really, they've got a lot of space and time to work with, and with that time and space, they are working a bit of magic. They found themselves 2 kills, making it a 3rd as well. Dots finding himself another, and this is finally starting to look good for Lost One as they are rolling over the Japanese side. BlackRay, the last one left alive, won't even find that. It's a flawless round for Lost One in round 4.
Much better. I commented about the 1:40 mark that they needed to speed it up a little bit, and that's exactly what they did. Slam the foot on the gas pedal and went through CYCLOPS in the next 30 or 40 seconds. Well played from Lost One. Levels things up at 2-2, and just let CYCLOPS know that they're in for a bit of a game. After those first 2 rounds, they could have been forgiven for thinking that it might be an easy play here on Theme Park, but absolutely not. They're going to head back down to Armory and Throne Room for the next round, but again, it wasn't fantastic from CYCLOPS, and we saw them play it in round 3. So Lost One were able to push in, were able to get the win. I'm just looking at the hard breach options this time. I mentioned it last time around. They limited themselves to the secondary gadgets and didn't end up breaching their way into site. They were having to play through the single doors, which is always a risk. I'm glad to see this time that we've got Dots bringing along the Thermite, we've got the Thatcher, you know, bring those operators, bring the basics. You know, you don't have to overcomplicate it. Get yourself established somewhere, get those walls open. You know, here I'd like to see 2 out of 3 site walls opened, maybe the bottom yellow stairs, maybe maintenance, get those 2 open, and all of a sudden CYCLOPS are going to have a very tough time of trying to hold on to this site.
Yeah, I don't hate, I mean, for this site especially, a Thatcher and a Thermite really is all you need to get one of those 2 critical walls open, either on the west side of site or on the east side, looking towards barrels and maintenance respectively. Some teams do occasionally look towards the north side as well, opening up yellow towards the top, but often what you'll do there is focus on getting one of the walls opened up on the west or the east side, open up that wall or get some control above and just make sure players can't play there. Essentially, you're trying to hard deny the site as best you can, give the defenders a really thin strip of land on which is actually safe to play, and even then you can't move very far without being exposed to one of the potential angles. So we'll see exactly how they play for it. That's why the denial game is here as well, with the yokais, with the cap cans on doors as well, leading in towards the site, the electro claws. There is lots being brought along to try and stop or at least slow down that execute when they come around to getting walls opened up, but I don't see Lost One having real massive issues in getting that done.
There we go, Dots is in position inside of maintenance. Irrigator looking for the man up on top of the roof there. Not going to find him and just dip away from that fight. We've got our Cully in and around yellow stairs as well as previous. So really, Lost One have got no excuse for not knowing that this is the case, and they're going to suffer to it. Our Cully able to take down Lobbin with a headshot. That is not a bad start. As I suggested, maybe trying to get that yellow wall open. I like to see it. It hasn't worked out. That Selma device has either been tricked or shot off the wall, so they need to go back to the drawing board.
Now they're screwed because they've lost the Thatcher and the Thermite. Sure, they've got a wall opened up, but yellow is going to stay firmly locked up, as is the barrel side of things too. They are inside the site here as well, and there's an easy shot coming out for Maya, as one was already down. Going to try and make a plant happen, I imagine, here with the shield in hand as well. Got to be really careful about the threat coming in from Split at the same time as Black Ray brings down Dash. It looks so good for Lost One at first, but now they're down a man.
I really thought with a bit of cover there, if they'd just backed off a little bit and held their lines, there was a possibility of getting the diffuser down. Black Ray's going to take a bit of damage. Out goes the air jab to try and punish him. Move quickly and you'll get your freebie. There you go. Maya on a double opportunity to put the diffuser down. That's exactly what's going to happen. It's Hayagator now. 1v2. We saw Anaton in a 1v2 last time on this side. He was unable to win it. Will Hayagator be able to go one better? He's going to move in through Split. He knows that they're likely on both sides of him. That's exactly what's happened. Smart use of the Kiba barricades there just to build himself a little bit of safety. He can move in. That's really thinking on his feet. He sees one, but no, it's the challenge coming in from Rise that does the damage. Hayagator did everything he could, used all the tools at his disposal to create a situation where he could win that, but it was just too big an ask, and that is going to be the third round in a row for Lost One.
Big brain if it had worked out, but sadly, as we can see, it did not. And I love the dynamic use of the air jab there as well. I don't think it was really intended, but forcing the player onto the air jab, because if he stepped back, he was in the doorway's line of sight anyway, and in Maya's grasp, gets knocked back anyway, kills him, and immediately flicks onto the cap can coming in through the split door. Just a beautiful 2K being lined up for Maya, given they were in a 3 versus 2, making it a 2v1 and all but guaranteeing them the round. Not always the cleanest, but some real flashy little play coming out there at the end, and like that, Lost One have turned a 0-2 deficit into a 3-2 lead, Tim. Doesn't look like they're going to lost this one anytime soon.
That's another one.
Another lost one.
I knew you were going to say, I just wasn't quick enough to stop you. That's infuriating. Right, round 6 we come into. It's going to be CYCLOPS' last defensive attempt, and then we'll see how Lost One do on the defense. Like you say, been looking good over the last 3 rounds. They have picked up the pace in the earlier stages a little bit. They've been getting in there and grinding CYCLOPS down, getting those kills and giving themselves the opportunity to be able to play in. They've been in the position a couple of times where they could consider planting. And I do like what I'm seeing from Lost One at the minute, so we'll see if they can get themselves an advantage going into that second half. I think they'll be pretty happy with 4-2 after the way the first 2 rounds went, if that's how this ends.
Absolutely. Well, it feels like it's going to be careering towards that 4-2, and although at points it still feels like Lost One haven't really focused on massive amounts of map control, the map control they have managed to find has worked, at least in the last 3. Less so in the first 2, but again, you give a team a few rounds to warm into things. I think back to Koi versus G2 on day 1, for example. It took them a whole half a map really to wake up and start playing the game properly, and even then it was still a battle against what turned out to be a very fearsome G2 side. If you've tuned in late to our broadcast, one game I'd really recommend you go back and check out would have been G2 versus W7M earlier on today. Went all the way to round 15 of map 3. No, we were not casting it. Normally we get affiliated with that, but it is a game worth going back and watching because G2 are looking real hot this competition, and I'm hoping that we see Lost One rise to a similar standard, because the more teams we have being hyper competitive, the better next week is going to be when it comes around to the knockout stages.
Again, Lost One established themselves up on the rooftop. We've seen this a couple of times. The drones raining through the hatches, and that is sort of their default position, really. Rise is going to be working on the break room windows. Again, looking to get themselves in above. It's Bunk and Daycare that they are challenging onto. It would be a little bit unusual for attackers. We did actually see it earlier on today. Attackers to get themselves into break room directly. But what they're trying to do is just control this this space and not allow it to be safe for the defenders who can play out of their play out of the door, hold the angles onto the double door leading to vending and initiation, for example. They don't want them to be able to do that. But I like it, as I've said for the first few rounds. I just didn't think there was enough priority. Ooh, there we go, a quick... No! Rise had the opportunity to avoid that. He just didn't know it. He's going to lose his Selma device, but I like the opportunity getting in there, trying for that hard breach from Lost One. I think it's something they didn't do enough of in their early attacks.
Oh, I mean, down goes Black Ray. Ouch. 2 and 6 so far. Black Ray, for those who haven't seen too much of CYCLOPS, normally is the go-to entry form, the spearhead for this team that will greet teams on the entryway into the building. And nade over the top as well. It's Dash from below, up and over the top of the yellow stairs, and grants them a second. This denial-based game clearly not paying off for them here, as they've managed to pull over a couple of kills. A 3 versus 2 is in force. It's a 3v1. Our colleague can do what he wants, but Lost One can do what they want even more. A 4-2 half on the attack of Theme Park. Could not ask for a better better start, Tim.
Cyclops were able to take a couple of trades there along the way, but they were at man disadvantage, so you can't play the trade game. You've got to be coming out on top of those gunfights, because ultimately you're just going to get ground down to nothing, and that's exactly what happened. So Lost One able to get themselves a nice advantage on the first half of Theme Park here. It is, of course, their map choice. You know, the second map is Cafe, which was Cyclops' map choice, so we'll see, you know, whether each holds on to their own. But for the time being, things are looking pretty good for Lost One, and the reason that I bring up the map pick and the map choice is because they're moving on to the defense, and usually if a team is picking up a map as their choice, they're going to be fairly confident on the defense, because that's where your setups come in. That's where you get to dictate how the play goes. So an interesting setup here for Armory and Throne. We've got a rotation played into barrels. We've got some reinforcements off towards sort of Gong and that top right corner. Going to be an interesting one. I think there's going to be some extensions here, probably not too far. I don't think there's going to be too much vertical presence coming in from Lost One, but they're certainly going to try to keep hold of a majority of that lower floor by the looks of things, and that's not a small ask, really. This is a pretty big map when you try to break it down like that, and it could be a tough one. I hope they're not stretched too thin.
No, for sure. I was really excited for a second we were going to see a Glass coming in from Aniton, because if any team's going to run Glass this competition, it's going to be Cyclops. Hyper aggressive on the defense, but quirky with the attacking lineups. Also some interesting changes in terms of who is playing what. Arcully, the one going along on things like the Iana. Historically, would see players like Blackray being the go-to, say, Alibi main, along with the Iana main on the attacking side. So not so much a direct role swap. You may well see on some maps that Blackray is still on the Iana, but a couple of things changing up here in terms of what ops are picked by who. This spot as well.
I was just looking at that thinking, okay. I mean,
you're not going to look there if you jump out, are you? Let's be real.
I mean, it's a bit of a risk. Gator up there. He's just looking, it gives you an interesting angle down into break room. If anybody was playing underneath the window there, for example, looking for those upside down repels, you know, you literally would be one step ahead of him there, but just needs to be very careful on his movement, of course. One wrong foot, one wrong toe from that position, and he'll be down but not out on the floor, almost certainly. Aniton just holding his angle in from arcade window. So a lot of focus out towards the Cafe side. Aniton potentially going to just play in a little Candela here to allow him to get into the building. He's just waiting for something else to happen, I think, before those go. And there we go. The push is going to come in. Don't forget, though, this is a bottom floor site. It's Armory and Throne that they're looking to push onto. We're a minute and a half in, and they're using a lot of utility just to get themselves into that top floor.
That's it. I mean, it's a similar story to Lost One back in the first half when we spoke about this. You know, you can't ignore it if we said it for one team, but 90 seconds in, they've only really just got themselves control of the building, and it required going through 2 of those Candelas that Aniton had in his back pocket. Sorry, 3 in the end, used in the end, sorry. They do have flashes still. They've got smokes, for example, to play behind. There are still options when it comes around to the execute, but I'm a little bit nervous that we're down to the final 60, and only now are Cyclops starting to really work their way into the map itself. It feels like a thermite or something here would have been the go-to play to really help you out, so I'm not 100% sure where they want Suzushi to direct those pellets, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it can always be difficult. That's the trade-off with Hibana, of course. She's very, very versatile in the hard breaching, but with the delay time on those pellets, and like you say, having to build them up to make a walkable breach, for example, it can limit you a little bit. Now, Rise is going to be pushed out of position. He's doing his best, just sort of turning himself into water almost to get as close to that wall as he could, but the kill could not be found. Dots gets 1, Dots gets 2. Great double for him, switches to the shotgun. It's as easy as that. Surely not. That's 4. He's on for an ace, potentially, Des. The question is, are the rest of Lost One going to back off and give him the chance?
He makes it look so easy, finally gets shut down, but Dash is there to collect. What a 4K. It's almost cinematic in style.
Cyclops gave him, I'm not going to say Cyclops gave him that. You know, there were a couple of good kills in there, but dropping the hatch when you know he's playing onto the door, for example, like, you know which operator it is. You know he's probably got a shotgun. You're asking for trouble at that point. And then even after the Iana was killed, there was no reaction from the player outside of the door. You know somebody's just been absolutely smashed with a shotgun inside a split, and there was no attempt to sort of lengthen that engagement. If you know you're likely to come up against a shotgun, what you want to do is back off immediately. You want to create as much distance as you can, because that takes away the power of that shotgun. But no reaction from Cyclops, and Dots absolutely punish them for it.
They were just so focused on the player that was behind
exactly.
Furnace, right? They were like, okay, there's a player there. We know they're low. We can go and kill them. Forgetting about, oh, there might be 2 or 3 of the players on site that are going to be doing some damage as well. All too easy for Lost One and Cyclops. You got a real big mountain to start climbing down now as well. 5-2 here. If it goes up to 6-2, I do not see a way for them to get back into this, given Lost One on the defense. If they can win it, all right, they're still in with a little bit of a chance. By the looks of it, we're finally going to see that glass being stuck by Aniton. Let's see what magic they can work with that.
Yeah, I mean, just Lost One looking super confident now. That's 5 rounds in a row on their own map. You look at this now and you think they've got the 2 top floor sites to go. They've got Bunk and Dirker, and they've got Initiation Office. There really is a timeline here where they just come out and win it. Oh, look at that. Black Ray taking some damage there. Gets away with it as Lobin's going to drop himself back in, but he's going absolutely nowhere. He's going out for more. Misses his man, just catches the back end of Black Ray. Can't quite. He will not give up. And finally, Black Ray says, enough's enough now. You've had 2 bites at me, and I'm not going to allow any more.
Well, putting Lobin's words back at him, the Gringos aren't as effed as he seemed to believe they would be coming into SI. Black Ray getting away with it twice, and the 3rd time he's saying, you ain't going to be so lucky, and puts him on his backside. Humbled somewhat by the Japanese player. 5v4 now for Cyclops. Not the worst start to a round.
No, not the worst start, but Black Ray has taken... The thing is, you've got to look at beyond this round as well. Black Ray's taken some damage there, and it's going to rattle Cyclops a little bit. You know, they're going to know that we're facing that aggression potentially, and it might just slow them down. It might just take that 10 seconds, 15 seconds off them at the beginning of the rounds as they just pay that little bit more attention. So certainly something to think about now. You asked for Glaz in the last round, you're going to get Glaz in this one, and it's as easy as that. Finds Rise trying to go for a reinforcement there and going to punish him. And look at this aggression. Cyclops have got themselves into break room and they're just running over Lost One at the minute.
They are, yeah, being punished for most of that early aggression. Knowing they're down a number, they're really starting to work their way through. Dots finds 1, but Suzushi there ready for the trade. Leads it all up to Dash, who can do nothing except trade himself out at the end. And Cyclops do get something on the board here. It's been a solid 5 rounds since they've won one, Tim. Is it going to be enough to propel them forwards? We'll find out.
They've got to build on it. They've got to build on it now. I think the problem is there, you know, Cyclops have turned up the aggression. They've obviously decided that maybe they've sat back a little bit too much. As soon as the opportunity was there, I like it. They got the kill onto Rise, and the call was there. Right, in we go. Get into break. And Lost One just did not react very well to it. I don't think they recognised it quickly enough that that was what was going to happen, and just got caught out. So this time we're going to see them go back to the same site. I don't think we'll see the same sort of early round aggression from Lobin. He might have a little luck, but he's not going to be going 3 times after the same player, one window to the next, I don't think. So he, Lost One just need to try and slow Cyclops down a little bit. You know, they can't have them getting that aggressive. It's going to be a similar lineup for Cyclops. We've got the Glass, got Amaru, so Ihana, Ash. It doesn't show signs of slowing to me, Des.
No, and I found their bands really interesting when they came through, because Aniton is a massive DKB player as well. Probably one of his most famous operators over the last 18 months since Monty was always being banned away. Here he's playing on the Glass, so they've quite smartly opted to say, okay, well look, we're not playing the DKB, you're going to be on something else instead. Aniton's good with these rifle-based weapons that are like 1-2 hit kills rather than a whole spray down. Semi-automatic is always his go-to. The Warden being taken away as well means that the smokes and the flashes coming out from, you know, the smokes coming out from the Glass, the flashes coming out from Suzushi on the Ying. They really need to be abusing that, otherwise that ban becomes completely pointless. So I'm glad to see here they're leaning more into that utility to really enable the Glass, but you've got to see Aniton getting into some key spots to make this work.
Yep, Lobin just playing a slightly more cautious approach this time. Going to be trying to play under that default cam, but as I say that, he goes running out of the door practically of Cash. He knows that there's somebody up on that rooftop. If he had a nitro, potentially he could do something about it from the window by just sending it up through the hole, but it's not going to be an opportunity for him. For the time being, really, yep, stick yourself in 90, Lobin, and just prevent them from coming in and taking control of that side of the map.
He's just making sure as many drones are being picked off as he can as well. Burn them in cache so they aren't hitting the site and feeding that information over later on to Cyclops when it comes round to the execute. But he has backed away in good time there. I'm imagining out towards control, out towards waiting room, just to keep himself a little bit safer here as Aniton's starting to work his way through with a little bit of control now coming in, making noise for his team here in case you're wondering what the hell's actually going on. Just making sure they can get the maneuvering coming in. A lot of utility being committed inside of the break room here though. We've had smokes coming out, we've had candelas, 2 or 3 players lurking around the window. windows. I imagine Lost One are like, what the hell's actually going on here? Because nothing has really happened off the back of it.
The problem is a lot of utility has gone in without any players following it. That's the first time. Anaton's gone in there now on the glass, so they've got themselves established in there. 2 kills come in for CYCLOPS and 1 in return for Lost One. Leaves us in a 4 versus 3. Anaton taking a lot of damage inside a break room, and this could be a problem for CYCLOPS. If Lost One are able to sort of shut them down, find those couple of kills and not allow the impact to come from break room, it's going to be a big problem. Rise manages to find Ayagator, Black Ray onto Maya, and so CYCLOPS just managed to keep themselves that man advantage. 3 versus 2. 50 seconds left to go, but Lost One, you just feel like I've got a good idea of what's going on.
Getting a little bit aggressive there onto the window, wanting to stop them even getting inside the building, but I was going to say, it's really smart from Lost One. They've adapted, they've stepped away from trying to challenge the break room, but now put themselves down to a man disadvantage, and CYCLOPS have pulled another one back, up to 5 and 4, even with what I thought looked like a pretty smart adaptation coming out of Lost One.
I think we knew this wasn't necessarily going to be a runaway. CYCLOPS have always got something to say about a game that's not going in their favour, and they're certainly having their say over the last couple of rounds. Heading into round 10, we've seen CYCLOPS take the last 2 and bring themselves back within 1. They're in touching distance of Lost One, who are going to move on. Interestingly, they're not going to go to Initiation and Office. They're going to actually head downstairs, not back to Armory and Throne. It's going to be Lab and Storage for Lost One, which is not an often picked side. I think we have seen it so far at SR23, maybe once. But yeah, it's not too common.
No, it isn't really. I think a couple of teams, interestingly on day 1 actually yesterday, we'd seen every map and every site played according to the stats that Fresh have been collecting. Literally everything had been played. And I know we've seen Lab and Storage a couple of times across the maps that we'd either cast or watch on Theme Park. I'm just always concerned about this one in terms of the site itself becomes a little bit claustrophobic for the attackers especially. Trying to filter in through that single window, having to take control of most of Arcade, which means getting control of top floor, making sure Cafe's secure. There's just a lot you have to think about to even worry about pushing in towards this site, but it's also quite weird to defend at the same time. Here, what I'm concerned about for Lost One is they're stretching themselves really thin. They've got players playing up on the vertical, that's some downstairs as well inside of Armory and Throne with the reinforcements that have just gone up. So there's a lot to hold on to, and I'm just not convinced they'll be able to keep CYCLOPS at bay. Better yet, even keep CYCLOPS at bay from just charging straight in towards the site as well.
We've just got only one of Lost One on site at the minute.
That's what I mean, yeah.
This, as you say, there's an opportunity for CYCLOPS there. Could be dangerous. I was expecting maybe as you were finishing speaking that a few were going to head back in there, but no, it's just going to be Rise all alone for the time being, and they just need to be aware of that. The arcade stairs is a good position, to be fair. We've got Dash there on the Goyo, so that's going to be at least able to quickly support. He's sort of in that link position of keeping a safe space for the roamers to be able to head back through to site. But yeah, a lot of commitment to the top floor at the minute for Lost One.
Which I don't overly hate. Like, they're controlling the entirety of the map. They've even got Dragon Hell down. Again, remembering that the site is Lab and Storage. It's the exact opposite end of the map. Now, Arcol is looking to do a little bit of a challenge on this side of the map, but there's 2 he's playing against and gets the shot up through the floor onto Lob, and he was looking to get cheeky. I know he was quite confident coming into SI, but I've said it a couple of times. So far, humbled by the Japanese side.
Ayagator finding Maya as well. 5 versus 3 now, and CYCLOPS really getting some wind in their sails. I'm going to have to start thinking about getting back to site here or Lost One, because they are still light-handed down there, so it's not ideal. There's still 2 on the top floor, only Rise downstairs, so could certainly be a problem, especially as Dots falls as well. It's all up to Dash. He was on the arcade stairs, so he can get back in there, but even Rise has dipped away now. It looks like CYCLOPS are able to start moving in. Rise is thinking about going out of the window here, but it's going to be too late. The diffuser's going down. He knows there's somebody coming towards barrels, manages to find him, but Arcully onto Dash, leaves Rise with it ulted. A beautiful headshot with the SMG-11, but now he sees his own side utility working against him as he tries to move around, tries to position to find these kills that he needs before he can disable this activated diffuser. He knows there's somebody around there, but no, Black Ray wins on the peak around the corner, just slides out super smooth, finds his man, and that's going to be CYCLOPS leveling it up, and we are seeing at least all 12.
what I think Lost One are really struggling with here is they're still playing incredibly individualistic. They're looking for these 1v1s. They're looking to peek onto windows. They're really wanting to aggress into CYCLOPS in the same way that CYCLOPS like to aggress into other teams. And before we came on air, you and I were talking, and we both said this will either be an amazing game or a really poor game. So far, it's really entertaining, which is what I'm enjoying, but it's coming down to these individual gunfights time and time again. And Lost One, for the last 3 rounds, has stepped into them, and more often than not, they have lost out to CYCLOPS. Even when they're down a couple of numbers, they're still looking to go at windows. They're trying to find 1v1s. I'd honestly rather they just calm down a little bit. Play as a team here. You're speaking about your teamwork, Lobin, saying you and Maya have got this. At the minute, we're not really seeing that team play coming together. There's no trade-based play. There's no crossfires being held, and you're the ones on defense. So let's breathe a little bit. Let's slow it down. Let's not try and be hyper-aggressive and control every square inch of theme park. Let's play as a team and use that team play to overcome CYCLOPS, because they've won 3 rounds on the bounce now. We're up to 5-5. This is your last chance. You've got to win 2 rounds, otherwise overtime is waiting, or even worse, just a straight regulation win for CYCLOPS.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, it was something that I picked up on round 7, the first Armory Thrown defense. I said, you know, theme park is a big map. They're stretching themselves too thin. And if anything, they've gone even worse.
You know, they've got mute Mozzie. They're trying to block information away.
Exactly. Take the information away. Focus on site. You know, don't worry about your rotation to barrels and overextending. Just, you know, do the basics.
Just a little bit of a concern around the Alibi and the Thorn here. They do want some presence off-site. You can't just turtle yourself.
No, not at all.
And wait for the world to end, the ceiling to start falling down, for example. But I'm just thinking here, is that really the go-to? They had things like the Malusi before. We had the Goyo on side. Those things are missing. Sure, there are C4s to play behind, but there's not much in the way of denial. One big thing noting, though, 3 shields on side. That could be quite a nuisance coming in for CYCLOPS there. Have got to deal with a very dynamic defense inside of the site itself.
Yeah, you know, I'd like to see maybe a couple of players up on the top floor, you know, have the roam, have the time wasting, you know, have a method of getting back to site as safely as possible. They're going to have to play up there, they've opened the hatch, so they need to be careful of that. You know, have your method of getting back, like you say, they've got that hatch open so they can use it, they just need to hold on for as long as they can. Don't throw away those lives, and then have the players downstairs on site as well, whereas again, there's only one down there on site, and they are spread very thin across the map, and CYCLOPS will continue recognising that, and they will continue pushing in and getting those 1v1s.
Absolutely. So looking really on the side of CYCLOPS, it depends entirely on how they play this out as well. They've felt very comfortable going into these constant 1v1s against members of Lost One because they have come out on top for the vast majority of these rounds. You can see 2 or 3 lurking on the upstairs here for Lost One. In fact, the vast majority of them, I think there's 3 of them up here at the minute. Yep, 1 initiation, 1 inside a daycare, and then 1 also hanging around towards cafe. So they do want this aggressive control. They've all got a pretty similar proximity as well towards the hatches. They do need to get back to site. So they are doing the right thing about wasting a bit of time here, but I like even more that it's quite a close-knit triangle. They are playing as a group. It's not about 1v1s, it's about trades, and I'm hoping that's what we see come through once the shooting starts. As I say, there's nothing else because there's a nade. Forget about the shooting, that doesn't count.
They can go the Candelas, but the Ying actually isn't going to follow those in. So Thorn dash up there is going to be reasonably safe to continue in that position. Arcully is looking to work from underneath now instead. Out goes the nade. Obviously not confident of the position of Dash at the minute, so could still continue to be a thorn in the side of CYCLOPS if they don't get him closed down. Just holding on to that split door for the time being. CYCLOPS largely sort of just moving away and forgetting about this top floor clearance, instead choosing to go direct, which might not be the end of the world. As I say, with Lost One have been, you know, spreading themselves a little bit thin. There is potentially the opportunity there.
There is. It's kind of that weird little pause. They found the opening and everything has slowed down a little bit, but they're still getting themselves set up. You can see 3 of them stacked up on the east side out here. Suzushi with diffuser in hand as well. No doubt going to be the big target. It's interesting to see him not playing on something like, I don't know, a Habana that normally he would be playing on. Instead, he's on the Twitch here playing a more supportive role. So the kind of thing that every now and then we see out of teams like Koi. I can think of Deepak a few times that's been across on this operator as well. 1 even back out though. Anaton's gone. That's Candelas and Smokes offline. But Black Ray ensures CYCLOPS retain that numbers advantage with a kill onto Dash, who really since the first half hasn't been all that present, it feels. Great C4 from Lobin. Again, once again, lobbing it straight over the top. Maya strikes big. Strikes even bigger. A huge 3K. They move themselves up to match point. But is it enough, Tim?
I don't really understand that from CYCLOPS.
No, me neither.
So far they've been so good at going in, identifying the positions of the Lost One players, you know, isolating them and killing them. They went upstairs, they went downstairs, and at 40 seconds left thought, we're going to have to go back upstairs, and started losing players in doing so. It was very strange.
That seems to be a real weak point for them, is on that north side when it comes to the push-in. They had a player sat behind the shield at the top side of Furnace, normally where it had been chewed up by, say, a Flores. They didn't have a Flores on side, they were out of utility, had to really go for this push-in. So Maya was just dancing around behind that shield, taking out all three of them as they tried to push inside a split. So understandably, CYCLOPS are now saying, well, this is our only chance to take our tactical timeout here and figure out a plan as we go into the last round of regulation. Otherwise, it's a 7-5 to Lost One on CYCLOPS's, not CYCLOPS's map, but on map choice. On Lost One's map choice, sorry.
Yeah, CYCLOPS certainly try. They're going to have to put the brakes on. It's now or never. If they don't get this done, then there will be one map down heading into Cafe. And to be honest, I think that they can kick themselves at that. They can feel a bit hard done to because they've had some good momentum over the last 3 rounds. They've had 3 in a row, and it's just been really. I don't know. It was just a surprise that last round. I think they've been so different up to round 11, and then they would just seem riddled with indecision, and it cost them ultimately. Particularly that late change to thinking, no, we do need to get rid of Dash. We've got to go up there and clear him out. It was like the decision had already been made that no, we're going to leave him up there. It's fine, just sort of leave him out in the cold. But they didn't have any hard breach. That was my concern. You've got Dash on an open hatch. You've got no hard breach. How can you just leave him there? Because you're going to have to go in through the door. It's such a big problem. But we'll see what they do in round 12. It's going to be upstairs, Bunk and Daycare. We've seen this defended twice already by Lost One, and we've seen it won twice by CYCLOPS, round 8 and round 9. Both times CYCLOPS were able to get those opening kills, both onto Lobin, so needs to keep himself alive a little bit longer here and keep himself in the fight for Lost One.
Yeah, this site's been horrible. Out of the 5 times you've seen it this map, it's only been won once by the defenders, so it feels a little bit exposed, a little bit risky. Neither team really stepping in towards initiation office. I think we saw it once as well, and that's about it. So almost like either team is scrambling to say, okay, we're happy playing inside of Armory and Throne, but every other site, roll the dice and we'll try and make it work, is the sort of feeling that I've got going in so far. Now, we have seen some of those more crazy picks parked away for CYCLOPS. Didn't indeed see the Sens coming out, for example, and the craziness that we thought would follow along with that. Things have balanced out at least a little bit more. You've got that Flores returning in once again to deal with any shields that might be there. There is one coming in that Drops will have dropped down somewhere already. Alongside that, the Ying that has been such a staple for both teams in this game.
Lobin just playing a little bit deeper than we've seen previously. I said he needs to keep himself alive more. First of all, it was the attempts onto Black Ray, running out of every door, peeking every window until Black Ray ultimately killed him. Then it was playing 90 corridor just under the default cam, and this time he's played even deeper back in office. Now, though, this is the problem there, is it does give ground up to CYCLOPS and they're able to move in and take it, but I think that keeping him alive and having that potential maybe for a little flank up Dragon Stairs or a little bit of an extra gun, particularly the 416, a good weapon on Jaeger there. I just think he's going to be more valuable than the way he's lost his life originally in the other 2 games that the other 2 rounds that we've seen on this site.
All forced out towards the west here for Lost One as well. You see that shape forming out towards the left, whereas for CYCLOPS, their attack is all starting out towards the east. One of them working their way slowly in towards initiation here, whilst 2 more get to work on the office side of things. So they are stepping forwards as we get towards that last 60 seconds of thinking about what an execute may begin to look like. But I wonder if there's a big focus on trying to get this wall opened up, or if the fact that it's jammed away and fully reinforced off means they're going to be forced to have different ideas instead.
Hard breaching, I keep mentioning it, I keep coming back to it. Beautiful nade there, Lobin once again the opening death on this site. It just isn't his site. Arcully manages to find a tight angle, threads the needle onto Maya and puts them at a serious advantage now. 5 versus 3, 40 seconds left to go. There is a long time for Lost One to hold on, really. They need to be finding themselves some kills. I think they're going to find themselves pressured from break room pretty soon as well. CYCLOPS have shown they are no strangers to repelling inside of there and just applying pressure from every which way.
We'll be so worried about what's going on behind them here as well. You've got the longer angle shots, and Arcolio's about to praise as being so good on the entry. 4-on-1 so far is shut down. More Candelas rain on through as the shotgun comes out from Rise to bring us down to a temporary 3 versus 3 as Arcoli is down on the deck. What can CYCLOPS make work? The answer is a kill onto Rise into a 3 versus 2 with the plank going down.
Black Ray's going to stick this almost certainly. Anaton's on the cover, finds one beautiful headshot through the smoke, but will be taken down. Doesn't matter Suzushi is there to close it out, and Des, we're going to overtime.
I've waited to hear you say that all day long, Tim. There are some stats worth looking at here, to be fair. I mentioned Arcully a second ago. 5-0 on the entry now. Absolutely decimating Lobin, who sat down at 1-5. So really getting a rude awakening and welcome coming in to SI 2023. And then across the whole team at the minute, things aren't looking so good for them on the entry. But CYCLOPS are largely being carried by Arcully and the performance that he's having. It's really interesting how we're seeing this more and more. You know, we're talking about players like Leakifact, for example. Spoits had a brilliant year last year. Benjamaster on G2 has transformed the way they play. Arcully has come in new for this side, and he's working absolute wonders, currently being sat at 14 and 11. Just the age of youth seems to be upon us, Tim, which means you and I are screwed.
Oh dear, oh dear. The other interesting stat for Arcully, it's not just about his KD on the board, which, you know, is impressive. He's going very well at the minute. It's also his entry, Des. He's 5-0 on the entry. He's doing so well for CYCLOPS in the early rounds, and by contrast, you've got Lobin on the other side, who is 1-5 on entry. You know, and that is going to play a big part. You've got to look at those numbers and think, you know, a few of those kills go the other way, and a lot of Arcully's have been directly onto Lobin. If a few of those kills go the other way and Lobin's winning those fights, we're probably not in overtime.
No, I completely agree, and I think for Lost One, where I'm a little bit, not disappointed or sad for them, but where it kind of certifies where I was, you know, I was trying to really gauge, you know, has this team that really believes, like Lobin said in the interview, that they can make a deep run in towards playoffs here as well. Are we going to see that performance from them today, a real strong show that says, actually, yeah, we are serious about getting that far? Or are we going to see them challenge? When they were up 5-2, I was like, great. Now we are seeing the Lost One side that everyone was excited to see. We saw Maya and Lobin starting to wake up and really get involved. That's kind of fell off now, as we've seen they've won one round across the last 5 that have come through, with CYCLOPS now bringing things dead even at 6-6 into overtime. Just kind of goes to show they're going to have to battle their way through what is now turning out to be a really spicy and unpredictable group. Many thought BDS would be clear. It's not looking so clear at the moment, is it?
Lost One have decided to go back and defend Armory and Throne. No surprise, we saw them defend it twice, we saw them win it twice, so CYCLOPS are going to have to do something that they haven't been able to achieve so far, which is get a win on to this site if they want to give themselves the advantage in overtime. Lost One, again, spread out all over the map. We've got one at top arcade, one top yellow, one in break room. They're sort of all over the place, mostly on the top floor at the minute, and that's what CYCLOPS are going to have to play into. Dash is not over-peaking this, he doesn't want to over-challenge it, but with Black Ray coming into Cafe, it could get a little bit dangerous for him on those arcade stairs, and rightly so, he dips himself away, he sees the man, but just can't react quick enough. Iragates are going to take a little bit of damage there. They know exactly where Dash is positioned now. What a beautiful shot around the barrels.
Oh, Arcully is lurking though. Does he know about this? Now he definitely knows as well, so he's got himself in a risk of danger, because he knows full well that Dash is going to be trying to fire back as soon as he gets an opportunity. The problem being that Dash is very much like penned in here. He can't really get any support, as CYCLOPS are all over this room like ants over trash. They're looking to see what they can pick up, but Lobin finds Arcully. That's another big kill, the kind of player that you do want to be removing from this CYCLOPS lineup, and suddenly fortunes are turning in the favor of Lost One.
Lobin getting mobile, but it's not going to matter. He's been pinged out. Black Ray knows exactly where he is. He's chasing him down. Can he get there quickly enough? Sounded like a prox alarm maybe going off there just as he went through. Just going to be giving his position away, so Lobin's going to know that the push is coming, and looks like he might have just saved himself enough time here. He is still stuck in a lab for the time being and moves around beautiful. I think Black Ray just assumed that maybe he'd pushed away and gone back towards side. Not the case. A third for Lobin. Surely not. Finishes the round with a pistol kill. He's out of his chair, and Lost One, they're feeling confident in overtime.
You know what? I can really see a character building in Lobin already. From the interview, from some of the reactions we've seen after these rounds, I would love to see him in an interview after a game they've won. It'll be such a barrel of laughs. But again, a brilliant round coming out for Lost One. Lots of work being done in barrels as well, just burning through the clock, getting the kill, drawing more attention on towards himself. That puts Lost One ahead at 7-6, and CYCLOPS have got to work some magic here in an Armory and Throne defense. The only site that it feels has had any semblance of normality on what has been a crazy theme park ride.
Really has. At this point, we go then downstairs to Armory and Throne. CYCLOPS, if we look by contrast, you know, they defended this a couple of times, and didn't have any joy with it. Lost One were able to win round 3, round 5, both attempts at the defense here. So, you know, there are sites, they won both of the top floor sites. Those were the 2 defenses that they picked up. So it's certainly a roll of the dice for CYCLOPS here. I'm sure that they'll view it that, you know, this isn't their map. It's not necessarily where they expect the win to come from. But still, I'm not sure that they're giving themselves the best opportunity to get this one done.
Just make you think about what's coming for Cafe as well. We know that CYCLOPS have loved some crazy plays on that map. Jump outs galore, getting a little bit chaotic, hyper-aggressive on a map that normally orders you to play according to a checklist, dare I say. It has to work in certain ways, but CYCLOPS, as we always know, like to break the order of things and try something a little bit different. Before we get there, though, we'll see how this round plays out. As expected, you are going to see a couple roaming up on the top floor, a couple playing down on site itself, one out towards Dragon. So a good spread from CYCLOPS so far. Just don't want to see them making the same mistakes that Lost One made of getting themselves pulled into too many 1v1s that doesn't give them any real advantage.
CYCLOPS well established up on the top floor, just much the same as Lost One have been defending this site. Lost One starting from the roof, they'll open the hatches, they'll send the drones in. We've seen this from them a few times now, but hopefully for Lost One they can keep that speed up, they can keep that early round momentum that they managed to find towards the back end, and that is exactly what I was talking about. Lobbin, what a time to turn around your entry stats, gets himself a starter, but Blackray able to find Dash, leaving us 4 versus 4 after these initial head-to-head meetings.
Do you think Lobbin's been listening to us talk about this whole entry thing, where he's been down, destroyed by our Cully? Somehow he's heard and gone, you guys are right, you know, I need to get the entry stats back up, because the last 2 rounds, he has got the one over on top of our Cully and pushed his team slightly into the lead. Sure, we've seen the Maverick go down. It doesn't feel like a world ender, though obviously you've got to be concerned about how you're now going to find walls being opened up. They're going to have to force their way in instead, Tim, play with some vertical control potentially above yellow, but the rest of it is going to be no wall being opened up, just a direct push through to make some work happen on going in through those bottlenecks.
All forward back in sight then, Lost One. They've got the run of the map, they can start opening up the verticals, they can start thinking about exactly how they're going to go in. They've lost the hard breach, so there is no options other than doors. Maya is going to be down, but collected back onto 20 HP. But yeah, as you pick up, the funneling is going to be a real problem. Blackray is just going to get himself locked in behind that furnace, and I think that's probably where he'll play the rest of the round from, because I would expect at this point CYCLOPS are going to have a good idea that they are not going to be dealing with any breaches, and that they've just got those 2 single doors to keep an eye on.
For all I said about Maverick not being the end of the world, actually it kind of is, and probably to me says we are going to round 15, because CYCLOPS, to give it to them as well, are showing the right composure, all dialed back onto site and just said, hey, they can't open walls anymore, we killed Maverick, let's just go and sit on site and let them have to come to us. So that has completely changed how this round is going to play out here. Sure, there's a smoke coming in, but they're going to have to keep a barricade going down as well. They've got Yokais ready and waiting, and Irrigator, despite being flash, manages to find out dots.
Smart play from Irrigator there, just creating the opportunity, but timed well with the smoke, because it just prevented them pushing forward and getting in. Manages to get a second Suzuki in the action as well. A triple in the end for Irrigator, and that's going to be CYCLOPS taking us all the way to 15.
I love the excitement in that team. It's embarrassing.
They just look like they're having fun.
Both teams do. You know, Lost One have been quite vocal when they've won around. The Japanese guys have been smiling and having a laugh as well. It's all good stuff to see, but it does bring us all the way up to round 15, Tim. Oh, you didn't say the line.
I did.
Did you?
Of course I did.
And well, clearly I wasn't like emphatic enough, as I'm not excited.
Very emphatic. You just don't.
Can you do it again?
You just don't listen to me. We're going all the way to 15, Des.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Actually listening this time as well and paying attention to what you're saying.
Oh, at least you can enjoy it.
Absolutely. Cool. So it looks like we might start out with some crazy picks coming in. I don't know if they'll get locked. We'll wait until we get to the end of this pick phase to see if those do stay in place. But Lab and Storage is that site again that gets picked up here, Tim, the one that's a little bit quirky. I was wondering about this in the last round. I was like, okay, they've gone through the primary site, the one that feels a little more comfortable, and now stepping across in towards Lab and Storage. I wouldn't say it really played out last time like an air quotes normal defense of this site. If you remember, they were playing spread across the entirety of the map. There were a lot of 1v1s being taken, and my main criticism of Lost One back then was stop taking these 1v1s all around the map going into attacker guns, because they'll just peel you apart and slice you up like an onion. So hopefully here, Lost One a bit more composed, play off those trades. That could be the key to winning this. Otherwise, CYCLOPS, they walk away with a win on the pick that is not their map.
It's interesting, a lot of rounds have actually gone in favour of, you know, somebody just going big on a team. We've had 7 rounds out of 14, so in half of these rounds, there's been a 3K or more for one of the players. And generally, the team that are winning the round. So it's just showing that it's really coming down to those big individual efforts, those hero players, you know, just coming in, as Ayagator did in that last round and just picking up kill after kill after kill. You know, it's interesting to keep an eye on and see if anybody is able to do that here in the last round, but we do tend to see teams in the 15th round just play that little bit more tentatively, because as much as everybody wants to win it, nobody wants to lose it.
Absolutely not. Reminding you all again that if you win 2-0 in a series, you get 4 points. Win 2-1, you get 3. You lose 2-1, you get 1 point. You lose 0 at 2. You get absolutely zilch, nothing on the record. So either side really here knowing that at least this map guarantees them something. Lost 1, looking to start off a big bang. CYCLOPS to continue it after their victory against BDS yesterday. This does mean more than maybe you think you might know. Lobin finds 1, instantly traded back out, though again, maybe not the strongest start that he was looking for, but has warmed into it as it's gone along, as Dash is there ready for a trade. Rise into a second, there's only 2 left. Black Rain, Anderton, 2 of the OGs, have got it all to do against 4 members, and they already bring down 1.
3 versus 2 now. Lost 1 looking good at this point in time. Lots of work for CYCLOPS to do. Black Ray is going to start pushing across that top floor, but you know, ultimately that's not where the site is. The more time that is taken up with CYCLOPS looking around on the top floor for those defenders, and the fact that they've got a man advantage gives them the opportunity to leave at least 1 player up there to play on the flank. I think that's what's happening actually. Yes, there's somebody over in initiation for Lost 1, so that's something CYCLOPS have got to be super aware of. Lost 1 have got the freedom now to play a couple back towards site and then to collapse on in them. There you go. Dots manages to find 1 inside. He gets Black Ray and it's all up to Anaton. 1 versus 3. He's got time on his side, but it's certainly not going to be easy.
I mean, if you want any player in this kind of situation, it's going to be Anaton, but pushing into this single window, I spoke about the bottlenecks, the awkwardness of trying to attack this site, and you're going to see it really start singing through. We've got a C4 in the back pocket of Rise as well. He looks ready and equipped for this. No Candelas, no smokes are going to transform what looks to be the likely outcome, which should be a win going the way of Lost 1.
Anaton really needed to get that kill. That was his opportunity. He's going to be going in through the window. He's still 1 versus 3. There was a real chance with Diffuser in hand that he could get onto site, you know, and kill people as they came back. But no, he's going to have to play with that sound cue. Just try and bait them into an attack. But it doesn't work in his favour. Dots picks up the final kill, and that is going to be an absolute war, a battle on Theme Park, ultimately going to Lost 1.
Was a real battle, Tim, exactly that. We said coming in that there's a fair chance coming up against CYCLOPS. You are going to have your mettle tested. They're a team that no one wants to play when it comes to being a big events like this, because they can be so unpredictable. Arcoli putting out a massive show for himself. Lobin, a bit of a slow start, but really built his way into it as well. They take that 8-7, but now they have to go and win against CYCLOPS in their castle on Cafe.
It's interesting to see, you know, we picked up particularly on the entry stats for Lobin and Arcoli, you know, at the point where we were coming up to round 12, it was 1-5 for Lobin, it was 5-0 for Arcoli, and it was really keeping CYCLOPS in it. And then the difference maker is Lobin picking up those 3 entry kills in overtime.
Absolutely. Well, we'll go and grab a quick coffee. When we come back, Cafe awaits. We'll see you in just a few.
I'm Nicholas Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
So here we are, going into the second map of Cafe very, very shortly. Lost One with an 8-7 victory over Cyclops on Lost One's map pick. This was their first map as well. They'd had a bye day yesterday. And to be fair, Tim, I think they had a real rude welcome to SI. Not at all surprising from a team like Cyclops.
No, I think Cyclops were, probably proving a bit of a surprise package to them there. After the win against BDS, I'm sure that Lost One came in here sort of half expecting, this isn't going to necessarily be easy. But Cyclops making life very, very difficult for them right from the off. Lost One, I think, will probably feel like there were opportunities there to close that out before it got to overtime. But ultimately, you just never can tell against Cyclops exactly what they're going to bring.
Shout out as well to the B-Stream chat. I know you guys are having a lot of fun. B-Stream, I think, is almost one of the places to be during the 6th Invitational. It's where the diehards go. It's where there's a lot of fun to be had.
It's the place to be, Stream.
I've had
Oh, you can do Lost One jokes the whole time. I'm at one B-Stream pun and you're sighing at me. Ridiculous.
You sighed at me the whole time as well for my jokes too, so don't give me any of this. But now, shout out to the Kaggers of Shaggers. You guys are in it to win it. I love it. Here are some of the scores coming out of that first game, though. 16-6 for Rise. I know we were speaking a lot about Maya and Lobin up in the front line, but it turns out the backline players can also do a lot of work, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. The numbers across the board there, you can see, when your Maya and Dots are the minimum on 9 kills, everybody has chipped in to that win. But you could say, almost pretty much the same for Cyclops there. And I think that's why it was such a good game. It was everybody getting involved, everybody weighing in for the team, and doing everything they could. It just goes to show a 93% cost up at the top as well. Fantastic stuff from Lost One. Enjoying your tea there?
We're going into
I know that it's coffee. But
the only thing I haven't got is cake.
you don't deserve cake, then.
Can't have your cake and eat it, sadly. But I can have coffee and drink it, I guess. Cafe is that next one going into it, right? We said already that is the map pick coming out for Cyclops. When I think of Cyclops on Cafe, I just think of the craziness that we've seen cast in APAC North over the years. It has been anything but sensible. It's sheer madness. It's chaos. It's what I love about Siege.
Absolutely. You know, I think, yes, the fact that it was Cyclops' map pick. The thing is, you don't have to think too far back to think of some memorable performances from Cyclops on Cafe as well. You know, there's been some big ones. Back to the Mexico Major, again, looking a little bit further back, there was a couple of upsets there from Cyclops against teams that were doing particularly well at the time. So I think, you know, we need to expect that this could go to 3. I'm fascinated to see just how Lost One do here, thinking about how they defended, particularly on Theme Park. Very spread out, you know, very individualistic defences. I think that could be tough here on Cafe. Again, it's another big map, and spread yourself too thin at your own peril.
It's a big map, but it's boxy, which I think actually makes it a little bit easier to navigate through, to be honest. It doesn't stop, of course, Lost One taking away Monty from Cyclops. For those of you curious about, well, I mean, we already spoke about why it's banned away so much, but a little bit of an extra fun fact for you about Monty. It drew like a 33% ban rate in the Japanese league purely because of what Anton used to do with that operator. Every opponent of theirs would ban Monty away. Other teams started playing Monty, so it would also get banned away there. He really started a ripple effect in the Japanese league and across the APAC region, because we had teams like Giants that used to play it all the time as well. I think back to, you know, the boys on IG now, back when they were previously on IG now, I think about it as well. They've moved on from there too. But there were a lot of Shield players in APAC North back when it used to be one whole combined region. But bans are done and dusted. In we go to round number 1 with Cyclops starting on the attack.
Looks like we're going to be heading straight up to the top floor for Lost One, which may resolve some of my concerns about the sort of spreading too thin on the defence. They're largely going to be sticking to the top floor. They may play one underneath with a Nitro potentially. We don't have a Pulse on side, so maybe not. We don't have any sort of cams or major intel. There's the one bulletproof that has been brought along by Castle, but no Nitros, so I don't really see any reason for too much of an extension underneath. That said, Dots is reinforcing down there. What was I thinking, Des? That they might just stick to the floor that they were defending?
It's something you do see for this side sometimes, especially when you know the other team plays Buck, for example, or does want to look to play vertical. And with Zofia and Ash coming in, alongside maybe even the Zero, I am expecting you will see a little bit of this being a thing from below, where you're trying to force players out of cocktail. The one thing they're reading into here, I think, Lost One, and they are absolutely right, is that for the vast majority of the times, teams will start here on the west side and look to sweep their way across. So giving some kind of protection inside of Cigar, protection inside of Piano, and just looking to burn through the clock, because it is quite a short map. Again, it's a box. You know, you want to waste as much time as you can. So they want to slow Cyclops down. They want to try and at least prevent them from doing a lot of work below. They want to try and hold them off towards the west before the actual site itself becomes part of the conversation.
Straight away, we've got Cyclops burning a bit of utility there, taking out the castle barricade. Just 2 Hibana pellets will do the job. They've got the Ash on side as well, so the castle barricades really shouldn't be too much of a problem to deal with. They need to get the one off double door leading from Piano into Cigar Shop if they're going to want to be playing into Cigar, because I imagine Lost One have likely got somebody playing inside that position, and that was exactly why. They certainly do, just on the opposite side of that barricade. So that's going to be the next step really for Cyclops, is get that done, and then they can start thinking about taking control of the top of Red Stairs.
For sure. For now, at least, as you'd expect inside the first 60 seconds, it's more about getting to the building on a map like Cafe and looking to work your way forwards. Rise with the shotgun ready and waiting as grenades start raining all around. It's got to be a little bit mindful of that one. Still, it's kills raining over towards the side of Cyclops. 2 coming down pretty easy. Maya and Lobin, both gone.
A good start for Cyclops on their map. 3 versus 4. Alligator has gone along the way. I don't know if Rise is maybe thinking about going out of this window. There is one on Repel, and it's one of them. If you do it, you're probably going to get your reward, but it's too late now as Cyclops move away. Rise happier to just hold his position for the time being and prevent the Red Stairs push developing, but as Black Ray gets him taken out, they're not going to have anything else to stop Cyclops walking in, taking control of Piano, and even pushing through into White Corridor down towards Lumber and making life difficult.
Just one of those that the solid chipped away at them. Again, you stepping into Cyclops' domain here. They're going to feel very comfortable on the attack inside. and pretty confident in their attacks and how they want to structure these things together. You've got Dash and Dots, a pairing that we've seen actually come together from the same team. I want to say it was Guardian that came from, but maybe I'm forgetting the name. Either way, these boys know what to do. They know how to keep themselves in this one together. They've got to be able to win these critical gunfights at range, though. Already nearly losing out one. Dots put down to about half HP.
Just waiting for his man to come around the corner there. 40 seconds, and CYCLOPS are certainly not rushing this. They know they don't need to. BlackRay's going to take some damage inside the piano, but does manage to move himself across towards the stage. He can then push on to Pixel, so much so that it does force Dots away. In comes the challenge, though. That's a big one. Taken down on Cocktail Balcony. Dash throws in the impact nade, but Arculli's there for the trade once again. We've said that a good few times today. Dots, he's covered if he tries to come out and stop this plant. Gets one. Can he get the second? No! He was so close, but Suzushi able to finish off the round, and CYCLOPS, they take a first successful attack.
You see a few gunfights one like that, where a player's peeking into a line of bullets and still comes away with a kill first, and you're just like, how?
It's usually my line of bullets that they're peeking into, and it's in rank.
Oh, I mean, that I understand them living through.
Constantly.
But those from a pro player.
Spray it, I'll be spraying out of a door, I'm holding an angle, and someone peeks into it and kills me. It drives me mad.
Yeah, that's because you're not hitting the bullets in the right
Terrible look. Terrible look.
I know what your aim's like at your age.
It looks good to me.
And only to you.
I can only see 70% of the screen, though, so it would do.
When did you last get your glasses checked, mate?
They've been checked a few times recently, I can tell you.
I can imagine.
I've had plenty of eye tests, don't you worry.
Well, into round two we go, down into the kitchen, then the boys wanting a bit of a snack. I mean, I've got this coffee, I'd love some cake with it, but that's not going to happen today. With how things are setting up, I'm looking at those operators coming in. I love the solos on this map as well, to be honest. I think because there's a lot of vertical play that comes in. You start on the top floor, you move down to the second, you move down to the first. Whatever your ordering might be, I know that you guys in America and so on say first floor is the ground floor. We call it the ground floor. Either way, I think with the Solus here, you have the ability to keep them moving down, seeing when the drones are chasing you through, and pick them up, because the map isn't particularly wide or deep. It's just a box that's got those 3 floors to work through. Do think it's a really nice operator to have on side here, although truthfully, given the strength of it, it's good on pretty much any map.
Yeah, I'd agree. CYCLOPS have done a good job, though. In contrast to that, they've still got 9 drones on the field, so they've certainly not given too many away. I'd imagine it was possibly a case of the first one spotting the Solus and saying they've got a Solus, so keeping all of the drones outside of the map. The next step, really, in keeping that information game alive for yourself is in busying the Solus. Try and find that operator and give them something else to think about other than allowing them to just run around chasing drones. 8 still on side, so CYCLOPS certainly not too bad for information at the minute, and starting to mount an immediate push in towards the bottom of White Stairs. Rise is in that position, and he's going to be looking to hold them off.
I'm looking really at the attacking lineup here and seeing the Sen, seeing the Glass, seeing the Capital, and you just know what the game plan is for CYCLOPS. You know when it comes around to hitting the site, they want to have these operators dropping the gadgetry out, letting Anderson sing with the semi-automatic like we keep on saying you love so much. That really is their win condition, or at least the stage they want to get to. Lost One's main focus is going to be how can we keep them at bay for as long as possible and try and deny the ability to get that execute off by picking off 1 or 2 players. They're looking for it here as well. Lobbin getting nice and cheeky, but being challenged back on the reverse. No one taking any damage and both moving away.
Lobbin hears that glass rifle and I think just thinks better of peeking out of there. We know how much trouble that can cause. Still 5 versus 5 halfway through the round, so Lost One I think going to be pretty happy with that. BlackRay on half health, and still CYCLOPS not really in a position where they're pushing into the map in any meaningful way. They're going to be looking to move into Bakery next, having cleared the laser gate off the double door there. First kill comes in for Arculli again. How many times have we said that? Another entry kill goes to Arculli, taking down Dash this time, but Dots is there to get that trade. 4 versus 4, a minute left to go, and CYCLOPS, it's time to get moving.
Oh, BlackRay. I mean, there's a smoke coming in and out as well that they aren't going to be able to make use of because it's been caught out by one of the Wamai magnets. Going to instead be dragged a little higher up the wall and not be all that useful towards Anderson. I spoke about the win condition here. They've lost the 2 operators that were kind of, I'm not going to say surplus to requirements, but they weren't part of the core 3 of the Sens, the Glass, and the Capital all working together. But they haven't also got map control, so they're not going to be able to make use of those 3 in the way they want. This is looking a bit less than ideal, to be honest with you, Tim.
It certainly is, and with only 28 seconds left to go, Anaton does get an important kill onto Lobin, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3. But the real question is, where is the plant going to come from? Suzushi finds Rise. Does that give them a little opening? Is that the crack that they needed in the wall that Lost One had put up to be able to get in and put that diffuser down? Maya, he's just lurking through Bakery at this point. Dots manages to find Suzushi. Anaton onto Dots as a trade, but with only 3 seconds left to go, there's only one kill that Maya needs to find. Will he be able to? No! Shut down by Irrigator on fantastic cover from the bottom of Red Stairs, and Cyclops in a round that looked like it could be difficult for them somehow managed to find the win.
Really, Lost One should not be losing that 4v3. I go back to the comments that we made back on Theme Park. Looking for these 1v1s is not the way that you're going to beat Cyclops, not when they're on the attack inside, and not when Anaton has got a gun that's going to kill you in 1 or 2 shots. You've really got to be looking for the trade play, forcing them to attack into less than ideal situations, and I actually think Lost One did a great job because they killed off 2 members, they drew out the smokes out of Anaton, they burnt away a lot of the needed utility that Cyclops had in back pocket before they even looked at the site. It was brilliant, but then they're picking into these 1v1s, they're giving Suzushi a freebie, they're trying to fight Anaton, who's playing on North Bait window. I get you want to try and stop them even getting in the building in the first place, but when you're in a 4v3, just pull back. Just play for the trades. It's all you got to do. So a little bit overzealous here, being being shown by Lost One, I fear, who again really need to rein it in. We're back in the same spot we were back on Theme Park. It's 2-0 to Cyclops. On Theme Park, we then had 5 straight rounds won by Lost One, but they've got to start getting something on the board here on the defense on Cafe. Otherwise, Border does wait just around the corner.
It does. Up to the top floor we go again. Lost One losing this side in the first round. This time they brought along the mirror. We've got a couple of mirror windows. One looking in towards Piano particularly, and the other is in the Maestro spot, I believe. Yes, there we go. Looking into potentially Cigar Shop, but also any attempted Skylight drop as well. Now then, they didn't really, Lost One, do anything about the Red Stairs drop. They weren't in a position to challenge that, and ultimately it did allow Cyclops into Piano, into Cigar Shop, and it was a bit of a problem for them. So I'd like to see Lost One manage that area a little bit better this time.
I did wonder if we were going to see anything particularly crazy coming out of Suzushi. He is on the Amaro, has got the diffuser in hand as well, so not the kind to go flying in recklessly. And Tim, you shouldn't be losing to... you're a mirror. Like, you've got mirror windows to play behind. Why are you peeking onto a glass?
Just Anaton doing Anaton things with the glass. Always a little bit of a nightmare on Lost One, certainly finding that out firsthand at the minute. Maya just playing underneath that Skylight in one of the default plant spots at the moment. Oh, Cully able to find a nade kill onto Dash. Been very impressed with our Cully so far today, putting up fantastic numbers, doing great work. And at the minute, Cyclops certainly in the driving seat of yet another round here on Cafe, and we can see exactly why it was their choice.
It's just a bit silly again when Anaton has now found 2 kills, basically uncontested here, playing on the glass. You know, I get it to some level. You, again, want to challenge them outside the building, stop them getting in, but you've got all this wonderful utility. You've got castle barricades, you've got shields coming out, you've got mirror windows, you've got electrification, but you're looking for fights in spots you don't even need. Like, Cyclops are barely inside the building, yet they found 3 kills, Tim.
Yep. It's looking, you know, at this point, it's looking like there's the danger there of this being an absolute speed run for Cyclops at this point. Lost One just seemed to really not have too much of a clue. A flawless round there. You know, it just looks for all the world like they don't know how to defend on Cafe. They're setting themselves up, but like you say, they're just getting picked off. You know, a couple of free kills for Anaton there, no real challenge in return. And it doesn't look like the Lost One that we just saw back on Theme Park.
No, and sure enough, there is that classic 3-round timeout. You play 3 rounds, it's your first quarter down, then you have your timeout and figure out what's got to change. But the boys have got to know this is just not the way to be playing Cafe. The weird thing is, it is one of their favourite maps as well. I think it's 3rd in their order of preference after Villa and Oregon, so I'm a little bit surprised that they're struggling this much. But again, for me, it's not down to strategy. The setups look fine, the operator selections look fine. It's how they're playing. They're getting overzealous, they're getting too hungry for the 1v1s as if there's a point to prove. And again, I just implore them, slow it down, dial back, play behind your utility. Sure, if you can get an early kill, go for it, but make sure you've got either the ability to trade or you know for sure you are getting it, because right now you're throwing yourself at players that aren't even inside the building and you're paying the price.
Yep, certainly not happening for them at the moment. Beaten up, and they need to get themselves back into this game. Tactical timeout will be over, and we're going to be heading this time to Reading Room and Fireplace. So we're going to be going to a site that we haven't seen yet from Lost One. They've lost the top floor twice. They've lost Kitchen, and they will see this time if they can hold on to one of those mid-floor sites. Now, again, top floor is going to be key. They haven't really been able to hold on to any of those power positions when defending the top floor. So that's something particularly they're going to have to focus on, make sure they do a better job of. They're going to want to keep themselves present in Cocktail, I would imagine, for as long as possible, potentially even as far up as Pixel, as far up as Piano. But I think, you know, they'll be forced back reasonably early by Cyclops if things continue as they have been, because Cyclops are just showing a real understanding of Cafe at the minute.
Unsurprisingly, it's a map they used to play an awful lot. Yeah. I don't think so much this year as such, but I know that historically it's been one of their go-to maps for a good long time now. So looking at the lineups again, you're seeing more of the same stuff. You've got these big execute-heavy operators coming in with the Glaz on side, with the Ying. And the thing is, the reason why he's played now 4 rounds in a row and hasn't been found out is because Lost One have just kept on feeding into it. They've kept on peeking. They've kept on looking into smoke and being shot up by Anaton on the way through. So hopefully here, after that tactical timeout, we see the slowdown and things do start to look a bit more composed.
Already, we've got Anaton up to the line of the building with the glass. He's just going to be droning ahead and feeding that information back into his teammates for the time being, and then he'll no doubt get himself onto the rappel and be looking to make those challenges, potentially head towards the skylight as well. We saw him have some joy from there previously from up on the rooftop. For the time being, it is the rappel, and then we will see, does he go to the white window or does he go all the way to the roof? But he's got his pre-placed drones. He's just going to be helping his team get inside the building as well. Interestingly, working from both top and bottom side here, Cyclops.
I like it when there's a split like this as well. It gives you that kind of ability to pincer, right? But this is, I'm just pleased, to be honest, that we've got through the first 60 seconds with no one dead. Either shows that Cyclops have slowed things down and trying to figure out what's changed after that tactical pause, or Lost One have learned and are looking to slow things down at least a little bit. I am clocking that their proximity to each other is a little bit better now. You got one working his way down white stairs. It is Dots as well that has to be really careful because there is our Cully waiting below for him to step too far down. All he's really got to do though is sit here on these stairs and watch that window in towards sight. That's his primary job. Not so easy when you're being completely flashed out though, which is going to be as those Candelas come singing on through.
Need to see the challenge coming into Dots. There it is, just as I say it. Our Cully manages to find the nade onto him. I always like to see that utility backed up. If you're going to throw a couple of Candelas in, you can't just let that flash effect wear off. You got to get in there and do the business, and Cyclops have done that fantastically. Dash, he's been forced all the way back into trains. He's trying to hold that long angle through onto white stairs, but it is not going to be easy, as you say. His line of sight being blocked by the smokes. Anaton working with the scope of glass that will allow him to see those heat signatures through the smoke for the small time that it is deployed. Irrigator taken down by Maya though, leveling things up at 4 versus 4. 40 seconds left to go.
Do they know about our Cully inside a utility? I bloody well hope so. Anaton getting a flashy yellow, but not finding his man. And Suzu, she finds one. Our Cully another. It looks like Cyclops are still going to keep this train moving on forwards as we're up to a 4v2.
Our Cully continuing to find those important kills that really sort of define and pick up the pace within a round. Dash is going to find a kill onto Anaton. They've got to be aware of our Cully's position now. There's no other way out of there really other than using the rotate through into reading. Suzuki defuse it in hand. Opportunity to put that down potentially, but Rise is going to put Black Ray down. Suzuki does indeed go for the plant. 1 versus 3 it's going to have to be. It's 1 versus 2 now. Rise did of course get the first, but it's that man again. Our Cully stepping up with another important kill and a big round for Cyclops. That's 4-0 and they are on a speed run of Cafe.
Quite literally, yeah. And let's not forget, that's before they've even stepped onto the defensive side of things too. Just Lost One really looking lost inside enemy territory here, unable to read anything that's coming at them, unable to find the answers. It all feels one layer deep. As soon as Cyclops remove a player from a key position, they're able to step on forwards and just start making things happen without any real resistance. So 4-0 up. It feels a little bit late maybe for a comeback to begin, but if you can get 2 rounds on the defense, then maybe this game is still savable.
Back down to the bottom floor we go then. Again, lost one. Last time around, CYCLOPS were pretty much all over them in every aspect of the map. They got the kills, they got a couple of kills to open things up over on the white side. They shifted themselves across the bakery. It did take them a little bit of time, and maybe that's something Lost One can pick up on. CYCLOPS did struggle getting themselves established inside of bakery. You know, so if that push does come, Lost One can take some confidence at least. They can hold them off for a time at least. Shield deployed inside of VIP, so we'll expect to see somebody from Lost One over that side as well. But again, you know, need to be careful they don't spread themselves too thin. Holding on to VIP side, holding on to bakery side with the rotation through. You know, they start to weaken the defense a little bit rather than just, you know, maybe reinforcing one side off and focusing the defense on the other.
Once again, you're seeing this big execute heavy comp coming in, as we spoke about in previous rounds. The light screens were used actually, interestingly, before to control red stairs. They didn't really have the ability to drone down. It's a thought, okay, we'll just force our way down, making use of the light screens. Not forgetting that Glaz can see through those light screens as well as smoke. So lots that he can bring dots. So this is a little bit much here, buddy. Damn, get out of dodge. Gets himself back inside, takes the drone out on the way through, but now he's at risk of this opening. A little bit of support coming in, but I think he knows that he's a little bit screwed. In fact, he's got away with it. Wow, okay. Nicely tucked in. That small couple of shots coming in from white stairs, enough to get him away to safety.
Yep, just gave him the time that he needed to sprint across, get himself back in. The rotations on the favourable side as well, so obviously all pre-planned there. Dots back into sight. Lobin just moving around bar, has taken a little bit of damage. We can hear the Capitao as well with those asphyxiation arrows, the smoke arrows all coming in, but it is the Warden that they're up against, and that could be a little bit of a problem. It does negate the advantage of the Glaz, and obviously that's why Lobin has brought that operator along, but still not really able to make too much of an impact with it.
I mean, he's 0-4 at this point as well, so you are seeing him struggle to get on the board. I say it as Alligator gets taken down. That's the sense offline, one of those key 3 operators removed. It's like multiple stages of a boss fight in pretty much any other video game, it feels like. You've still got 2 more pieces to take down, though. Suzushi and Anderson need to fall.
This is going well for Lost One so far. You know, out of all the sites, it's probably the closest that they've been to successfully defending one. Lobin going to manage to find an explosive kill onto Anaton, and the Glaz has been an absolute nightmare for them so far. So that is a really good kill there. It puts the diffuser down on the ground as well, so somebody's going to have to go and retrieve that. And with 50 seconds left to go, the time is starting to tick away for CYCLOPS.
I mean, really, they're taking away the bite behind the bark here as well with Anaton off the board. As we said a couple of times, he has been a nightmare on this Glaz. Him being offline and leaving just 3 here looks good. But what I was going to say I was worried about, as long as it's 5v3, is the potential for Lost One to throw it away. They lose one, but they get another down to the last, and finally, Lost One are on the board.
If Lost One can get round 6 here and a second defense, honestly, they've really got away with it at that point. You know, to come away 4-2 will be an absolute steal, because CYCLOPS have looked, you know, good for a 6-0, to be honest, let alone a 5-1. So if Lost One can come away 4-2, get themselves onto the Attacker Cafe, they might just think that they've done okay, but they are going to have to hold on to the top floor. They've lost it twice so far. I'd like to see, you know, them not overcommit like the mirror. You picked up on it last time. You know, you've got that utility to use it. Don't be peeking and giving the opportunity to the Glaz. You know, you're bright yellow in Anaton's scope. It's not difficult for him to see you pop your head out of there, and he's going to hit them shots.
That's absolutely the concern for me. That'll be the big thing that I'm looking for in this round, is that change in play style that punished them so much previously. Remembering that barely any of CYCLOPS were inside the building. We had 4 players still on the roof when they'd found 3 kills. That's going to be the big change. You've still got that castle on side. You've got the ability to catch nades with the Wamai as well. Everything is lining up well for Lost One in terms of the composition.
Interestingly, that last round there that was picked up by Lost One was their first entry kill as well. Dash picking it up. All the others have gone in the direction of CYCLOPS so far. So again, something maybe that Lost One can take away from that. If they can have a stronger start, if they can get the kills to begin with, then maybe they get a little bit more joy as the round progresses. Now, I like what I'm seeing here. Man down in Kitchen, just again trying to make it difficult, trying to spread themselves out. But but they need to be careful they don't overcommit. Arkle is going to find Dash, and that was the player I was talking about. So whilst, yes, you know, it can be good to spread yourself out, I've said it a few times about Lost One, CYCLOPS have been dealing with it really well, isolating players and finding kills. And again, Lost One now on the back foot. Not only that, Dots is low health as well, and it's a site they haven't successfully held so far.
You're trying to cheese the cheese makers, basically, Tim. Like, you're never going to surprise them. And admittedly, I thought maybe CYCLOPS might do that in round one of Theme.